Chapter 205 Hardy Empire 1945 New Find the latest chapter. Hardy and David Mersey were talking about casinos. Mersey's biggest concern was the future passenger flow. Hardy smiled and said, "It's very simple. To make Las Vegas a paradise for men will naturally attract to the guests. Men heaven, gambling, wine, women, all kinds of performances. All men like here rather. Here is only enjoyment. Coming here is like coming to a man's paradise." Las Vegas will also host Miss World elections, Victoria's Secret model contest, underwear show, boxing competition, horse racing, dog competition. These competitions will attract a large number of tourists. David Mersey smiled and nodded. "I want to go for everything." Hardy seemed to think of something and said, "David, I have friends in the East. They said that there is a lack of penicillin. I don't know if I can buy a batch from you." Penicillin is basically in short supply. There is a lot of demand in China and Europe. We have not officially supplied to Eastern countries for the time being. It is too poor there, but since your friend wants it, it's okay. I can divide it up. David Mersey said with a smile. "How much can you give me?" Mersey thought for a while. "How about 50,000 bottles a month?" Hardy figured it out inwardly. The wholesale price of 200,000 units of dry powder penicillin is $1 each, and domestic hospitals in the United States sell for $2 to $3 a bottle. Now the price in Hong Kong hospitals is about $10 each, and the black market price is even more than $30. Give yourself 50,000 bottles. The purchase price is 50,000. And the price for Hong Kong hospitals can be sold for 500,000. If it is sold at a black market price, it will be 1.5 million. Profiteering. 50,000 bottles are too few, Hardy said. Mersey spread his hands. "Hardy, you have to know, because you are my friend and partner. I will give you this batch of medicine, and it is impossible for others to get it." Speaking, Mersey leaned into Hardy's ear and said, "There is actually another reason for not exporting large amounts of penicillin to the East, that is, the government has secret restrictions." Hardy finally understands now. With the smell of these capitalists, it is impossible not to know that the East is making money, and it is probably because of government restrictions that they did not intervene. Business in Europe and the United States has allowed them to make enough money. If they do not obey the government's restrictions on exporting to the East, they may be punished by the government, which is not worth the loss for a large pharmaceutical company. 100,000 bottles, too few. There is no need to do this business, Hardy said. Mersey thought for a while. "Okay, I promised you." Hardy smiled and shook hands with Mersey. "Mersey, why not set up a pharmaceutical factory in the East?" Hardy said. Mersey smiled. "I have had ideas before, but it's too far away, the market is not developed, and it is far from opening up the American and European markets to make money." "David, how about this? Let's cooperate to build a pharmaceutical factory in Hong Kong. You are responsible for the technology, and I am responsible for the construction and sales. The first product is penicillin," Hardy said. Mersey looked at Hardy seriously. "Are you very optimistic about the East?" Hardy said, "Too many people are staring at the European and American markets. The East is actually a blank. People don't pay attention to it. However, there are a lot of people over there. The population of the entire East is 3 times that of Europe plus America. This is a huge market." Mersey thought about it seriously. "Cooperative pharmaceutical factory. Yes, I will produce technology and take up 30% of the shares, and you will leave the rest to you. Anyway, he is an empty glove white wolf. Hardy is willing to make his own money, and it is Hardy's loss if he loses it. It's just a big deal to withdraw the technician." "Okay, it's settled. I will let my subordinates contact Mersey Pharmaceuticals later." Hardy smiled. "It's another big business. This is also the biggest benefit of joining a consortium. Everyone shares resources and grows together. How can small businesses that go on their own fight this behemoth?" The party continues. A group of men came to San Francisco's most luxurious golf course to play. This course is also owned by Bank of America. Today, no outsiders are accepted, only members of the consortium participate. Dinner again in the evening. The party didn't end until 9 o'clock in the evening. Throughout the party, no woman appeared, only business and politics. This is the real high-end party. The kind of party where a bunch of beautiful women seems to be lively, but in fact it is really just for fun, and there is no big deal on that occasion. Back at the station, Hardy smiled and said to Andy, "How do I feel that things are getting more and more? I can't get out of San Francisco for a month and a half." Andy smiled and said, "But your gains are also huge. The harvest in this month and a half is indeed very big." With Wells Fargo Bank, Hardy Group has the financial core and becomes a member of the California Consortium, which will further its power in California in the future. By the way, several businesses were negotiated, acquired shares of PepsiCo and established a pharmaceutical factory in Hong Kong in cooperation with Mersey Pharmaceutical Factory. Each of these things is a great cause for others, but for Hardy it is just one sentence. This is the advantage of relying on huge resources. The consortium is the resource pool. Everyone injects resources into the pool and at the same time harvests resources in the pool to promote mutual benefit and mutual benefit. Of course, there are also disputes within the consortium, so be careful that the people in the consortium are looking at your property. The consortium is not a paradise. It is more like a group of beasts gathering together to hunt. Don't forget that these guys next to you are all beasts. The next day, several new casinos were sitting together again, and Meyer came to San Francisco from Los Angeles. At first he was the promoter, but now he is reduced to a foil. Looking at Hardy, he has heard that Hardy officially joined the California Consortium last night, and dozens of rich and powerful people held an initiation reception for him. Hardy's wealth and status have far surpassed him. Last year, Hardy was still a young man he was optimistic about, and now, he has quickly grown into the largest group leader in Los Angeles. Giannini presided over the meeting. He looked at everyone present and said with a smile, "Now let's discuss the issue of casino shares." After speaking, he first looked at Hardy. Hardy said at the beginning that he wants to retain 20% of the shares, right? Hardy nodded. As for the remaining few, the allocation is as follows after negotiation: MGM 10%, Mersey Pharmaceuticals 10%, Crocker Agricultural Company 15%, PepsiCo 7%, Lockheed Aircraft Manufacturing Company 10%. Bank of America 28%. Meyer had always wanted to be the leader of the new casino, but he did not expect that in the end there was only 10% left. After the news was made known to the big capital, things were no longer under his control, and now he is completely reduced to a follower. In fact, he was already considered lucky and was not completely kicked out. Giannini continued, "There is also the management problem. In the future, the new casino will continue to be hosted by Hardy, so everyone is okay." Everyone agrees. Hardy put forward a condition that everyone needs to sign an agreement before the casino has suffered a major loss. The management power belongs to him. Other families cannot intervene in the casino operation. If there is a serious loss problem, the shareholders will take back the management power and reselect the CEO. Do you have any opinions? Some people agree that they invest to make money. Like Lockheed, they only build airplanes but don't know how to operate casinos. Some people hesitated a little, but still agreed. After all, the casino might not be able to operate well without Hardy. Next is the question of management equity. After the final calculation, the management equity is 12% of the total equity. Do you have any opinions? Giannini looked at everyone. The management stocks here only have the right to distribute dividends, which is 12% of the total profit. The annual net profit excludes the dividends of the management stocks, and the rest is the shareholders' income. Some people think there are more management stocks, but since Bank of America has agreed, others have no objection. The last one, what's the name of the casino? Giannini said. Meyer was a little sad. He had already planned the name of the casino at the beginning. It was called MGM Grand Hotel, which was also a publicity for MGM. But now that he has become a minority shareholder, he naturally does not dare to mention the name again. Heidi, do you have any ideas? Janie and I looked at Hardy and asked. Hardy thought for a while. How about Caesar Palace? Caesar Palace Hotel, Caesar Palace Casino. I think this name is very nice. David Mersey said. Everyone else thinks this name is good. The name of the casino is so decided. Then everyone discussed some details, such as the design direction of the casino, business conditions, etc. Hardy also told everyone how he plans to develop Las Vegas. Everyone felt that Hardy's plan was very good, especially in the form of TV lottery draw plus telephone proxy casting. More and more diverse lottery activities were carried out, and everyone expressed their support. Everyone is more and more confident about the profitability of casinos in the future. When the matter was finalized, the butler brought champagne and everyone toasted together, wishing business prosperous, and the lawyers who came with him quickly settled the contract, and finally everyone signed the agreement to complete the formal contract. The Caesar Palace Hotel was officially born from this moment. When David Mersey and Hardy clinked glasses, they whispered, "Your actions are really fast." I asked someone to go to the pharmaceutical factory yesterday. I have signed the letter and can pick up the goods at any time. Thank you then. It's nothing, but I expect you to make a fortune in the casino. David Mersey smiled. No problem. I'm good at casino things. Hardy smiled. They are already negotiating on the construction of a penicillin plant in Hong Kong. The estimated investment is $1.2 million. As long as the construction is fast enough, it can be put into operation in half a year. The two had just chatted a few words, and another person walked up beside him, Robert Gross, the helm of Lockheed. Robert Gross is 60 years old this year, with blonde hair and looking very energetic. He smiled and said hello to Hardy. What more? I'm talking about a small business. I plan to build a penicillin factory. Hardy said. Penicillin used to be very mysterious. Now, after several years of development, the factory can produce it on a large scale. It's nothing too special. Robert Gross didn't care at all. He asked Hardy for his own purpose. Heidi, I also have a small business I want to talk to you. McLenovel.com. What kind of business? Hardy is a little curious, and he doesn't sell arms. What are you talking to me? Shouldn't you talk to the military? Heidi, your HD airline, do you need passenger and cargo planes? Lockheed also produces passenger planes and cargo planes. The LO-49 Constellation has excellent performance. Are you interested? Robert Gross asked with a smile. Tau. Hardy smiled and shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't need it for the time being. Hardy simply refused. His batch of planes were bought from the military at very low prices. The purchase of Lockheed planes must be at the market price, and it is different from the previous types of planes. This is inconsistent with Hardy's concept of low-cost aviation and general-purpose aircraft parts. A disappointed expression appeared on Robert Gross' face. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record this time. Chapter 207. Lockheed, do you want a plane? Hardy, no. Read the record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Heidi Empire 1945 inches, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 206. Chapter 208. Cans give big prizes. The current Lockheed is not the later Lockheed Martin, the world's #1 arms dealer. Although it has won many orders during the war, it still has a lot of gaps with Boeing. During World War II, Lockheed did make a lot of money and produced nearly 20,000 aircraft for the military, including the famous P-38 Lightning twin-engine fighter. Heidi played an airplane shooting game called 1945 after an hour, in which there was a P-38 Lightning figure. After the end of World War II, the U.S. military layoffs on a large scale and cut war expenses. At the same time, a large number of aircraft were eliminated. Lockheed's military orders plummeted. They wanted to use civilian aircraft to make profits and produce the Constellation series of aircraft. Speaking of the performance of the Constellation series aircraft are also good, but they have encountered more powerful opponents, Boeing B-377 Stratocruiser and Douglas DC-6B. In the past 2 years, Douglas DC-6B has won more than 100 aircraft, and Lockheed's Constellation only received 17 orders. In order to expand its market share in the cruel competition, Lockheed recently launched a profitable promotion, allowing salespersons to take 10% to 20% of the total price of an aircraft as public relations costs to obtain orders, but still can't be sold. Robert Gross was very anxious. I saw Hardy today and knew he had an airline, so he took the initiative to ask Hardy if he wanted a plane. Hardy's concept of getting airlines has long been determined. As long as the cheapest aircraft is a little more complicated, you don't need it. If you want to buy it, you will only buy Douglas, which is relatively cheaper and more durable. Lockheed's stuff always adheres to the idea that it's good, expensive, delicate, and indifferent to real leather. Their stuff is good or not, but it's too delicate and the maintenance cost is high. An airplane sells for nearly $1 million and wants to make a profit. It may take more than 10 years to return the money for an airplane, and the investment is too meaningless. In history, later, because of the poor airliner business, Roxy completely abandoned the airliner business within a few years and switched to a new research on military aircraft. Hardy said in his heart, "I don't want airplanes. If you plan to sell stocks, I can consider accepting them," but he is not in a hurry. Lockheed will have a long period of depression in the future. Wait a few years. It's not too late to buy if you are optimistic about the opportunity. Robert Gross talked a few more words with Hardy, and then went to chat with other people. It's almost time. Everyone is ready to leave. When Hardy walked to the courtyard, Pepsi chairman and president Walter Mike caught up. "Mr. Hardy, when shall we talk about the development of Pepsi? Why don't we find a place to talk now?" Hardy said. "Okay." Walter Mike got directly into Hardy's car. Mike had his own manor in San Francisco and invited Hardy and Andy to sit in the manor. On the way, Hardy saw the billboard of Coca-Cola and Pepsi, and Hardy told the team to stop. Hardy pointed to the plaque and said to Walter Mack, "Do you feel something is wrong?" Walter looked at the billboard. "This is an advertisement for a professional advertising company. I don't think there is any problem." Hardy shook his head. "I didn't see the characteristics from these two billboards." Pepsi has been trying to catch up with Coca-Cola as an example, but for so many years, it has been left far behind. "Don't you think there is a problem with your guiding philosophy?" Walter thought for a while, and said, "It's true that Mr. Hardy said that we had a strategy before to imitate Coca-Cola as much as possible. Coca-Cola has a high market share. As long as we create the illusion that Pepsi is competing with Coca-Cola for the market, we can greatly improve Pepsi's market share, visibility." Hardy understands. Simply put, it is the theory of business touching porcelain. The method was also used by some brands in later generations, but Hardy thought it was a lazy method. It may have some effect in the early stage, but it will have a bad reverse effect on his own brand in the later stage. "I think Pepsi needs to go its own way and differentiate marketing from Coca-Cola," Hardy said. "But Pepsi and Coca-Cola have almost no difference in taste, and the market is almost completely overlapped," Walter said. "Then divide the market and make it stand out. This is a drink for young people, drinking Pepsi, young, happy, free, and flying." Later Pepsi only started to rise after playing a young card. Walter was thoughtful after hearing Hardy's words. Hardy said to Henry, "Find a grocery store and buy 2 cases of Pepsi." Henry immediately took people out of the car, and soon returned with 2 boxes of drinks, and the convoy continued to drive to Walter's manor. When he came to the manor, the hostess came out and met Hardy politely, and then sent someone to bring tea, and Hardy and Walter continued to chat. "President Mike, the strategy that I just told you about advertising differentiation and the launch of Pepsi's new positioning is a long-term publicity plan, which may take several years to cultivate. The next 2 methods I will talk about can be improved in the short term." Pepsi sales, Hardy said. Walter Mack was shocked, and asked anxiously, "What is the method?" Mr. Hardy. The first way is a can. Can? What is a can? Walter asked puzzledly. Hardy asked people to bring paper and pen, and quickly drew a simple can shape, and then pointed to the can mouth and said, "This kind of can body can be made of aluminium. The most important thing is that the can mouth has an easy pull ring. A mouth can be opened with one pull, making it easy to drink anywhere." Walter is the first time to see this design, feeling very novel. "Where can I buy this filling equipment?" Hardy shook his head. "No, it can be used as a future development direction. Pepsi will study it on its own. After the research is completed, we will apply for a patent. I believe Coca-Cola will beg us to buy the right to use it." "Yes, I can't use it now," Walter said. Hardy took out a bottle of Pepsi from the box and handed it to Walter. "Please help me open it." Walter didn't have a screwdriver by his side, so he hurriedly called someone to get it. It took a while for the butler to pick up the screwdriver from the kitchen and help Hardy open the bottle cap. "Have you found the problem? It would be very troublesome to open the bottle cap without a screwdriver. We can design an easy pull ring bottle cap that can be opened immediately with a light pull." "Is it much more convenient?" Hardy said. "In fact, many people like to use teeth, lighters, and table corner stools to open bottle caps." Walton said, "Don't worry, with this easy pull ring method, people will fall in love with him, especially girls. With a gentle pull, a bang, a cool air coming out of the bottle, the feeling of opening the bottle. It's cool, people will like that feeling. At that time, the new bottle cap Coke will be on the market. You can shoot a TV commercial and broadcast it on ABC. Some people use their teeth to open the cap, and the teeth jump. Some use their mouths to open the cap is eaten into the throat. And some people use a lighter to open the cap. The lighter exploded. Someone used the corner of the table to open the bottle cap. The table collapsed. There would always be various accidents. The last beautiful girl picked up the easy pull ring Pepsi, opened it with a bang, and drank it in. The injured men were stunned. "By the way, those bad shots are all made with Coca-Cola," Hardy said. "Hardy is also a master when it comes to porcelain." Walter was a little excited when he heard it, and nodded. "I'll let the product department do this easy-to-open bottle cap when I look back. It shouldn't be difficult." "What else can be done, Mr. Hardy?" Hardy took the bottle cap in his hand. There was a Pepsi logo on the top of the cap. Hardy turned him over and underneath was a rubber pad. Hardy said, "The second way is to draw a lottery." Walter still didn't understand. "Can you tell me more clearly, Mr. Hardy?" Hardy asked him to open more than a dozen bottles of Coke in a row, tear off the rubber pad underneath, and write "Thank you for your patronage" on it. Another bottle was rewarded with 10 cents. 25 cents, 50 cents, $1, and the highest was written to reward $100. Then he put the rubber pad back on, pressed the bottle back, looked at Walter and said, "Do you understand now?" Walter has been operating Pepsi for so many years, he immediately understood what Hardy meant, and thought of the scene of people buying Coke in the future. "I believe that many people would choose Pepsi for the chance to draw a lottery." Walter picked up a bottle from the table and pretended to open the bottle with the pull tab, still making a pop in his mouth. Then he turned the lid over, with an excited expression on his face. "Will you be lucky today?" Tear off the rubber pad. The back turned out to be a reward of 50 cents. "Wow, I won the prize, 50 cents. I can buy 10 bottles of Pepsi." Walter gets more excited as he thinks about it. This is really a brilliant idea, and it will draw many customers over. Walter is in excitement. He seems to have seen the scene of Pepsi's big sales. People will rush into the convenience store, between Pepsi and Coca-Cola, and choose Pepsi without hesitation. Hardy squeezed the bottle cap and said, "This easy pull ring mode can be patented, and this bottle cap setting reward mode can apply for copyright protection. If Coca-Cola or even other beverages and beer want to imitate in the future, we can sue him for infringement." Walter kept nodding. "Yes, apply for patents and copyrights, so that others cannot imitate them, Mr. Hardy. Your idea is amazing." Walter now really admires Hardy. He is indeed a business genius who can come up with a TV lottery. Andy sat next to him, and couldn't help but admire his boss's idea in his heart. He was sure that Pepsi used the boss's idea and it would definitely sell well in the future. If Pepsi-Cola sells big in the future, the stock price will definitely increase a lot. After Andy is already thinking about going back, taking advantage of the current downturn in Pepsi-Cola's stock price to buy a batch. It is estimated that it will not take a year, and it should not be difficult to make 30% of the profit. At this moment, Hardy said to Walter, "President Mike, how about going for a walk? I want to see your garden." Walter paused slightly, and immediately stood up with a smile. "Mr. Hardy, please, although my manor is not as big as Mr. Janini's, but my wife likes to serve them, so the dressing is very distinctive." The two walked in the garden. Only one Andy followed. Walter's people and Hardy's bodyguards were scattered dozens of meters away. Hardy looked at Walter and said, "I think we need to replan the share of Pepsi." Walter was surprised and asked Hardy to buy his own stock. "Mr. Hardy, what do you mean?" Walter asked. "Your current stake is 21%, right, President Mike?" Hardy asked. "Yes. I have 23% in my hand. I think I have too few shares in my hand. I dare to say that with my two ideas, Pepsi will surely sell out in the future and its market share will increase a lot. The stock price will naturally increase in sales. It will explode. And now, Pepsi-Cola's stock is at a historically low level. I think we can do it a bit and buy more shares. What do you think of President Mike?" Mike was surprised. He understood what Hardy meant. Hardy is to secretly manipulate the stock, and wants to further depress Pepsi's stock price, and then absorb more shares. It is illegal to do so. If it is discovered, the CSRC will trouble him. However, as long as this kind of thing is well coordinated, there is almost no probability of being discovered, because everything can be turned into normal operation without leaving any flaws. Andy followed, and naturally heard what Hardy said. He said that the boss is the boss. "I wanted to go back and buy some shares of Pepsi to wait for the appreciation." He already thought of manipulating the stock and making a fortune. Walter was silent for a while, and then said, "Pepsi-Cola will release its fourth quarter earnings for some time, and Pepsi-Cola's earnings in the fourth quarter are still lower than those in the third quarter." Walter and Hardy said these words. It has already indicated that the two have begun to unite. Hardy smiled lightly. "After the new year, there will be an accident at the Pepsi-Cola puree plant. The pipeline burst causes 2 days to stop production. The puree leaks, and the loss is tens of thousands of dollars. In a few days, there will be news that the representative of Pepsi-Cola's largest shareholder, Hardy Group, questioned the chairman's management ability and made trouble on the board of directors. Pepsi-Cola may undergo major personnel changes." A few days later, a newspaper published a report on Pepsi. www.mentalnovel.com. It explained in detail that Pepsi has been in a downturn in recent years, and there may be a crisis of exiting the market in the future. Walter couldn't help but swallowed. Hardy has arranged everything. After this operation, I'm afraid Pepsi's share price will fall by half. I am afraid that even those shareholders of the board of directors will not be able to sit still, and some will be tempted to sell shares in Pepsi. Andy's face remained unchanged. The operation, Hardy said, they had all played before, and it was almost standard for stock suppression. Normal operation. Hardy said this and smiled to Walter. Christmas is coming soon, and these things will be discussed after the new year. Well, we'll talk about it after Christmas. By the way, I told you about the cans, tabs, and bottle cap winning ideas. I will ask the lawyers of the Hardy Group to find Pepsi to negotiate and plan the dividends. Then you will have someone to welcome you. Hardy said. Walter couldn't help but drop 2 black lines on his forehead. This Mr. Hardy, it's no wonder that he has achieved such a great success in 2 years. Everything has a reason. End of this chapter. Chapter 207. Chapter 209. Aquaman is not so good. Talk to Walter Mike about the Pepsi-Cola matter. The San Francisco matter is roughly handled, and Hardy is going to return to Los Angeles. As for the details, it is a matter for the subordinates, and Andy will arrange to deal with it. After returning to Los Angeles, Hardy telegraphed Victor, who was far away in Hong Kong, and told him that a batch of medicines would be delivered in the near future. Victor immediately called back to express that he understood that he would do a good job in Hong Kong. In fact, he did not know what medicine he was sending. One case of 1,200 bottles of penicillin. 100,000 bottles is only more than 80 cases, and it only occupies a small corner in a container, which is inconspicuous. However, this shipment to Hong Kong may be worth millions. Christmas is coming soon. After a month of publicity, the relationship between the human and the ghost is officially released. Hardy means to catch up with the Christmas File. There is no concept of movie schedule at this time. A few days before Hardy returned to Los Angeles, the movie had been released. Because the pre-publicity was well done, ABC TV broadcasted the film in turn, and the movie went viral when it was released, and the venue was full. MGM predicts that this movie is likely to exceed tens of millions of dollars. Heidi Rama caught fire again. In the past, Heidi Rama became famous, but people's impression of her was only an actress, with a beautiful body. Later, she didn't produce any good works, and she was gradually forgotten. She boarded Playboy last year, once again let Heidi Rama into the people's field of vision, and this time, human ghosts are coming. Heidi Rama's acting broke out, completely making her a big star in people's minds. Many film critics gave Heidi Rama a very high evaluation, saying that her acting skills are sincere and natural, with strong emotions, and she has the hope of competing for this year's Oscar for Best Actress. As for the actor Lee Jen, people have also given a positive evaluation. Before, Lee Jen was only a second-rate actor. Now with this movie, he can definitely rank among the first-class stars. Hardy came back to Lee Jen to report to him about the Screen Actors Guild. Hardy asked him if he would still work here or concentrate on acting. Lee Jen did not hesitate to say, "Mr. Hardy, I find that I like the Screen Actors Guild very much. I hope to continue. You are not afraid to delay your star career. You must know that you are now famous, you will be dating a lot in the future, and you will make much more money than being an assistant." Hardy said. Lee Jen shook his head. Many people say how the actor's acting skills are. In fact, most of the time, it is the credit of the plot script. Why do some actors perform well in this play but not the next one? Is his acting skills declining so much? The main issue is the subject matter. It's rare for an actor to meet a good character in his life. It's very lucky to meet a few good characters. Most of them don't meet a good character. I have acted in dramas for more than 10 years, and finally met in the drama Love Is Not Over. Playing a good role is remembered, and I'm already content, and I want to do something I like more in the future. It seems that this guy is in politics for no reason. Many times, what kind of road a person takes is due to nature and destined. Heidi contacted Heidi Rama. After the woman knew that Hardy had returned, she said excitedly, "Heidi, I haven't gone to the cinema yet. I have been waiting for you. I hope you accompany me to the cinema. Do you have time?" Of course there is time. Heidi went to pick up Heidi Rama. Heidi covered her face with a scarf, and walked into the cinema with Hardy. Although it has been in theaters for a week, the attendance rate still reached 80%. When the movie was playing, Heidi Rama held Hardy's hand all the time. At the end of the movie, someone clapped and immediately attracted a lot of applause. People are still discussing the plot at the end of the movie. This is the best movie I have ever watched. I also hope to meet such a lover and protect her even if she is dead. Heidi Rama's acting skills are so good. I used to think that she was beautiful and good looking, but now I know that her acting skills burst out so intensely. I want to watch it again. I will accompany you to see another show in 2 days. Heidi and Heidi Rama got into the car. Heidi grabbed Hardy's hand. His eyes were full of passion. "Hardy, take me to your manor, okay?" Heidi nodded slightly. In the room, big bed. The two collided fiercely. Heidi Rama vented her excitement in this way. She had waited too long for this day. She felt that she was greatly satisfied, both mentally and physically. After the fact, Hardy got up and took a jewelry box from the drawer, opened it and placed it in front of Heidi Rama. This is a Christmas gift for you. Wow, so beautiful. In the jewelry box is a pair of beautiful diamond earrings. In the middle is a large diamond of about 3 carats, surrounded by countless small diamonds, like a sunflower, about the size of a dime coin, shining colorful light under the light. Very gorgeous and noble. It is very valuable at first glance. In the treasures that Hardy got in the French winery before, there were diamonds and various gems. One day Hardy thought of them, so he found a top jewelry company, let them repolishing the design, and customized a batch of jewelry. Things are wasted if they are not used. Hardy took off his earrings and turned it over. Heidi Rama faintly saw the initials of his name under the light, and was even more excited, hugging Hardy and couldn't help kissing. The next day, Heidi went to see Han Yezin. Han Yezin was going back to San Francisco to reunite with her parents on Christmas Day, and Hardy smiled and said, "Why don't I take you home? It's a long drive." "No need. Hee, let's fly over there." A B-29 bomber took off from the airport. On the plane, Han Yezin looked at the big bed. "You will really enjoy it." "Are you going to sleep on the plane?" "Long-distance flight will be very tiring, so it is more comfortable to have a bed." After finishing speaking, he took Han Yezin and sat on the bed together. Han Yezin was embarrassed by Hardy. "Give you a gift. I wish you a Merry Christmas in advance." Hardy took out a box and gave it to Han Yezin. Han Yezin opened the box. Inside is a delicate white gold necklace, very thin and not conspicuous, but the pendant below is very beautiful. It is a ruby cut into a drop shape, about 6 carats. Simple and elegant, but extremely noble. So beautiful. Han Yezin is also a woman. No woman is not attracted to jewelry. "May I bring it for you?" Heidi lifted Han Yezin's hair and helped her wear it around her neck, with the drop-shaped gem on her chest. "Do you like it?" "Like it." The two eyes face each other and slowly close together. Lip and teeth depend on each other. Suddenly the plane trembled, and when they encountered the airflow, the two of them slumped on the big bed. Don't get me wrong, there is no camera shake. The plane landed at San Francisco Airport in less than an hour. Hardy did not get off the plane and said goodbye to Han Yezin. Someone came to pick her up. The plane was filled up at the airport. Instead of returning to Los Angeles, it flew directly to New York. Hardy was going to see Ava Gardner. The movie Across the World is coming to an end. Now the crew is filming the final scene in New York. Ava called Hardy and told him that he couldn't come back to spend Christmas with him. It felt so regretful and sad. Bang bang bang. Ava's hotel room door was knocked. Who? Ava opened the door and saw a large bouquet of flowers held in front of her eyes, and a man stood behind. But the man was blocked by the large bouquet of flowers and could not see her face. Ava frowned slightly. She thought it was a suitor, and she had never encountered this kind of thing. Flowers fell slowly, revealing Hardy's smiling face. "Ah!" Ava screamed excitedly, and rushed at the man. "Heidi, I miss you so much." "Me too, Merry Christmas." The two turned into the room, and the door slammed shut. Other guests heard the call. Someone was curious to open the door to check the situation. They saw a few big men in black suits and sunglasses standing at the door of Ava Gardner's room. Night. Heidi took Ava to a famous restaurant in New York. Ava wore a beautiful evening dress and showed her graceful figure, especially the gorgeous diamond necklace on her slender neck, which is simply too eye-catching. When Ava walked into the restaurant, it attracted the attention of men and women here. Many people recognize Ava naturally. Her records have now sold millions of copies. In people's minds, she is now the top singer in the United States. ABC TV broadcasts it every day, and Ava is a frequent guest on it. Look at the man again, young and handsome. Someone didn't know Hardy, and whispered to his companion, "Miss Gardner won't find a little white face, right?" Companion glanced at him with contempt. That was Mr. John Hardy, the boss of ABC. The newspaper reported a few days ago that he acquired Wells Fargo, and his assets should now be hundreds of millions of dollars. Hundreds of millions. By karma. Although everyone who can enter this restaurant has some wealth, facing a billionaire, they are still far behind. A man like this has beautiful women, and everyone thinks it's normal. Ava sits down. I love to touch the necklace around my neck. When Hardy took out the necklace, she screamed again with excitement. After Hardy helped her put it on, she immediately ran to the mirror to take a picture. In the tall floor-to-ceiling mirror, is the perfect naked body of a woman. Flat lower abdomen, slender thighs, and full bosom, make women look like a statue of Venus. When the two are going out to eat, Ava deliberately wore an evening dress and came out with a necklace. It was actually cold in New York during Christmas, but she couldn't stop the enthusiasm of women. The next day, Hardy returned to Los Angeles, and it was Christmas Eve in a blink of an eye. Irina walked out of the ABC TV building after get off work, and was stopped by a man in a suit at the door. "Miss Elaine, the boss asked me to invite you to a place." Elaine naturally recognized that this was Hardy's bodyguard, and then got into the car. They came to the quiet Tostree cottage in Beverly Hills. The lights in the room were all on. Elaine looked at the bodyguard, and the bodyguard smiled at her. "The boss is waiting for you inside." Elaine opened the door in surprise. I saw the man sitting on the sofa with a smile. The firewood crackling in the fireplace. The room was very warm. Hardy waved to Elena, and Elena quickly came to Hardy. "Where is this place?" Irina sat beside Hardy and took the man's arm. "Give you a Christmas gift. You don't have to rent a house in the future." Hardy smiled. Irina covered her mouth in surprise, with a surprised expression. "Give it to me, my God, is it really for me?" "Of course. Do you want to visit your house?" "Good. Good." This small villa is not big. It has 2 floors and is about 500 square meters. There are small courtyards in the front and back. It is inconspicuous in Beverly, which is full of mansions. The decoration inside is very warm. Elaine likes it very much. That night, the two deeply tested the firmness of the bed. After taking a bath, Hardy took out another box with a diamond brooch and a ram studded with diamonds. "I remember that you are an Aries. I specially found someone to make this for you." Irina excitedly hugged the man. Christmas is here. However, there is no snow in Los Angeles. The old Christmas grandfather did not come, but Hardy came, and Elizabeth Taylor accompanied her on shopping spree. Ran to the playground again. The two were skating in the playground. Taylor fell into Hardy's arms several times. Returned to Hardy Manor in the evening. After dinner, the two sat in the courtyard to watch the fireworks. There will be a firework show tonight. The time when the fireworks bloom in the sky is extremely beautiful. The weather was a bit cold. The two were wrapped in a quilt. Tyler was nestled in Hardy's arms. Tyler liked the feeling very much. MrHardy.mentalnovel.com I will be 16 years old soon. Taylor turned, looking at Hardy with big purple eyes. Hee, don't worry, you will grow up soon. Hardy kissed Taylor's battered cheeky face, took out a box from behind. "Give you a Christmas present." Open the box. Inside is a sapphire necklace. The huge sapphire is 10 carats and it shines with a charming blue light under the light. Taylor likes this color so much, riding on Hardy excitedly, lying on the man and kissing him. Today they played a little late, but before 12 o'clock, Hardy still sent Tyler home. When Salad saw Tyler's sapphire necklace, she was envious. Although she is a mother, she is also a woman. Every woman gave a gift. There are more girlfriends, and the gifts are multiple times. So Aquaman is not so good. End of this chapter. Chapter 208. Chapter 210 The biggest specialty is the Fool. After 10 days of sailing, a freighter bound for Hong Kong from the United States sailed into the port, and Victor led a truck to the port to pick up the cargo. Hardy only told Victor that this batch of goods were medicines, but did not tell him what medicine it was, and this batch of goods was issued with an inspection exemption certificate, and Victor was successfully shipped back to the company. When he opened the cargo box, he opened his mouth wide in surprise. "Oh my God, it's penicillin. It's penicillin." No wonder the boss didn't say it in the telegram. It is probably because he was afraid that others would know the news. What went wrong in the middle? Finally counted, a total of 100,000 bottles. Victor said that if these goods were sold at black market prices, they would be worth more than $1 million. Victor thought for a while, and immediately ran to the telegraph office to report to Hardy. "Boss, the goods have been received, what else do you have to order?" After sending the telegram, Victor did not leave, but waited at the telegraph office. 2 hours later, Victor received a reply: "The medicine is handled by you at your sole discretion. There will be so many goods every month from now on. The money sold is stored in the account and used to buy antiques and land. This year, our group and Mersey Pharmaceuticals are going to cooperate to open a pharmaceutical factory in Hong Kong. You can choose a location in advance, or purchase a Western-style pharmaceutical factory for direct transformation. After the year, more people will be sent to Hong Kong, and you will be responsible for the arrangement." Victor received the telegram, and his hands trembled with excitement. 100,000 bottles of penicillin every month. This is to transport gold here, but also to open a pharmaceutical factory and expand investment here. It can be seen that the boss attaches great importance to the business of the East. Hong Kong Auction Company has been established, named Hardy Auction Company, located on Queen's Road in Central. Victor knew the importance of facade and rented a Western-style office building. Originally, this was a small bank with 3 floors, but later moved away. A vault was renovated in the building, which was used to store antiques. There are many antique shops in Hong Kong. Victor hired several appraisal masters with a high salary, and hired more than a dozen staff, and the auction company officially opened. In Hong Kong now, there are more than 1 million people gathered in small places, and most of them are mountainous areas. Therefore, the population density of places suitable for living is very high. Because of the war, Hong Kong has flooded with a large number of young and strong laborers. Now there is no shortage of manpower here. The auction company doesn't need to worry about Victor. He is now focusing on how to sell the penicillin in his hand. In fact, he doesn't have to worry about selling it at all, but he wants to maximize his profits without making mistakes. He felt that it was necessary to register a trading company, so that it would be more plausible to sell. Even if it was found, there would be excuses. Victor immediately sent someone to register a trading company. What to do next? Victor also has a way. He is best at dragging the Tiger Peeler banner and asking the driver to drive to number 9 Nice House Street, which is the US consulate in Hong Kong. Victor handed over a business card. "Hello, I am a citizen of the United States. My name is Victor. I am the General Representative of the Hardy Group in Hong Kong. I would like to call on Your Excellency Consul General Jim Rhodes and please inform us." The official position of the representative of Hardy Group is self-appointed by Victor, and his business card is now printed. The staff saw foreigners, so they didn't dare to neglect, so they went in to report with their business cards. Consul General Rhodes got his business card and looked at it over and over again. "Hardy Group, haven't you heard of this name?" However, the other party is a US citizen and moved out of a group company in the United States. No matter what company it is, those who dare to call a group company must not be small businesses. Many of them have deep contacts with senators and senior officials in Washington. He is just a small consul, and these big groups can't afford to offend him. "Mr. Victor, please come in," the consul ordered. Victor walked into the consular office. Jim Rhodes, seeing Victor's temperament, knew that this person might have a lot of origin. After shaking hands with the other party, Victor introduced himself. He is the general representative of the Hardy Group to Hong Kong and is responsible for the business here. The Hardy Group is ready to invest here. They have established an auction company and a trading company before, ready to hold a grand cocktail party, inviting Hong Kong celebrities to participate. Consul Rhodes, I just came here and I am not very familiar with the environment in Hong Kong. I hope Mr. Consul can help and invite government officials, business elites, and upper-class people in Hong Kong to participate. Jim Rhodes smiled. "We are all Americans. I am naturally willing to help with such a busy schedule. I would love to see local people invest in Hong Kong." "Thank you so much. I will book a hotel now, and I will come to you after the reservation is made," Victor said, standing up and saying goodbye. Holding Consul Rhodes's hand again before leaving, smiled and said, "Mr. Consul, Hardy Group will remember your help. After speaking, leave. In fact, Consul Rhodes is still in a state of doubt at this moment. He just promised Victor, more perfunctory. He intends to ask if the Hardy Group has the strength and how to make a decision. If the Hardy Group is a humble company, next time this Victor comes over, he can completely dismiss him with a few words. Who can you find out about it? It is too troublesome to send a telegram to the country, and the information transmitted by the telegram is very limited. However, he thought of a person, Carlson, manager of the Hong Kong branch of Citibank. They have the best information about finance. Carlson should know the details of the Hardy Group. Dot picked up the phone and called Carlson. After a short time, the call was connected. Carlson, this is Jim. What's the command of the consul? Carlson said with a smile. The two are old friends, and there is a bit of ridicule in their tone. I want to ask you about a company. What company? Hardy Group. Have you heard of it? Carlson paused slightly. Hardy Group? Of course I have heard of it. What's the matter? Oh, is there such a group? Why don't I know? Carlson smiled. Jim, you haven't returned to the United States for almost 2 years, have you? Almost there. No wonder you didn't know that this Hardy Group is the latest big company. It is headquartered in Los Angeles, California. Its boss is John Hardy. Acquired a bank, now has assets of approximately $400 million, and is a member of the California Consortium. Carlson still understands the news of Hardy Group. Jim Rhodes heard it secretly. $400 million. This is an astronomical amount for him, and he can't even think of it. With so much wealth, I don't know how many senior parliamentarians will bow to him, and he, the consul in Hong Kong, is just a very small civil servant. But then he thought of something. Now companies in the United States have very little investment in Hong Kong. This is mainly a British company. The Hardy Group is the first group company to invest in Hong Kong. They don't have much to do here. Otherwise, I won't let myself help contact people. Jim Rhodes was born in California, and his hometown is in Sacramento. If he does something in this matter, he may be able to establish a relationship with this company. When he returns to China, he may get their support. Go one step further on the way. Thinking of this, Jim Rhodes' heart became a little eager. But he still needs to confirm that Victor is a liar. In case a liar comes to Hong Kong to cheat under the banner of the Hardy Group, he helps contact people. In the end, he will become a laughingstock and will be punished and ruined his career. Carlson, do you know what Hardy Group plans to invest in Hong Kong? Consul Rhodes asked. Did Victor find you? Carlson asked. When Carlson said the name Victor, Consul Rhodes' heart was more than half relieved. Do you know him? I met once. This Mr. Victor came to Hong Kong. His money was transferred to Hong Kong by the Hardy Group through Citibank. Mr. Victor came to complete the formalities. Because of the huge amount, I personally received it. The current $500,000 is definitely a huge sum of money in Hong Kong, even in the United States. Although Carlson did not say how much money, but the huge amount of money already explains the problem. Victor has something to do with you? Carlson asked. Yes, he is coming to me, ready to hold a reception. Let me help contact people. Consul Rhodes said. Carlson immediately said, Jim, I must be counted. Of course, no problem. Putting down the phone, knowing that Victor is not a liar, and Rhodes has the spirit. He thinks this is a good opportunity to get closer to the Hardy Group. This matter must be done well. In the afternoon, Victor came again. Consul Rhodes was more enthusiastic than in the morning. He invited people to make coffee and ordered the staff to find a list of all the famous people in Hong Kong, including the governor of Hong Kong Grantham, the commissioner of police, the 4 largest British-owned companies in Hong Kong, Jardine International, Swire International, Hutchison International, Wheelock, as well as the Qadri family, the Ho Kai Dong family, etc. A total of 50 to 60. Almost all Europeans, the Chinese in Hong Kong have not yet risen, and the large Chinese companies in later generations still have no shadows. I tried to send out invitations to these people. I don't know who can come. Consul Rhodes said. Victor thought for a while and said, Can you post the invitation in the joint name of Hardy Group and the consulate? In fact, this requirement is somewhat illegal. But Rhodes thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Victor was very happy. The reception will be held in the grand ballroom of the Peninsula Hotel. What time do you think is appropriate? After 10 days. It will take a while to post the invitation. Okay, then I will prepare in advance. A few days later, including the governor's office, the police station, all ocean companies and various families, all received an invitation. The inscription on the invitation was the Hardy Group and the U.S. consulate in Hong Kong. What is the origin of this Hardy Group? Even the U.S. consulate was ranked behind. People have inquired about the sacredness of the Hardy Group. Originally they thought it was just a bragging American company, but after inquiring, it turned out to be a recently emerging large company with assets of hundreds of millions of dollars. Many people have other thoughts. Is this company preparing to enter Hong Kong in an all-round way? What industries does it involve? And what changes will it bring to Hong Kong's future development? So many people feel that it is necessary to attend this cocktail party to explore the reality of each other. 10 days are fast. Today, many small cars came to the Peninsula Hotel, and big people walked into the banquet hall. Victor and Consul Rhodes greeted them together. Not long after, 40 or 50 big people gathered. Of course, the governor did not come. It was his secretary officer. When people chat, they will inevitably talk about this Hardy Group. I don't know if such a big move this time is going to enter Hong Kong on a large scale. What kind of impact will a large capital group like this have on the current situation in Hong Kong? Where do they know? These are all made by Victor. Hadi let him play freely, so what's more polite? What did he do before? Liar. He knows how to fool people best and knows how to do what is best for him. He wants to make a career now, and he is backed by Hardy, so he can use these advantages to the extreme. Victor looked at a house of high-ranking Hong Kong officials and wealthy businessmen, and said that he could safely fool them after a while, and he was excited when he thought about it. Everyone is here. Consul General Rhodes and Victor came to the stage together, and the people in the audience looked at the two of them, and the venue suddenly became quiet. Consul General Rhodes introduced Victor, the general representative of Hardy Group living in Hong Kong, to come and prepare to open up the Hong Kong market. The crowd applauded gently to express their welcome. Victor took the microphone with a confident smile on his face. Everyone, let me introduce the Hardy Group first. Some people may be a little unfamiliar with the Hardy Group. Our group has been established not long ago, but it has strong strength. The Hardy Group has a bank under the name of Wells Fargo, which manages more than $1 billion in funds, and this bank is the private property of our boss, Mr. John Hardy. $1 billion. This is definitely a number that shocked everyone present. After World War II, the United Kingdom wanted to rebuild and recover and borrowed $4.3 billion from the United States. This is a loan from one country to another. The boss of the Hardy Group can spend $1 billion privately. Victor continued to blow. Our group has ABC TV, the largest radio and television station in the United States. Now the ratings account for about 80% of the United States, and it stabilizes the other two television stations. We have the largest security company in the United States, and the largest private armed force in the United States. We now have more than 5,000 people with complete weapons and equipment. All are veterans who have killed people on the battlefield during World War II. Many people are shocked that so many private forces can overthrow the power of a small country. Actually, Victor brags, now HD Security does not have 5,000 people, only more than 3,000 people. They don't know how to count anyway. The Hardy Group also has the nation's largest TV manufacturer, the top 5 Hollywood movie companies, www.mentalnovel.com, airlines, and dozens of industries, and more than a dozen listed companies. More than that, the Hardy Group has now joined the California Consortium. There are more than 100 companies within the consortium, covering almost all industries. It is the largest consortium in the western United States. Having said this, Victor paused, deliberately lowered some of his voice, and said into the microphone, "Here, I might as well tell you that our boss and Washington are very close and have a certain influence on some decisions of Washington force. I hope you have heard these words. Don't pass them to the outside. Victor smiled. I was appointed by the group to Hong Kong, just to open up the markets here, hoping to obtain the support of the governor and government departments. There are also many large enterprises here. Hardy Group is willing to develop friendly exchanges and cooperation with everyone. Let him collect antiques. Let him sell penicillin. He made such a big battle. Call all the big people in Hong Kong to fudge together. Others may not be able to do such a thing, but Victor flies. Because the fool is his biggest special. End of this chapter. Chapter 209. Chapter 211. This is business, just business. Victor finished his speech, and the cocktail party entered the chat time. Victor belongs to the kind of exquisite and date-faced person. He talks to others and talks to others. He used to deal with people easily when he was a liar. Now he is legal and more comfortable. He held a wine glass, first chatted with the secretary of the governor's house, then had a relationship with the chief of the police station, and then started chatting with the presidents and representatives of those major commercial firms. Now these big ocean companies occupy almost all of Hong Kong's civilian production industries, from electricity to tap water, to clothing, food, housing, and transportation. They are very concerned about the industry that Hardy Group plans to enter Hong Kong and whether it will have an impact on their business. Mr. Victor, I don't know what business Hardy Group is planning to do, asked the president of Jardine Matheson. Others also looked at Victor, waiting for his answer. Victor smiled. You guys, I have just arrived in Hong Kong less than a month ago, and I don't know much about the situation here. I have opened an auction company and a trading company for the time being. As for what I will do later, it depends on what Hong Kong lacks. The Hardy Group itself has a lot of business, and we have a California consortium behind us. The consortium covers almost all industries, from finance, petroleum to metallurgy, and various manufacturing industries, from screws, construction steel, machine tools, automobiles, and even aircraft cannons. There are also transportation, shipping, real estate, media, television, radio, newspapers and magazines. If I need an aircraft tank or even an aircraft carrier here, I can get it. If there is a shortage of medicines or even chewing gum, I can get it too. Victor, this is really not bragging. If someone really pays for an aircraft tank, aircraft carrier, he can really get it. The heads of these British and foreign companies heard that they were nervous, and they said that the Hardy Group is really a shark, and they don't know who they will bite in the future. Of course, there are other ideas in life, and that is cooperation. Doesn't business come from cooperation? The effect of this cocktail party was very good. Victor used the shortest time and the least cost to let Hong Kong political and business circles know the name of Hardy Group, and also knew that Victor was the chief representative of Hardy Group in Hong Kong. Victor received a large stack of business cards. Today's reception is a stepping stone for the future. If there is a place to communicate with the government, foreign firms, and families in the future, he can visit directly. The cocktail party ends the next day. Victor sent 8 HD security personnel he brought. Now their job is not a bodyguard. It would be a waste of talent for Victor. Now their identities are all from Hardy's Hong Kong branch manager. Victor divided them into 4 groups and sent them out to contact the major hospitals in Hong Kong. Hong Kong Queen Mary Hospital. When the 2 of Hardy's company found the hospital director and said that they had penicillin for sale, the director's face was full of unbelieving expressions. If they were not both Americans, they really thought they were liars. Do you have penicillin in your hand? The dean asked. One of them took out a box of penicillin from his bag and put it on the table. When the dean saw that the other party brought it, his spirits were shocked. It's really there. Picked up the box and looked at it. There is a label and production date on it. The production time is 2 months ago. The manufacturer is American Mersey Pharmaceuticals. During World War II, Mersey Pharmaceuticals was the second largest producer of penicillin, only after Pfizer. So Mersey's penicillin is still very famous. Seeing that the medicine is real, the dean was a little excited. "How did you get it?" "Smuggling." "How much do you have and what price?" the dean asked excitedly. The security team twitched his lips. "We got them from regular channels, and we have enough medicines in our hands." It's not the guys who secretly bought a few bottles in American hospitals and smuggled them out like rats. "We can sell you 5,000 bottles. How much are you willing to pay?" 5,000 bottles. The dean rubbed his hands in excitement. This thing is a real life-saving medicine. In the current medical treatment, infection is the most common cause of death. Penicillin has a miraculous effect on inflammation. "How about a $6 one?" the dean tried to ask. The security team directly took the pill box. The dean looked anxious, and quickly grabbed the box and asked in a hurry, "We can discuss it again and discuss it again. The black market price has now reached $25 or even $30. Our boss price is $15, which is far lower than the black market price. In fact, it is very rare for a $30 one. Now the black market usually costs about $1,618, and occasionally it will rise to that abnormal price when it is out of stock." The dean held the box and shook his head vigorously. "It's too expensive. It's too expensive. The price of a hospital in the United States is only $3, and a $15 one is too expensive. Few people can afford it. Please consider the patient." "Right? You also said that it is in the United States. These medicines are already very rare. Our company has taken the risk, and it has been transported for thousands of miles. Shouldn't it make money?" "We are businessmen." "Between you and me, the final price was set at $11. And the dean reluctantly bought 5,000. Now the most famous hospitals in Hong Kong are British-funded hospitals: Queen Mary Hospital, Elizabeth Hospital, Prince of Wales Hospital, St. Teresa Hospital, Invasion Hospital, Sanatorium Hospital, and other China-funded hospitals. These hospitals all bought penicillin, and they were given as much as they wanted. They are not stupid. Penicillin is in short supply now. Even if their hospitals don't have to resell them, they can make a fortune. In this way, Victor sold more than 50,000 in a short time. Bottle. The cheapest one is $10 and the most expensive one is $12. With a total income of more than $500,000. There are more than 40,000 items left in his hand. Victor is not in a hurry. Recently, there has been a circumstance that the Hardy Group sells Penicillin. Now the Hardy Group has become famous in Hong Kong, especially among high-level figures. Victor said at the beginning that their trading company sells everything, but the first item they sold was penicillin, which is now in short supply in the market. Many people know that the export of penicillin from the United States is currently limited. Although it has not entered the customs seizure list, few people can get the goods from the pharmaceutical factory. Some of the smuggled goods are high prices from the hospital. I bought some secretly and sent a box or two to Hong Kong, so the price was extremely high. Now Hardy Group sells goods directly. This illustrates a problem. The Hardy Group has a deep background and extensive contacts in the United States. The mainland has an office in Hong Kong. What happened here will soon be known to people. Now it has just entered 1948. Both sides are still in full swing. The battlefield has suffered a lot of casualties and requires a lot of medicine, especially penicillin, a life-saving medicine. When they got the news, they immediately sent someone to Hong Kong to purchase. Victor was eating in a restaurant, and there were many diners around. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit walked towards Victor. Swipe. Two strong men stood up at the table next to them. One of them put his hand into his jacket pocket, and the hard thing was against the man's back waist. Don't get me wrong, I just want to talk to Mr. Victor about a business, the middle-aged man said without any fear on his face. Security personnel looked at Victor. Victor nodded, and the middle-aged man walked to Victor's dining table again. Hello Mr. Victor, I am. Victor suddenly reached out and interrupted the other party. I don't want to know what your name is, where you are from, which party you belong to. These have nothing to do with me, I'm just a businessman. The middle-aged man was taken aback. paused for a few seconds and nodded. This is not a place to talk about business in full. We might as well go to my firm for a cup of tea, where we can talk as much as we want, Victor said, wiping his mouth with the napkin. Of course, good. Middle-aged humane. The two went out of the restaurant. The driver helped them to open the door. Victor got in the car. The middle-aged man pulled up his robe and got in the car. The car started to drive to Hardy Auction Company, and the middle-aged man looked up when he got out of the car. Look at the plaque. Hardy Auction Company. Isn't it Hardy Auction Company? On the first floor is an auction company, but strictly speaking, this is an antique company. There is no auction business at all for the time being. It only accepts but does not sell. There is a living room on the second floor. Victor and his men also live here. Victor asks him to sit down. I wonder what this gentleman is asking me for. Selling antiques? Victor asks knowingly. No, I want to buy penicillin. The other party said bluntly. Of course, as long as the price is right. How much do you want to buy? Victor asked. Don't know what the price is. The middle-aged humane. Victor smiled. $15 apiece. No bargaining. The middle-aged man was taken aback. More expensive than the price for the hospital? Hospitals are a regular business. You are not. And the price given to the hospital, we have the spirit of humanitarian assistance. Half of the goods sold and half of the good deeds. Victor opened his mouth and flicked. Can it be cheaper? This price is too expensive. The middle-aged man frowned. Sir, I know the price of penicillin on the black market. The price of penicillin in the black market is now between $16 and $18, and the quantity is very small. At the highest time, it was fired up to $30. My price of $15 is already very favorable. Victor said. Mr. Victor, I bought these medicines to save the battlefield. Victor raised his hand again to interrupt the opponent. This gentleman, I said, this is business. Just business. Don't tell me about other things. If you talk too much, it may have an adverse effect on the transaction. What do you think? Victor said seriously. The middle-aged man took a deep breath. Mr. Victor, can it be cheaper.mtlnovel.com? I want a larger quantity. Middle-aged humanity. How old? All you have now? Middle-aged humane. Victor thought for a while. If this is the case, $13. Absolutely can't be less. This is the final price. Middle-aged people know that maybe this is the limit. Okay, it's only $13. I don't know what kind of payment Mr. Victor accepts. Never need legal currency. US dollars, pounds sterling, gold are all fine, of course. Without these, jewelry, jade, and antiques are also fine. I am an auction house and can appraise the price. Victor said. I have more than 46,000 sticks here, totaling 600,000 US dollars. Okay, it's settled. Can you give us 2 days to raise money? The middle-aged man said. No problem, but I hope you guys hurry up. If there are other buyers, I won't necessarily keep it for you. Victor put on a pure businessman face. The middle-aged man pursed his lips, stood up and nodded to Victor and left. End of this chapter. Chapter 210. Chapter 212. Hardy Group was established. 2 days later, late at night, a truck drove into the backyard of Hardy Auction Company. The middle-aged man got out of the car and ordered him to carry 4 wooden boxes upstairs. The wooden box did not look big, but it was very heavy. Both felt very strenuous to carry the box. The wooden box made a heavy sound when it was placed on the ground. The middle-aged man opened the wooden box, revealing the yellow gold bricks inside. Mr. Victor, this is 240 kilograms of gold, all of which are standard treasury gold bricks. You can count them. These gold can be worth 300,000 US dollars. The current US dollar and gold price is 35 US dollars an ounce, which is 35 US dollars 28 grams. 1 gram of gold is equivalent to 1.25 US dollars. The current US dollar is the real US dollar. Victor asked people to come forward to count, and quickly counted them clearly. Victor asked them to move to the vault. Watching those Americans move the gold, the middle-aged people felt very painful. For the remaining 300,000, I brought 100,000 US dollars in cash and 40,000 pounds. As for the rest, I brought a few boxes of antiques in the car. You will ask the appraiser to appraise the price. The middle-aged humane Victor immediately sent someone to go downstairs to the truck to carry the antiques, and removed large wooden boxes from the truck. After opening, there were some boxes of different sizes with antiques in them. Several appraisers started to get busy. King Dynasty Palace Open carved ivory Cloud Dragon Ball, available for $350 US. One volume of Ming Dynasty Wenzhing Ming 1000 character writings in lowercase, can be made for $800 US. Tang Yin's Lady's Picture, available for $1,260. Lamb Fat Jade Bottle, valued at $1,680 US. The Superb Jade Bracelet, at a price of $2,400 US. A small colored glaze bowl in Yongzheng, Qing Dynasty, at a price of $185 US. A picture of Chibshis group of shrimps at a price of $600. A picture of Chibshis chrysanthemum, made at $320. A picture of Chibshis insects and birds, at a price of $380 US. Chibshis landscape painting, cost $310 US. Victor looked at the middle-aged man in doubt. When was this Chibshi a painter and why did he paint so many paintings? The middle-aged man smiled. This old Mr. Chibshi is the most famous painter in our country. He has extremely high artistic attainments. One of his paintings can be easily exchanged for a house in a big city in China. The middle-aged man speaks very artistically, avoiding the importance completely. And he is afraid that the foreigner knows that Chibshi is still alive and cannot offer such a high price. In order to raise money, he got dozens of Chibshi's paintings in one breath when he came. His idea is very simple. Mr. Chi is still alive anyway, so he can paint another batch of paintings. These paintings can be sold at high prices and they are all regarded as the country. Make a contribution. After counting, the middle-aged man brought a total of 465 antiques, and the price reached 316,000, which was much higher than he expected. The middle-aged people said that Victor is still very kind in doing business. When he came, he found someone to estimate the price. The gold, cash and antiques he brought were almost exactly enough for $600,000 US. I didn't expect Victor's auction house. The price I gave was a lot more than I expected. Mr. Victor, then I take the cash back. Can I use all antiques to offset the account? The middle-aged man asked. Of course, Victor said. Middle-aged people are very happy. Now that the US dollar and pound are hard currency, you can buy anything. But this is not the case with antiques. You will never ask for antiques when you buy other materials. What about the extra $10,000? The middle-aged man asked. Give you cash or you can bring back a few antiques. Victor said nonchalantly. I want cash. The middle-aged man said quickly. It is impossible to sell at such high prices in other places. Now, during the war, the value of antiques has plummeted. Many people want to exchange antiques for banknotes. This Hardy auction house is the fairest and highest price company he has ever seen. The middle-aged person has an idea. Mr. Victor, my friend also has antiques. Can you bring them and sell them at the same price? The middle-aged man asked. The same, as long as things are good. Victor said. 30 boxes of penicillin were loaded into the truck, and the middle-aged man left with a smile. Victor smiled when he left. Do you really think you don't understand? He is just putting a long line to catch big fish. Wait for the monument. Those people will flock to themselves to sell antiques, and he can buy more and better antiques. He doesn't know why Boss Hardy likes these things. Maybe he wants to please Mrs. Han Yezhen. After all, Miss Han is Chinese. But anyway, as long as the boss likes it, that's the motivation for his work. The boss is so rich and saves tens of thousands of dollars. He probably doesn't care at all. But if the boss sees so many beautiful antiques, he must know that I'm working hard. Victor has a thorough research on human nature. 2 more days passed. A middle-aged man in his 30s walked into the Hardy auction house. Sir, do you want to sell antiques? The shopkeeper asked. I want to see Mr. Victor. please help me to report it," this person said. The shopkeeper looked at this man. He was dressed in a grey robe with a bowler hat on his head. He spoke with a gentle manner and his accent was a pure Hong Kong accent. "Okay, sir, wait here for a while, I'll notify the boss." The shopkeeper informed Victor that time did not grow out. "Mister, our boss invites you to the second floor." This person thanked him and went up to the second floor. Victor looked at the people, and asked, "I don't know what you want to do with me?" The man took off his hat and said politely, "Hello Mr. Victor, my last name is Xu, I want to buy a batch of penicillin from you." Victor is a very savvy person, and immediately saw that this person is probably in the same situation as the middle-aged person from the previous wave. But the two are definitely not the same. "Penicillin is sold out," Victor said. Mr. Xu was taken aback, with an anxious look on his face. "It's sold out, then can you get Mr. Victor?" "I'm afraid I will wait next month." "How much do you want to buy?" Victor said. Mr. Xu heaved a sigh of relief, and said that it would be good if it was in stock, and it would be okay to wait a few days. "I don't know what the price is." $15 each. "Can it be cheaper? I plan to buy 20,000. Mr. Xu said. $13. It can't be cheaper anymore. Victor said. Mr. Xu knew that another wave of people also bought at this price, and knew that he might not be able to bargain further, so he nodded and said yes. "Don't know how to pay." "No legal currency, US dollars, British pounds, gold, jewelry, jade, and antiques are also okay. I am an auction house and can appraise the price." Victor told Mr. Xu what he said to the middle-aged man. Again. "Okay, Mr. Victor, I will go to raise money now, and come back in half a month." Mr. Xu finished speaking and stood up to leave. After this person left, Victor has guessed 80% of his identity. It's relatively poor at first glance. Otherwise it's impossible to only have 20,000 pieces. Another wave will come over and open your mouth and you will have as many as you want. Victor muttered to himself. After 10 days, the second batch of goods arrived in Hong Kong. Victor sent someone to bring penicillin back to the auction. The next day the middle-aged man named Xu arrived. "Mr. Victor, I'll pick up the goods," the middle-aged man said and took out a check from him. "Mr. Victor, this is Citibank's promissory note, totaling $260,000, said and pushed the check in front of Victor. Victor was a little surprised. He originally thought that the other party would also get a bunch of gold and antiques, and struggled to collect the money for the medicine. He never expected that the other party would directly take out the bank's promissory note. He picked up the promissory note and looked at it. "I need to go to Citibank to verify." He had played with fake checks before, and he was afraid that the checks the other party brought were forged, and the loss would be great. "No problem. Please." Victor drove to Citibank and directly approached the bank manager Carlson. At the last reception, the two had a good time and they seemed to have become friends. "Carlson, help me see if there is any problem with this check." After checking, Carlson and the two salesmen said that the check was okay, it was true, and the account number was correct. "Carlson, where did this check come from?" Victor asked. "Banks need to keep customers confidential. Originally, these can't be said. But now this check is brought by Victor, and Carlson can determine that Victor is the owner." This promissory note was issued by the San Francisco branch. Carlson said. Victor thanked the other party and returned to the auction with the check. The Mr. Xu was still sitting in the guest's seat and drinking tea. Victor did not seem to have moved the place at all for more than an hour after he went out. The concentration was really strong. "Mr. Victor, is there a problem with the check?" Mr. Xu asked. Victor smiled. "It's totally okay. You can pick up the medicine anytime when you plan to take it. Since the check is okay, we will pick up the goods in a while. Thank you, Mr. Victor." Mr. Xu stood up. "This is business." Victor smiled. After the new year, Hardy is also very busy. In a blink of an eye we entered 1948. Hardy has been in this world for 3 years. On January 8, Hardy formally applied to the Las Vegas city government to establish the Hardy Group in Las Vegas. To the Hardy Group settled in Las Vegas, the Las Vegas government gave a warm welcome. Any place hopes to develop, not just taxation. And sometimes a large company can drive the economy of a region. A few days later, the Hardy Group held a grand group company establishment event at the Hardy Hotel. ABC TV and Las Vegas TV broadcasted the whole process of the establishment. Almost all officials from the city government were present. A congressman from Nevada also came to congratulate www.mentalnovel.com. This congressman is a friend of the mayor. He brought his family to Las Vegas last year for tourism. The Hardy Hotel provided accommodation for free, and Hardy also became friends with this congressman. At the event site, the mayor made a speech, saying that Hardy Group's presence in Las Vegas will definitely inject more vitality into Las Vegas, and the city's development will take it to a higher level. Hardy said that in the near future, Hardy Group will invest in the construction of 2 large hotels in Las Vegas, with an investment scale of $200 million. After completion, Las Vegas will become a real tourism and entertainment capital. One of the 2 complexes is called the Caesar Palace Hotel and the other is called the Venetian Hotel. Both are complexes integrating shopping, entertainment, gambling, accommodation, tourism, and holding international exhibitions. Construction is expected to be 2 years. At the same time, the Hardy Group will invest in building the Hardy Group building, which is expected to have 69 floors and a height of about 230 meters. At the same time, it will build a hospital covering tens of acres in Las Vegas to improve the overall treatment level of the city. It will also build the first university in Las Vegas. We have already negotiated with Nevada State University, Las Vegas. Sri Lanka University will become a branch campus of Nevada State University. End of this chapter. Chapter 211. Chapter 213. 3R Enterprise Planning. Hardy Group Company was established. The first job is to build 2 casino hotels, Caesar Palace Hotel and Venetian Hotel. Previously, the design bidding has been carried out, and the best design companies in the United States have all participated. Now the design drawings have been given and have been recognized by shareholders. The Caesar Palace imitates the Roman period architecture, magnificent and magnificent. The interior is magnificent, there are many Roman sculptures inside, and there is a huge fountain outside, which completely imitates the Trevi Fountain in Rome. The Trevi Fountain, also known as the Maiden's Fountain, is also known as the Wishing Pool, a masterpiece of Baroque architectural art. It is the largest and most well-known fountain in Rome and one of the symbols of Rome. Roman holiday was once shot here. The Venetian Hotel imitates the water city of Venice, which is similar to the PPT picture that Hardy got to Fudge the Gangster Family. For the construction of these 2 casinos, Caesar's Palace Hotel was handed over to Mittel Real Estate Development Company, and the Venetian Hotel was handed over to another large construction company. The construction of 2 casinos started at the same time. At the same time, the Hardy Building, the headquarters of the Hardy Group, was also under construction at the same time. The construction of the building was still under the responsibility of Mittel Real Estate. The design idea of the building was provided by Hardy. Is actually the shape of a coin, which represents a lot of money. Hardy's ideals are so vulgar. The office headquarters is temporarily in Los Angeles. After the Hardy Building is completed, it will be transferred to Las Vegas and the Los Angeles building will become a branch. Hardy Group Headquarters. Chairman's Office. Hardy called Andy. Andy, I think it is necessary for Hardy Group to get a future development plan. What do you think? There is a goal to have a direction, and there is a direction to have motivation. From the country to the individual. In fact, everyone should make a future plan, so as not to be confused. Later, China is relying on the 5A plan, step by step. Boss, we thought of going together. I am currently finishing the plan. However, I still need to ask you for advice in some places, because this relates to the future development direction of the Hardy Group. Andy said, I also have some thoughts in my heart. So let's talk about the future framework today. Hardy said, in Hardy's mind, The Hardy Group will have several pillar industries in the future, and the media industry will rank first. Now the media industry of the Hardy Group includes ABC Broadcasting Company, HD Film Company, Global Times, Playboy Magazine, ABC Radio, HD Record Company, and HD Broker Company. It can be said that it has formed its own industry chain. It's not surprising that Hardy ranks the media industry first. Andy Hardy once talked to him about the right position. The rights in this world can be divided into military discourse power, political discourse power, economic discourse power, cultural discourse power and public opinion discourse power, and finally diplomatic discourse power. The media industry is to control the right to speak in public opinion and the right to speak in culture. It is a very powerful weapon. If you control the right of public opinion, many politicians will be afraid of you, and the right of public opinion can also be a powerful tool for making money. My plan is to continue to expand the number of ABC TV stations. Now it covers the United States in name, but the remote areas are still not covered. Now our number of TV stations is 118. And we will strive to reach more than 200 in 5 years. Try to open up foreign markets, such as neighboring Canada and Mexico, and establish radio and television stations there. There are also overseas markets, such as the establishment of radio and television stations in Hong Kong and Japan. Although they cannot broadcast live, they can move the program to broadcast. The Global Times will continue to increase its support and strive to cover the world within 2 years. Even if some places are weaker, there must be a channel for voice transmission. The magazine is only Playboy. It is still too thin and the audience is too small. I plan to create a new magazine that imitates Reader's Digest. It can be called Reader or Youth Digest. This magazine does not have to pursue high prices. Reader's Digest is the same as 30 cents a book. And the most important thing is to expand the audience. As for film companies, they don't ask for more films, but only for high-quality movies. They focus more on producing TV series and variety shows. Train to become a star. Finally, Hardy remembered something and said to Andy, "Andy, do you know the Paramount Act? You mean that the Supreme Court's anti-monopoly judgment on the 8 major film companies has been suspended?" Andy was surprised. Hardy shook his head. "I have inside information. The Paramount Act will come into effect this year. If the Supreme Court's judgment comes into effect, the distribution companies and theater chains of these major film companies will be forcibly separated. What do you think will happen?" This news is not internal news, but the memory of Hardy's past life. But Andy doesn't know. With Hardy's current connections, Hardy said it was news from a high level and he didn't doubt it at all. "If this is the case, we can prepare to go short in advance," Andy said with some excitement. "That's right, you can stare at this matter, and make a profit at the right time." Hardy smiled. "Boss, you didn't plan to operate, by some industry or something?" Andy asked. Hardy smiled and shook his head. "HD Films has never set up distribution and cinema chains, because I know that there will be antitrust judgments, and I will not intervene now. In the future, the most important role of HD Films will be the resource base of TV stations." After talking about the media industry, Hardy talked about the second pillar of the group, security company. If the media is Hardy's pro-daughter, then the security company is Hardy's prison. From the beginning to the end, Hardy did not allow anyone or any external forces to participate in the security company. The few brothers at the time, in fact, he could have arranged higher positions for them, but Hardy did not, because these talents are his most iron subordinates. Don't think that Richard, Henry, Matthew, Neil, these guys are just the team leaders of the security company, but their salary is much higher than those outside, and there are profit dividends. For the HD security company, Hardy never expected him to make money. It would be best if he could support himself and develop gradually. Even if he loses money, Hardy will pay him money from other parts of the group. The existence of HD Security Company is the biggest security guarantee for Hardy's industry. Hardy said to Andy, Now HD Security has reached a cooperative relationship with the Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Las Vegas police departments. As for other cities, I plan to stop temporarily. If the government feels that we are a threat, trouble will come, and it is still acceptable. We take the initiative to stop the trouble. The next job is to intensively cultivate and increase the factory security department. There are so many industrial companies in the California consortium, and more communication with them. If you take over the security work of these factories, it will be a lot of business. There is also the Star Guard department, which will provide personal security for celebrities and big shots in the future. This business now needs more and more people. You can also set up a transportation service department. I read the newspaper a few days ago. It said that piracy activities are rampant in some sea areas. Directly bombard the ship. The third pillar industry. Wells Fargo Bank. Wells Fargo Bank is the core of the MA Group. In the next few years, Hardy's idea is to develop into a national bank, with more than one branch in each city. This plan has been formulated after the purchase of Wells Fargo Bank. Hardy's latest idea is to let Wells Fargo Bank establish an angel investment department. Hardy's biggest advantage is the foresight of the future trend. In the future, many well-known large companies have not yet appeared. If an investment company is established, and a large company in the future comes to the door and chooses to invest in them, there will be thousands of times in the future. Hardy wants to build Wells Fargo into the future Goldman Sachs. The fourth pillar industry. Gambling industry. Needless to say, Las Vegas is the top priority. The existing Hardy Hotel, as well as the Caesar Palace Hotel and Venetian Hotel under construction, form an industrial cluster. This business wants to. It's hard not to make money. However, the construction period will take more than 2 years, so the specific work can be arranged after 2 years. The focus now is to send people to watch the construction situation. And Hardy mentioned the fifth pillar industry, Hardy supermarket chain. This surprised Andy. He didn't expect the boss to focus on the retail industry. Boss, do you want to open a supermarket? Andy asked. The future is the era of consumption. People will pay more and more attention to consumption. The retail industry will inevitably rise. Moreover, there is another advantage of the retail industry, which is the cash cow. My plan is to establish supermarket chains in major cities across the United States. Choose in the city center, but next to a more concentrated area. Buy land and build a warehouse-style supermarket. Our own products can enter the supermarket, and other companies can also be attracted to enter. In the future, urban development will gradually become a center, and the land will also increase in value. Andy thought for a while and said, Boss, if so many supermarkets are built and the product categories are counted in 10,000, the financial pressure will be great. Hardy shook his head and said with a smile, No, I don't give them money, but they give me money. Strictly speaking, my Hardy supermarket chain does not buy goods from them for takeaway. You read www.uukanzu.com instead. It provides a sales platform for merchants. You sell goods to me. You give me money. The supermarket can charge the display fee or sign a commission agreement with the company, so that the supermarket will not have any pressure on the payment. Right. Andy looked at Hardy in surprise. Can it still be like this? Why not? We are not responsible for selling the products on TV shopping, and then we will divide it into points. What is the difference between this and placing them in the supermarket? Of course, it is certainly not easy for these merchants to come over and display the goods obediently, but we do. The ABC TV station is a promotional tool that can tell those businesses that all goods sold in the Hardy supermarket chain can enjoy TV shopping promotional benefits. Maybe there is not enough time for TV shopping, right? Haha, open a national channel to introduce products at a fixed time every day, and even directly let the host promote in the supermarket, introduce the quality of the product, how to use it, etc. I have thought of the name, and it is called Shopping Street. Andy really admires the boss's mind. Just thinking about it is a brilliant idea. Of course, these ideas also need to be supported by the industry. It is not without reason that Hardy put the media industry first in the group industry. End of this chapter. Chapter 212. Chapter 214. The happiness of capital you can't imagine. The sixth pillar: industry. Hardy wants to develop the luxury industry. The manufacturing industry makes money on the scale of the industry, and the luxury goods make money on the brand. We have the media industry as a support and have a high degree of publicity, and we can build a number of luxury brands. Manufacturing profit is often only about 10%, while the profit margin of luxury goods is as high as several times and dozens of times. Leather goods, clothing, perfume, silk scarves, watches, jewelry, such as a bag, cost only $10, but it can sell for $2,000. Why? Based on the added value of the brand. We can buy stocks in luxury brands, or we can build luxury brands ourselves. As long as the promotion is in place, any product can be turned into a luxury. Finally, Hardy looked at Andy. In addition to the current department, the group company has to establish a department, which is very important. What department? Group think tank. The management is the torso, and the think tank is the brain, which can provide the company with policy and forward-looking policy research and consultation. The think tank can summarize business intelligence, provide policy designs and programs, and guide the company's decision-making. After all, one person's IQ is not enough. If a group of smart people can be brought into play, and the group company is a block structure, think tanks can connect these departments and subsidiaries together. Andy expressed support for Hardy's plan and took back to add details. 2 days later, Hardy Group held its first group meeting and announced the group's plan for the next 3 years. Of course, some can be announced directly, and some are regarded as the company's top secrets, which only a few people know. These plans are the company's design for the future. If it leaks, it may cause attacks from competitors or get ahead of you. After the meeting, each company and each department must formulate their own 3-year plans. These plans must be submitted to Hardy, who will review them one by one. For example, Walsh Mining. This is the first listed company that Hardy acquired. In fact, it was obtained from Hardy, and it did not operate well. It only operated the stock price several times and drew millions of blood from him. This time, Hardy made a plan. It is a pity to put a listed company well. He ordered Columbus, the current prospecting director, to expand the prospecting team and find new mineral sources. Good boss. How are you going to start your work? Oh, expand the survey area and work the possible mines in the United States, Columbus said. Hardy shook his head and took out a map from the drawer. This is a map of Australia. Experts say that Western Australia is an ore-intensive zone. There are only a few companies in that area. There is still a large area that has not been surveyed. People pass by. Australia's reserves of iron ore, bauxite, coal, gold, and copper are among the highest in the world. It is now 1948. Many large mines of later generations have not yet been discovered. Now is a good time to enter the Australian mining industry. In his previous life, Hardy went to Australia to play. A friend introduced him to some situations and said a few place names, but Hardy didn't know the exact location. I only know that Australia's minerals are mainly concentrated in Western Australia. Let Columbus discover the rest. He can even find the New World, so prospecting should not be a problem. After dealing with the group's affairs, Hardy relaxed instead. There are presidents and managers of various departments and companies. They are responsible for the specific affairs. If he does everything by himself, he needs to do what they do. A few days later, Andy reported to Hardy, and news came from PepsiCo. Just after the third day of the new year, Pepsi-Cola Company announced its financial report for the previous year. Compared with the previous year, Pepsi-Cola's business shrank again in 1947 and its profitability continued to decline. Affected by the news, PepsiCo's share price has declined. Then some bad news circulated in the market. saying that Pepsi-Cola's financial situation is very poor and it is already on the verge of collapse. The shareholder meeting is preparing to negotiate with Coca-Cola again, hoping that Coca-Cola will acquire it. This is the third time Pepsi has requested Coca-Cola to acquire it. Affected by this news, the stock price fell again. A few more days passed. Pepsi-Cola's syrup production plant in San Francisco suffered a pipeline collapse, causing nearly 50,000 liters of syrup to leak. At the same time, due to the need for maintenance, the production was stopped for 3 days, and the loss could reach hundreds of thousands of dollars. As soon as this news came out, Pepsi's stock price fell again. Following the news from the Global Times, a reporter from the Global Times went to the Coca-Cola company for an interview and asked whether Coca-Cola would buy Pepsi. The Coca-Cola president made it clear that they would not buy Pepsi. Finally, the commentator analyzed, two companies, Pepsi and Coca-Cola, have been competing for the market for decades. In Coca-Cola's mouth, Pepsi has always been a copycat, and even in their market report, Pepsi has never been rectified, but called the copycat. Pepsi and Coca-Cola taste the same. Coca-Cola's acquisition of Pepsi is almost meaningless. It costs tens of millions of dollars and may also touch antitrust laws. Therefore, the possibility of Coca-Cola's acquisition of Pepsi is slim. If Pepsi does not develop in the future, there may only be one end, that is, shutdown and bankruptcy. This report made the market lose confidence in Pepsi, and a panic sell occurred. The stock price began to fall sharply. It has fallen from $8.30 at the beginning of the year to $5.60 per share, and the market value has evaporated by more than $5 million. Even many shareholders have lost confidence in Pepsi's future. But at this moment, Pepsi came to bad news again. As a newcomer, the Hardy Group, which acquired the shares of Pepsi-Cola, is now the largest shareholder of Pepsi-Cola. At the latest general meeting of shareholders, the Hardy Group's shareholders and the current president of Pepsi-Cola, Walter Mack, had a fierce dispute. Afterwards, the Hardy Group said that in view of the situation of Pepsi-Cola, it might sell its shares. The largest shareholder is about to leave, and those small shareholders become more panicked, and the stock price also drops again. Just as the minority shareholders were in a panic, a financial company appeared and approached them and was willing to buy the shares of shareholders. Many shareholders lost confidence in Pepsi and sold their shares one after another. In this way, the financial company acquired a lot of stocks in the hands of small shareholders, accounting for 18% of the total share capital. At the same time, Andy has also absorbed more than 8% of the shares in the circulating stock market. Now Hardy has 49% of the shares and is the well-deserved largest shareholder. Taking this opportunity, Walter Mack also bought some shares of Pepsi, and his total shares now account for 27%, making him the second largest shareholder of the company. Uncle Ma once said, "The accumulation of capital is bloody." In order to make money and control more capital, Hardy and Walter Mack used various methods to suppress the stock price, and when people panic, they madly absorbed the shares. The real losses are those small shareholders and shareholders. Is the stock going public to make shareholders make money? No, it will never be. But for better blood-sucking, Walter Mack found Hardy this day, delivered a box of Pepsi, and said with a smile, "Mr. Hardy, the pull tabs and sweepstakes we talked about before are all set up and registered." Speaking and pointed to Coke. Hardy picked up a bottle of Pepsi, which was not much different from a Coca-Cola bottle. It was also a classic thin waste bottle. The lid on it was changed. It used to be a metal lid, but now it's an aluminium lid with beautiful Pepsi blue printed on it. Red logo, with a pull ring next to it. Hardy pulled the tab, the bottle cap was pulled open, and there was a soft bang. Hardy liked this sound very much. It was much better than the sound of a can. Under the bottle cap, there is a clear handwriting, and Hardy's bottle is written with 4 large characters. "One more bottle." Boom 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 boom. Hardy opened 5 or 6 bottles in a row. "Thank you for your patronage, and I have another bottle." Finally, I was lucky and offered a 50-cent cash prize. Heidi put down the cap with satisfaction. How about the cost of bottle caps? Hardy asked. Each cap needs to be printed, so the cost has increased a bit. The cost of each cap is about 0.3 cents, which is twice as high as the previous iron cap, Walter Mack said. Hardy feels completely acceptable. What about the awards? The ratio is 50%. Thank you for your patronage. 45% for another bottle, and 5% cash reward. Starting from 10 cents, it will decrease by a geometric multiple upwards. About 100,000 bottles will give a $100 prize to stimulate consumers. Also, the ad slogan has also been changed this time, focusing on young people. Hardy nodded. I remember that Coca-Cola hasn't advertised on TV yet. Find HD Pictures and ask them to help Pepsi to make an advertisement for Pepsi and broadcast it on ABC TV. The main direction is not how good the taste is. The focus is on the easy pull ring. It's easy and fun. And it's fun and joy to redeem prizes. Recently, more awards will be released. People will see that there are awards, which will form a concentrated publicity effect. Then let the TV news report. I believe that more people will buy Pepsi. Walter Mike can't help but nod. A few days later, in the middle of the 8 o'clock program on ABC TV, a new Pepsi commercial was broadcast. A group of young people held Pepsi and shouted, "Drink Pepsi, good drink and fun to win the jackpot." Gently pull the tab to easily open the cap of the Coke bottle. After a good drink, turn over the cap, and the middle label appears on it. A few people next to look at them, they all shouted excitedly, "Wow, I won the prize, $100 prize." Next is the introduction of the winning rules. There is another bottle, and there is a cash prize, up to $100. In this era, $100 is half a month's salary for a worker. Is not a small amount of money. Lauan Pepsi is officially on the market. Many people flock to grocery stores and supermarkets to buy it at the same price as Coca-Cola, and they may win a lottery. Why not buy Pepsi? At any time, the poor are the mainstream of society, and there will be markets for cheap things. This kind of cheap and likely to win prizes is naturally more popular. A few days later, ABC News Time. The two hosts laughed and broadcast an anecdote. The male host said, "A young man bought a bottle of Pepsi. He hit another bottle for the first time, and then kept getting another bottle. In the end, he hit a full 20 bottles, looking at a table full of Coke. He didn't know how to deal with it, and finally he invited the people present to drink together." The hostess laughed. Hee hee. It is really interesting. I read the Global Times and reported some information about winning the big prize. It said that there was a girl who only bought a bottle of Pepsi and won the prize of $100 when she opened it. I was so lucky, and the girl bought the new bike she wanted most. After these rounds of publicity, Pepsi's sales have soared. In just 2 weeks, the sales volume of Pepsi-Cola has increased by 800% compared with the same period last year. Mentalnovel.com. If according to this data, this year's sales can reach more than $25 million, and the net profit may be $3 million. This is definitely a gratifying number, because Pepsi lost more than $1 million last year, and it took just a long time for a beautiful turnaround. Because of the hot sales, the production volume can't keep up for a while. Now we buy as much as we can. Even large trucks are waiting in the factory, and the workshop is running at full speed. At the same time, Andy reports to Hardy, because of the surge in sales, coupled with the role of advertising and publicity, PepsiCo's stock price rose sharply. It has more than doubled in a short time, and it is still soaring. The main reason is that the idea of pulling the ring lottery is so good. Many investors feel that the time for Pepsi to rise has come, so they have bought. Hardy originally bought 23% of the shares, and later through operations, he purchased 26% of the shares, because the operating stock market price is lower, totaling a little more than $6 million, and now Pepsi's stock price has soared, and his 49% of the shares have soared to $1,300 million. In just over a month, It made more than 6 million profit doubled. This is the happiness of capital. You can't imagine it. End of this chapter. Chapter 213. Chapter 215 Bottle Cap War. Pepsi's big sales naturally attracted the attention of its competitor Coca-Cola. The president of Coca-Cola convened a meeting with the management. There are dozens of bottles of Pepsi on the conference table. They have never paid much attention to Pepsi, but the recent amazing performance of Pepsi has to arouse their attention. The president glanced at the crowd, and said solemnly, "Last 2 weeks, Pepsi-Cola sold 10 million bottles, which is 10 times the previous sales volume. Affected by the surge in Pepsi-Cola sales, our sales dropped significantly in the past 2 weeks, only 18.6 million bottles, a drop of more than 30%. The markets of the two of them are highly overlapped, and the sales of Pepsi-Cola have increased. Naturally, the Coca-Cola market will be eaten up. Their sales this week is still hot. Although there are no statistics yet, according to estimates, it may be better than the sales of the last 2 weeks, but our numbers are still declining. If this continues, I am afraid that we will be surpassed soon. Being surpassed by Pepsi plagiarism is very difficult for everyone in Coca-Cola to accept. You must know that last month, only last month, Pepsi also begged Coca-Cola to buy them. The president pointed to Pepsi on the table. They changed their packaging and sales strategy. The stuff is here. Let's study it carefully and find a way to deal with it. An executive picks up a bottle of Pepsi. It's the same as our packaging, and the shape of the bottle is the same. Didn't it just change the cap design and add a lucky draw? Boom, the man said, pulling the tab gently, and the Coke opened easily. Don't say anything. This kind of feeling that can be opened with a light pull is really comfortable. Then he saw a line of small words under the bottle cap. Reward $1. Oh, I won the big prize in this bottle, $1. The executive said with some excitement, and took the bottle cap to show off to the person next to it. Suddenly he felt that the atmosphere in the meeting room was a bit solemn. Look up. The executives around him all looked at him, and their eyes told him whether it is necessary to be so excited about your dollar. The president also looked at him, with a trace of anger in his eyes. The executive was very clever and immediately said, I think that only when you feel your opponent's strengths with your heart and understand how they attract customers can you find a way to deal with it, you say. Listening to this explanation, the president's eyes eased a lot. What do you feel? The president asked. The senior official said immediately, I have seen Pepsi's advertisement on ABC TV. It is very creative. They changed the promotion strategy, not focusing on taste and cheapness, but focusing on youthful vitality, positioning Pepsi as a drink for young people. Also, the advertisement mainly promotes this easy pull ring bottle cap, which is different from the promotion of Coca-Cola. This is very powerful. Anything else? The president asked. Laughter. This is Pepsi's most powerful idea. In the past, Pepsi advertised that it was cheap. You can buy double Coke for the same amount of money. Very useful. Further suppressing Pepsi's reputation. Not this time. They used the strategy of having another bottle to give customers a sense of unexpected gain, which is more attractive than price reduction. In this way, a lot of raw material money can be left, and this part of the money can be used in the lottery. Don't underestimate the winnings of 10 cents and 20 cents. Children don't have much money. They care about these bonuses. It's okay. Get the fun of winning. The president nodded after hearing this, and felt that the executive's analysis was good. The executive watched the president nodded and agreed with his statement, and then secretly breathed a sigh of relief, which can be considered a fool. Do you guys tell me, how should we deal with Pepsi-Cola's strategy this time to attract customers back? The president looked at the executive and asked, increase the amount of advertising investment, put advertisements on TV stations, and increase the promotion of Coca-Cola. I think TV advertising has a lot of influence on Coke. A senior channel. The president nodded. Anyone can think of this proposal. Let's also make easy pull tabs and lotteries. Another high-level channel. Someone shook his head. Pepsi must have applied for a patent. We want to use the easy pull ring. Pepsi will definitely sue us. It is estimated that we have also applied for the lottery. The lottery can actually use other methods, as long as the format is different. They can't win us, someone said. Then what method? Oh, I haven't thought of it yet. Many people looked at this guy contemptuously, but it turned out to be just empty talk. Boom, boom. Someone picked up Coke bottles and opened a few more, studied the lottery labels on them, and murmured, "The idea of this lottery event is really amazing. I don't know who came up with it, let alone those young people who buy Coke. Even I feel so fun and can't help but want to open a few more." The president of Coca-Cola looked at the bottle cap in his hand and said, "I got news that this idea should be the idea of Hardy Group boss John Hardy. He is now the largest shareholder of PepsiCo, the boss of ABC TV. That John Hardy? Yes, it's him. It's no wonder that Mr. John Hardy can always come up with some brilliant ideas." The Las Vegas casino lottery event attracted gamblers from all over the country. It is said that the advertisement on Las Vegas TV fees have already surpassed the other two major TV stations. Humane said, "John Hardy came up with a lottery, which is not surprising." The president looked at these guys angrily. "I'm asking you to study how to deal with your opponents, not to let you discuss how powerful your opponents are." Everyone fell silent immediately. At this moment, the guy who was scolded by the president for the first dollar of the draw thought of something, and said excitedly, "President, I have an idea." "Tell me." "We can also engage in lottery activities." "Of course. The format is very different from Pepsi. Our bottle caps still use the previous caps, but with a pattern on the back. My idea is to get 12 constellations behind the scenes, such as Aries, Taurus, Gemini, and Virgo, and not draw directly. The rule is that all 12 constellations can be exchanged for a $1 prize." The president frowned slightly and said, "The 12 constellations are collected to redeem $1. Last year, Coca-Cola sold 600 million bottles, and the net worth was 50 million. Do you want Coca-Cola to pay 50 million in bonuses to redeem the prize?" The executive immediately shook his head. "Not so much. First, not every bottle cap has a pattern. It can be set at an ethod or an ifth. The bottle cap has a time limit, and only the year's award can be redeemed. For example, the Taurus is printed on it, and the year 1948 is on the bottom. It can only be redeemed this year, and it won't work until 1949. In addition, we need to collect 12 constellation diagrams in our awards. We can put some more and some control the quantity. For example, only 1 million Virgo bottle caps will be released. Even if all the prizes are redeemed, there will be only 1 million prizes. My idea is to choose 2 constellations and only put 500,000 in each year, which means that there is only a bonus of 500,000 at most, and the 2 places will not cross. So even if someone redeems the prize, it is difficult to collect all of them. The bonus will only be less than this amount. I estimate that it will only be 200,000 or 300,000 per year." The president heard that there were only 200,000 or 300,000 bonuses, and he felt completely acceptable. "Do you have any other ideas?" How can a genius idea be so easy to think of? Especially if Hardy's lottery idea is blocked in front, it is illegal to touch it, which is more difficult than thinking of an idea alone. Even Hardy's creativity is the best one from the thousands of future generations. It is almost impossible for these people to surpass Hardy's creativity. Others can't say anything for a while. The president knew that this was probably the case. He announced the adjournment, and then reported to the chairman with his creativity. After listening to the president's creativity, the chairman felt that this 12 constellation lottery event was very good, and let Coca-Cola do it like this. The following few days, Coca-Cola filmed a new commercial, which was broadcast on NBC and CBS. Yes, Coca-Cola did not choose the ABC TV station with the highest ratings, but chose the other two. The first reason is that Hardy is the owner of ABC and Pepsi, and Coca-Cola is unwilling to give advertising fees to ABC TV. Another reason is that Coca-Cola is closer to NBC and CBS TV stations and the consortium to which they belong, and it makes sense to take care of close partners. 12 Constellations. Coke was officially launched. Many people were originally loyal users of Coca-Cola. They were attracted by Pepsi's lottery. Now Coca-Cola also has a lottery, and many people immediately rushed to buy Coca-Cola. The card game is actually a very attractive activity. Many people enjoy collecting card games, and even later generations of card sales are also very popular, such as Ultraman. Almost every family with boys has this stuff. There is even a special trading card game company. A 20th anniversary edition of the Blue Eyes and White Dragon Yu-Gi-Oh! Pure Gold card is priced at hundreds of thousands. Coca-Cola's sales strategy was very successful, and it quickly grabbed most of the market, and Pepsi's sales fell a lot. The feeling of big ups and downs made Pepsi President Walter Mack very uncomfortable, and he specifically came to Hardy to report on the situation. Hardy took the Coca-Cola bottle cap on the table and looked at it. It was still a tin bottle cap, and the logo on the top remained unchanged, except that there was a beautiful constellation map on the back. "It's pretty delicate," Hardy said. Walter Mack said anxiously, "Mr. Hardy.mentalnovel.com." Coca-Cola launched this collection card redemption event, which attracted a large number of customers at once. Now Pepsi's sales have dropped significantly. "What do you think we should do? Did you think of any way?" Hardy asked. Walter Mack shook his head and said helplessly, "The management also held a meeting, but for the time being, I didn't think of any good solutions. I only thought of continuing to increase the lottery and publicity." Hardy shook his head. "These methods are not good and will form vicious competition." Pepsi invested more, but the effect may not be good. The same is true for our analysis, so I'm here to ask you if there is a good way. Hardy smiled. "There are indeed ways to deal with Coca-Cola. Have you noticed that there are two patterns in their bottle caps?" Walter Mike was taken aback. He didn't care about this before. Turning all the bottle caps over one by one, he found that there were two constellations missing. "Lack of virgins and twins?" Walter Mack looked at Hardy. "That's right." Hardy nodded. End of this chapter. Chapter 214. Chapter 216. Woolen. There have been many card games, computer game lottery, Chinese New Year collection of 5 lucky characters, mobile phone collection of pictures and red envelopes and other games. There are always some words and pictures that are very difficult to collect. Why? Because the event company does not want to give you money. If everyone is so easy to draw a big prize, how much will it cost? Penguin, pay for money, and Fight Xixi can't stand it. The easiest way is to keep some words and pictures or put them less. Hardy sees the gameplay of Coca-Cola and knows what they are playing. If it is an ordinary person who abides by the law, there is really no good way to break this rogue gameplay. But who is he? He is John Hardy. Play from the dark. Will he speak the rules with the enemy? Can you talk about the law with the enemy? Seeing that Walter Mack didn't understand, Hardy explained to him. In fact, the reason is very simple. 12 bottle caps are exchanged for $1. How many bottles of Coca-Cola sold last year? There were almost 5 to 6 billion bottles. If these patterns are average, then how much money they have to spend to redeem the prize? Walter Mike understood it casually, and said excitedly, "It's 40 to 50 million, my goodness, 5 cents for a bottle of Coke. 5 or 6 billion bottles of Coke's sales are not enough to redeem the prize." That's it. They will control the amount of the two constellations released to control the amount of prizes. Do you know what to do? Hardy smiled. "I know. Announce this news to the public to let everyone know about Coca-Cola's conspiracy. If people find that they are being fooled, they will definitely be very angry, and the reputation of Coca-Cola will drop a lot," Walter Mack said excitedly. Hardy shook his head. "No, it's not enough. Even if it is reported, Coca-Cola will give an explanation, saying that it was originally designed like this, and slowly the people will accept it. It will have little impact on them, and sales will still go up, pressing us. One Pepsi. I have a better way. We can make Coca-Cola suffer a big loss through this matter, and there is still a bitterness. In the end, we cancelled this awarding activity by ourselves, and its reputation plummeted. At this time, Pepsi can catch up with Coca-Cola's best opportunity, Hardy said in a positive tone. Walter Mack looked at Hardy in surprise. Let Coca-Cola suffer a big loss, and take the initiative to cancel the reward redemption activity. Is this possible? What are you going to do? Walter asked curiously. Don't worry about how to do it. I'll arrange it. You don't need to know it and don't need your participation. You just need to do a good job in production and sales. And to welcome the sales wave that may come, it's time to consider increasing the production base, Hady said. Walter Mike realized that maybe Hardy wanted to use something. He nodded. I understand, Mr. Hardy. I will do my own thing. Walter Mack said goodbye, and Hardy called Bill. Bill's life has been very refreshing recently. The boss of the Los Angeles underground world, his younger brother has more than 1,000 people, and he controls countless businesses. He earns millions of dollars every year. When Bill saw Hardy, he respectfully shouted to the boss, "Boss, what do you tell me to order?" Hady poured a glass of wine for Bill. I heard that you had a very happy time recently. Have you been a female celebrity? Bill chuckled. Christina used to be a child star, has made a few movies, and has less acting when he grows up. Once we met her at a cocktail party. We became friends. I know Christina. She has worked with Elizabeth Taylor before. Is she an adult? Hardy asked after taking a sip. I'm an adult. I'm 18 years old this year. Bill hurriedly said. That Christine is short. I thought she was under 18 years old. Hardy left Bill this guy. Hey, you know, I like small girls. Small ones are more cute. Bill licked his face. Just adult. Don't break the law. I've always been a good citizen who abides by laws and regulations. Ha ha, boss. Please, Bill said. What's the matter? Christine has nothing to film in the last 2 years. She is very distressed. I plan to invest in him to make a movie. Can you watch it? Bill looked at Hardy with some anxiety. Sure. Spending money to hold women. Hardy did this kind of thing. Besides, Bill was spending his own money, so he would naturally not stop it. Bill laughed. Boss, I know that you are good at making movies. What do you think is best for her? Is there a suitable script? Bill asked. Hady thought for a while. I think you might as well invest in her to shoot a TV series. Now that TV series are getting more and more popular and movie stars get together, it is better to become a TV star. I'll give you an idea. You invest in HD Pictures to get you a script and let Christine be the heroine, even if the film is generally popular. TV stations play TV shows, and you also have income. The money is saved and used to launder in the casino. What do you think? Bill nodded happily when he heard it. Boss, you know better than me. If I listen to you, I will invest in a TV series. I will go to Edward when I look back. Now there is a fairy wife in the TV series broadcast on ABC TV. The heroine was originally an unknown actress, but now she is in a mess, and she is not less well known than Hollywood stars. By the way, boss, what can you do with me? Bill asked. 2 things. The first is the Mafia Lebzelton family in San Francisco. I plan to kill them and let the power of the Los Angeles company take root in San Francisco. Hardy said. Listening to Hardy talking about business, Bill also became serious. I have almost grasped the situation of the Selton family's site. They are mainly located in the peninsula and the East Bay, and they control a few blocks. The main forces in San Francisco include the Tang Gang, the Mafia, the Latino Gang, the Russian Gang, the Brazilian Gang, and even the Blacks of gang forces. The distribution of San Francisco's forces is even more chaotic than in Los Angeles. The Selton family is one of the best in San Francisco. The Tang people are also very powerful in San Francisco. They are at the same level as the Selton family. In addition, there are the largest number of Mexicans, but they are not united and split into 3 forces. Sometimes they even grab themselves. In the business of people, there are 4 or 5 Latino gangs, and there are more than a dozen other gangs. In short, It is very chaotic. Heidi nodded. As the original largest city on the west coast, the intricate forces Hardy feels normal. I have been asking Henry and the others to look for the whereabouts of the Kelton family patriarch. Henry told me a few days ago that he had been found. It turned out that he had been around South America and sneaked to Florence, Italy, and hid in a private estate. Inside, Hardy said, "What do you think should be the boss and send someone to kill him?" Bill asked. Hardy shook his head. "That's too obvious. I will ask Henry to report the matter to the FBI. The FBI will notify the Italian police to arrest the person. I guess the Italian police will release the water. But at this time, the news can be released." The second head of the Dunn family secretly notified the FBI where the patriarch was hiding. "Do you think they would fight inwardly?" "Definitely." Bill nodded vigorously. Hardy continued. "Regardless of whether the Selton family patriarch is dead or not, there will be chaos here in San Francisco. Then I will let the security company cooperate with the police to arrest the Selton family in the name of maintaining law and order." Seeing the time to attack, they took their territory in one fell swoop, and there will be no Selton family ever since. Bill was excited. "Is worthy of being the boss, who arranged the Selton family clearly. If they don't die like this, it can only show that their luck is against the sky. By the way, contact the Tang Gang in advance. We have a good relationship with the Tang Gang here in Los Angeles. Don't have any misunderstandings in San Francisco. Business can still cooperate in the future." Hardy said. "I understand the boss." Bill nodded. "As long as the Chinese don't attack the Los Angeles company that has just taken over the site, other small gangs dare not move. As long as a period of time, the Los Angeles gang can gain a foothold in San Francisco." "Boss, will there be any reaction from other mafia families?" Bill asked. "I have already thought that the Selton family has friendship with the Bassini and Tattaquillia families, and the Venetian casinos of the other mafia families are under construction. This time I just want to see. The mafia committee will watch the reaction. What's the reaction of other families? Maybe there will be some major changes in the Mafia Committee after this incident. I am looking forward to it." Hardy sneered. Bill looked at the boss and said that the boss thinks a lot, and his thoughts are always so deep. "So are you not afraid of depression?" "Oh, yes. The boss is already insane." Heidi looked at Bill. "What is your look?" Bill was surprised. "Does your own expression come out?" "Hurry up and grin silly." "By the way, there is one more thing to make money for you," Hardy said. "When you hear that you have money to make money, Bill is immediately full of energy." "What business, boss?" "Wool." Bill was taken aback. He didn't know much about the meaning of wool. Heidi picked up the cap of the Coca-Cola bottle on the table. Coca-Cola recently launched an event to redeem prizes with the cap. Bill picked up the bottle cap and looked at it with a smile, and said with a smile, "I saw the ad." The ad said that 12 caps can be redeemed for $1. "There is a guy under me who likes this thing. If someone else drinks Coke, he just puts the bottle." Guy is going, saying that he wants to collect all the money for money. That doesn't lack this dollar at all, but he just likes to collect. "Did you find the business opportunity inside?" Hardy asked. "Business opportunity? What business opportunity?" Bill is very puzzled. What business opportunity does a bottle cap have? A bottle of Coke is 5 cents, 12 bottles are only $0.6, and 12 caps can be exchanged for $1. Do you think Coca-Cola will lose money? Bill thought this was indeed the case. Yes, then Coca-Cola will not lose money. Hardy grabbed a handful of bottle caps and said, "There is something tricky in it." The Coca-Cola company said that all 12 constellations will be exchanged for $1, but there are very, very few patterns. They can control the rewards by controlling the number of these 2 bottle caps. Amount. Bill rolled his eyes, as if thinking of something. Excited expression on his face. "Boss, it's not complicated to make bottle caps. Let's set up a bottle cap factory to produce Coca-Cola's controlled quantity constellation diagrams, and then sell them." Haha, this is definitely a good business. Bill is still very clever in these ghost ways. Not only in Los Angeles, but also in other cities. Just send 1 or 2 people over and wholesale them to local gangsters. As long as the quantity is large, this business will definitely make a profit. Boss, I understand what you mean by wool. It's wool from Coca-Cola, Bill said excitedly. Yes, that's the truth, but this thing is hidden. The Los Angeles company doesn't make a head start, but secretly wholesales. The specific things are for the incompetent punks from other cities to do. Hardy said, I understand that those street gangsters can't make a few dollars a day. If there is such an opportunity to make money, they are more active than anyone else. Bill smiled. Hardy thought for a while. In this way, you secretly find someone to make bottle caps. Gemini and Maiden make 10 million each, and immediately shut down all the machines after making them, clean things up, and put the finished bottle caps in a separate one. Locally, it will be transported to major cities across the United States in half a month, and when the time is up, we will start selling. Why is this? Bill surprised. In this way, there are only goods, no roots. No one can trace the source of the bottle cap. Hardy said, I understand the boss. Bill left happily. Hardy took a drink from his glass. For Hardy, rewarding the bottle cap with the wool is just a matter of convenience. The purpose of this is mainly to beat Coca-Cola. A bottle of Coke is only 5 cents. 1 cent can make 10 tin bottle caps. The production cost of 20 million bottle caps is only $20,000. But $20,000 can cause unparalleled harm to Coca-Cola. In the beginning, they would not notice that there are more people waiting for exchange at www.mentalnovel.com, and Coca-Cola will naturally find the problem. They only have 2 options. One is to immediately stop the reward redemption activity, so that the loss can be stopped in time. But in this way, the reputation of Coca-Cola will be greatly affected. The other is to bite the bullet and exchange it. But it takes a lot of money. Hardy thinks this possibility is very small, because the money is too big. All exchange may be Coca-Cola's profits for several years. Even if the management wanted to do this to preserve their reputation, those shareholders would not agree. No matter how Coca-Cola chooses, the end result is that this event will definitely be stopped. And I am afraid that I will not dare to carry out any prize redemption activities in the future. Word of mouth plummeted. Business will definitely be greatly affected. I don't know how much energy and money it will take to recover the losses in the future. Hardy's move is detrimental. But this is the essence of business competition. He thought of Pepsi's prize redemption activity again. And perhaps some people thought of using fake pull ring to defraud the prize. Hardy was going back to remind Mike and let him take precautions against counterfeiting and avoid losses. End of this chapter. Chapter 215. Chapter 217 Super Idol Audition Show. After Bill left, the butler came to Hardy with the tray in his hand and a letter in the tray. Mr. Hardy just sent a letter. Hardy was surprised at who would write to himself. Picked it up and looked at it, and found that Victor had mailed it from Hong Kong. The letter was very thick, with dozens of pages. He looked at it and said it was a letter, rather than Victor's recent work report. Although they can send messages by telegram, many confidential information cannot be known to outsiders. Victor thought of using this most primitive and safest way. In the letter, Victor gave a detailed account of his work in the past 2 months. After arriving in Hong Kong, Victor first rented a facade house in the most prosperous district in Hong Kong. His explanation was that the face of the Hardy Group must be established. Hardy is very supportive of this, and sometimes face is very important. Then I asked the consulate of the consulate for help, and invited the big figures of Hong Kong politics and business to participate in the reception. And the situation opened up smoothly. Seeing this, Hardy nodded. Victor, a person who has seen the world, has the most flexible mind. This is the main reason why he was sent in the past. People who can go to prison are often talented people. At the beginning, the antiques were collected. The situation was normal, with a few dozen pieces a day. Later, when the penicillin arrived, Victor first sold some to the Hong Kong hospital. He used this method to tell others that he had penicillin in his hand and the quantity was large. Doctors predicted, attracted two big customers. Victor gave a detailed description of the situation of the transaction with the two customers, and Hardy had a mind after reading it. The first middle-aged person should be a regular person who can bring out gold and antiques. The second mystic who should be from the north. The letter said that the Citibank promissory note came from San Francisco. Hardy guessed that it might be brought to court. There are relationships. After half a month, the middle-aged man came again. This time Victor finally let him introduce himself. Knowing the middle-aged man's surname is Kong, this time he brought more antiques, 2 full trucks. Victor said in the letter that for the first time he deliberately asked the appraiser to estimate the high price for Mr. Kong's things. This time the normal estimate was even lower, but that Mr. Kong still sold it. He only wanted a US bank check, and Mr. Kong said that he has more antiques. As long as Victor can eat them, he can ship them in large quantities. Although Hardy is not present, he can still guess something. Some people resell cultural relics during the national crisis and continue to make a fortune. According to the history, the surname Chang has been dumping cultural relics on a large scale during this period, and the things in the Forbidden City have been completely emptied by him, and there are also a lot of gold jewelry. It is not surprising that some people reselling antiques for personal gain during this period are not surprising. And they may even be the big ones. After all, there are not many people who can sell such large quantities. Hardy was a little bit angry at the beginning. He bought Chinese cultural relics, because I don't want them to be left out. Buy it and save it. The money that foreigners will use to cheat the people in the future is also regarded as an investment. Later, I met Han Yezhen. This casual thing became bigger and bigger, and it became one of his hobbies. The more Chinese antique works of art are acquired, the more he feels the loss of cultural relics, and he wants to do his best to preserve these treasures of the Chinese nation. Led Victor and asked him whether he would accept these antiques. Receive. Let the moths profit. Not accepted. These babies don't know what their fate is. Have someone bring paper and pen, and Hardy wrote a few words on it. All received. The price is lowered by more than 30%. And they will be issued a Wells Fargo check, which can only be collected after they arrive in the United States. Each transaction check number is issued by the bank to retain information. After finishing writing, hand it to the bodyguard next to it. Take it to the telegraph office and send it to Victor. The bodyguard took it out. Hardy thought for a while, then called Global Times president Mark Keane. Has the newspaper established a branch in Hong Kong? There is no boss for the time being. Dongfeng only established a branch in Japan. Mark Keane said, establish a branch in Hong Kong as soon as possible. The Hardy Group has a company in Hong Kong, the Hardy Auction Company. Go there and ask Victor for help. It will be much easier for the newspaper. After the establishment of the Hong Kong Oriental branch, reporters will be sent to China, the Korean Peninsula, Southeast Asia and other countries to cover the situation there. Although Mark Keane did not know why the boss specifically ordered the establishment of a branch in Hong Kong as soon as possible, he still agreed immediately. Hardy put down the phone and thought about it, and then called Wells Fargo President Johnston. John, the Hardy Group has begun to expand business in Hong Kong and Japan. I think it is necessary for Wells Fargo Bank to open branches in Hong Kong and Japan. Hong Kong and Japan, boss. Do you like the East? Johnston asked. Yes, although the current conditions are not as good as those in Europe, they may not be in the future, and there are fewer competitors over there. Unlike European countries, each country has hundreds of banks. I understand the boss. I will arrange to open branches in Hong Kong and Japan. Johnston responded. In a blink of an eye, it was evening. The butler answered a call and came over to report to Hardy's. Mr. Hardy, Miss Heidi Romo is calling. Want to invite you to dinner together? Okay. The dinner for the two was eaten at Heidi Ram's house. She still lives in her studio. She likes the relaxed environment here and doesn't have to be as formal as the villa. Heidi Rama will cook, which surprised Hardy. You must know that Heidi Lama is a real nobleman, and his father is a banker. Heidi Rama smiled. I went to a noble girls' school to learn how to be a noble mistress. Although the mistress does not need to cook by herself, she must know how to cook. The box office officially exceeds 10 million. What do you think? Hardy asked with a smile. I am very excited. I have fulfilled my highest dream, Heidi Lamar said. Hardy shook his head. It may not be the highest dream. The film company was applied for the Golden Globes and Oscars for awards. Taylor's This Killer Is Not So Cold and You're Human and Ghosts Are Coming may be shortlisted for awards. Really? Of course, I am looking for someone to operate. Meyer is the chairman of the Oscar jury, and Hardy is the chairman of the Actors Union. The two work together, and it is not difficult to get a few awards. Heidi Lamar threw on Hardy excitedly and kissed the man all over his body. After a long time, the two came out of the bathroom and lay on the bed. Heidi remembered something, and ran over to turn on the TV. After adjusting the stage, he quickly ran back and got into the bed, nestled in Hardy's arms. Heidi Lamar is a native of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Her skin is very delicate and feels very good in her hands. The TV series is about to begin. This TV series is called Vampires and Werewolves. It is very horrible. I am scared to watch it alone at night, but I can't help but want to watch it, Heidi Lamar said. Vampires and Werewolves? Hardy knows that ABC TV does not have this TV series. At this time, the icon of the TV station appeared, which turned out to be a program of Columbia TV. Under the pressure of ABC TV, NBC and Columbia TV have increased their investment and increased the length of the program. Now the broadcast time is almost the same as that of ABC TV, and it is also after 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. They have also produced a lot of shows, but some of them are obviously imitating the ABC TV station, compared to the current night shows, sports shows, TV songs and so on. Even TV shopping began to imitate, but they did not have a direct phone shopping link, because if they dare to do that, ABC will directly sue them. Their TV shopping is more like an advertisement. Stop the introduction, the benefits of various functions and so on. Then tell customers where they can buy these products. During this period of time, due to the efforts of the two major TV stations, a lot of viewership ratings were obviously recovered. In the most recent questionnaire survey, the viewership ratings of ABC TV have dropped significantly. Although the top TV programs are still ABC, the viewers are more interested in others. Television programs are gradually becoming interested. Currently, ABC's total ratings are only about 67%, and the remaining 30% of the market is divided up by the other two major TV stations. It may be that the original program is tired of watching, and people are looking for freshness. Hardy thinks it's time to start a new wave of shows. For example, he planned the Super Draft program very early. The draft program planner had already told ABC President William Fox, but the ratings were very good before, and Hardy felt that it was not needed for the time being. Just when Hardy was thinking about something, he suddenly felt tight under his body, and there was a sensation of pain, and then Heidi Lamar let out a scream and plunged his head into his arms. At this moment on TV, the werewolf is transforming from a man to a ferocious and ugly werewolf, showing sharp fangs, which is really scary. But you can't catch there either. Heidi hurried to open Heidi's hand. It was a little easier. Heidi Lamar noticed something was wrong, and looked at Hardy with guilt in her eyes. Sorry, I forgot when I was nervous. Does it hurt? It hurts a bit. Should I take medicine for you? No, just blow it. The next day, Hardy came to the ABC TV station and asked about the recent TV stations. William Fox reported to Hardy. NBC and Disney Pictures have cooperated and introduced their Disneyland and Mickey Mouse Club, which are very popular with children. Like Columbia and Universal Studios cooperated. The TV series Vampires and Werewolves they filmed recently has a very high ratings. Except for A Fairy Wife, it has surpassed other shows. The two TV stations have also launched programs such as baseball games, football games, fashion shows, shopping for you, and host talk shows. Novel.com are very popular. Hardy nodded. It seems that it's time to come up with a trump card. William, To start the Super Draft program, this year will focus on launching this show, so that the United States enters the carnival era. Irina became excited when she heard that she had seen the Super Draft program, and she was happy to say, "I dare to say that as long as we start the Super Draft program, the programs of other TV stations will be eclipsed." Hardy wrote, "This time I am going to launch the Super Idol audition, which mainly focuses on singing. I select idols who sing nicely. There is no limit to men and women. They are between 12 and 28 years old. There is no restriction on nationality. Anyone can come to Los Angeles, participate in the audition." Talent shows like The Talent Show are very lively, but they are not very helpful for digging up talents in a later stage and expanding the talent pool. If you are a singer, you can sign a record company with a record company if you are a singer, and you can continue to make money for the company in the future. Heidi told the two about the competition system. Many rules are copied from later generations of American Idol. American Idol will not appear until decades later. Now Hardy's Super Idol is original. I will find a few suitable people to be judges. I already have arrangements in mind for the candidates, Hardy said. End of this chapter. Chapter 216. Chapter 218. Girl's New Name. Time flickered into February. The temperature in Los Angeles is kept between 18 degrees Celsius and 12 degrees Celsius. It is suitable for windbreaker suits. Hardy likes this temperature very much. It is more comfortable to sweat than in summer. He came to pick him up at the airport today. The filming of Across the World ended. The crew returned to Los Angeles, and Hardy came to greet him. Of course, the most important thing was to pick up Ava Gardner. The crew got off the plane. The director and actors shook hands with Hardy respectfully. Hardy encouraged them with a few words, and finally took Ava into the car and left. In the car, Ava hugged Hardy excitedly. "I finally came back. This time I can take a good rest for a while." Hardy smiled. "It's up to you to decide." The two chatted on the way back, and Ava talked about the relationship between humans and ghosts is not there. In New York, I watched People and Ghosts. That movie was great. Although there were no big scenes, I always felt an emotion lingering in my heart. The theme song is really nice. Hardy, you have created a classic again. In fact, the movie is so hot, it has a lot to do with this song. By the way, has the show ended? What is the box office? Ava asked. People and Ghosts are not there. Because of the good release momentum, it was released for nearly 2 months in a row. This situation is not many in later generations, but it is very common in this era. There are intermittent releases for half a year. Play. It's officially over. The data has not been released, but MGM has told me that the total box office is $11.2 million. Hardy said. Wow, so many, Ava exclaimed in surprise. Originally, I was thinking about whether Across the World could compete with Human Ghosts, but now it seems difficult. Ava said. He may not, as long as the announcement is done well. Across the World can be a big hit. Hardy said with a smile. Boss, how are you going to promote it? I arranged a job for you, which is definitely good for the promotion of the film. Hardy said. I just came back. You are really a capitalist. Ava said dissatisfiedly. Listen to what I arranged to make decisions. Then Hardy introduced the Super Draft program to Ava. From the national audition to the primary, promotion, finals, etc. An ordinary person walked all the way. Just listening to Hardy's introduction, Ava can feel that this show will definitely be very attractive. I want you to be a judge. In addition to Heidi Rama, Johnny Fontaine and Gary Grant, I think the scene is enough to hold up. Hardy said. More than just being able to support it, this judge lineup can be described as strong. Ava Gardner is now the most well-known female singer in the United States. A Scarborough Market has become a classic among the classics. Later, another record was released and sold more than 100,000 copies. Heidi Rama is the earliest actress, and now she has become the hottest actress this year due to the fact that she is not in love with the ghost. Johnny Fontaine was originally a well-known American singer. He has been famous for more than 10 years, and he is absolutely qualified to be a judge. As for Gary Grant, the Oscar actor, No one questioned his qualifications. "Okay, I will do it." Ava agreed immediately. The judges of the draft are selected, and the rest is left to ABC TV. Now a production team has been formed, and it will be launched in the near future. Bill sent someone to secretly find a bottle cap factory, not in Los Angeles, but in the suburbs of Atlanta, and bought it directly, spending more than $10,000, and found a few good bottle cap producers, and produced a batch of Coca-Cola bottle caps. After the bottle cap is made, the team will be disbanded directly, and they will be warned not to pass on this matter. If it is passed on, they will not be able to run. These people didn't know the identity of the employer from beginning to end, and then they disbanded and left. The bottle cap factory was resold and only lost more than $2,000. This batch of bottle caps were shipped to major cities in the United States and temporarily stored in warehouses. After waiting for about half a month, Bill felt that time was almost up and called Hardy. "Boss, everything is ready. You see when it starts?" It will start in 3 days. Hardy said. A few days ago, Hardy and Andy met and specifically told Andy that he was going to pit Coca-Cola, and Andy immediately realized that there is a lot to do. Use a batch of secret accounts to short Coca-Cola stocks. Because of the prize redemption activity, Coca-Cola's sales during this period are very good, even higher than before, selling 70 to 80 million bottles in just over a month. Many people have accumulated a lot of bottle caps in their hands, but very few winners. Coca-Cola has verbal agreements with grocery stores and small supermarkets. These people sell Coca-Cola and are also responsible for redemption. After they accumulate a batch of bottle caps, they will find large distributors to redeem them, and then the large distributors will settle accounts with Coca-Cola. The money can be exchanged. Deduct from the purchase price. In the past few days, many people took their collected bottle caps to the grocery store or supermarket to redeem prizes. Sometimes a grocery store can redeem more than $100 a day. Most of the people who originally accumulated bottle caps lacked the Virgin and Gemini bottle caps, but these days, there have been a lot of gangsters who didn't know where they got the bottle caps and sold them for 30 cents a bottle cap. Virgin and Gemini. As many as you want, and it's not in one place. This is happening in all cities and towns across the United States, and even in some small towns. There are countless winners in one time. A few days later, grocery stores and small supermarkets took bottle caps and went to distributors to exchange them. After all, they paid in advance for the previous money. Distributors did not refuse to come at first. They only thought that Coca-Cola was giving out more rewards for publicity, but later found out there are more and more exchange merchants, and things are a little abnormal, and they are reported to the Coca-Cola head office. Coca-Cola heard the news, immediately realized the seriousness of the matter, and immediately contacted local distributors. Washington, how much bonus did you redeem there? More than $4,000 have been redeemed. Oklahoma City, how much bonus do you redeem there? Exchange more than $8,000. Philadelphia, how many bonuses did you redeem? Exchange more than $6,000. Phoenix, Coca-Cola has more than 50 distributors in the United States. After asking this question, it exchanged more than 1 million. The CEO of Coca-Cola only felt that their heads were buzzing. They did not release so many awards at all. They plan to release hundreds of thousands of awards throughout the year. Now it is only over a month, and they have released a total of more than 20,000 to 30,000. Where did they come from? Multi-award bottle caps. Fake. The president of Coca-Cola immediately realized this serious problem. Immediately stopped the reward redemption in various places. From now on, the reward redemption activities will be stopped. Distributors in various regions are notified, and distributors can notify distributors in various regions. The president of Coca-Cola hurriedly issued an order. It is easy for Coca-Cola to notify distributors, but it is very troublesome for distributors to notify those small distributors. These small grocery stores and small supermarkets are scattered all over the United States. Many people come to pick up the goods. It is extremely difficult to notify them all. Now it's not a posterity. Everyone is in a group. Just send a notification and it will be known throughout the country. Now you can only call to notify. But many distributors simply don't have the contact information of those small grocery stores. How to tell? Go from house to house? Don't be kidding, they don't have that much energy. The notice of suspension of exchange was issued, and those small dealers are still exchanging at this moment, and each household has exchanged dozens of hundreds of dollars. The president of Coca-Cola immediately notified the chairman, and the chairman also realized the seriousness of the problem. Investigate clearly, and if someone really cheated, immediately call the police. It was not difficult to investigate things. A large number of bottle caps were quickly obtained. Among them, the Gemini and Virgo constellation patterns were very well made, but after identification, it can still be seen that they are slightly different from the constellation icons produced by Coca-Cola. But ordinary people can't tell at all. They think it's true. Call the police. This matter is very involved, and the FBI intervened in the investigation. Through the FBI investigation, it was found that these bottle caps were sold by local gangsters. The FBI caught many gangsters for interrogation, but these gangsters knew very little. But someone found them and asked them if they would like to do this business, and then they buy it for 20 cents per cap. Finally, the FBI found that there were thousands of punks involved, but it was impossible to find out who they were from. The clue is broken here. This is not the 21st century. With so many high-tech methods, Bill made at least 5-step faults at Hardy's orders. After all, the paper couldn't contain the fire. The news of the omissions in the Coca-Cola prize redemption event was quickly learned by the media. Within a day, the major newspapers reported the matter. New York Times: Coca-Cola's reward redemption activity has ceased, and a large number of counterfeit bottle caps have appeared. The amount of rewards far exceeds the amount issued by Coca-Cola. The Coca-Cola company has lost more than 1 million yuan. It has reported to the police and the police are fully investigating counterfeiters. Global Times: in the Coca-Cola award redemption incident, the Global Times interviewed many Coca-Cola distributors. Many grocery store owners and small supermarket owners said that Coca-Cola promised to let them pay for the awards. Now they suddenly stopped. Each of them has cashed out dozens of dollars. They asked Coca-Cola to say something, but now Coca-Cola has nothing to say. The reporter simply estimated that there are tens of thousands of dealers in the United States, and the funds may reach several million US. Is this loss Coca-Cola ready to be borne by the dealers? Wait for Coca-Cola to give a reasonable statement. New York Times: the Coca-Cola company urgently held a shareholders meeting and decided to suspend the current president's position. The first thing the new president has to do after he takes office is to resolve the bottle cap redemption incident. I don't know if it will be handled properly. The bottle cap incident had a great impact on Coca-Cola's sales, and sales fell sharply. At the same time, it had an extremely bad impact on Coca-Cola's reputation. Affected by this, Coca-Cola's stock price fell sharply, with a drop of 26% yesterday. Because of this incident, as the first Pepsi to start the prize redemption activity, a reporter also conducted an interview. Pepsi-Cola chairman and president Walter Mack said, Pepsi-Cola will strictly prevent this from happening and has changed the Pepsi-Cola reward mechanism in order not to cause possible problems for merchants. Except for another bottle, the reward code is used to redeem it. How to redeem the award code? The reporter asked. Pepsi-Cola will cancel the small prize and replace it with a grand prize, ranging from 5 yuan, 10 yuan, 20 yuan, and 100 yuan. Each bottle cap has an independent redemption code and an anti-counterfeiting code. In a random lottery, The winning numbers will be announced in the newspapers. The winners can mail the bottle caps to PepsiCo. PepsiCo will send a check to the winners after confirming that they are correct. The problem on Pepsi's side has been solved, but Coca-Cola's side is still a mess. Many customers who have bottle caps in their hands cannot claim the prizes. These bottle caps have spent money. Not only did they not make money, they lost money. These people are naturally right. Coca-Cola gives birth to opinions, and those dealers have greater opinions. They posted tens of hundreds of dollars, and now Coca-Cola has nothing to say, which makes many dealers very annoyed. During this period, many stores and supermarkets temporarily stopped Coca-Cola's purchase. Those distributors also had a hard time talking. Originally, Coca-Cola agreed with them to pay the reward bonus and then deduct it from the purchase price. But now each distributor has thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars worth of reward bottle caps, piled up full of the warehouse. But Coca-Cola doesn't need it. Who will bear this loss? The Coca-Cola company is now in a state of anxiety and will not honor it. Then the distribution channels may collapse in the future, and the cost of establishing new sales channels is still not small. The bonuses in the hands of dealers are as much as 2 or 3 million, which is also unbearable for Coca-Cola. The last president was to preserve his credibility. He expressed on the board of directors that he hoped that the board of directors would agree to pay and deal with this matter, but the board of directors refused, so the get out of class was dismissed and a new president came up. The new president naturally maintains the resolutions of the board of directors and prepares to fall back on accounts. But I couldn't blatantly directly say that I was not responsible, so I used the word tactics, and never explained how to deal with it. Because of Coca-Cola's irresponsible attitude, Coca-Cola's credibility has seriously declined, and the stock has once again collapsed. Coca-Cola is still not coming out in the quagmire. Hardy is no longer paying attention to him, turning around to start the Super Idol audition show. February 14th, Valentine's Day. On this day, the Global Times published a blockbuster news. ABC TV will host a Super Idol talent show. No matter which country you are from, there is no limit to men and women, aged 12 to 28, as long as you come to Los Angeles, the City of Angels, to participate in this talent show hosted by ABC TV. If you have a wonderful singing voice, if you have an impressive appearance, don't suppress your talents. As long as you enter the finals, you may get the HD Record Company's management contract and release your personal record. If you win the championship, the company will create a classic record for her. Come to participate in the audition. Here is your starting point on your journey to the stars. Posted at the back of the election registration location and registration method, as well as the prevent rules and so on. Following news from ABC TV, the 4 mentors Chi-Chi appeared on TV. Ava Gardner, Heidi Roma, Johnny Fontaine and Gary Grant. These 4 superstars will help the players. The news spread quickly, and after many people watched it, the hearts of the stars who yearn for the stars are ready to move. In a simple apartment in Los Angeles, the furniture only has a table and a bed, and a few bottles of simple cosmetics are placed on the table. Most of the lipstick has been used up, and only the roots are left. The girl only wore underwear, showing a perfect figure, but at this moment she was looking at it seriously with a few newspapers. Super Idol audition. Anyone can participate, from 12 to 28 years old. My age is fine. Can you sing? Girls don't have much confidence in their singing, but look at the figure in the mirror. The impressive looks should be counted. She came to Hollywood more than a year ago and got a half-a-year contract from 20th Century Fox. She was only paid $50 a week, but she was very happy because she felt that she had the possibility of becoming a big star. But in the days that followed, she only got one very small supporting role. After half a year, she failed to renew her contract with the film company. The following days she has been wandering in Hollywood, hoping to find an opportunity. A photographer came to her a few days ago and said that if she was willing to take a group of fruit photos, she could give her 50%. She was moved to www.mtlnovel.com because she has no money. She will not be able to pay the rent next month. But she is unwilling to leave and does not want to live her previous life. Seeing the draft report in the newspaper today, the girl feels that her chance has come again. No matter what, she has to try it out, in case it succeeds. She combed her dark blonde hair, put on the best outfit in the cabinet, and went out to the registration location. She doesn't have much money, and it's too expensive to take a taxi. Fortunately, there are only a few miles between the registration location and her station, so she can walk over. The girl had longing in her heart, and she walked a little bit windy, and she didn't feel tired at all after walking for a few miles. When she came to the registration point, there was already a long line in front of her. Receive a form, which requires information such as name, age, mailing address, phone number, etc. And also fill in what you are good at and where are your advantages. The girl picked up the pen and just wanted to write her name, but suddenly she stopped. She wanted to change. At this moment, she decided to give up her previous name, then signed his new name, Marilyn Monroe. End of this chapter. Chapter 217. Chapter 219372235. The girl fills in the new name Marilyn Monroe. Monroe is her mother's surname. Marilyn is the name of a former female star she knew. She thought Marilyn was a beautiful name, so she used it. Continue to fill in. Age: 22 years old. Height: 166. Weight: 53 kilograms. Measurements: 372,235. Good at singing, acting. What do you think is your biggest advantage? The girl thought for a while with her pen in her mouth, and finally wrote, good figure, loves singing and acting, and is willing to work hard. Finally fill in the address and contact number. There is no phone in her house, so she can only keep the phone number of the landlord. Took out a half-length photo from the bag again. The newspaper said that a personal photo should be handed in when signing up. This photo of her was left when taking a beauty photo for a magazine and was clipped on the registration form with a paper clip. Giving the table to the staff, Monroe asked, when will the audition start? The staff looked at the beautiful girl and said, I don't know yet. It's probably not more than a week, but even at the beginning, there will be waves. When to participate, you need to wait for notification. Okay, thank you. Monroe smiled sweetly at the staff and left. The staff took the registration form and watched the girl's back disappear before they couldn't help taking back their gaze, and murmured in their heart that they are really good. There are countless young men and women who want to become famous in every era. They have dreams and strive to chase every opportunity. Many people saw the Super Idol audition show on the Global Times, and they suddenly had the idea that this audition program is definitely an excellent opportunity for them. If they can enter the finals, they can get a contract with a record company. This is what many people dream of. You must know that many people rushed to Hollywood just to get such a contract. Many people packed their gifts, took out their only money, bought a ticket to Los Angeles and set off. Some young people begged their parents to take themselves to Hollywood. In fact, Hollywood already has a lot of people who come to chase their dreams. Just like Marilyn Monroe, they also want to participate. Unfortunately, the competition system has already stated that participants cannot have contracts. Although this is a bit overbearing, it may block the way of many people, but think about it and it should be. ABC spends so much energy on activities, it is impossible to cultivate celebrities for others in vain. Many people with some qualifications have already signed contracts with other brokerage companies, which makes them feel annoyed. In this way, Monroe was lucky that she had not gotten the contract before. Monroe returned home, was thinking about the audition. She felt that she had to make some preparations, searched out the singing book to select songs, and finally selected 2 sweet songs that suit her voice. The following days, Monroe practiced these 2 songs every day, trying to polish them more round and sweet. A few days passed in a flash. Monroe just came back this day, holding a bag of food in her hand, containing the cheapest jam and baguette. guests. She just walked into the corridor, and the door of the next landlord opened. The middle-aged bald man looked at Monroe and said, "Jenny, a person who claimed to be the Super Idol program group of ABC TV just said to find someone named Marilyn Monroe. Girl, tell her to go to the audition tomorrow." "I don't remember that we live here with a girl named Marilyn Monroe, do you know?" Monroe became excited when she heard it. "I am me, thank you, Mr. Canova." "Did you change your name?" the middle-aged bald man asked. "Stage name. I think I need a better name to register for the competition." Marilyn smiled. "By the way, Jenny, your rent." Before the landlord was finished, Marilyn approached the landlord and hugged him, kissed the landlord's face, and smiled. "Thank you for telling me the good news, Mr. Canova. I'm going to prepare and take part in the game tomorrow." "Would you wish me success?" "Right, of course, I wish you success," the landlord said. Marilyn smiled sweetly and rushed upstairs holding the food. The middle-aged bald landlord raised her beautiful eyebrows, gently touched her cheek to show a smile, and then shouted into the corridor, "I will give you another week at most. Can't be more." Marilyn Monroe ran back to the house, closed the door and let out a big sigh. She was out of money, and she had only money to buy these breads. Even if she was on a diet, she could only last for 3 days. She has owed the landlord for 2 months' room fee. She doesn't want to kiss a bald middle-aged man, but now she can only fool her with this method. Actually, the landlord is pretty good, and she has been accommodating her for so long. She suddenly thought of the beginning of the audition tomorrow, and she became excited again. She must perform well tomorrow. If she is valued by her instructor, she might be able to change her current life. Dinner is 2 slices of bread with jam and a cup of hot water. After eating, Monroe began to organize her clothes. Tomorrow she will take out her best condition and find an electric iron to iron a dress. This was bought last year at a cocktail party when she was in 20th Century Fox. There is no chance to go through again. The weather in Los Angeles today is very good. At the audition site of Super Idol, hundreds of people gathered. This is still a batch performance. If they all come over, there will be a few thousand people. The host of the ABC TV station, interviewing the contestants with a microphone, followed by a camera to record them. These later will become the show footage. Starting from today, the ABC TV Super Idol audition program is officially launched. The TV station has sent a total of 4 film crews. There are a lot of materials here. In the future, audiences will be able to watch the audition program every day. In a clearing, a boy with thick black hair is playing the guitar and humming a song in a low voice. The host interviewed in the past. "You don't look big," the host asked the boy. The boy is very beautiful, and he smiles at the camera with a sunny smile. "I'm 13 years old this year, and I'm old enough to compete." "Can you tell me what your name is? Where are you from?" the host asked. "My name is Elvis Presley and I am from Tennessee," the boy said generously. "Do you like singing a lot?" "Of course, I like it since I was young." "Have you participated in a competition before?" "I once won the 2nd place in the talent show at the Alabama State Fair," the boy said confidently. "Are you confident in Super Idol this time?" the host asked. "Of course, I am very confident," the boy said, bringing his head close to the camera, and said loudly, "My name is Elvis Presley. If you like me, please call and support me. I will send you the most beautiful singing voice." After speaking, he sat down and slammed the guitar and sang aloud. Super Idol competition system is divided into audition, primary, promotion and finals. In order to increase the audience's sense of participation, audiences can call during the promotion stage to vote for their favorite idol. The boy said that to let the audience call to support him was to show that he was confident of entering the promotion game. The host smiled at the camera. "What a confident young man. No one will know." And later this boy made a sensation in the United States and the world, and his name was Elvis. Other film crews are also interviewing contestants. The male host saw a sweet-looking girl with a little fat baby and took the photography team over. "We are from the Super Idol program group. Can I interview you?" The girl was from the program group. She was very excited and happily said, "Of course, What do you want to ask? What's your name? The male host asked. My name is Patty Page and I am from Muskogee, Oklahoma. The girl smiled and waved at the camera, and she looked like a lively girl. Can you tell me your age? 21 years old. Have you ever performed before? I used to be a singer at Muskogee City Radio, and occasionally participated in some jazz concerts on weekends, and later accompany other singers to accompany them to participate in national tour concerts. The girl said, It seems that you have a lot of experience in acting. Why did you want to participate in Super Idols? The host asked. The girl stuck out her tongue. Can I tell the real reason? Of course. I believe that the audience in front of the TV also wants to hear your true thoughts. The host encouraged. I want to be famous. I want to have a contract with a major agency. I want to make a record. I want to be a real singer. The girl said simply. The girl's character is really straightforward. Then are you confident to enter the final? The host asked. I have been learning singing in a choir since I was 5 years old. My biggest hobby is singing. My ideal is to be a singer. I will do my best to fulfill my dream. The girl said firmly. Wish you success. Hereafter, this girl named Patty Page became one of the most famous female singers in the 1950s and 1960s. She had 40 songs on the charts and was the female singer with the largest sales volume in the 1950s. The host saw a woman in her 30s in the crowd. The woman was a bit fat and had a slightly wider face. She was definitely not a beautiful woman. She was wearing a floral dress and looked very simple. The host felt that he had discovered the new world and walked towards the woman. This lady, I am the host of the show. Can I interview you? The host reached out the microphone after speaking. The woman suddenly became nervous when she saw the microphone. Hello, I can accept an interview. The woman stammered. Can I know your age this year? I am 28 years old this year. Then are you married? The woman's head lowered slightly. I was married, had a child, and divorced. What is your lady? Patsy Cline. What are you good at acting? I like country music. I often hum to the radio. My neighbors and friends say that I sing well. The woman said, Why did you want to participate in the Super Idol show? The woman was silent for a while. MTLNovel.com and summoned the courage to say, My dream is to be on a real stage. I have no other ideas. I just want to perform. Even if I sing a song, I will do it in this life. There will be no regrets. The host was moved by the woman's words. I wish you success. Then, thanks. Later, this unremarkable woman became a country music queen. At this time, a staff member came out. Everyone on the scene immediately looked over. The staff member took the form and said loudly, Participants, the audition has officially started. I clicked on the name to go in and perform. Now I will talk about the rules. We have 3 groups of tutors here, each group of 3 tutors, responsible for the selection of the C. 2 or more tutors are qualified to enter the next round of C selection semi-finals. Well, the audition begins. Good luck to everyone. The first Miss Shania Dunn. A young brown-haired girl stood up in the crowd. The girl is tall and beautiful. Everyone feels amazing when she sees it. The girl nodded to the staff and walked into the audition performance room. End of this chapter. Chapter 218. Chapter 220. Our boss is optimistic about you. The girl walked into the room. There were 3 tutors sitting in it, and a camera was next to it. The girl looked at the 3 tutors and asked, Didn't they say that the tutor is Ava Gardner, Gary Grant and the others? One of the middle-aged mentors smiled. We are the audition mentors. If we want to see Miss Ava and Mr. Grant, we need to enter the finals. Miss, are you here to come to see the stars? I just came to see the stars. The girl looked at the 3 mentors after speaking. Her eyes were full of disappointment, which made the 3 mentors very hurt. What are you going to sing? One of the instructors asked. The girl said the name of a popular song. The instructor asked her to sing without a soundtrack. The 3 instructors found that the girl's voice and singing skills were very good. These 3 tutors are not ordinary people. They have arrangers from HD film companies and teachers from HD record companies. They are very good at music. After the girl sang, The three tutors passed unanimously. The girl happily got a promotion ticket. The audition was going very fast. Some people went in but only sang a few words and they were called off because the singing was too ugly and it was simply devastating. The instructor covered his ears, but it also made a lot of jokes. Do you show yourself? Everyone can sign up for the audition. As for whether or not to advance, that is the mentor's decision. Finally, it was Patty Page's turn. This little fat baby girl walked into the room. She had participated in a concert and sang a classic pop song with confidence on her face. Patty Page's voice is gorgeous and full-bodied. Her singing is not hurried, slow and calm, with elegance in her high voice. The three tutors are very optimistic about this girl and pass unanimously. Elvis walked into the room, holding a guitar in his hand, bowed to the three teachers and sang it by himself. It turned out to be a new song. The three instructors listened very carefully. I have to say that this little guy sang very well, especially the rhythm is very good. Holding the guitar and singing and dancing, it can drive the atmosphere. Pass through, pass through, pass through. 3 votes passed. The boy jumped up excitedly. Oh, thank you three teachers. Then turned and ran out. Patsy Cline walked into the room. In the eyes of the instructor, she was like an aunt, and the three even suspected that she had concealed her age. Patsy Cline was very cautious, standing in the court a little at a loss, holding the corner of her clothes tightly with one hand. But when she opened her mouth, she seemed to be full of self-confidence in an instant, and her softly magnetic voice made the three instructors open their mouths in shock. The three tutors are all musicians. They know music and sound very well, but the three of them are still surprised. I have to admit that this lady's voice is simply unique. Her singing is extremely emotional, and the whole person is immersed in it. In my singing, there is no longer the restraint and tension just now. Papa, papa, papa. When the woman finished singing, the three instructors applauded together. It's great. This is the best voice I've heard today. I really like the feeling of her singing, and I am completely engaged, as if she has entered the music world at that moment, and her conditions are unique. I will pass it. I also pass. 3 more votes passed, and the woman bowed gratefully to the three instructors, and walked out of the room with red eyes. Marilyn Monroe has been waiting very nervously. She stood not far from the audition performance room, and the voices of the participating singers could be heard clearly. Some of them were so beautiful that she asked herself to be far behind. Now she is very worried, for fear that she will not even make it through the audition. After the previous contestant came out, the staff called the next one by name. Is Miss Marilyn Monroe here? It's your turn. Marilyn Monroe was surprised, and immediately raised her hand. I am here. Marilyn Monroe walked into the room, and the three instructors saw the woman who walked in. The eyes of the woman who walked in were bright. She was blonde and blue-eyed, with a slender waist and fat buttocks. She was a standard American beauty. No matter how she sang, her appearance was worth admiring. Hello three mentors. Hello Miss Monroe, please start your singing. Monroe coughed slightly and began to sing a cappella. She sang a popular song a few years ago. Although Monroe had practiced hard for a week before, it was obvious that her talent and voice decided that she was not the same excellent singer. It's incomparable to a soul singer like Ava Gardner. After singing a song, Monroe looked at the three mentors a little nervously. Tutor, I finished singing. Monroe looked at the three with big eyes timidly. The three tutors didn't even speak for the first time. Ahem, I think it's okay, I'll pass it. The first tutor broke the silence and said. Monroe heard the teacher pass. Her eyes suddenly glowed and she was delighted. The second tutor shook his head. I think your singing is not up to the standard of a good singer. I can't give you this ticket. Monroe showed a frustrated expression on her face, then turned her head to look at the third mentor, with anxiety and pleading in her expression. Her expression changed quickly, vividly showing her in a mood swings. The third tutor was a little embarrassed by Monroe's eyes. I think, oh, I remember that the requirements of our Super Idol talent show our beautiful singing voice and impressive looks. Although the first one is not perfect, this Miss Monroe should give high scores to the second. So, I will pass it. Monroe heard the instructor's approval. and her face immediately showed joy, excitement and gratitude. The tutor looked at Monroe, and suddenly felt that his vote was very worthwhile. He nodded and smiled at Monroe, and did not conceal his bias towards beauty. 2 votes passed. Ms. Monroe advances to the next round of C-election promotion. Congratulations, the first instructor said. Thank you 3 mentors. Monroe smiled and left the room. The TV station recorded a lot of material, and seized the time to get it back to the station for editing. In this era, the production of programs is not as exquisite as later generations, and the editing is very rough. They are all used in large sections, but there is often a kind of original ecological beauty. That night, ABC TV broadcast the first Super Idol audition program. A 13-year-old young man is passionately playing and singing. Sweet girl sings magnetic songs. The young girl asked why the mentor was not such a big star like Ava Gardner. The young Agiway Lanlan was blasted out by his instructor. The whole show was joyful, moving and passionate, and it caught the audience's appetite at once. Because it was the first episode, Hardy also watched it at home. I wanted to see the effect. Through the performance of the first few players, Hardy felt that ABC TV had captured the focus of his request. He was sure that this show would be a big hit. After the bombardment of variety shows in later generations, people still love to watch this kind of show, let alone the early stage of the development of television culture in the 1940s. This kind of novel and joyful, close to the audience's show will definitely attract people. The next player is a beautiful blonde woman. Heidi looked surprised after seeing the woman. When the woman introduced herself as Marilyn Monroe, Hardy's heart beat a few times. It turned out to be her. The dream lover of countless men, American sweetheart Monroe. Unexpectedly, she would appear here. Hardy recalled Monroe's life journey, as if she was indeed in Hollywood during this period and was at the bottom of her career. In the show, Monroe sang a song, and it was just so-so. The tutors had disagreements on whether to pass her or not. It is clear. This time, the 2 judges and mentors were attracted by Marilyn Monroe's beauty. 2 of them passed him through. In the end, the mentor gave a decent explanation, but everyone could hear his desire to cover it up, mainly because Monroe's expression is too alluring. Her happiness and sadness, pleading and longing are all written on her face, so that the man cannot refuse. What is interesting, the photographer faithfully recorded the performance of the instructor under Monroe's pleading, and the editing of this section was particularly delicate. Heidi said heartily, after the tutor returned, he wondered if he would be taught by his wife's ears. If it is in other places, it may be an accident. In the US, viewers only regard this as fun and feel that the program is interesting, and will not stand up and criticize the ABC TV station for cheating and being unprofessional. Monroe got 2 tickets and left happily. The scene was changed to the next player, and Hardy suddenly felt that the show was overshadowed. Deserves to be a stunner of the generation. Comes out with light, and the surroundings will become dim after leaving. Heidi thought for a while, picked up the phone and called Edward. Edward, are you watching a Super Idol show? Yes, boss, I'm watching. Do you think something is badly made when you call? Edward asked cautiously. No, it was made very well. I have something to tell you. Edward breathed a sigh of relief, and the boss was satisfied. Boss, please tell me. Did you see the girl named Marilyn Monroe in the show? Yes, I saw it. Do you think she can advance to the next round? Hardy asked. It depends on what you mean. The boss. She can be promoted if the boss asks her to promote. Edward said. Depend on. This can really flatter. I mean her strength. Hardy said. Strength. I'm afraid it's horrible. She looks really sweet and attractive, but her talent for singing is really mediocre. She doesn't have any characteristics in her voice and pitch. Many of the eliminated ones sing better than her, and she wants to sing better in the next round. I'm afraid it will be difficult to advance. Edward told the truth. I feel this way too. So you go to her, sign a contract with her, and then find a teacher to train her. The show can set up a lifelink for the players and film the lives of some advanced players. For example, the round-faced girl of Patti Page, such as the divorced Lady Percy Klein with children, such as the 13-year-old lively little boy, and Marilyn Monroe, go to their homes to shoot and understand their life, and the current state, so that the audience can better understand the player's situation and the characters will be more plump. Edward was very clever, and immediately grasped the point of Hardy's words. I understand the boss. I will arrange the production company to contact the players, and the production players will introduce the album. Hang up the phone, Edward smacked. The girl named Marilyn Monroe is so lucky to be taken by the boss. A woman who can become a boss is the dream of many Hollywood female stars. This time she fell on this silly white sweet girl. If the boss wants to sleep with women, he believes that more than half of Hollywood women are willing to clean up and climb onto the boss's bed. In Hollywood, or in the United States, people don't care about this kind of thing. No one will criticize a celebrity because of his private life. In fact, many people especially envy Ava, Heidi, Taylor and Elaine, because they can snuggle at the foot of the mountain, drink the clear water of the stream, and eat the tender fruits. At the time, the boss favored Miss Ava, invested in movies, and helped her write songs. To support Miss Taylor, help her write scripts and invest in movies. Holding Ms. Heidi, she wrote that the relationship between people and ghosts is not there, and the movie is on fire, becoming the most popular favorite for the Oscars this year. Elaine, the top of the TV station, is now the most well-known female host in the United States. Now that the boss wants to praise this woman named Marilyn Monroe, it is estimated that she has taken a fancy to her, but she can only say that this girl is really lucky. With the support of her boss, her future will be bright. When Edward knocked on the door of Marilyn Monroe's room, Monroe was still very surprised. Edward revealed that he was the president of HD Film Company. Monroe was surprised and covered her mouth. When Monroe saw the brokerage contract, she was excited. The body was shaking. Ms. Monroe, our boss is very optimistic about you, so I asked me to come over and sign with you. This is a Cleveland contract, with a weekly price of $100. www.mtlnovel.com. The performance is divided, and we will also train you to let you perform better on the talent show. What do you think? Edward asked with a smile. Monroe is certainly satisfied with this economic contract. Your boss is optimistic about me. Can I ask who the boss is? Monroe asked. Edward smiled. Who else can my boss have? Of course it is the chairman of Hardy Group, Mr. John Hardy, the owner of ABC TV and HD Film Company. Of course Monroe had heard of John Hardy, and now John Hardy is a legend in Hollywood, billionaire, big boss of film company, chairman of Actors Union. Such a big figure is optimistic about herself, which makes Monroe very good. Surprise. Then happily sign the contract. The contract period is 10 years. After signing, Edward took the contract and prepared to leave. Monroe sent him away, but when she walked to the door, Monroe suddenly said, Mr. President, can I make a small request? Any request? Can you advance my salary for 2 weeks? I already owe the landlord 2 months' rent. Monroe whispered. End of this chapter. Chapter 219. Chapter 221. The Woman in the Man's Dream. Mr. Edward, can the company advance my salary for 2 weeks first? I already owe the landlord 2 months' rent. Monroe whispered. There was a trace of pleading in his eyes. Edward just saw the apartment where Monroe lived. There was only 1 room and 1 bathroom. The furniture in the room was particularly low. At first glance, he knew that life was very difficult. It's very troublesome to advance your salary to the company, so let's personally lend you $200. And then pay me back after the salary is paid, said Edward. Took out his wallet, took out $200 from it and handed it to Monroe. Monroe happily accepted the money. Thank you, Mr. Edward. I will pay you back as soon as possible when the salary is paid. Edward nodded and said goodbye to Monroe. Wait in the car and looked at the contract in his hand. Since becoming the president of HD, these little things have been handled by his subordinates. The reason why he came to Monroe in person today is entirely because of the boss. He knows his big boss very well. If he is not a person who is particularly important, it is impossible to call himself to explain himself. Now that the boss confessed, then you must do well. what status you are, although you are now the president of HD, but that is in the eyes of outsiders. In front of the boss, you are a job. If you can't do the boss's job well, then what do you want him to do? Afraid of making mistakes, so he came in person. He used to be the manager of a brokerage company, and he is very familiar with the contract. But although the boss confessed to Monroe to sign, he did not give Monroe a particularly generous contract, just the most common newcomer Cleveland contract. What I have to do is to trap her. Shein is what the boss can do. He must leave room for the boss to tease the cat. If a good person lets himself do it, how can the boss play it? If the boss annoys himself, then his good days are over. There is another small reason for him to come in person. Perhaps this woman will become the boss's pillow in the future, but he knows the pillow wind is so powerful, he can make a good relationship with Monroe in advance. And it is also good for him. But I have to say that the boss's vision is really great. This Monroe looks like that kind of stunner, looks sweet and has a hot body. She belongs to the kind of small skeleton, fleshy and long where it should grow most, and has the body that countless girls dream of, with a beautiful face. It gives people a right peach-like feeling. See election continues. ABC TV station broadcasts audition programs every day. As soon as this show was released, it attracted the attention of audiences across the United States. Ordinary people pursue their dreams and have the opportunity to become a big star. This is the most perfect American dream. As soon as the Super Idol appeared, the TV ratings soared. As long as it's 8:30 in the evening, people will all switch the channels to ABC TV. According to the survey by the survey company, the viewership rate of the show Super Idol has reached more than 90% of the horror, which is the hottest than the original Family Wife. It must be high all the time. The other two TV stations have just taken off and they have been suppressed again. Even the popular TV series Vampires and Werewolves some time ago, the ratings have also fallen sharply, making Columbia TV have to change its strategy and move the TV series to American Idol. After the playback is over, avoid the edge. Of course, the two people watched the talent show So Hot and thought about it, but after checking it, they found that ABC had already registered the copyright. In this regard, ABC rarely fails. Even if they think of a new model, bypassing the copyright of ABC, it is not easy to produce such a large-scale talent show, and they need to invest a lot of money. In the past, in order to increase the length of the show, they have invested a lot and produced a batch of programs similar to ABC. Now they want to produce a large-scale talent show, and they have to invest a lot of money. The board of directors is not easy to pass. You cannot make money without investing. But sometimes it may not make money if it is invested. The two TV stations are very entangled. And even if you invest a lot of money now and catch up with ABC, who knows what new ideas they will come up with next. Will never catch up. TV station began to produce players lifelinks. The handsome boy Elvis Presley is still a junior high school student. The walls of his home are covered with posters. They are now the most famous singers in the United States. Presley is very lively and introduces his family. His parents are both farm workers. He also has a pair of younger siblings. He participated in a choir as a child and then fell in love with singing. At the end of the show, he sits under a tree and sings to his younger siblings. The two little guys seem to be often tortured by the elder brother. After only a few words, they ran away. Elvis looked at the camera with a helpless expression. The girl Shania Dunn who came to see a star is from a very privileged family. Her father is a businessman and her mother is a university teacher. She has received music education since she was a child and can play the piano and a variety of musical instruments. She is a proper princess. She is now in college and studying in the Department of Performance of USC. Her future dream is to become a well-known actor, as well as a singer. The life of that mother contestant, Percy Cline, and Shania Dunn's life are almost like the pros and cons of life. Percy Cline looks ordinary and has an out-of-shape body, and she is just the most ordinary housewife, and for some reason, She divorced and lived alone with an 8-year-old daughter. She works as a female worker in a clothing factory on weekdays. The house is rented. The monthly salary excludes the rent and other expenses. There is almost nothing left. She works 1 day a day. After returning home, there are still a lot of housework waiting for her, and she is exhausted every day. Her only hobby is listening to the radio. This is also the most precious thing in their family. All her songs are learned from the radio. She doesn't know how to use breath-singing voice, just imitate. I have to say that her talent is so good. Just using this most primitive method, she can sing the song so nicely. Pacey Klein stood on a slope, singing her favorite song. There was only one audience member below who was her daughter. Her dream was simple, that one day she could be on the big stage. The story of Pacey Klein moved many people instantly. After playing a few more finalists, the last one is Monroe. The camera turned around in Monroe's room. It was obvious that the room was extremely simple. Monroe got dressed and went to work in a photography studio where she was doing a photo model. During makeup, Monroe put a mole on her face. The reporter asked her why she wanted a mole. Monroe smiled. Sometimes the most beautiful thing is incomplete. At the request of the photographer, she kept changing clothes, posing in various poses, either or cute, and occasionally smiled sweetly at the camera. The shooting ends. She got today's salary of $5. I was very happy to get Kiane Monroe, and said to the camera, "It's not every day that I can have such a job opportunity. This is the second job I received this week." It was evening when Monroe returned home. Just as Monroe opened the door of the apartment, the landlord bald man came out and looked at Monroe and said, "Monroe, you owe 2 months' rent." Monroe's face was pleading. "Mr. Landlord, please give me another week. If the super idol draft is unsuccessful, I will find a more stable job, and I will pay your rent at that time." The landlord spreads out, "Then I wish you success." After speaking, he returned. In fact, after borrowing money from Edward, Monroe had already rented the house to the bald landlord. This time it was just a plot that needed to be designed. "I am very happy to be on the TV host. It is a friendly starring." Back to the room, Monroe took out the bread jam, and added a little jam between the 2 slices of bread. "This is her dinner." "Is this enough?" the host asked. "I'm losing weight." Monroe smiled. But many people feel that there is a little bit of sadness in this sweet smile. Go to bed at night. Monroe changed into her pajamas, showing her figure with a bumpy convexity. She was really the kind of woman who would make countless men dream about. Monroe was lying on the bed and reading. The camera slowly zoomed out. As if saying goodbye to her, Monroe waved at the camera. "Good night." Monroe has signed a contract. The company designer's positioning of her is sexy. Her every smile reveals a sense of sexiness. This temperament is innate, commonly known as talent. The talent of someone is smart. Someone's talent is painting. The talent of people is music. And Monroe's talent is sexy. This night, I don't know how many men dream of Monroe. After watching TV, Hardy thought for a while and wanted to pick up the phone to call Edward. The show did a good job, train Monroe, and the theme of suits her well. Keep going and make her a new generation of actresses. "Boss, do you want to give Miss Monroe the first place?" Edward asked. "No, she is definitely not the first place in terms of strength. Although this super idol is our own show, we should try our best to be fair and just so that we can make a mark. The previous ranking must be given to those who have the strength." As for Monroe, Heidi thought for a while, you can get her a title like audience's favorite female singer www.mentalnovel.com. Hardy wrote. Edward's heart suddenly brightened. Is still a good boss, not ranking, giving a separate title, neither undermining fairness, but also giving Monroe enough attention. And there is no evidence for this award. Audience favorite. Girls like Monroe must be liked by audiences, especially male audiences. As expected of the boss, you can think of such a wonderful idea casually. Boss, since there is an audience's favorite female singer, there can also be audience's favorite male singer, or best stage performance singer, best beautiful voice singer and other rewards. Edward wrote. You decide these by yourself. Hardy smiled. Hades' subordinates are a group of smart guys. As long as they are given some advice, they can play well freely, which makes Hardy very satisfied. Hang up. Hardy took a drink from his glass. As for contacting Marilyn Monroe, don't worry now. Long side to Japan. End of this chapter. Chapter 220. Chapter 222. The San Francisco Mafia Family Surprise. Hades just put down the wine glass. Ava Gardner walked over from another room. She just went out to answer a phone call. The call was very long, a full 20 minutes. Ava came to Hardy, knelt down on the carpet next to Hardy, resting her head on Hardy's thigh, and looked up at the man, with a trace of sadness in her eyes. "What's wrong with Ava?" Hades was a little puzzled. He was okay just now. He reached out and stroked a woman's smooth long hair, just like petting a well-behaved cat. "Hades, I feel very lucky," Ava said. "Why did you say that all of a sudden?" Hardy was a little surprised. "What happened to Ava? Could it be that I just received that call?" "It's Lana Turner. She just called me crying. She was entangled by a scumbag and was beaten by the man just now." Hades frowned slightly. Hades knows Lana Turner. She is a MGM contract actor. She is beautiful, with soft and shiny brown hair, jade-like skin, round and glamorous face, and her body is bumpy, not losing to Ava. Hades brought Ava to the MGM cocktail party, and the two women met. They were about the same age and had a good chat. Later they became best friends, and they would go shopping and drink tea together when they had time. At first, the man said he was the owner of a tobacco factory, and he was full of sweet words to Turner. But then Turner discovered that the man not only lied to him, but also had a black background. It was said that he was the bodyguard of a certain gang boss. Now wanted to break up with him, but was beaten by the man, and even threatened her to destroy her if she dared to break up. She is very sad now, and also very painful and afraid. Ava looked at Hardy after she said, "Can you help her, Hardy? She needs help now, but no one helps her." "What's that man's name?" Hardy frowned and asked. "Johnny." "Johnny, the bodyguard of the gang boss?" Hardy didn't know that there was such a person. Hardy touched Ava's face. "Don't worry, I'll help her." Ava smiled immediately, her face rubbing against Hardy's thigh, like a coquettish cat. Hardy picked up the phone and called Bill. "Bill, do you know a guy named Johnny, who is said to be under a certain gang boss?" "Johnny? I don't know. I will ask now." About 5 minutes later, the phone rang. At this moment, Hardy was lying on Ava's lap, and Ava was covering the man's ears. Picking up the phone and sending it to Hardy's ear, Bill told Hardy that Johnny used to be a member of the Shelton family in San Francisco. He left the gang and wandered in Hollywood last year. By virtue of his previous relationship and eloquence, he tricked the rich Hollywood woman into raising him. Turns out to be a little whiteface who has been a gangster. He should know a lot about the Kelton family. Find a good place for him to ask carefully. Maybe it will help us in the future. Hardy said. "Understand the boss." Hang up the phone. "How is it?" Ava asked, looking at Hardy. He, let your friend rest assured that Johnny will never pester her again in the future." Hardy said. Ava happily lowered her head and kissed the man. She felt so happy to be with such a man, and whispered in the man's ear, "Hades, shall we go swimming?" The manor swimming pool has a heating function, which can maintain the most comfortable temperature all year round. The two of them swim in the swimming pool happily, rippling layers of ripples. The next day, Ava went to visit Lana Turner. The corner of the woman's eyes was obviously blue, there were bruises on her arms, and there were many bruises on her body. Obviously, the man hit hard and didn't care that the woman was a Hollywood star. Lana Turner saw Ava crying and hugging her. "Ava, help me. That Johnny is a bastard. I want to get rid of him, but he threatened me to kill me." Ava stroked Lana Turner's hair. "I have already told Hardy, and Hardy said he will help you deal with this matter." "Mr. Hardy promised to help me." "Yes, so don't worry about it." The woman lay on Ava's chest and started crying. From this day on, Lana Turner never saw Johnny again. About a week later, she saw a message in the newspaper that Johnny died in a car accident. A speeding car crashed. After the police arrived, The driver pleaded guilty. At that time, due to the darkness, the man suddenly crossed the road and ran into it before the brakes. There are several witnesses who confirmed that the driver's words are true. The driver did not drink alcohol or speeding. Pedestrians were responsible for crossing the road. In the end, the driver was judged to be 70% liable and the compensation was $6,822 and 36 cents. The driver's car is insured, so I don't have to pay so much. In the end, the driver's money is only more than $1,000. When Lana Turner saw the news, she immediately thought of Mr. Hardy, but she quickly threw off the idea, gritted her teeth and said, "That should die. This is God's punishment for him." To Hardy, the woman was grateful. Bill came to see Hardy. "Boss, that Johnny told everything he knew. We got a lot of confidential information about the Selton family. This time we are more confident about dealing with them." Bill smiled. Hardy nodded. "It seems that the time is about to start, and I can start to act. I will let Henry send a secret letter to the FBI." 2 days later, the San Francisco FBI branch received an anonymous letter. The staff opened the letter according to the usual practice. After reading the above content, they were surprised. "Don't dare to neglect and immediately send it to the director of the San Francisco FBI." After reading it, director immediately called the FBI headquarters to report the situation. "We received an anonymous letter stating that the patriarch of the Kelton family, Lebzelton, was hiding in a secret manner in Florence. Didn't the intelligence say that he had been hiding in Colombia? Why did he go to Italy again?" the supervisor asked. "The report said that he was not used to Colombian food, so he ran to Italy." Florence is the hometown of Lebzelton. The address given in the anonymous letter is very detailed, saying that he secretly bought the manor. Real estate. San Francisco branch director said. The supervisor thought for a while, then notify the Italian side and let the local police help us arrest people. If the local police arrest people, 9 out of 10 people will disappear. Do you still want to go to Italy to arrest people? Don't worry about so much. Just follow the process. Main pipeline. The FBI notified the Italian side of the situation. After 2 days of delay, the Italian police conducted a raid on the manor provided by the intelligence and found that apart from some servants, there was no Lebzelton in the manor. Lebzelton had already run away at this moment. Lebzelton received an insider's notice that he took all his staff and left the manor that afternoon, took a friend's private jet to the Bahamas, and lived in a small seaside villa. The scenery here is very good. There is only one villa around him, and the bay is in the distance. If you are bored, you can go swimming or fishing. But now Selton is not in the mood to swim, nor is he interested in fishing. He patted the table and drawled furiously. "Who leaked my news? We must find out." The last investigation revealed that someone mailed an anonymous letter to the San Francisco FBI branch. As for who sent the letter, no one knows. But the next day, when Yuka, a small leader of the Lebzelton family, was out, a passing car suddenly extended its machine gun, and shot the small leader on the street. This thing is very strange. The little boss hasn't offended anyone recently. Why would anyone kill him? Lebzelton received the news in the Bahamas. He always felt that something was wrong, and immediately sent his own confidant to investigate the matter, and they found a box in the house of the little boss's mistress. The mistress said that this was the man who stayed with him when he was alive, and she had never moved. There are $25,000 in cash in the box, the deed of the lover's house, some letters and notebooks, and there is a sentence in the notebook at the end. Trotto asked me to send a letter to the FBI. If this is successful, he promised me to be the team leader. Trotto's full name is John Trotto, the second head of the Selton family. After Lebzelton was wanted and escaped, now the gang business is completely in charge of Trotto. When Henry and Hardy were reporting, Hardy smiled slightly. This guy still has the habit of writing a diary, so whoever writes a diary is serious. The news quickly reached Lebzelton. Lebzelton raised the table angrily. He did not expect that the second boss would betray him, betray himself to the FBI, and prepare to kill himself with a knife and swallow the entire gang. Trotto, I must kill you. Within 2 days, someone in the gang's resident office openly fired at Troto. I don't know if it's because of nervousness or bad gunmanship. After firing 3 shots, only 1 shot was shot, and it was still in the shoulder, which was not fatal. Then the gunman was pushed down by the second master's bodyguard. Everyone was surprised why the people in his gang would kill the second master. Troto held a gun against this guy's head. Say, who made you kill me? The gunman was also scared, but he felt that he still had a chance to survive, because the boss asked him to do this. He shouted to Troto, "The boss asked me to kill you." Because he already knew what you wanted to kill the boss. You secretly sent a letter to the FBI, just to get the police to catch him. And then he was just right, boss. The second master Troto was very surprised. Who told you that I sent an anonymous letter to the FBI? Don't talk nonsense. Yuka said. Yuka was killed. What did he say? The second master roared. Because you are afraid that things will be revealed, you sent someone to kill him. The gunman shouted. Oh shit. Unclear explanation. Many people in the gang looked at the second boss in their eyes. Although the second boss is now under Troto, most of the people here are under Sultan. Things have become more and more chaotic here. Troto gritted his teeth. He knew that the gunman could not be killed now, and ordered someone to lock him up first, and then looked at other people. There must be something wrong with this matter. The anonymous letter was definitely not written by me. I will make it clear to Lib, now that you are back to your own turf, no one can move without my order. Troto was sent to the doctor after finishing talking. In the hospital, a group of his cronies conspired. Now he has been identified as an informer, and there is no way to get rid of it. There are only 2 ways. One is to escape and the other is to do it directly. That night, a fierce gun battle took place in the Sultan family in San Francisco. One side took the initiative to attack, and the other side was well prepared. The numbers of the 2 sides were almost evenly matched, and many people died at a time. The San Francisco police received the call. HD security drove more than a dozen police cars and brought heavy weapons to block the surrounding area of the battlefield. As for how many people died in it, they didn't care about it. Let them talk about it after the fight. This is also the consistent method used by the US police to deal with gang rage. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. There are no good birds on both sides. No one cares about whether they die or not. It would be dangerous to rush in and be caught between 2 groups of people. Then surround them and let them fight. When you are exhausted, you can clean up. The phone in the room rang. Hardy got up and went to the study to answer. Henry is calling. Boss. Originally thought they would stand in a stalemate for a period of time. Unexpectedly, as soon as something happened, the 2 sides immediately chose to do it. Now the 2 groups of people are concentrated in one block and are fighting fiercely. The scene is comparable to a battle. Hades said in his heart. It is estimated that both sides have had a pimple in their hearts. They did not trust the other party before, and now there is a little trouble, because they are afraid that the other party will start first, so they choose to go directly. Tell Bill that he can act. Good boss. Hang up the phone. Hardy returned to the room. Isa was lying on the bed, curvy like waves. Hardy lifted the quilt and hugged her from behind, and slowly squeezed in. Sleep. End of this chapter. Chapter 221. Chapter 223. Takeover of San Francisco site. The San Francisco shootout continues. Sometimes when people get red-eyed, they will become incapable of thinking about the consequences. At this moment, the second-in-chief and the Lebzelton just want to kill each other. The police are here. HD security is here. The San Francisco TV station, which cooperates with ABC, sent a cameraman. What a good material this is. There will be another hot news on the TV station tomorrow. The Global Times reporter also rushed over. There are other newspaper reporters. The gunshots in the distance are constant, sometimes intense and sometimes moderate. Suddenly, there was a big explosion in the block, and a ball of flames rose into the sky. Photographers and reporters rushed to take pictures. The San Francisco Police Department Chief Brown is sitting in the HD Security Command car at the moment. smoking and chatting with the San Francisco HD security director Rossi. Director Brown: the internal strife of the Selton family may cause a chain reaction of other gangs. I think it is necessary to strengthen patrols in the near future to suppress those who have ideas, Rossi suggested. You mean that the Selton family is down? Someone will covet their turf. Other gangs may fight for the turf, Director Brown said. That's it. Director Brown nodded. There should indeed be considerations in this regard. After today's matter is resolved, the patrol team is requested to strengthen its patrols. As long as anyone dares to take the initiative, they will be suppressed severely. That's what I think, for the security of San Francisco. Rossi smiled. Gradually, the gunshots are much smaller, and there is even no sound for a long time. Director Brown ordered the police and security personnel to enter the conflict block together. However, before entering, Chief Brown shouted, "They are a group of extremely vicious bandits with weapons in their hands. When they find people in their hands, they will immediately let them lay down their weapons. If they violate the order and pose a threat to the police, they can be shot directly. This order is a firing order, but in this case it is no problem." The police began to enter. There were reporters who wanted to follow in, but they were stopped. "It's too dangerous inside, so please wait here for the reporters, and then go in for the interview after it's over." Boom, boom. As the police and security team entered, there was another fierce gunfire in the block. It took about 20 minutes before the gunfire stopped. It didn't take long for the security team to come out. Some were pressing the prisoner in their hands, some carrying the wounded, and finally the corpse was moved out. Someone found the figure of the second head of the Selton family. He had been shot several times and had already been killed. The reporters hurried forward to take pictures. Director Brown saw that the situation had stabilized, so he straightened his police uniform and stood in front of the reporters and began to accept interviews. Reporter: Director Brown, what do you think of today's affairs? Director Brown: today is a gang conflict. The specific reason is still unknown. We will investigate further. Just now I got a report. A total of more than 60 dead bodies and dozens of wounded were found at the scene, and more than 80 were arrested. People. Here I want to tell the citizens of San Francisco that the San Francisco Police Department is capable of protecting the safety of the people. Please rest assured. As for today's matter, we will continue to investigate in depth, and all those involved in the case will be arrested and brought to justice. Reporter: Director Brown, what do you think of HD security? Director Brown: HD security is very good. It moves quickly and has a strong combat effectiveness. It effectively supplements the police force in San Francisco and is an indispensable force for maintaining city safety. The next day, various newspapers have published the news of the San Francisco gangster rush. The reporters have great abilities. Now they have basically figured out the situation. After all, there are so many living members of the Selton family. New York Times: the San Francisco Mafia Selton family had internal strife. The patriarch Leb Selton was wanted by the FBI and fled. The second leader of the gang, Troto, wanted to seize the actual control of the gang and clashed with Leb Selton personnel. Both sides were killed and injured. Hundreds of people. The San Francisco police dispatched a large number of personnel to control the scene and arrested a large number of members of the Selton family. Now the Selton family is basically in a state of paralysis. Global Times: in this conflict, HD security played a major role. After entering the battlefield, some gangsters fought stubbornly and were killed on the spot by security personnel with heavy firepower. The San Francisco Police Department Chief Brown stated that they have cooperated very well with HD security, and HD security has become an important force in maintaining public order in San Francisco. Finally, the police stated that they added an article to the original allegations against Leb Selton, that the control gang members clashed, and Leb Selton was wanted. But it will not be easy to find Leb Selton in the future. The Bahamas has a beautiful scenery like heaven, the sea is blue like gems, and the bodyguards escorted Leb Selton on a yacht to go fishing. At this moment, He does not know the gun battle that took place in San Francisco last night. Lebzelton dang his cigar leisurely. What about being wanted? I can still live a comfortable life, but I didn't expect that Trotter would rebel. But he believes that he can settle him. San Francisco is still his own. Selton was sitting on the side of the boat with a cigar, and saw another yacht approaching in the distance. He didn't care too much. Waiting for the yacht to approach, he could see a few young people standing on the deck, and one of them was smiling and waving at him. Selton curled his lips. He didn't bother to pay attention to these young people, but at this moment, the few people on the deck suddenly picked up the thick guys from under their feet. Bazooka 60mm rocket launcher. Selton was stunned. Swish swish swish. The young men brazenly opened fire, and several rockets flew towards Selton's yacht. Ah! Boom boom boom. With Selton's scream, the yacht began to explode, and soon the entire yacht fell into a sea of flames. A few young people didn't let it go, and they fired another round at the yacht. The yacht fell apart. Selton and a few bodyguards sank to the bottom of the sea with the yacht. A few young people threw the bazooka in their hands into the sea, and the boat turned and accelerated to leave here, and soon disappeared. There are only a few scattered floating objects on the surface of this sea area, which will be washed away in a short time. No one will know that the former San Francisco underground powerhouse, the patriarch of the Kelton family, has died here. Selton family fought, the second master died tragically, the patriarch was wanted and could not show up, the gang members died. The arrested were arrested, and the entire gang had completely collapsed. But where their industry and territory are, what should be done? The other forces in San Francisco have some thoughts. Tangren Gang. Hall Master, this is an excellent opportunity. We occupy the territory of the Selton family and we can expand our sphere of influence, said a deacon. Tangren help. The Hall Master shook his head. The Los Angeles Gang has already said hello. We can't participate. Why can't you participate? Whoever grabs it is whoever grabs it. Now that the Kelton family is empty, we can easily take over. Another person said. Do you really think nobody cares? Look at the HD security patrol cars on the street. There is at least one at each crossing. What do you think they do? Do you think the Selton family is really pure in fighting? Don't look. I want to take a bite when I get a good point. Be careful of hooks and mouths, and even take my life. I think the Los Angeles company will soon take over the Selton family's site. Then the two can cooperate in business together. Go back when you're done. Don't have troubles recently. Several subordinates bid farewell and left. The Hall Master looked at these guys and said that the ignorant are fearless. The less he knows, the more he dares to think, because he can't see the danger. If the Selton family's territory is so delicious, he would have done it a long time ago and still use these men. But he knew that this piece of meat could not be eaten by himself, nor could he eat it. There are really some small gangs who don't have long eyes. A Mexican gang boss seems to have seen the opportunity and is excited to bring people into the site, wanting to take over the property of the Selton family. They were going to take over the Selton family's casino first, where the oil and water were the greatest. But before they entered the casino, dozens of HD security patrol cars roared in, heavy machine guns mounted on the roof, and dozens of Mexicans all squatted on the ground, trembling. The place where some people lie on their stomachs becomes wet. Was taken away soon. No one saw the Bill gang taking people into the Selton family in a big way. But the caring people discovered that the business of the Selton family was gradually being taken over. The properties of the Kelton family are mostly traditional gangster businesses, such as casinos, pornographic services, loan sharking, collection of protection fees, robbery, theft, etc. The drug business has become the largest source of income in the past year. The Kelton family also has a relatively good business that is maritime smuggling. San Francisco is the most important western port city in the United States. Many smuggled goods enter and exit from here. The Kelton family controls a complete smuggling industry chain, even cooperated with many shipping companies to carry out large-scale smuggling activities. Hardy was more fancy about this. and he told Bill to keep it and try to grow as much as possible in the future. Bill's gang began to consolidate the industry. The clerical steward of the casino was taken away and shivered with fear when facing the Los Angeles gang. "Don't worry, as long as you continue to do things obediently, your treatment will be the same as before." Okay, I will do things well," Guanxi promised. The same is true for other industries, and the entire handover process can be described as smooth and orderly. The Seltoon family originally had a protection fee business, and the merchants on the site were still worried about whether a new gang would squeeze them crazily. But someone specifically came to notify them that the protection fee would be cancelled in the future. This has surprised many businesses. You reading www.uukanzu.com has quickly stabilized the hearts of the people on the site of the Kelton family. Someone contacted the shipping company. Before they cooperated with the Seltoon family, they can still cooperate with the Los Angeles company. The Seltoon family originally had its own shipping company, and Bill also asked to take it over. As for how to turn other people's property into one's own, no one is better at this point than a gang, and only a sales contract is needed. The Los Angeles gang took over all the properties of the Seltoon family in just 1 week. The other families of the Italian mafia were shocked when they heard the news, especially the head of the Bassini family, Emilio Bassini, who was surprised and speechless for a long time after learning the news. The Seltoon family is the iron rod of the Bassini family, and it is also the bridgehead of Bassini's development on the West Coast. It has worked hard for more than 10 years, but it was so easy to be taken away. How can Bassini be willing? Los Angeles gang. John Hardy. No. I want to call a meeting of the Mafia Committee. End of this chapter. Chapter 222. Chapter 224 Mafia Committee Confrontation. Hardy received several calls. The first one was from the old Godfather. The old Godfather told Hardy that Bassini was going to convene a meeting of the Mafia family. What should be studied was the matter in San Francisco. Hardy and the old Godfather were talking on the phone. It took nearly an hour. Next, Hardy answered and connected to a few more calls: the head of the Lucis family in Miami, the head of the Bruno family in Philadelphia, the head of the Maslow family in New Orleans, and so on. They are all shareholders of the Venetian Hotel and are very concerned about what may happen. Hardy explained with a smile, it's not that the Los Angeles gang wanted to annex the site, but the Seltoon family themselves had infighting. There was a vacuum in the site. Those Hispanics wanted to take the opportunity to invade. Do you think I can just let it go? Although the Los Angeles company is not a member of the Mafia Committee, it is still born out of the Mafia. I always think we are a family. What do you think? Hardy asked rhetorically. I heard that Hardy expressed his desire to become a member of the Mafia family, and these Mafia family patriarchs listened very comfortably. But you know, the committee has always refused to accept people outside the Italian ethnic group. I understand this, but it is also a bit sad. I always feel that if a business wants to grow, it should be open to all rivers. If possible, the Los Angeles company hopes to become the committee part of it. It is not easy for the Mafia to convene a full committee meeting. After all, more than 20 patriarchs must be assembled, and these patriarchs will gather in New York a week later. Vito Corleone took Tom into the conference hall. When other family chiefs and military officers saw the old Godfather coming in, many people stood up to say hello. Vito, how is your health lately? Someone greeted with a smile. Yes, very good. Cuneo often asks me to go hunting. I shot an elk a few days ago. The old Godfather smiled. The chief of the Cuneo family smiled and said, that was the biggest deer on my farm. He killed it with a single shot. I guess that deer will escape far away, and it won't be easy to fight again. The others laughed together. Tom followed the old Godfather. He has only one feeling: respect. The patriarchs of these families have become more respectful of the Godfather than before. The last committee meeting, the Godfather is like a wounded lion, facing the siege of a group of hyenas, and now, these people all put on smiling faces. Why did this happen? Tom knew very well in his heart. It's all because of Hardy. Although Hardy is not on the Mafia Committee, and he is not even a member of the Mafia, He has a strong influence on the mafia. The Corleone family can be restored to their current state, which can be said to be entirely due to Hardy. Emilio Bassini, patriarch of the Bassini family; Philip, patriarch of the Tattaquillia family; Colombo, the patriarch of the Strack family, and others walked into the conference hall and saw the old godfather and others talking and laughing. It's a little heavier. Bassini is the rotating chairman, and he sits in the chair. Other family patriarchs took their place one after another, and the meeting began. Bassini glanced at the 24 patriarchs who were doing it, and finally glanced at an empty seat, and said, "Have you noticed that our committee is missing one patriarch?" Everyone looked at the empty seat by appointment. They all knew that Bassini was talking about Lebzelton in San Francisco, and they all knew why the committee was convened today. Bassini said with a sullen face, "Someone robbed the Selton family stuff. I know you should all have received the news. It is the Los Angeles gang. I convened this meeting to discuss with you and take back the San Francisco turf. The Selton family is a member of the committee. When we joined the committee, the charter we formulated clearly stated that the committee resolves internal disputes within the family and establishes an offensive and defensive alliance. If external forces invade our interests, we must act together to deal with the enemy. The Selton family was killed and the site was robbed. I summoned the committee members to discuss how to deal with this matter. I am going to fight the Los Angeles gang." Bassini finished speaking and looked at everyone. The atmosphere of the venue was a bit silent. None of the patriarchs who can sit here are fools. They all know who is involved in this matter. Is it really that easy to fight against the Los Angeles gang? The Los Angeles gang is Hardy's. More than half of the people here invested large sums of cash, millions of dollars, in the Venetian casino. That was all the cash of their family. They would not be so stupid because of the falling out of Selton and Hardy and letting their investment fall apart. Many people look at the old godfather Vito Corleone, intentionally or unintentionally. The old godfather looked at Bassini and asked faintly, "Bassini, go to war with the Los Angeles gang." "I want to know why." "Because they attacked the Selton family and robbed San Francisco," Bassini said with a cold face. The old godfather pursed his mouth and shook his head slightly. "But what I heard is that the Selton family themselves had infighting. The people of Selton and the second-in-chief of Trotter were fighting. After a large number of people were killed and injured, all the rest was destroyed. The police arrested. There seems to be no help from Los Angeles." The patriarch of the Luces family nodded. "The news I heard is the same. It seems that the second-in-charge Trotter wanted to usurp the throne, and Selton sent someone to kill him without success, and then the two sides started fighting together." Speaking of this, the head of the Luces family pouted and said disdainfully, "Selton is really unbearable to manage the family in this way." Bassini said with a sullen face, "I suspect that the whole thing is a conspiracy of the Los Angeles gang." "Why do you say that?" the old godfather said. "They benefit the most because of the whole thing," Bassini said. The old godfather shook his head. "Bassini, this reason cannot convince us." After the Selton family feud, the site was vacant, and there were Latinos who wanted to enter the site. The Los Angeles gang saw this and sent someone to control the site. Stand up. It's better to land in the hands of Los Angeles than to the Mexicans, don't you think? The old godfather said. Bassini looked at the old godfather and said in a serious tone, "Vito, do you want to violate the rules set by the committee and support an outsider? I know you have a good relationship with John Hardy." Faced with Bassini's accusation, the old godfather was not in a hurry. "After the incident in San Francisco, I did call Hardy to communicate. He told me that he didn't want to see the territory belonging to the mafia fall into the hands of others. This is the only reason why he sent people into the Selton family territory." Would he be so kind? Bassini sneered. "Why is it impossible? It is said that Los Angeles was born out of the mafia. We could have been a family." Hardy told me that if the committee agreed, he would let Los Angeles join the committee. The old godfather said. At this time, the head of the Luces family opened his mouth and said, "Los Angeles is now the largest gang on the West Coast. It is very powerful. If they can join, it will definitely be an improvement to our mafia." The patriarch of the Bruno family of Philadelphia also nodded. Yes, our strength on the West Coast is too weak. There are almost no families. The strength of Los Angeles is obvious to all. If we want to develop business on the West Coast in the future, we need a strong partner. Many clan chiefs also spoke up, thinking that the Los Angeles gang should be absorbed. Bassini's face became extremely ugly. The purpose of his meeting was to solve the problems in San Francisco and eliminate the Los Angeles gang. But these guys actually discussed letting the Los Angeles gang join committee. This makes Bassini very angry. Bassini stood up fiercely, and said solemnly, "I firmly oppose it. All our families here are of Italian ethnicity, and the committee family must also be of Italian ethnicity. Others are simply not credible." The old godfather also stood up, looked at Bassini, and said in a hoarse voice, "Bassini, I think your thinking should be changed." After speaking, I scanned other family patriarchs and said loudly, "The mafia originated in Sicily. There is no doubt that we came to the United States in order to survive and develop our own business. At that time, every city had large and small families. Good development. We formed a committee. The original intention of establishing the committee was to resolve disputes and to promote our better development. This is not a reason for complacency. In our families, there are now many people of non-Italian ethnicity, and many of them have been seated in high positions. There are also many of us who were born in the United States. For example, Al Capone was born in Brooklyn, New York. What counts? Is it an American? If you have to restrict the area, you have to exclude non-Sicilian talents. Bassini, I remember you are of Neapolitan origin, right? Tattigliere, you are of Calabria, right? And there are many people here, too. So, Bassini, the times are different now. We must learn to keep pace with the times. Only by accommodating more capable people can we have better development. Some old ideas need to be changed. Anything that hinders our development and hinders us to make money is the rules. They must be eliminated. Bassini looked at the old godfather blankly. Xin said these words of Vito are so familiar. It seems that when he forced Vito to release political resources to support the drug business, he said something similar. Today Vito used it to attack himself. Originally, this committee was convened today to jointly deal with the Los Angeles gang, and then he took the opportunity to take back control of San Francisco. Bassini's idea is very simple. Although Los Angeles is very powerful and Hardy is very powerful on the West Coast, as long as all members of the Mafia Committee pressure him together, that Hardy will definitely be timid, and then obediently give up San Francisco. Unexpectedly, Vito turned the topic in another direction, discussing whether the Los Angeles gang should be included in the committee. And to his surprise, there are so many people who support it, especially those families that have worked with Hardy. This moment, Bassini felt a strong sense of powerlessness in his heart, and these guys probably won't listen to them anymore. As a group of greedy bastards who can bring benefits to them, they will listen to whom? The meeting of the Mafia Committee broke up. The matter of dealing with the Los Angeles gang together was naturally not negotiated. Of course, the proposal to let the Los Angeles gang join the committee was also not passed. The committee is now clearly divided into two camps. One is a power group headed by Bassini, and the other is a power group headed by the old godfather. Now these two forces are evenly matched, and no one can control each other. But in general, Bassini failed. Can't unite the Mafia Committee to deal with the Los Angeles gang. Only relying on Bassini's own strength, even if he is called the hardest, he does not dare to go to war with Hardy. So he lost San Francisco forever. After the meeting, the old godfather talked to Hardy on the phone and told Hardy what had happened at the meeting. I'm afraid that the Los Angeles gang's membership in the committee needs to continue to operate. Don't worry, our goal is to cooperate to make money. There are already more than a dozen families, which is enough. Mr. Vito, I want you to do me a favor, Hardy said. How can I help? You helped me contact all the families, including the families that we cooperated with, and the families that we didn't cooperate with before. So Hardy wanted to do business with them. MTLnovel.com I recently had the idea of opening a casino in Cuba. Ask them, would you like to invest? Hardy said, open a casino in Cuba? Yes, Cuba opens casinos. If we can contact more families, I believe it will be much easier to promote the development of the committee to accept new families. Hardy said, okay, I will contact them. The old godfather said, hang up. Hardy showed a smirk on his face. He lied to the old godfather. Actually, Hardy's real purpose is not to invest in Cuba, but to dig a hole for Bassini, but he did not tell the old godfather, because only if he really does it, he will not show it. Currently, Cuba has not yet started revolution. It is still under the control of the United States. The current prime minister is called Fulgencio Batista. He has some connections with Bassini and is considered a good friend. However, Hardy knew that just 3 or 4 years later, a young man named Lauca turned out to be upset and generous in Cuba. The investment of the United States here has all been wiped out. Hardy just wanted to bring Brazil, Neil introduced into this quagmire. Anyway, it's just one sentence, and you don't have to work hard. End of this chapter. Chapter 223. Chapter 224 Mafia Committee Confrontation. Hardy received several calls. The first one was from the old godfather. The old godfather told Hardy that Bassini was going to convene a meeting of the Mafia family. What should be studied was the matter in San Francisco. Hardy and the old godfather were talking on the phone. It took nearly an hour. Next, Hardy answered and connected to a few more calls, the head of the Lucis family in Miami, the head of the Bruno family in Philadelphia, the head of the Maslow family in New Orleans, and so on. They are all shareholders of the Venetian Hotel and are very concerned about what may happen. Hardy explained with a smile, it's not that the Los Angeles gang wanted to annex the site, but the Selton family themselves had infighting. There was a vacuum in the site. Those Hispanics wanted to take the opportunity to invade. Do you think I can just let it go? Although the Los Angeles company is not a member of the Mafia Committee, it is still born out of the Mafia. I always think we are a family. What do you think? Hardy asked rhetorically. I heard that Hardy expressed his desire to become a member of the Mafia family, and these Mafia family patriarchs listened very comfortably. But you know, the committee has always refused to accept people outside the Italian ethnic group. I understand this, but it is also a bit sad. I always feel that if a business wants to grow, it should be open to all rivers. If possible, the Los Angeles company hopes to become the committee part of it. It is not easy for the Mafia to convene a full committee meeting. After all, more than 20 patriarchs must be assembled, and these patriarchs will gather in New York a week later. Vito Corleone took Tom into the conference hall. When other family chiefs and military officers saw the old godfather coming in, many people stood up to say hello. Vito, how is your health lately? Someone greeted with a smile. Yes, very good. Cuneo often asks me to go hunting. I shot an elk a few days ago. The old godfather smiled. The chief of the Cuneo family smiled and said, that was the biggest deer on my farm. He killed it with a single shot. I guess that deer will escape far away, and it won't be easy to fight again. The others laughed together. Tom followed the old godfather. He has only one feeling, respect. The patriarchs of these families have become more respectful of the godfather than before. The last committee meeting, the godfather is like a wounded lion, facing the siege of a group of hyenas, and now, these people all put on smiling faces. Why did this happen? Tom knew very well in his heart. It's all because of Hardy. Although Hardy is not on the Mafia Committee, and he is not even a member of the Mafia, he has a strong influence on the Mafia. The Corleone family can be restored to their current state, which can be said to be entirely due to Hardy. Emilio Bassini, patriarch of the Bassini family, Philip, patriarch of the Tattaquilla family, Calobo, the patriarch of the Strack family, and others walked into the conference hall and saw the old godfather and others talking and laughing. It's a little heavier. Bassini is the rotating chairman, and he sits in the chair. Other family patriarchs took their place one after another, and the meeting began. Bassini glanced at the 24 patriarchs who were doing it. and finally glanced at an empty seat, and said, "Have you noticed that our committee is missing one patriarch?" Everyone looked at the empty seat by appointment. They all knew that Bassini was talking about Lebzelton in San Francisco, and they all knew why the committee was convened today. Bassini said with a sullen face, "Someone robbed the Selton family stuff. I know you should all have received the news. It is the Los Angeles gang. I convened this meeting to discuss with you and take back the San Francisco turf. The Selton family is a member of the committee. When we joined the committee, the charter we formulated clearly stated that the committee resolves internal disputes within the family and establishes an offensive and defensive alliance. If external forces invade our interests, we must act together to deal with the enemy. The Selton family was killed and the site was robbed. I summoned the committee members to discuss how to deal with this matter. I am going to fight the Los Angeles gang." Bassini finished speaking and looked at everyone. The atmosphere of the venue was a bit silent. None of the patriarchs who can sit here are fools. They all know who is involved in this matter. Is it really that easy to fight against the Los Angeles gang? The Los Angeles gang is Hardy's. More than half of the people here invested large sums of cash, millions of dollars, in the Venetian casino. That was all the cash of their family. They would not be so stupid because of the falling out of Selton and Hardy and letting their investment fall apart. Many people look at the old godfather Vito Corleone, intentionally or unintentionally. The old godfather looked at Bassini and asked faintly, "Bassini, go to war with the Los Angeles gang." "I want to know why." "Because they attacked the Selton family and robbed San Francisco," Bassini said with a cold face. The old godfather pursed his mouth and shook his head slightly. "But what I heard is that the Selton family themselves had infighting. The people of Selton and the second-in-chief of Trotter were fighting. After a large number of people were killed and injured, all the rest was destroyed. The police arrested. There seems to be no help from Los Angeles." The patriarch of the Luces family nodded. "The news I heard is the same. It seems that the second-in-charge Trotter wanted to usurp the throne, and Selton sent someone to kill him without success, and then the two sides started fighting together." Speaking of this, the head of the Luces family pouted and said disdainfully, "Selton is really unbearable to manage the family in this way." Bassini said with a sullen face, "I suspect that the whole thing is a conspiracy of the Los Angeles gang." "Why do you say that?" the old godfather said. "They benefit the most because of the whole thing," Bassini said. The old godfather shook his head. "Bassini, this reason cannot convince us." After the Selton family feud, the site was vacant, and there were Latinos who wanted to enter the site. The Los Angeles gang saw this and sent someone to control the site. Stand up. It's better to land in the hands of Los Angeles than to the Mexicans, don't you think? The old godfather said. Bassini looked at the old godfather and said in a serious tone, "Vito, do you want to violate the rules set by the committee and support an outsider? I know you have a good relationship with John Hardy." Faced with Bassini's accusation, the old godfather was not in a hurry. "After the incident in San Francisco, I did call Hardy to communicate. He told me that he didn't want to see the territory belonging to the mafia fall into the hands of others. This is the only reason why he sent people into the Selton family territory." Would he be so kind? Bassini sneered. "Why is it impossible? It is said that Los Angeles was born out of the mafia. We could have been a family." Hardy told me that if the committee agreed, he would let Los Angeles join the committee. The old godfather said. At this time, the head of the Luces family opened his mouth and said, "Los Angeles is now the largest gang on the West Coast. It is very powerful. If they can join, it will definitely be an improvement to our mafia." The patriarch of the Bruno family of Philadelphia also nodded. "Yes, our strength on the West Coast is too weak. There are almost no families. The strength of Los Angeles is obvious to all. If we want to develop business on the West Coast in the future, we need a strong partner." Many clan chiefs also spoke up, thinking that the Los Angeles gang should be absorbed. Bassini's face became extremely ugly. The purpose of his meeting was to solve the problems in San Francisco and eliminate the Los Angeles gang. But these guys actually discussed letting the Los Angeles gang join committee. This makes Bassini very angry. Bassini stood up fiercely. and said solemnly, "I firmly oppose it. All our families here are of Italian ethnicity, and the committee family must also be of Italian ethnicity. Others are simply not credible." The old godfather also stood up, looked at Bassini, and said in a hoarse voice, "Bassini, I think your thinking should be changed." After speaking, I scanned other family patriarchs and said loudly, "The mafia originated in Sicily. There is no doubt that we came to the United States in order to survive and develop our own business. At that time, every city had large and small families. Good development. We formed a committee. The original intention of establishing the committee was to resolve disputes and to promote our better development. This is not a reason for complacency. In our families, there are now many people of non-Italian ethnicity, and many of them have been seated in high positions. There are also many of us who were born in the United States. For example, Al Capone was born in Brooklyn, New York. What counts? Is it an American? If you have to restrict the area, you have to exclude non-Sicilian talents. Bassini, I remember you are of Neapolitan origin, right? Tattigliere, you are of Calabria, right? And there are many people here, too. So, Bassini, the times are different now. We must learn to keep pace with the times. Only by accommodating more capable people can we have better development. Some old ideas need to be changed. Anything that hinders our development and hinders us to make money is the rules. They must be eliminated. Bassini looked at the old godfather blankly. Xin said these words of Vito are so familiar. It seems that when he forced Vito to release political resources to support the drug business, he said something similar. Today Vito used it to attack himself. Originally, this committee was convened today to jointly deal with the Los Angeles gang, and then he took the opportunity to take back control of San Francisco. Bassini's idea is very simple. Although Los Angeles is very powerful and Hardy is very powerful on the West Coast, as long as all members of the Mafia Committee pressure him together, that Hardy will definitely be timid, and then obediently give up San Francisco. Unexpectedly, Vito turned the topic in another direction, discussing whether the Los Angeles gang should be included in the committee. And to his surprise, there are so many people who support it, especially those families that have worked with Hardy. This moment, Bassini felt a strong sense of powerlessness in his heart, and these guys probably won't listen to them anymore. As a group of greedy bastards who can bring benefits to them, they will listen to whom? The meeting of the Mafia Committee broke up. The matter of dealing with the Los Angeles gang together was naturally not negotiated. Of course, the proposal to let the Los Angeles gang join the committee was also not passed. The committee is now clearly divided into two camps. One is a power group headed by Bassini, and the other is a power group headed by the old godfather. Now these two forces are evenly matched, and no one can control each other. But in general, Bassini failed. Can't unite the Mafia Committee to deal with the Los Angeles gang. Only relying on Bassini's own strength, even if he is called the hardest, he does not dare to go to war with Hardy. So he lost San Francisco forever. After the meeting, the old godfather talked to Hardy on the phone and told Hardy what had happened at the meeting. I'm afraid that the Los Angeles gang's membership in the committee needs to continue to operate. Don't worry, our goal is to cooperate to make money. There are already more than a dozen families, which is enough. Mr. Vito, I want you to do me a favor. Hardy said. How can I help? You helped me contact all the families, including the families that we cooperated with, and the families that we didn't cooperate with before. So Hardy wanted to do business with them. MTLnovel.com. I recently had the idea of opening a casino in Cuba. Ask them, would you like to invest? Hardy said. Open a casino in Cuba? Yes, Cuba opens casinos. If we can contact more families, I believe it will be much easier to promote the development of the committee to accept new families. Hardy said. Okay, I will contact them. The old godfather said. Hang up. Hardy showed a smirk on his face. He lied to the old godfather. Actually, Hardy's real purpose is not to invest in Cuba, but to dig a hole for Bassini, but he did not tell the old godfather, because only if he really does it, he will not show it. Currently, Cuba has not yet started revolution. It is still under the control of the United States. The current prime minister is called Fulgencio Batista. He has some connections with Bassini and is considered a good friend. However, Hardy knew that just 3 or 4 years later, a young man named Lauca turned out to be upset and generous in Cuba. The investment of the United States here has all been wiped out. Hardy just wanted to bring Brazil, Neil introduced into this quagmire. Anyway, it's just one sentence, and you don't have to work hard. End of this chapter. Chapter 224. Chapter 225 Cuban Casino Business. The old godfather called the patriarchs of the families. The first one was the Lucchese in Miami. The old godfather said, "Luces, Hardy has a new idea of making money." Lucchese immediately became interested, but he knew how strong Hardy's ability to make money is, so he quickly asked, "Hardy has any ideas?" "Open a casino in Cuba." Lucchese was taken aback. "Opening a casino in Cuba? Can it make money? Don't we have a casino in Las Vegas?" Lucchese was surprised. Hardy said, "Las Vegas's customer base is mainly on the West Coast. People on the East Coast need to travel across the country to get to Las Vegas. There are many advantages to building a casino in Cuba. There are scenery and beaches there. Unlike Las Vegas, which only has Gobi, it requires a lot of manpower and material resources to build anything. Every year, millions of tourists in the United States go to Miami Beach to visit. These people are excellent potential customers. Miami is only 300 kilometers from Havana. It only takes 1 hour by plane. The cruise ship can pass by overnight and go there 3 or 5 days. It's easy to take a boat back. In fact, opening a casino in Cuba is equivalent to an extension of Miami's tourism industry, but Miami does not allow gambling, so it is built in Cuba. At that time, Miami can directly slogans to go to Cuban casinos when it is publicized. There are not only beaches, casinos, but also exotic South America. There are no fans and no one cares. If you get some beautiful South American women, it will definitely attract countless tourists. We can make money on passenger ships, we can make money in casinos, we can make money on board and lodging, we can sell more drugs, and we will enjoy a more free and crazier air than Las Vegas. I believe we will attracting countless people from the East Coast to go to Cuba to have fun. More than that, we can also use casinos to launder money. Each family has some overseas businesses. I know that your Lucas family has a sugar business in South America, right? Money can be turned into legal income by turning around in the casino. The most important point is that drug funds, transactions with guys in South America and even France, do not need to be transferred back and forth, and can be turned directly in the casino, which will be countless times more convenient. These words are all said by Hardy and the old godfather. The most brilliant lie is 9 true and 1 false, 9 shallow and 1 deep. From the beginning, they all act according to the truth. Cuba does have unique advantages, and many places can't compare to Las Vegas. Patriarch Lucchese listened to the words of the old godfather. His eyes suddenly lighted up. Every point the old godfather said hit Lucchese's heart. Casinos make money, overseas funds operate, and drug funds enter and exit. He felt that the idea of building a casino in Cuba was great. It was a magical stroke. He admired Hardy even more, and there is another advantage for him. He controls Miami. Miami is the closest to Cuba. It will become very important in the future. Their Luces family can make more money and grow stronger than before. Okay, I support this plan. But this time I hope the Lucifer family will take more shares. Lucifer said. The old godfather smiled and said, "Hee, of course, Hardy has already considered this." He said that Miami is the most important node of this plan. In addition to calculating the shares according to the investment ratio, the Lucas family should get a part of the management shares. Patriarch Lucchese felt very comfortable when he heard this. And I have to say that Hardy was really thoughtful and he even arranged a management unit. Of course, this point needs to be negotiated and decided after the partners are assembled, but it should not be difficult for me to pass the decision. After all, The future business needs the help of the Luces family. The old godfather said. Ended the call with Patriarch Luces, and the old godfather contacted other families, not only the 15 families that cooperated with the Venetian casino, but also other families that did not cooperate. Even the old godfather contacted Anthony Strozzi, the head of the Strack family, and Philip, the head of the Tatarchillia family. I have to say that the old godfather's city mansion is really broad deep, and these families, it is almost the same as what was said to the chief of Luxi. The casino can make money, help the operation of overseas funds, provide a settlement center for the entry and exit of drugs. Many people think Hardy's plan is very good. Even if the casino does not make money, the latter two functions are enough to support them to build a casino. Finally, the old godfather called Bassini's phone. In fact, before the old godfather made this call, someone had called Bassini to report the situation. Bassini was shocked when he heard it. Have to say that Hardy's vision is really vicious, and he actually let him see this wonderful place in Cuba. Casinos make money, launder their overseas funds, and even help other people to launder money. It is not only their gangs who need money laundering business, but also many rich and powerful people need money laundering. If this business is done well, it will definitely make a lot of money. And in this plan, he also saw Hardy's conspiracy. The previous mafia committee, Vito Corleone, proposed to let the Los Angeles gang join the committee, and other families also supported it. What does this mean? Shows that Hardy wants to get his tentacles deep into the mafia committee. Hardy is under Siegel's sect. He killed Siegel at the beginning and was a natural enemy with him. He has made friends with Corleone, and he can no longer coexist with himself. If he were allowed to enter the committee, then he might not even be able to keep his current power. Hardy's plan for a Cuban casino is similar to the plan for a Las Vegas casino. In addition to making money, it can also attract people. If all the families do business with him, then he will propose to join the committee in the future. Who else is there be opposed to? Bassini is only the rotating chairman of the committee. Each term is only 2 years. It is more like a conference convener, but there is no veto power. The proposal can take effect as long as 80% of the people pass it. If Hardy wins over more people, I believe he will never be able to stop him from joining the committee next time. Just as Bassini was thinking about countermeasures, the old godfather's call came. Bassini, I want to talk to you about building a casino in Cuba. Vito Corleone said in a hoarse voice. I will listen to Vito again, Bassini said calmly. Then the old godfather talked to Bassini about the benefits of opening a casino in Cuba. In fact, the old godfather knew that someone must have notified Bassini in advance, but he still wanted to say that they were both old foxes and both were acting. But sometimes the play has to go on. After the old godfather finished talking about the Cuban casino, Bassini said nothing. The two were silent for a few seconds. The old godfather said, Bassini, I think no matter what the problem was before, it is actually for business. There is nothing to let go. What do you think? The Cuban casino business proposed by Hardy is very good. We can all invest and make money together, and all families can use the casino channel, which will make it easier to exchange funds countless times in the future. Bassini, Hardy wants me to tell you that he doesn't like fighting. He hopes that everyone can make money together instead of constant internal friction. That completely violates the original intention of forming the committee. What do you mean by Bassini? Bassini listened to the old godfather's words, only feeling that his chest was blocked in panic. If he agrees to join the business, it is equivalent to admitting to all the families that he has lost the Bassini and has bowed his head to Hardy. Vito, I have to think about it, Bassini said. Okay, I'll wait for your call. The old godfather hung up the phone after he finished. The dimly yellow lamp was on the table, and Bassini sat in the shadow, only half of his chin exposed. He was thinking about how to deal with this problem. Open a casino in Cuba is indeed a brilliant idea. But you Hardy can do it, and I can do Bassini. Cuba's current Prime Minister Fulgencio Batista, speaking of him, is considered a friend. The United States now has a strong rule of Cuba. Prime Minister Fulgencio Batista has been in the United States before. Make friends with people everywhere for help, and Bassini met him at that time. You can find Batista and build a casino in Cuba. Can even let the government stop Hardy and their actions, so that their casino cannot be built. If he gets the dominance of Cuban casinos, he can win over other gangster families to join, and then the Las Vegas Casino League that Hardy established before will collapse in an instant. He can get back the leadership of the committee, and he can never join committee. The more I think about it, the more excited I get. Just do it. The next day, Bassini took a plane to Cuba and contacted Batista. Prime Minister Batista also liked Bassini, an American friend. You must know that Bassini also has a certain influence in Washington. When Bassini proposed to build a casino in Cuba, Batista agreed. Although Cuba does not open the gambling industry, Batista felt that it could only be opened to foreigners. Such a proposal could easily be passed by Congress. Furthermore, Cuba can also receive large taxes, so why not do it? Bassini came back from Cuba.novel.com. The whole person became energetic and immediately contacted other families, including those who had been left by Haidera. Bassini called Patriarch Lucas. Lucas, cooperate with me. Cuban Prime Minister Batista and I are good friends. He has agreed to build a casino in Cuba. As for other people, they will definitely not be able to intervene. We can operate the casino to make money and launder money, Bassini said. The other person mentioned by Bassini is naturally Hardy. Luces hesitated. Lucas did have a good relationship with Hardy before. It was because he saw the benefits. If Hardy could not bring him benefits, Lucas would not become friends with him, let alone support him. Hardy people are very realistic, let alone the patriarch of a gangster family. Now Bassini has made it clear that he is in contact with Cuban Prime Minister Batista, and that the Prime Minister is there. Don't even try to insert your hands in Cuba, which means that Hardy can't do this business with them. His Miami is the closest to Cuba. If the Cuban casino is built, he will benefit the most. And Luces does not want to give up. End of this chapter. Chapter 225. Chapter 226. Stunner in the room. Okay, I agree to join this business, but I have a request. From now on, Miami will be the top priority of Cuban casinos, so the Luces family must get more shares. I mean the management unit. Road. A fierce flash flashed in Bassini's eyes. He hated greedy people, especially those who wanted to take advantage of him. No problem, Lucas. These things can be discussed when we invest. Bassini smiled. Patriarch Lucas agreed that this is definitely good news for Bassini. Lucas used to stand completely on Hades' side, but now he is easily drawn to him. This is a great victory for him. Bassini called other families again. Many people agreed on the spot, and some expressed their consideration. In this way, Bassini has gathered more than 20 families in a short period of time. Hardy never thought that he came up with such a good money-making idea, but in the end it fulfilled me, and it also divided the family he was wooing. He would definitely jump angrily when he knew it. Think about it and be happy. Finally, Bassini called the old godfather. Vito, it is indeed a good idea to set up a casino in Cuba. But this business is not something everyone can do. It requires a strong relationship. Prime Minister Batista has made it clear to me that he will not agree to the second one. So Hardy's plan is going to be aborted. Ha 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 ha. Bassini smiled triumphantly. There is a strong ostentation in his tone. I have contacted many families. Would you like to invest in one? Bassini asked with a smile. The old godfather was silent for a while, and said in a low voice, "It's still not. I wish you good luck, Bassini." That's a shame. Bassini put down the phone. Hardy received a call from the old godfather. Hey, Bassini has applied your plan. He has a relationship with Cuban Prime Minister Batista and has agreed to build a casino with him, and he has made it clear that if you invest in it, you will definitely do it. Stop. What are you going to do? Heidi sighed helplessly. I originally asked someone to contact a minister over there, but now it seems that the plan may only be temporarily shelved. The old godfather also felt it a pity, but he gave Hardy some comfort. Heidi, business has not been smooth sailing. In the decades I have been running the family, I have encountered countless troubles, large and small. When we encounter problems, we can seriously solve them, but sometimes we find that we are really unable to change. Then we will let go. There is still business waiting for us in the future, and we can succeed in other places. Thank you, Mr. Vito, for teaching. I won't take this matter to heart, Hardy said, putting down the phone. Hardy smiled. How could he be angry? This was originally a trap he set up for Bassini. Now Bassini has jumped off perfectly, and he also brought more than 20 gangster families. After the civil war broke out in Cuba and their investment was lost, Hardy believed that Bassini will be torn apart by those families that lose money. It's like they executed Siegel. Within a few days, more than 20 families agreed to join forces with Bassini to do the Cuban casino business, including the family that invested in the Venetian casino. As Hardy said, these people are all profitable and profitable moving guys. They only value interests. Bassini is going to make a big deal this time, planning to invest $100 million to build a super-large casino complex on the seaside more than 100 kilometers from Havana to build its own gambling kingdom. This is the end of the matter. It can come to an end. Hardy just needs to wait. At most 2 years, Brazil will be in chaos, and their investment will be in vain. At that time, the family turmoil will be a good time for Hardy to take action. Andy came to report Coca-Cola's situation to Hardy. Coca-Cola's stock price plummeted due to the bottle cap redemption event. Andy shorted ahead. After more than a month of operation, Coca-Cola's stock price has basically stabilized, and Andy chose to ship. Andy wanted to show Hardy a detailed data report, and Hardy waved his hand. Just tell me how much you earn. A total of $5.88 million earned. Hardy was very happy to hear this number. This is the charm of finance. He made the annual profits of a large enterprise in a short time. It is no wonder that the big men on Wall Street can control the global economy, because they have the monster of finance in their hands. The group was established for 2 months, and now all companies have developed to a certain extent. Andy reported to Hardy one by one that the construction of the 2 casinos and the headquarters was progressing steadily, and the group sent supervisors to ensure the quality of the project. Hardy believes that they dare not lie to themselves. One is because the funds are in their hands, and the other is that if these builders dare to cheat him, he will let these people go to directly. Boss, please report to you the situation in Hong Kong. The pharmaceutical factory cooperating with Mersey Pharmaceuticals. The personnel and some equipment of Mersey Pharmaceuticals have passed away. Victor bought a local pharmaceutical factory, and the location is said to be in a place called Julong. Covers an area of more than 100 acres and has a factory building. Previously, it mainly produced Chinese medicine preparations. Now the pharmaceutical factory is under construction. The Global Times also sent people to set up a branch in Hong Kong and directly acquired a newspaper in Central. That newspaper has its own office building and has already started operations. Wells Fargo has sent people to Hong Kong and Japan, and is now looking for suitable locations to set up branches. It is estimated that it will take some time to establish. Hardy nodded. Not afraid of slowness, as long as there is progress. The Super Idol audition show is in full swing, and there are still people who dare to come to Los Angeles. Over a month, 8 rounds of C-elections were conducted, and several candidates were selected in each round. It is estimated that the C-elections will take about 20 rounds, and there will be more than 200 players in the C-elections. ABC TV broadcasts audition programs every night, and the ratings of the programs remain high, which severely suppressed the other 2 TV stations and became the most popular program this year. High ratings, the advertising costs are naturally high. ABC TV station received a batch of high-priced advertisements, such as General Motors, Wrigley Gum, Nescafe, Johnson & Johnson baby powder, etc., and the advertising expenses of each company reached $1 million. There is also the largest one, Marlboro cigarette advertising, and Philip Morris has even spent $3 million to buy the naming rights for this year's event. In this era, cigarettes are still allowed to be advertised. It was not until the 1970s that cigarette advertising was banned. Cigarettes are really profitable and the consumption is huge. Tobacco companies can make high profits every year. The Super Idol talent show only has an advertising fee of tens of millions, and it also promotes the overall increase in the influence of ABC TV. The advertising expenses in other periods have also increased by a large amount. Now, on the whole, ABC TV can earn $30 million advertising expenses every year. Although it's only an audition now. Until Novel.com, several people are already famous, such as the handsome dream chaser Elvis Presley, the representative of ordinary women, and the mother contestant Percy Klein, the girl Marilyn Monroe who caused countless men insomnia. Now the company has started to package Monroe in all directions, adopting a pure style. Teachers have taught her how to better show her femininity, some have taught her how to dress, and some have taught her to sing. Monroe originally had dark blonde hair. Under the advice of the hairstylist, she dyed it into a pale blonde and also cut her long hair into a short wavy hairstyle. And because she had a mole on her face before, the stylist felt very feeling, suggest that she keep it. Monroe's new makeup photo came out as if she was a different person, becoming more and attractive than before, especially after putting on beautiful clothes. The whole person exuded an alluring taste from top to bottom. Edward has always been paying attention to Monroe. After he saw Monroe's new look, he was also stunned. He sighed in his heart. He deserves to be the boss. His vision is really vicious. The original Monroe can score 85 points, and now he can score 95 points. Above is definitely the best plaything. This kind of stunner is a man who wants to live in his own house. End of this chapter. Chapter 226. Chapter 227. Selling post-war supplies. It's March in a blink of an eye. The annual Golden Globe Awards ceremony is coming, and Hardy brings 3 women, Ava Gardner, Elizabeth Taylor and Heidi Lamar. Both Elizabeth Taylor and Heidi Lamar were shortlisted for films this year. The Killer is Not Too Cold and The Ghost is Still in Love. Both of them are nominated for the Best Actress. There are many good films this year, and the competition is fierce. In the end, Elizabeth Taylor won the Golden Globe Award for Best Actress by virtue of her wonderful performance in This Killer Is Not So Cold. The little girl held the trophy and couldn't help kissing. This was the first big prize in her life. As for the 2 films of HD Pictures, they also won several awards one after another. After the party, Hardy sent Taylor back. At 200 meters away from Taylor's home, Taylor asked Hardy to stop the car on the side of the road, and the bodyguard car behind Hardy also stopped far away. As soon as Hardy stopped, Taylor pounced on Hardy and kissed him fiercely, finally made Hardy feel who. The two finally separated. Taylor gasped slightly, looking at Hardy with big purple eyes. "This is the first prize in my life. I'm so excited, and thank you, Hardy. This is your own hard work," Hardy said with a smile. "No, you taught me well. I learned a lot of acting knowledge this year, and I also watched more performances by other people. I found that my performance was really far behind. If it weren't for you to teach me how to enter Mateel for this role, I will definitely not get this award," Taylor said. "You only need to have this knowledge. Only by knowing your shortcomings can you improve. I believe you will get the Oscar in the future," Hardy said. "That means I have no chance this time?" Taylor asked. This Nizai is really smart, and she immediately grasped the point of Hardy's words. "There is a nomination." Taylor was a little disappointed, but immediately lost his emotions, smiled and said, "It is very rare to have an Oscar nomination." After speaking, he looked at Hardy and said softly, "Heidi, I want a reward." "What reward do you want?" Taylor closed his eyes again. Heidi knowingly kissed him. In the intense entanglement, Hardy reached out his hand subconsciously, and Taylor trembled, but he responded more intensely. Taylor's parents also attended tonight's Golden Globes Gala, which was a ticket for his daughter to Hardy's relationship. At the end of the party, the two went out for a drink with friends. When the couple drove back, the car lights were on the road. There is a car parked by the side. Beverly is a high-end residential area with wide roads and almost no parking on both sides. A car parked on the side of the road is very conspicuous. "Hey, isn't that Mr. Hardy's car?" Aisha was surprised when she saw the license plate number. Immediately after the car lights shone into the car, a man and a woman were kissing. Aisha knew who it was as soon as he guessed it. The car stopped in her home in a blink of an eye. Aisha glanced at the car under the streetlight a few hundred meters away. Then walk into the villa. Daughter is already big, she has a life. When she was as old as her daughter, she also had a boyfriend, and she knew about the relationship between men and women, not to mention that the man was Mr. Hardy. After waiting for another half an hour, Taylor finally went home, holding the Golden Globe trophy in her hand and happy to enter the door. Aisha saw that her daughter's lipstick had already been spent, and she naturally knew what had happened. Another 10 days have passed. The annual Oscar Awards ceremony begins. At this Oscars ceremony, ABC TV bought the copyright and prepared to broadcast it nationwide. Numerous celebrities attended the ceremony, and Irina became one of the hosts. Heidi took a few women to participate again. HD Pictures got a huge gain this time. The two films won 12 nominations. Taylor was nominated for This Killer Is Not So Cold, and Heidi Lamar won the Best for his wonderful performance in the End of the Ghost Actress Award. After winning the film, Heidi Lamar's eyes were red when he came to the stage to receive the award. "I am most grateful to Mr. Hardy, who came up with the story of the future of human and ghost, and he also made me play this role." The theme song of the movie is also his. Written, "I want to say that Mr. Hardy is the most talented person I have ever met." Wow! There was a round of applause at the scene. Subsequent awards: The Killer Is Not So Cold and Human Ghosts Are Coming also won the Best Director Award, the Best Editing Award, the Best Original Story, the Best Original Song Award and other awards. Heidi came to the stage to accept the award. He hadn't spoken as soon as he stepped onto the stage, and there was a warm applause from the audience. Now he is the boss of the Hardy Group, with assets of hundreds of millions of dollars, a properly rich man, the boss of a TV and film company, and the chairman of the Actors Union that controls the real power of Hollywood. After Hardy became the chairman of the union, he made some real changes, such as rectifying small brokerage companies, making the air in Hollywood more pure, making Hollywood a better ecology, and helping many actors to solve the problem of vital interests. Maya sat down and looked at Hardy on the stage, and sighed in his heart. Now Hardy's influence in Hollywood has faintly surpassed him. He has only been here for more than a year. "I have worked hard for decades." Heidi took the trophy, and there was enthusiastic applause from the audience again. Hardy stood in front of the podium, put the trophy aside, smiled and said to the stars in the audience, "I won the award. Shouldn't I give a speech about the award?" Someone chuckled in the audience and applauded again. "Never mind the acceptance speech, that song was just made out of a sudden inspiration. Everyone likes it because of the luck of that song." This sentence is very Versailles. If I want to say a few words, then I will talk about some of my own ideas. Movies are the seventh art, and this art is an art that combines many resources, such as actors, directors, screenwriters, lighting, props, and even substitutes. Actors, group performances. Everyone has worked hard for this work of art. While we care about the actors, we must also care about those who silently paid for them. The flower of art blooms more brilliantly. Wow! There was a warm applause from the audience. At the cocktail party after the awards party, Heidi Lamar drank a lot. Today, she fulfilled the biggest long-cherished wish in her life. When she left, she shook Hardy's arm a little. "Sit in the car." Heidi Lamar took Hardy's arm and looked at Hardy with beautiful eyes. "Send me back, okay? I'm so happy tonight I don't want to sleep alone." When they came to Heidi Lamar's house, the two of them turned into the house, their clothes scattered all the way. and they fought fiercely on the sofa. Long time. Heidi Rama held the man, her eyes full of admiration. Thank you, Hardy. After handling the matters in his hands, Hardy took out a planning document. The Hardy Group plans to establish a national logistics company and a warehouse-type supermarket. This is the industry he has long been fond of, and he is ready to start. It is not so easy to establish a logistics company and a supermarket. A large amount of money needs to be invested in selecting sites to buy land, building a logistics center, and building a large supermarket. It also requires a lot of manpower and a large number of transportation tools. Others can be done. As for the manpower, Hardy immediately thought of Major General Williams. He is responsible for the placement of veterans. Every year there are retired soldiers and officers. These people are his headaches, but they are what Hardy needs most. Dot picked up the phone and called Major General Williams. The phone rang a few times. It was Major General Williams' office secretary. Hardy reported his name. Not long after Major General Williams took the phone to answer. Heidi, you haven't contacted me for a long time, Major General Williams said with a smile. The two are now real friends and speak very casually. I know the general is very busy these days. Hardy smiled. It turned the problem on me. Well, I'm really busy lately. I'm busy selling things every day. I'm almost becoming a grocery store owner, Major General Williams said helplessly. By the way, Hardy, what do you want to call me? I recently planned to establish a logistics company. The logistics company needs a lot of manpower. I am also planning to build a national supermarket chain. It also needs a lot of manpower, so I come to you for someone. I estimate that this year one will need 2,000 to 3,000 veterans. Hardy wrote. This is good news for me. It has solved a lot of veteran placement problems. I also want to thank you, Hardy. Don't worry, you can give as much as you want, and leave the best to you. Major General Williams said. You just said that you became the owner of a grocery store selling things. What's the matter? Hardy asked casually after the business was finished. Major General Williams complained. In the beginning, for the war, a large number of aircraft, tanks, ships, guns, and various war preparation materials were produced in the country. Now the war is over, and a large number of materials are piled up in warehouses and Gobi deserts, just like you. The same planes I bought last time. Those of yours are still good and can be sold. Now these are more things that are not easy to sell, even if they are left alone. The annual maintenance is an astronomical expenditure. Recently, the government has made a decision to dispose of them, and then it creates a War Property Management Bureau and let me be in charge of this department. Do you know how many of these things are? There are tens of thousands of kinds of things. It is distributed in 181 warehouse spaces everywhere. I can deal with some good sellers, such as transport planes and cars. These are really popular, but who wants tanks? Who wants fighter jets? Novel.com. How to deal with warships parked in the port. I'm contacting other countries to see if countries like Argentina, Mexico, Peru, and intelligence are interested in asking for warships. Maybe they can sell 1 or 2 ships. If they can't be sold, I can only dismantle and sell scrap iron. Hardy knows that the US military is rich and powerful. Half of the nation's largest manufacturers rely on the US military to make their fortunes. They make money by selling to the US military. We can make money by selling things to the US military. This is definitely not a small business. Heidi saw the business opportunity, and even smelled the taste of money. Major General Williams, I am preparing to form a sales team. Maybe I can help you sell these things. Oh, what do you think? I think it's better to find a professional team to sell things. If you contact other countries, doing international trade is already consuming energy. Other businesses can be outsourced. You don't have to do it yourself. When you come up with a solution, you will be responsible for making the decision. Yes, it will solve the problem and it will be very easy. Hardy said. Well, it's a good idea, Hardy. Why don't you come to my side? Let's have a good talk. Major General Williams said. Okay, It'll pass now, Hardy said. End of this chapter. Chapter 227. Chapter 228. By 30,000 trucks. First, Hardy took the bodyguard and secretary, took his private jet, and flew to the U.S. Army Logistics Headquarters in Fort Beaver, Virginia on the same day. The plane landed at the military airport. Several military vehicles were already waiting here. An officer saw Hardy come down and gave a military salute. "Hello Mr. Hardy, General Williams sent us to pick you up." "Thank you," Hardy said. Everyone got on the car and soon came to the logistics headquarters station, successfully passed the security check. Hardy walked into the office of Major General Williams. The Major General saw Hardy stand up with a smile, and gave him a hug. The two sat down and someone brought 2 cups of coffee. Major General Williams said, "We haven't seen each other in half a year, right?" "Yes, time flies so fast." Major General Williams looked at Hardy and said with a smile, "Your development is fast enough. Congratulations on your establishment of the Hardy Group. You have also acquired a bank. You have also joined the California Consortium. Many of the California Consortium's weapons manufacturers are the U.S. military. I know some of the logistics providers. By the way, your TV station is getting better and better. The Super Idol talent show has now become the most popular show in the United States. When I have time, I would like to watch it. Our whole family loves it." My niece came to play at my house a few days ago and said that she wanted to participate in the competition, but she was afraid that it would be too embarrassing to be eliminated directly, and she was still hesitant to go there. "How old is your niece?" 19. "What is it called?" Linda Williams. "The audition show is for people who love to sing. I believe your niece will definitely get good results. You should encourage her to participate. There is still a month of audition period. Now it is right to go." Hardy smiled. "Then he'll go back and notify her." Williams smiled. Hardy nodded. Looking back, he will arrange Edward to let this girl named Linda enter the final. As long as it is not a pig, I believe Edward will have a way. Go. It'll take you to see those supplies. These days, getting these things gives me a headache," Major General Williams said, standing up. The two walked out of the building and got into a jeep. The convoy came all the way to a row of large warehouses, and the car stopped in front of one of the warehouses. There is a guard at the door, and he salutes immediately when he sees the general coming over. The warehouse door was opened, and the lights were turned on again. There are countless tall shelves standing in the huge warehouse, and various things are placed on the shelves. This is a sample warehouse. In order to facilitate processing, I directly ask them to bring some of everything and place them here, which is more intuitive. There are tens of thousands of categories of these logistics materials, and the varieties are too many to count. The height of the catalog file alone is as high as one person. The two walked to a shelf with rows of wooden boxes. This is a field ration box, which is divided into B, C, K, and D. Opening one of the boxes first, Hardy saw that there were all tin cans inside. This is a B ration. The jar contains butter, instant coffee, dry food, chocolate, chewing gum, cigarettes, matches, soap, water purification tablets, can opener, and towels. The other ration boxes here have similar things, but each match is different. Some have candies, some have instant orange powder drinks, different brands of cigarettes, and some have dried vegetables, macaroni, egg powder and other things. The two of them walk forward again. Open a box, which is full of canned luncheon meat. These canned luncheons are one of the staple food of the army. Billions of cans of this stuff were consumed during the war. Do you know its production cost? Hardy shook his head. Major General Williams smiled. The cost per can is only 12 cents. He decided in his heart that the logistics of the army was really strong, and they lived so prosperously when other troops could not eat enough, or even gnawed grass roots and bark. Should these be used by the troops? Hardy asked. Food rations are consumables, and Hardy wondered why these things were left behind and could not be processed. Major General Williams pouted. Those soldiers don't want to eat these things. If they are given these foods now, they will rebel. Now the supply of the troops is all fresh vegetables and meat, and the food is freshly made, so they always complain about it being unpalatable. Williams picked up a can and weighed it in his hand. He smiled and said, "Did you eat less of this can during the war?" Hady nodded. "How are you feeling?" "I'm going to vomit," Hardy said. Major General Williams laughed. "Yes, everyone is cursing the owner of the lunch can." General Eisenhower also said that if he is shown the owner of the luncheon meat company, he must be shot. Ha ha ha. The field ration box in my hand now is no less than 10 million boxes. These canned luncheon meats of 125 million cans. Damn. The canned luncheon meat company has too strong production capacity. It can produce 15 million in a week. The tank is for our tens of millions of troops to use. At that time, the logistics department was stocking up for a month. When the war ended, the production was stopped in time. There was still a backlog of hundreds of millions of cans of luncheon meat. The soldiers stopped working and asked for better food. Many people secretly discarded their luncheon meat. In the end, there was no way, but the backlog was left. These things have been stored for 3 years, and the expiration date is about to be reached. If you don't deal with them, you can only throw them away. Major General Williams said helplessly. "Can you still eat it?" Hardy frowned. "Of course it can be eaten. In fact, when we first purchased, the standard was set for a shelf life of more than 5 years, but a lot of preservatives were used in it. And, speaking of this," Major General Williams lowered his voice slightly, "these jars have no production date and no expiration date. Ha ha. Throw away the canned luncheon meat, go forward and open a few boxes. There are also various cans in them, but they have different tastes, including canned chicken, canned beef, canned pork, canned fish, canned tomato juice, and canned honey. It's really diverse." The two continue to walk in. Major General Williams picked up a medical backpack, which was bulging inside, opened it and poured out a bunch of things. "This is a medical soldier's backpack. You should also know it. It contains sulfur powder, morphine injections, bandages, and a complete set of surgical scissors, hemostatic forceps and other instruments. In addition to individual medical equipment, there are also equipment and medicines used in hospitals, medicinal sterilization cotton, syringes, medical infusion hoses, etc. There are more of them. These are not available now, and they will expire soon. Can only be thrown away." Opened a separate box again with a box of condoms in it. Major General Williams looked at Hardy with a smile. "Have you used this on the battlefield?" Hady shook his head quickly. "I have never used this." Going further inside, there are bundles of military envelopes, Christmas greeting cards, candles, flashlights, mosquito nets, underwear and socks, and various military tents of various sizes. There are also ovens, ice cream machines, and hot coffee machines. Major General Williams said there are tens of thousands of sets. Going further in is the individual equipment, various military uniforms, backpacks, military water bottles, belts, helmets, blankets, individual shovel, and daggers. Then there are all kinds of weapons, all kinds of rifles, pistols, machine guns, and mortars. Major General Williams said, "After the war, there were more than 10 million retired soldiers. Many things were eliminated and they could only be piled up in the warehouse. Whether they were used or new, they could only be stored in this way. There was nowhere to go. The more you go in, the bigger things become. There are various motorcycles, jeeps, trucks, ammunition carriers, tracked vehicles, artillery, and even tanks. If the planes and battleships can't be put in, I didn't let them do it." Major General Williams finally told a joke. "Hardy took a fancy to those trucks. General, I want to set up a logistics company, and I need a lot of trucks. Do you still have a suitable one here?" Major General Williams took Hardy to the truck location and introduced Dodge WC-62 truck with a load of 1.5 tons, GMC military truck with a load of 2.5 tons, Stibec US-6 truck with a load of 2.5 tons, and a white 666 truck with a load of 6 tons. The best things I sell here are cars and trucks, but I still have a batch in my hand. How much do you want? Major General Williams asked. What's the price? Major General Williams smiled. Dodge WC-62 truck is $200. GMC 2.5-ton military truck is $300. Stibec US 62.5-ton truck is also $300. And white is $500 for 6,666-ton truck. Okay. Give it all to me. Hardy said. This price is indeed too cheap. You must know that the ex-factory price of a new car is more than 10 times higher than this price. Major General Williams looked at Hardy in surprise. I have more than 30,000 cars here. You really want them all? Hardy is just a glimpse. Oh shit. Just listen to him. It seemed that there was not much. How could there be so many? 30,000 vehicles? That's not $10 million. Even if Hardy is rich, the money is not spent like that. But if you think about it again, you can take them all down. Even if you resell them, you can make money, no problem. Give it to me. Major General Williams immediately became happy when he heard it. Since you want them all, then I will save a little bit of selling. In this way, I will give you all the accessories for these cars. After talking about getting closer to Hardy, he lowered his voice and said, don't worry, you won't lose out. Every car will give you 5 times the standard accessories, and also give you some parts that are not standard. Anyway, those parts will only be stored. Rust. The two returned to Major General Williams' office. The general pointed to the pile of documents piled on the table and said, these materials are all material catalogs, and what we just saw is part of them. As he said, he drew out a pile and opened it on the table. Hardy saw a photo clipped on it. Until novel.coma freighter was on it. This kind of freewheel, with a load of 7,000 tons, was produced during the war. More than 2,700 ships were produced. Now only a part is needed, most of which are no longer needed, and can only be parked in the port. There is also this kind of victory wheel, with a load of 15,000 tons. More than 500 ships have been produced, and many of them are not used. Now these are all ready to be dealt with. There are still many warships. I contacted many countries to see if they want them. Of course, some countries can sell them, and those countries that can sell have no money. It's really a headache. But if you don't sell, you can only stop the maintenance cost is too high, and they will slowly age. The final result can only be dismantling and making scrap iron. What's more troublesome are those airplanes. Do you know how many there are? There are hundreds of thousands of them. Most of them are useless now. They can only be parked on the Gobi Desert. Moreover, there are too few airplanes to sell parts. It's still very troublesome to get the money. If all these things are kept, the annual maintenance fee will cost 50 or 60 million. The lords of the federal government don't want to pay this maintenance fee. There is no way to deal with it and sell it. Do you know what they say? Even if it is for nothing, it's okay, and it's better than spending money every year. End of this chapter. Chapter 228. Chapter 229. The $3 billion Big Business. During World War II, the United States started its full-speed production mode, producing 400,000 aircraft of various types, more than 2 million vehicles of various types, more than 100,000 tanks, thousands of cruisers, destroyers, and frigates, and tens of thousands of landing craft. In total, there are 150 aircraft carriers alone. It has produced countless logistics materials, and according to statistics, its military production exceeds the total of other countries. The victory in World War II was entirely based on money. After the war, these weapons and warships were all useless. The army dropped from more than 10 million to more than 1 million, and a large amount of supplies would inevitably be left behind. Some people say that these can be stored and taken out when they are used. But if you want to keep these weapons in a normal state, they must be maintained. The cost is not low. 40 to 50 million US dollars a year. A lot of pressure. There is a more realistic point. If these military supplies are not processed, how can those arms dealers get new orders, and how can they make money without orders? Now that the war is over, the military's orders have shrunk a lot, leaving the military industry enterprises running out of profits. If they remain stagnant, how can those military industry companies agree? You must know that those military industrial enterprises are controlled by major consortia. 10 of the 10 largest consortia in the United States have military industries, and these consortia have a strong influence on Washington. Is extremely strong! Exclamation mark. The consortium can't watch its companies lose money. As for where the military supplies are used, they don't care. They only care how many new orders the military has and how much money they can make. Even if you give it away or throw it away, you must have a new order anyway. The White House signed an order to allow the military to dispose of supplies. The military leaders are more deeply involved with the arms dealers and are naturally willing to deal with them. In this way, the War Property Administration was quickly established to handle post-war supplies. As for how to deal with it, Williams is solely responsible for it. The later generations of the US military did indeed deal with it that way, selling what could be sold, dismantling and selling scrap iron that could not be sold. The ships were used as targets for shooting, and many of them even sank directly into the sea. In Hardy's eyes, these things are all money. When chatting just now, General Williams told Hardy that these post-war materials were originally produced, but it cost more than $30 billion US. Even if they are now disposed of at a tenth of the price, they can get back more than $3 billion. Many of the things here are scrap prices. Even if they are taken back to sell scrap iron, they can make money, and some are valuable. The profit here is very large. General, how did you plan to deal with these things? Hardy asked. I asked my former assistant to specialize in this business, set up a sales team, and figure out how to sell things, whether it is domestic or foreign. As long as there is a buyer who does not violate the ban, I will sell it to them. How is the situation now? Hardy asked. Major General Williams said, some of the good-selling goods, such as Jeep trucks, are sold out in the warehouse. It has been half a year. They only sold more than $20 million US. At their rate, I'm afraid sold for decades. On the coming plane, Hardy had already thought about a lot of plans, and when he came here to fully understand the situation, the plan in his mind became more complete. Hardy said, General, I have a proposal, you say. Major General Williams looked at Hardy seriously. I have two plans. One is to buy some supplies and choose what I want. The other is to set up a sales company to help the military sell these supplies, including logistical materials and weapons. Of course, I can't. You can say in advance for sales. As for profit, my idea is to abandon operating costs and expenses. The profit is 4 or 6 points for the two of us. You are 6 and 4. What do you think? Hardy thought about it. This is a $3 billion business. If it is divided into 4 or 6, it will be $1.2 billion US, which is more than his current total assets. Furthermore, there is more to it. There are also many articles in the operating cost. 4 or 6 points. Major General Williams shook his head. The top management will not agree to this allocation ratio. I think it is at most 28.37. After Hardy finished speaking, he suddenly suppressed his voice extremely low, and said in an inaudible voice, I will open an account for you overseas and make 1% of the total profit. Major General Williams' eyes flashed a bright light. 1% of the total profit. Even if the final total profit is only $1 billion, he can still get $10 million. This amount of money is an astronomical figure in this era. If he sells this batch of materials by himself and wants to embezzle it, he will have a lot of trouble. And let Hardy do this business, he does not need to embezzle. The money given to him does not need to be shown on the account at all. Hardy can completely other places take it out. In this way, he is completely decoupled from the business, and no one will find out that he is embezzled in this business. Then 3 or 7, I'm afraid there is really no way to explain it. Major General Williams said. Hardy smiled and nodded. then it's 3 to 7 points. I will tell you about my vision now. I am going to set up a supermarket chain. This supermarket will also sell these strategic materials, including field food, military equipment, and even military uniforms, quilts, cars, motorcycles, etc., as well as guns and ammunition. As long as you can sell it, you can enter the store. A logistics company will also be established to transport these materials. Of course, these two companies are funded by Hardy Group, and will be one of Hardy Group's industries in the future. But the domestic market may not be able to digest everything. As you know, some people don't like to eat these and use these. We can only find another way. I plan to sell to other countries, such as Mexico, Cuba, Colombia, and even Costa Rica. Due to the large investment in the early stage, the return of funds for selling goods may be a little slower, and even some customers have no money and can only owe them. Repayment in 10 or 8 years is possible. You must be mentally prepared in advance. Williams nodded. There is no date set by the military department, but there is a certain amount every year. This is absolutely fine. Hardy nodded quickly in agreement. By the way, the batch of cars we discussed before can also be counted here, and we will count them together when we repay the loan. What do you think? Hardy asked with a smile. Major General Williams does not matter. The sales are handed over to Hardy, and those cars can be counted as part of the crop. General, I have another suggestion. Hardy remembered another thing. What advice? I suggest that you appoint a group of people to cooperate with us in this business, so that the main body is the War Property Administration, and we are the cooperating party, so that the military will not make any mistakes in the investigation. And outside, you can also buying and selling in the name of the military. Hardy said. Major General Williams thinks Hardy's proposal is very good. It should be this way. Then send Colonel Adam Beach over. He was the one who assisted me in handling these things. He was very familiar with the situation of these war materials. He sold the 20 million. It doesn't matter who Major General Williams sends to Hardy. He mainly wants to pull the banner of the military, because many things are easy to deal with by the military. Major General Williams called for Colonel Adam Beach. Colonel Beach was in his 30s. He was very handsome. He used to be Major General Williams' Secretary of Staff. Later, Major General Williams was promoted to Deputy Director of the Logistics Bureau and gave it to Adam Beach. Take a step to become a colonel. This time the War Property Administration was established. In nominal terms, Major General Williams is the person in charge, but he doesn't have that much energy. In addition to focusing on the general direction, Adam Beach is responsible for almost all specific affairs. Hardy smiled and stretched out his hand to say hello. Hello, Colonel Adam Beach, I'm John Hardy, a businessman. Adam Beach smiled brighter than Hardy. Hello Mr. Hardy, I have heard of your name a long time ago. I have heard of your family history. To be honest, you are my idol. This guy is more enthusiastic than Hardy. Opening his mouth just keeps flattering, making Hardy startled. It seems that this is a guy with a socialism. Such a person is indeed very suitable for sales. Later, through chatting, Hardy learned that this Colonel Adam Beach used to study business in college, and he did not graduate from a regular military school. He has never been to the battlefield and has been in logistics department. With his clever mind, as well as the person who followed Major General Williams, he was able to climb to the position of colonel at such a young age. Before, in order to sell these materials, Colonel Beach organized a sales team with about 300 people, all of whom were active military personnel in the logistics department. Major General Williams told Colonel Beach that he had discussed with Hardy. Beach was naturally not eligible to object. Major General Williams told Beach that he would be led by Hardy in the future, and Hardy's orders were his orders. Colonel Beach stood straight and saluted. It's a general. And he came the next day. Also brought a team. There are lawyers, economists, accountants, managers, and sales consultants in this team. The Hardy Group signed a formal contract with the War Property Administration, and the Hardy Trading Company helped the Logistics Bureau sell war preparations. The agreement stipulates that operating funds will be deducted from the total sales, and the remaining net profit will be divided into 37%. The War Property Administration will account for 70% of the profit, and the Hardy Trading Company will account for 30% of the profit. During the cooperation period, the Hardy Trading Company will be responsible for sales matters. The War Property Management Bureau dispatched personnel to cooperate and conduct financial supervision. A very perfect cooperation agreement. Hady asked his subordinates to copy a complete list of military logistics materials, and then bid farewell to Major General Williams, and when he left, he took Colonel Adam Beach with him on Hardy's private jet. After the flight was stable, Hardy asked him to bring a drink. Colonel Adam Beach picked up a glass and took a sip. "Ah, it is Mr. Hardy who knows how to enjoy and makes the bomber so comfortable." Hady looked at this Colonel Adam Beach, and asked with a smile, "Colonel Beach is going to stay in the army, or is he going to retire to do something else in the future?" Colonel Adam Beach smiled. "I like doing business and I also like a comfortable life. Although their logistics bureau is much better than other troops, I still feel restrained. I plan to leave the army for a few more years and do my own job." Career. Hady smiled. "I am in business. If Colonel Beach leaves the army to prepare for business, I am willing to help, invest, or find some resources for you." Hardy was already naked. Colonel Beach was overjoyed. "Then I would like to thank Mr. Hardy in advance," said, and raised the cup. Hady touched his glass, and the two took a sip of wine. The logistics department has 181 warehouses distributed all over the United States. One of these warehouses is located in a valley in Nevada, called the Sierra Leone Army Armory, which is only more than 100 kilometers away from Las Vegas. Hady and their convoy came to the warehouse base. Col. Adam Beach showed his credentials. He was originally the department in charge of these warehouses. The soldiers immediately let them go. When they arrived at the base station building, several officers were already waiting downstairs. Col. Adam Beach introduced Hardy to the head of the armory. The two sides exchanged a brief greeting, and then came to the ordnance dump together. Hady stood on the jeep, and what caught his eye were rows of cars. The trucks he wanted were all here. There were more than 30,000 vehicles. Moreover, there are not only trucks, but also many other supplies. Thousands of fighter jets can't see their heads at a glance. Next to them are rows of tanks, armored vehicles, and tractors. There were still a large number of motorcycles parked nearby. Hardy walked up to these motorcycles. All signs were Harleys. Harley-Davidson XA 1942. The best sidecar. More Harley. The original motorcycle of Captain America. "How many motorcycles are there?" Hardy asked. The supervisor of the warehouse immediately checked it out. "There are 12,800 Harleys and only 3,200 XA 1942. Hardy looked at Colonel Adam Beach again. "How much are these motorcycles?" Colonel Adam Beach took a look at the motorcycles. "Our minimum price for these motorcycles is $30 apiece, and it can't be lower than this price. The total labor is less than $500,000. Hady suddenly had an idea in his heart. This motorcycle has now been discontinued. Harley, there are not many on the market. The largest number is here. If you buy all these motorcycles and do some publicity, you will definitely be able to sell them at a high price." How to promote www.mentalnovel.com. He remembered that it seemed like Captain America was born. It's better to buy Marvel, then film it into a TV series, and make a TV series Captain America. In the TV series, he is riding this kind of motorcycle. A limited edition celebrity motorcycle is not expensive for $1,000. The value of these motorcycles has become $16 million. With an investment of $500,000 and an output of $16 million. This business is definitely worth doing. Beach, I bought these motorcycles privately for $30 each. Now Hardy Trading and Sales Company has the final say on how to sell these motorcycles. As long as it is not lower than the lowest price set by the military, Hardy will have the right to decide. What is the lowest price for the military is generally about an 1/10 of the ex-factory price. Also, before leaving the factory, it must be checked whether it can be used. If it cannot be used, spare parts must be replaced. Hardy said, "This is definitely the use of duty to scrape the oil and water of the imperialist American army. It is originally old, and good performance must be ensured. I am afraid that there will be a lot of investment after tossing. It is really the same as giving it to Hardy for nothing." Good Mr. Hardy. Beach took a note quickly. End of this chapter. Chapter 229. Hardy called Andy, and said, "Please remember, let me collect information about the comic company. I plan to buy a few." Since the acquisition of Marvel, DC is naturally under consideration. Comic company? Andy was very surprised. Talking about the business of airplanes, artillery, warships and aircraft carriers. Why did I suddenly think of comics, boss? What did you do with the comics company? Hardy smiled. Of course it's for better selling. I just saw these motorcycles and suddenly had an idea in my heart. I have read a few comics before. I plan to use their characters to shoot TV dramas to promote these equipment, such as this Harley motorcycle, will become the protagonist's mount. The production cost of Harley motorcycles is about $300. We get them for $30. When the characters in the TV series become popular, these discontinued motorcycles are no longer second-hand goods, but commemorative models. We only sell them. It can be sold at a higher price. Even if it is only sold at the original price, it is still 10 times the profit. Andy understood what the boss meant. Use the media to fool consumers. Write it down quickly. I really admire the boss' whimsy in my heart. I can think of so many with just one thought. And it's not just motorcycles that make money, TV stations can also make money. Advertising expenses, TV shopping share. After taking down Hardy's order in his notebook, Andy looked up and asked, "Boss, do you want to buy some shares in Harley Motorsports Company? Let's make a TV series, which is equivalent to making a big publicity advertisement for Harley Motors." According to normal laws, Harley Motors must be on fire, and the stock price will inevitably increase. Hardy heard this truth. Think of other aspects immediately. Well, more than just buying shares, it's better to just buy it over and turn it into our industry, so that we can maximize our profits. Otherwise, if they go back and reproduce these motorcycles, wouldn't they compete with us to compete for the market? In the future, Harley will become the most resounding brand in the motorcycle world, and even become synonymous with motorcycles. It is definitely not a loss to acquire it. Andy immediately wrote it down and looked back for someone to run it. Even if the acquisition is not possible, a large share must be purchased. In order to prevent Harley Motors from continuing to produce this motorcycle, the copyright of this motorcycle can also be bought in advance, so that Harley Motors cannot produce it casually. If you want to produce, you can pay me a reverse copyright fee. There are so many people who play finance with ghost ideas. Hardy walked to a bunch of weird vehicles again. He knew this kind of vehicle, a track-type ammunition carrier equipped by the US military, which was mainly used for transporting artillery shells in wartime. It was not big in size, only slightly larger than a Jeep. And it's all open air, with an extremely rudimentary cab in the front, and a car body in the back. Hardy sees that there are as many as 2,000 to 3,000 vehicles here. Hardy called Colonel Adam Beach. "How much is this, and how do you think we should sell it?" The original cost of this ammunition transporter was $480, and there are more than 40,000 vehicles in total. The military means it is best to sell for $35. As for how to Colonel Chi, he thought about it. "I think it can be sold to factories and used as heavy-duty trucks in factories, such as those where heavy things need to be moved when processing iron and cast parts." Hardy nodded. "Your idea is right, but there are too few factories like that. Do you think 40,000 cars can be digested?" Another point is that it is a crawler type, and those factories prefer to use a tire type. It won't hurt the ground. It's true. We went to several steel plants to sell, and only sold a few dozen units," Beach said helplessly. Hardy smiled. Why don't you change your mind? I think you can sell them to farmers and use them for plowing. You can put a plow on the back of this thing and you can go to the fields. The price of a tractor is about $500. We can sell this for $50, which is a tenth of the price of the tractor. I believe it will be very attractive to those farmers. Beach's spirits were shocked. Yes, it can be sold as a tractor, although it is not as convenient as a tractor. It is cheap. Farmers who can't afford a tractor can get one. It is just a little troublesome to replace the plow, but it is cheaper. Sometimes cheap is king. After turning around the warehouse again, Hardy saw a lot of various materials. Some airplanes and tanks were broken and they were not even stacked. They were directly piled together and turned into a mountain of garbage. Rust. When the US military gathered supplies, they did not classify them. They were mainly stored on the principle of proximity. Materials from the West Coast were piled up in the armory near the West Coast, and materials retrieved from the East Coast were stored in the armory near the East Coast. However, there is a benefit when it comes to this. The same types of materials are available everywhere, so that it is convenient to transfer goods. If someone wants to buy a car, there is no need to pull things from the East Coast to the West Coast. Then the freight will not know how much it will cost. Hardy motorcycles have been bought, and the military will refurbish these motorcycles and put them in the warehouse. As for when to use Hardy, as a sales company, occupying their military warehouse without spending money is also an advantage now. 1. After looking at the warehouse materials, Hardy and others drove back to Las Vegas. When entering the Hardy Hotel, Colonel Beach and the few people he brought with him kept looking at the customers coming and going, watching the beautiful women in bikinis in the swimming pool in the distance, and when they saw the casino, their eyes showed their yearning. Hardy glanced at these guys, with an imperceptible smile on their faces, and then led them into the hotel meeting room. Hardy patted the thick material catalog and said, "We have too many things in our hands and we need to sell them in the same way, but I think that since it is a business, we must have a good start to promote our business." "Mr. Hardy, what do you think?" Colonel Beach asked. "Cars should be the best seller." I looked at the data. There are 46,000 Jeeps, and more than 1,000 of them are new unopened cars. 70% of the other cars can run 30%. The price of the Willys Jeep is $750, and the base price given by the military is $50. My idea is that these cars are sold at $150 regardless of whether they are new or old. Hardy said, "The Willys Jeep was very famous in World War II and has a wide range of uses. More than 600,000 vehicles were produced in battlefield reconnaissance, patrol, liaison, first aid for the wounded, command, and artillery towing. Of course, a large part of it fell abroad." When Peking was peacefully liberated in 1949, Taizu inspected the army at Nanyuan Airport. He was riding Willys MB-R, all for $150. Then people will definitely scramble to buy those unopened new cars, and then buy those that work. As for the ones that are lying down, no one wants to ask for them, Colonel Beach said in surprise. Hardy shook his hand. "Of course I know that people will grab a good car. My plan is to win a lottery and sell it. That is to say, I only sell one qualification number. All cars are marked with numbers, and the lottery is on site. Whatever is drawn is nothing. It's stated before the event that it's all luck to get a good car or a bad car. If you are lucky, you can buy an unopened Willys MB for $150 for $750. Of course, if you are unlucky, you can only buy a broken one, but we can support some of his spare parts, which is a comfort." Colonel Beach felt as if he did it this way, and he should attract some people to bid. After all, he might win the big prize. As for the truck, Hardy has bought them all at the lowest price of the military. Beach is curious as to what Hardy will do with the trucks in his hand. "Mr. Hardy, even if you set up a logistics company and a supermarket chain, I am afraid that you won't need so many trucks. What do you plan to do with the rest?" Hardy smiled. "I have a lot of industries, such as security companies, TV factories, toy factories, etc. as well as those who need trucks. I will give them some of them, but there will definitely be a large number of them left. It is estimated that there will be more than 20,000 vehicles. Intend to sell. Do you plan to draw lots for these trucks? Colonel Beach asked. No, this is sold directly without drawing lots. My idea is to sell it in installments. For example, a GMC truck with a load of 2.5 tons. His normal price is $3,000 US. The price I bought is $300 US. I can ask the buyer to make a down payment of $200 US. Open a loan account with Wells Fargo Bank, and repay the remaining money of $50 US a month in 10 installments, which means that I sold each truck for $700 US. Who can these cars be sold to? They are sold to those who plan to run their own cars. Many people suffer from not having a car of their own. Now we take out such low-priced trucks, and we can also pay in installments, so that many hands people who have no money for the time being have a chance. Do you think there will be many people buying it? Andy and Colonel Beach nodded together. With a truck, you can make money by owning goods, which is equivalent to embarking on the road of starting a business. I think many people will buy it. Colonel Beach said. Hardy had already calculated it before. If a truck sells for 700, he will sell 20,000 vehicles and get 14 million in funds after selling all of them. The point is that he didn't pay a cent for this transaction, so the money for buying trucks is eliminated. It was all earned, and more than 10,000 cars were also earned. And this money, don't worry about giving it to the military. It can be used as the initial startup capital for the construction of logistics companies and supermarket chains. Hardy, this is a proper super empty glove white wolf. The meeting indeed.mtlnovel.com. Hardy looked at Colonel Beach. Next I will let newspapers and TV stations carry out publicity, and I will also shoot an advertisement. Selling Jeep is our first business. Red, it's about a week. Is Colonel Beach coming to Las Vegas for the first time? It's the first time, Beach said. In these 2 days you can rest, have fun in Las Vegas, and feel the beauty of gambling, Hardy said with a smile. Beach really thought so. When he got out of the conference room, Colonel Beach summoned some of his buddies to plunge into the casino, gambling, watching strip dances, and swimming pools, all of which had to be there again. 7017K. Chapter 230. A few days later, ABC TV station aired an advertisement. A man wearing a coconut tree floral shirt with sunglasses on his face and a cigarette dangling from his mouth, driving a Jeep along the promenade. Seeing that he was at the beach, the man drove his Jeep down the steps to the beach and stopped on the beach. The man jumped out of the car, took off his glasses and leaned against the side of the car, revealing his handsome and sunny face. There were 5 golden badges on his body. The girls on the beach looked over. Wow, 5 badges? Then he must have participated in 5 battles. Some girls took the initiative to strike up a conversation, and there was more than one. Soon 5 or 6 girls surrounded the man. These girls were all wearing bikinis, and they asked him about the badge. The man pointed to one of the badges and said, "This badge represents that I participated in the Tunisian campaign." It was in the early morning of April 21, 1943, when the Germans suddenly launched a surprise attack. The man brags about his battlefield experience to the girls. The girls' eyes are full of admiration, and the camera slowly zooms out. Finally fixed on the Jeep, a very magnetic man's voice appeared. Willis MB Jeep, the first choice for men. 2 days ago, the advertising department of the ABC TV station found Willis Motors and said that it had tailored an advertisement for them, and asked Willis if it was willing to pay. The president of Willis read the advertisement above and felt too thoughtful about himself, but he didn't know why the advertising department of the TV station took the initiative to come to the door. Good. So we should consider customers and provide more considerate and convenient services. Okay. The president was moved and he was willing to spend $600,000 to advertise on ABC TV. These 2 days, the Hardy Group Investment Company conducted some operations on Willis stock and purchased 650,000 shares. The stock of Willis, which had been quiet throughout the year, rose slightly because of the capital entering the market. Nowadays, ABC TV broadcasts advertisements. I have to say that this advertisement is done very well. However, many people are curious as to what the badges on the Jeep mean. Someone called Willis Motors to inquire, and the people at the car company were also puzzled. They don't even know about the badge. The next day, the Global Times published an ad in the newspaper with a big headline: "The military department sells Merial Jeep." The military sells a batch of Jeeps that have been retired from the battlefield. Each car is priced at $150. The lottery is used to win the bid. The total number is 46,000. Among them, more than 1,200 are unopened new cars. 70% of the other cars can run and 30% lying down. Successful bidding comes with a certain lottery nature. It costs $150 to buy a scrap Jeep, and $150 to buy a brand new Jeep. What you can buy depends on luck. While the military department sells Jeeps, it also opens an emblem-giving event. As long as the person who buys the Jeep has participated in World War II, one emblem will be awarded. And one more emblem can be awarded for each battle, regardless of size. The badge is made of brass, which is bright and conspicuous. It is affixed to the side of the front cover of the car body. Each is $2. If you need a written certificate of the badge, you can send a letter to the military logistics headquarters for reference. The military will issue a stamp after verification. Certified documents. $10 per call. The cost of the Jeep is about $750, and the price of a car company sold out is $1,280. Now this batch of cars is only $150, which immediately attracted a lot of attention. But there were also dissatisfied voices. If you buy a new one, you will definitely make a profit. If you buy one that can run, it's not bad. But if you buy a scrapped one, isn't it a waste of $150? I guess no one would be so stupid to buy a scrapped car. But some people underestimate the appeal of one thing, and that is the badge. This is something that demonstrates one's own merits. Now, how many people in the US state have been on the battlefield? More than 10 million. Among these people, most of them have never received a medal at all. Buying a car now can be decorated with a badge, and each badge represents one's own experience. This is a place that can be used to show off, and it has attracted countless people's hearts. Just like in the advertisement, I drive a Jeep studded with badges to get the admiration of others. I am excited when I think about it. Purchase. Must buy. It's luck to buy what can run. It doesn't matter even if it is scrapped. Lao Tzu spent his own money to rebuild him into a new one. Lao Tzu participated in more than 30 battles, large and small, to cover up the entire front machine cover, and to blind those people on the street. A week later, 8 U.S. military bases for mechanical depots. The branch is located in 5 places in the southeast, northwest and middle of the United States. Countless people drove over. These people all came to buy Jeep. Yes, they just grab the number and pick up the car on the spot. Good or bad depends on luck. This event was naturally organized by Hardy Trading and Sales Company and the military, and the military's logistics department mobilized a large number of people to participate. Nevada Armory. Hardy is here. General Williams also came. Colonel Beach stood behind the two and looked at the crowded crowd at the scene. It was estimated that there were 2,000 to 3,000 people. Colonel Beach said, "I just called and communicated with other bases. The number of people who came to participate in the auction was about 1,000 to 2,000, and many people here more than bought one. So it is estimated that they can be sold out today." Major General Williams looked at Hardy and said with satisfaction, "I didn't expect you to come up with such a good idea. The badges are fixed to the body. This car is no longer a car. I guess most people here come for the medal. There is also the medal. A copper sheet sells for $2, and a report is $10. It is estimated that this income will not be less. Hardy, you are the most powerful business I have ever seen." Hardy smiled. "Thank you for your praise. I still need to work hard, but we still have so many materials piled up in the warehouse. I have to find a way to turn them all into money. Ha 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 ha, I believe you can do it. Major General Williams finished speaking and looked at Colonel Beach, and ordered, Beach, cooperate with Hardy. Although it is nominally based on the military department, you have to listen to Hardy's instructions on sales. It's the general, I must cooperate with Mr. Hardy. Colonel Beach quickly said. Recently, Hardy let the company advertise. Colonel Beach was fine, so he spent the whole day in Las Vegas casinos, picking up girls and gambling, unknowingly losing more than $50,000, until Colonel Beach wakes up. Surprised, he had to find Hardy. Hardy patted Colonel Beach on the shoulder and made people plug the hole in the money. Then he said, Beach, if you want to be a successful person in the future, you must learn to control your desires and not let them lead by the nose. Now that we are doing this business together, you have to work hard. If you want to make money, there are actually many opportunities. It depends on whether you can grasp it. In the future, we will cooperate well. After each business is successful, I will give you a commission. How about? Beach nodded excitedly. You can rest assured, Mr. Hardy, this matter is completely led by you, and I am responsible for cooperating. Beach said. He was originally sent by Major General Williams to cooperate with Hardy. The decision-making power is not with him. Hardy is only useful to him, so he is allowed to benefit. For people like Beach, the combination of interests is stronger than the combination of sentiment. Snapped up. It's completely snapped up. People flocked to buy the number when they first bought it. Some even bought dozens or hundreds of them. These people are likely to be car dealers. But it doesn't matter. Someone buys the military and sells it, regardless of what you are doing. In this way, when people rushed to grab the Jeeps in the base, it didn't take a day that the Jeeps in the base were sold out. Of course, some people were happy and some were frustrated. Of course, those who got new cars were happy and made a fortune. Naturally, they were frustrated when they bought scrap cars. However, these people were not discouraged. They asked their friends to drive in their cars and leave. The noise disappeared in the evening, and the armory became quiet again. Colonel Beach came to report. General, Mr. Hardy, the Jeeps in the 8 bases have been sold out. I put together the funds, and the total is $7.02 million. Major General Williams nodded in satisfaction. Last year, it sold for half a year, and only sold 20 million of materials. Hardy took over and sold more than 7 million in just a few days. He was naturally happy. He looked at Hardy and said, Hardy, I will ask you from now on. You can decide how to sell it. Except for warships and aircraft carriers, you don't need to report to me. As long as you don't violate the rules, it's fine. Sell things, not too violating. This sentence is very subtle. In other words, there can be some violations, but don't be too blatant. Don't cause trouble. As for other things, it doesn't matter. Hardy smiled and expressed his understanding. There are many Jeeps on the street, and many men take to the street wearing sunglasses and shirts, letting the wind blow their hair and become a trend in American society. A Jeep is waiting for the traffic light. 8 badges were pasted next to its hood, and the drivers looked over, and the girl in the back seat of the car wanted to get out of the window. Wow, 8 badges, that doesn't mean that you have participated in 8 battles. The Jeep driver raised his eyebrows even higher when he heard this. The school held a parent meeting. A 30-year-old parent came over in a Jeep. There were a dozen badges on the car, and it was almost impossible to line up on one side. It immediately attracted the attention of many children. The child sitting in the car suddenly felt excited. He has never been followed by so many people. Can we get in the car and sit? A child begged. Yes. The kid in the car agreed. The children flocked to climb into the car, and the Jeep, which was not very large, was full of children, smiling and laughing, and there were a group of children waiting under the car. The Jeep became the brightest boy. Peter Parker is an editor of a newspaper, He looks ordinary and taciturn. No girl likes him. But this day he drove a Jeep to work. He just parked downstairs in the company and immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Someone came over to look at the body and said in surprise, "Parker, is this your car?" "Yes." Parker took off his purse. "Oh my God, there are 15 badges on your car. Have you participated in 15 battles?" a girl asked. Parker nodded. "What is the biggest battle you participated in?" someone asked curiously. "Normandy landing. God bought it." There was a cry of exclamation around. The Normandy landing is very famous. Many people know that the Normandy landing is a great battle that reversed the course of World War II. It is even more called the Battle of the Meat Grinder. I don't know how many people died. I didn't expect that Parker, who was usually taciturn, would have participated in the Normandy landing. When he walked into the office, many people saw him look different from before, and even many people took the initiative to say hello to Parker. When I got off work in the afternoon, a female clerk walked to Parker's desk and asked with a smile, "Parker, do you have time to invite me to watch a movie at night?" When the girl asked for a treat, Parker's heart beat violently. "Yes, I have time." "Open-air cinema. How about we drive your car?" The girl smiled. Okay. Willis initially thought it was cheated. The advertising department of ABC television station asked them to advertise. They spent $600,000, but they didn't expect to start selling cars immediately after the military department. This makes Willis very angry. While they were still considering whether to sue the ABC TV station, the sales company below suddenly told them that the sales of Jeep have soared. How is this going? The logistics department only has more than 40,000 vehicles, but there are indeed tens of millions of veterans in the country. Even if only 1% of people want to buy a car, Hardy's car is not enough to sell. Those who can't buy a military Jeep, those with money in the shop, turned around and bought the car in the store. What they value is the badge. They want to put their own badge on the Jeep, which represents their former glory. Each badge is a wonderful story, worthy of everyone's memory. The Jeep is the best carrier of this memory. Even if you don't drive it, you have to buy it and keep it at home. If a friend comes and sees these badges, someone will be exclaimed and ask him about his past experiences. He will be the happiest. Time. To put it bluntly, you can pretend to be in front of others. Car sales have soared. In a few days, the cars in stock were sold out. If there is no car, the order will reach hundreds of thousands of units, and there are more. The president of Willis was so happy that he never wanted to sue ABC, but felt that he made a lot of money this time. He even called the idea to make it beautiful and directly lifted the Jeep to the position of the car. Now the Jeep is no longer an ordinary means of transportation. Hardy gave him a brand new meaning, www.metalnovel.com, because of the huge increase in sales and full orders. Then, the Global Times and ABC TV stations again carried out this phenomenon. According to reports, Willis's stock price soared wildly, rising by $17 per share, and he decided to sell after seeing the timing, and finally made a profit of nearly $10 million. Small meaning of selling a car. Capital operation is the most profitable. During this period of time, the military's badges were also sold madly. For $2 each, more than 1 million were sold in just 1 month. Some people bought the badges first, regardless of whether they had a car or not. He also received hundreds of thousands of letters requesting to investigate his own war history. Each certificate letter was $10, and the income reached more than 1 million. Those overstocked envelopes and postcards are useful. 7017K. Chapter 231. For the Jeep Battle Badge, the military conscientiously used the copper alloy used for coining coins. One badge uses about 5 Onisant coins. The value of the badge can be imagined. One sells for $2. The logistics department is responsible for this business. All those who want to buy badges should send a letter by mail and send the remittance to the account established by the logistics department. You will receive the package in about 2 weeks. As for checking the combat experience and opening the letter of certification, the logistics department really can't do it. but they have a way. After receiving the letter, they will all forward it to the Pentagon Military Archives. Major General Williams went to the Pentagon specifically to meet with Major General Cooley, who is in charge of archives management, and set a price of $1 per letter of certification. What? Just give us $1? You just receive the letter and pass it to us. Take away $9 without a little effort. Williams, you are the most shameless guy I have ever seen. Do you know how much work we have to do? The situation of each soldier must be carefully checked. The files are as high as a mountain, and some of them are not found at all. Do you know how much work this is? Only $1 was given to us. Major General Curry shouted at Williams. The voices spread to the outside office, drew a lot of office staff's attention, and said that the two major generals would not fight, right? However, William knew that Cooley was acting. He did not refuse from beginning to end, he just rejected the low price. To put it bluntly, I just want more money. As Major General, William spread his hands and whispered, "Didn't I have asked the person who opened the letter to provide clues? Many letters have been written very clearly. You only need to check the authenticity. That also requires a lot of work." Major General Cooley said, $1.5. Can't be more. We can support a batch of envelopes and postcards. Williams said, Major General Cooley is also confident, because only they can do this business, and there is no point in the proof without the Pentagon stamp. But he was afraid that the talk with Williams would collapse. Their file room was a clean water office, and there was no external block at all. After all, the logistics department made such a profitable thing. Major General Cooley would never let him slip away. As for money, of course not for individuals. But there are many ways to spend money legally and reasonably. The money is put into the Pentagon Archives fund account. They can organize team building activities, bring family members to team building in Miami, and team building in Hawaii to increase family love. Is that okay? Too little? At least $3. Major General Cooley said. How could Williams agree? The two major generals began to bargain like the ants of grocery shopping, and finally settled at $2 per letter. Both sides laughed. Shaking hands means happy cooperation. In fact, they are all acting, nothing more than trying to gain more benefits. Badges and battles prove, Williams, who came up with such a genius idea, how we didn't expect that if we could think of it, the bulk of it would go to our archives. Major General Cooley said with emotion. This idea is not what we thought of. It was the idea of John Hardy, the boss of Hardy Group. He is now helping us sell post-war supplies. Williams said. John Hardy, I've heard that it took him only 2 or 3 years to earn his current industry. It's really amazing. No wonder he can come up with such a brilliant idea, and he can make money to the extreme. Major General Cooley said with a smile. I really want to meet the Hardy boss if I have a chance. Although this income may be only a few $100,000. For a King Shui government such as the Archives Office, it is also a lot of income, which can improve a lot of welfare for the people below. The two businesses of badges and certification letters also have Hardy's share. Although Hardy did not participate, these two transactions are also included in the sales contract, and Hardy can be assigned to his share. Hardy told Williams that this business can actually be done for a long time. 10 million veterans are a very large base. If 10 million badges can be sold, it will be a $20 million business. There is also a certification letter. If 1 million copies can be issued, it is also a big business of tens of millions of dollars. After returning to the logistics headquarters, Major General Williams called Hardy to tell him the situation. Hearing this, Hardy remembered one thing. General, I would love to meet Major General Cooley, and there is one more thing I want Major General Cooley to help. Hardy said. What can I do for him? Major General Williams was a little surprised. What can the archives do? The process of the battle, the details of the battlefield, and the video materials shot on the battlefield should all be taken care of by the archives. The ABC TV station will use a lot of text and video materials to produce war documentaries. I hope I can borrow a batch of materials. Road. This really belongs to them. Okay, He'll help you contact him. Let's find a place to get together. You speak to Curry in person. Major General Williams said. Hardy never let go of the relationship that can be used. Is this a manifestation of awesome social disorder? Military archives are generally placed in the National Archives, but these archives still belong to the military. The military will send a senior representative into the National Archives and become a member of the Archives Committee. As usual, Major General Cooley is the senior military representative, member of the Archives Committee. The large amount of video materials he manages is very helpful for the production of documentaries. Even some texts, photos, and video materials of the Japanese military are preserved by the US military. Hardy really wants to get it and make a batch of documentaries that reflect the atrocities of Japanese aggression. Some low-level races never admit their crimes, so people all over the world can see their ugly faces and countless crimes. The next day, Hardy took the plane to Washington. This is Hardy's first visit to the capital of this country. When Hardy met Major General Cooley in a private club, both sides were very sexual. They naturally met each other and quickly became friends. Regarding Hardy's proposal to borrow materials, Major General Cooley said he was okay, but also told Hardy that some of the confidentiality levels were too high to be leaked to the outside world, and he could only be given data that he could publish. There are a lot of these estimates, and Hardy is already satisfied. When he returned from Washington, Hardy ordered the ABC TV station to contact the National Archives to prepare more documentaries. Hardy Group Headquarters, Office of the Chairman. Andy reports to Hardy. Because of the Jeep fire, Willis stock has skyrocketed. I sold it at $46.50 and made a total profit of $9.62 million US. Although their stock price growth has slowed down a lot in recent days, they have risen by more than $1. You could put it out at the beginning, Andy said. Hardy smiled softly. No one can predict the peak of the stock. As long as we meet our psychological expectations can be sold. You have done a great job, Hardy said. Andy continues to report. There is news from Hong Kong that the pharmaceutical company has been registered, called Hardy Group Hong Kong Pharmaceutical Co. Limited, and the people from Mersey Pharmaceuticals are already installing equipment. Wells Fargo has found suitable office locations in Hong Kong and Japan. Hong Kong bought a bank. That bank was closed during the Japanese occupation period. After Japan was defeated, the bank reopened. However, there has been no improvement. Wells Fargo contacted them. Later, the other party happily sold all the bank's assets to them. As for Japan, you said before that it was possible to buy some Japanese bank companies. After the war, a large number of banks went bankrupt in Japan. One of them was a Chiyo Bank, which was opened by the Chiyo family. The rich countries felt pretty good after investigation. Chiyo Bank is headquartered in Tokyo and has branches in other major cities. It is a large bank with industries all over Japan. At its most brilliant, it was rated as the 9th largest bank in Japan. Almost all the banks in front were banks belonging to large chaebols. Chiyo Bank provided a large amount of capital for the Japanese military industry. After the defeat in 1945, their banking business was severely restricted. After the war, the Japanese people had no money in their hands and withdrew a lot of cash. Chiyo Bank originally had hundreds of thousands of depositors. The cash was not enough to pay, and only a small part of it was paid. They can't hold on and are on the verge of bankruptcy. After Wells Fargo contacted them, Hyundai Bank was very active and hoped to be acquired by Wells Fargo. The Chidai family only kept a small share of the shares, and all the others were given to Wells Fargo Bank. Hardy squinted his eyes and said lightly, "Send? They are so kind. And they don't want the rich countries to take over their bad debts." Rich country has carried out the accounting, took over the Hyundai Bank, and became a major shareholder. It is more cost-effective than buying assets directly. It also has mature business channels and it is more convenient to carry out work. If you set up a bank by yourself, it will take about a year longer. Didao. Hardy waved his hand. You tell Johnston, don't merge, just buy. Let Chidai Bank go bankrupt, wait until they go bankrupt and then buy their assets. We set up a bank with clean assets. So much trouble. Hardy said. Bank bankruptcy. Millions of savers cannot get their money back. It's none of Hardy's business. I understand the boss. I will tell John. Andy said. Continue to report. The Global Times report. The arrangements have been made on the Japanese side and the work has been carried out normally. And the Hong Kong side has also begun to operate. According to your instructions, the Global Times Hong Kong branch sent reporters to China and North Korea. Those reporters had previously worked as war correspondents in the Asian battlefield, and were concerned about the situation in the East. More familiar. Hardy nodded. Although he has no ability to change the general trend of the world, he can let people in the outside world know more about what is happening there, and it is considered to have done his part. Andy, let the ABC Broadcasting Company send people to Hong Kong and Japan to investigate, and prepare to build radio and television stations in these two places. Hardy ordered. The newspaper is there. How can there be no radio and TV stations? The first is the strongest. The Hardy media empire must cover Asia. Good boss. Andy hurriedly wrote down Hardy's orders. After remembering it, Andy raised his head and continued to report. Boss, I have already contacted the two comic companies you selected. Detective Comics said that it has no plans to sell. I sent someone to investigate. Detective Comics. There are a total of 4 shareholders. The current president of the Comics Club is called Lebowites, a publisher, and holds 22% of the shares. 2 of the other 3 companies have individual shares. Warner holds the most shares. Warner holds 47%. Detective Comics is now the nation's largest comics agency. Last year, the total sales volume reached tens of millions. 2 comics have been adapted into movies. One is Superman and the other is Batman. DC is not called DC now, but Detective Comics. But when Hardy saw their comics, he knew that this comic club was the famous DC Comics company in later generations. Now DC has matured, with a bunch of characters such as Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Flash, Aquaman, Green Lantern, Hawkman, Atom, Ghost, Dr. Destiny, Time Man and Sandman. The sales situation is good, and it is backed by the big tree of Warner, so naturally there is no idea of selling it. If you don't sell it, then forget it, Hardy said lightly. When the Paramount Act is implemented, life for big film companies will become difficult, and maybe they can talk to Warner. The boss. We contacted Marvel boss Goodman. He was very interested in the acquisition of our Hardy Group. He told people in the past that he hopes to see you. See me. It's okay. Hardy smiled. Marvel is his goal. Goodman wants to sell, so Hardy is naturally willing to meet him. 2 days later, 2 young men walked into the headquarters building of Hardy Group. Mentalnovel.com. Hardy met them in the office. Goodman was a little thin in his 30s, with a pair of black-rimmed glasses on his face, followed by a couple young people in their teens. Hello, Mr. Hardy, this is Goodman, this is Stan Lee, the editor-in-chief of our comics club. Goodman introduced himself. Hardy looked at the handsome guy with long black hair and long face behind Goodman, and said that this was Stan Lee, the real creator of the Marvel world. He was the editor-in-chief, chief writer and art director of Marvel at the age of 19. Hardy walked over to shook hands with Goodman, shook hands with Stan Lee, smiled and greeted them to sit down on the sofa next to them. Sit down and talk. What should we drink? Hardy asked. The nervousness of the 2 people relaxed a lot. Originally, they thought that a billionaire like Hardy would probably be aloof and put on a look of despising others, but they didn't expect to be so easygoing. 7017K. Chapter 232. Martin Goodman was originally a magazine editor, and later he founded a small comics company. He has his own principles of doing things. If a work becomes popular, it will do the same, and it will be able to make a lot of money. At that time, the leader of DC's comics industry, from the very beginning of Marvel's emergence, it followed in the footsteps of DC. As long as they produced a comic, Marvel would inevitably imitate it. Stan Lee is the cousin of Goodman's wife. After graduating from high school, he joined Marvel. No, Marvel at this time was called Atlas Comic Company, and the future Marvel. Marvel was not used yet, the name of the comic company. When World War II broke out, Stan Lee entered the army, but he did not go to the battlefield. In the army, he mainly drew illustrations for propaganda work. At the end of World War II, he returned to work in a comic company and is now the editor-in-chief, chief writer and art director of Marvel. Hardy knows that Stan Lee is the soul of Marvel. Even if Goodman is not required, Stan Lee must be retained. I want to buy your comics company. What do you think? Hardy asked Goodman. I don't know if Mr. Hardy wants to inject capital, or want to buy it all. Goodman asked. Purchase part of the equity. If you want, you will still manage it. Mr. Stan Lee will continue to be the editor-in-chief, Hardy said. Goodman breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. The current Atlas can only be regarded as a medium-sized comics company with more than 40 employees. The annual sales volume last year was more than 1 million, and the profit was more than 100,000 after excluding costs. This income is actually very good, but everyone who starts a company has his own ideals. That is, to become bigger and stronger and make more money. He naturally hopes that the comic company can become the largest comic company in the United States. I also hope that Marvel's characters will be on the big screen. In fact, there are not a few comic companies like Atlas in the United States. The Hardy Group can see them. Goodman is actually a little surprised. He knows the strength of the Hardy Group. He only talks about the media industry, ABC TV station, and HD Movies. The company, the newly emerging Global Times, Playboy magazine, and the recent New Magazine Reader all show that Hardy Group wants to build a comprehensive media industry. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that the Hardy Group is attracted to this small company. Mr. Hardy, how many shares do you plan to buy? Goodman asked. Hardy had already thought about this question. I plan to buy more than 80% of the shares, and you can keep 20%. Of course, you will still be responsible for the operation of the comic company in the future, so I am willing to give you a part of the management stock, 5%. After Hardy finished speaking, he looked at Stan Lee. Mr. Stan Lee, I also hope that you will continue to stay. If you continue to be the editor-in-chief, you can get 5% dividend shares. Stan Lee was slightly taken aback. Me too? Of course, technology stocks pay dividends, Hardy said. Stan Lee's face immediately showed surprise. Hardy looked at Goodman again. What is your valuation of the company? Goodman thought for a while. I think Atlas is worth 1.5 million. Hardy shook his head. I have asked professionals to calculate that your company's valuation is at most $800,000 US. DC now has a dozen well-known comic characters, and you don't have any good characters. Maybe the Captain of the Art is one. Goodman was a little embarrassed by Hardy's words. But this is indeed the case. 1 million, it can't be less, Goodman said. Hardy paused, then nodded. Okay, just value it at 1 million. I will buy 80% of the shares. This is how $1 million business was negotiated. The two companies are willing to cooperate, so it will go smoothly. The Hardy Group has a large team of lawyers and quickly drafted an acquisition contract. Goodman still said with emotion when signing, originally, when we met, I thought it was just a contact first, and there will be several rounds of negotiations later. It's so simple to sign the contract. Andy smiled next to him. Own $1 million acquisition. There is no need to waste time so much. Mr. Hardy is a quick and swift decision. Because of the time saved, the extra money may have been earned back. Stan Lee was admired in his heart, and said that this is the person who does great things. I heard that this Mr. Hardy is only 1 year older than himself, but he already has hundreds of millions of net worth. There must be a reason. Subsequently, a management equity dividend agreement was signed. Stan Lee also has a copy. The agreement stipulates that as long as he stays in Marvel, he can always enjoy equity dividends. Stan Lee's hands trembled slightly when signing. There is the joy of getting money and the excitement of being recognized. After signing the contract, several people returned to Hardy's office. Now Hardy has become the boss of Goodman and Stan Lee, Hardy said. Now there are a few things. The first is to change the company name. I think the name Atlas is not good. I gave the comic company a new name, called Marvelogix. The two chewed the new name softly. Marvelogix. Marvel. It's a good name. The second one is that I am going to adapt Captain America to make a TV series. I will give the screenwriter to the screenwriters of HD Pictures, Stan Lee. As the editor-in-chief of Marvel, you should be familiar with this character, too. Join the crew at the same time. Goodman and Stan Lee were a little excited when they heard that they were going to make a TV series, so they said that they were leaning back on the big tree to enjoy the shade. They just joined the Hardy group, and the characters from their comics company will be on the screen. Although it's only a TV series, can it be far behind with TV series and movies? Okay, I must cooperate with the screenwriter, Stan Lee said. For him, the screenwriters of HD Pictures are all big screenwriters, and he used to be an assistant and provide information. Hardy waved his hand. It's not cooperation. You are also one of the main screenwriters. To come up with your own opinions and creativity, I hope everyone will work hard. Although the boss words made him take more responsibilities, Stan Lee was slightly excited when he heard it. Perhaps this is the feeling of being recognized. He likes this boss. Thirdly, the company's current publishing situation is about 100,000 copies sold per month. This data is not good. My idea is to get rid of the previous mode of thinking and create more Marvel characters. He made it into a boutique. Recruit more editors and painters. You can also solicit contributions from the society. Stan Lee, this time you are cooperating with the HD screenwriter team. You can also work with them. Let them help create characters. Edit the plot. After all, they are professional storytelling. Goodman and Stan Lee nodded together. Fourth point. Your comics club is in New York. My opinion is to move to Los Angeles. After all, there is Hollywood here, which makes it more convenient to produce shows. As for New York, it can be used as a branch. Of course, this can be done slowly, 1 or 2 years. It's done within. When Goodman and Stan Lee were leaving, Hardy also asked someone to give Stan Lee a Harley-Davidson motorcycle. This is the mount of Captain America. In the story of Captain America, this Harley motorcycle must become an important prop. Captain America only has 2 equipment. One is his shield, and the other is this Harley motorcycle. Stan Lee thanked Hardy and left with his motorcycle. Seeing motorcycles, Hardy thought about what he had told Andy to buy Harley Motorsports. Andy, how is the progress of the acquisition of Harley's motorcycles? It's not ideal. I sent someone to contact the boss of Harley Motors Co. Limited. Harley Motors Co. Limited is now the largest motorcycle manufacturer in the United States. During World War II, it was the only motorcycle supplier to the military. A lot of money. Although there are no military orders, they are still strong. This year they have launched new motorcycles and the sales are very good. Now the total market value of the entire company is about $60 million US. It's normal not to sell. If someone wants to buy a Playboy magazine now, Hardy is unwilling to sell it, and why should he sell it if he is not short of money? Another point is that Harley Motor Company is not listed, and there is no way to operate it. Then discuss with them whether they can buy the copyright of this military model. Hardy said, okay, I will ask Harley to contact Harley again. Nothing is perfect, even more so when doing business. Hardy doesn't matter. It's nothing more than making a little less. He still has so many businesses and there are so many places to make money. Hardy called Colonel Adam Beach and said, I have an idea to organize a large-scale post-war material sales fair. Colonel Adam Beach was a little confused. Mr. Hardy, what does this post-war material sales expo mean? Simply put, it means transporting various materials to a warehouse, just like the sample warehouse of the logistics department headquarters. This warehouse only sells things that are allowed to be sold. Major General Williams does not say that except for heavy weapons and battleship aircraft carriers, they cannot be sold casually. Can be sold, right? Yes. Colonel Beach nodded. It's too much trouble for us to find buyers. I plan to gather all the samples of materials that can be sold in a warehouse, and then post an advertisement, inviting buyers who are interested in buying in large quantities to come and see the goods, and let them help us sell the goods. Won't it sell more soon like this? There are so many second-hand car dealers, and there are naturally a lot of second-hand material dealers, but they didn't know the way before, and they didn't know the channels. Hardy organized such an expo to summon these wholesalers. There are many merchants selling second-hand firearms in the United States. Before Hardy was in the Jewish gang, he used to buy second-hand firearms from old Mike. Among the military supplies, the proportion of gun stations was very large, and there were tens of millions of firearms of all kinds. There are other supplies, such as tents, military uniforms, military wool vests, military boots, typewriters, ice cream machines, ovens, mechanical parts, scrap tires, instruments, various special vehicles, production equipment, machine tools, drill bits, and freighters. Wait. There will always be merchants interested in some of these supplies, because he is cheap. In order to sell goods quickly, Hardy intends to only slightly increase the reserve price provided by the military, which means it will be doubled. In fact, the increased price is also very, very low, because the military's reserve price is the original production cost. Any tenth of the price, or even a 20th of the price. Large items are not easy to sell, and there is no real value in life, and the price is lower. Colonel Beach naturally listened to Hardy. Hardy set the location of the exposition in the Nevada Armory. Colonel Beach was responsible for allocating supplies and preparing the venue, and Hardy was in charge of advertising. A few days later, www.metalnovel.com, the TV station, broadcasted an advertisement. The huge armory was filled with various materials. While the camera scanned these materials, the voiceover introduced that these materials were all inventory materials left over during World War II. Now I plan to sell at reserve price. A week later, the Nevada Armory will hold a post-war material sale expo to showcase most of the items that can be sold. If there are merchants who are willing to buy, they can come to negotiate and buy. At the same time, the Global Times newspaper on the second day specially printed an entire list of materials. The front and back of the huge newspaper were printed on both sides, and this was only a part of it. Finally, there is an explanation. The quantity of specific materials far exceeds the categories published in newspapers, and maybe there are items you like here. All Americans saw this news, which immediately aroused the interest of many people. There is no shortage of businessmen in the United States. There are also many Erdow dealers. They saw profits in this batch of supplies. 7017K. Chapter 233. Originally, there were a lot of supplies in the Nevada warehouse, and for the varieties that were not available here, Colonel Beach asked the logistics department to transport them from various warehouses. Don't doubt the ability of the logistics department. They have a lot of energy to operate, but they could support the operation of tens of millions of troops at the beginning. A week passed quickly. Today is the first day of the post-war material sale expo. Many people drove to the area. By noon there were already nearly 1,000 people. It seems that there are not as many people as there were when selling Jeeps, but now people are not private buyers, not just buying a car, but merchants. At the same time, Colonel Beach's sales team is also waiting. People waited to open the door, stood chatting under the car, and looked at the barren desert around. Someone said, "How to choose a remote place like Nevada, if it is on the East Coast?" Why set the expo location in Nevada? Because here is the closest to Las Vegas. People who come must first take a plane to Las Vegas, and then drive over here. These businessmen are generally richer. Since they come to Las Vegas, how can they not go to the casino for a round? Since going to the casino must go to the most luxurious and lively Hardy Hotel. The business of Hardy Casino in the past 2 days has been much better than usual. Hardy has calculated everything that can be calculated. There is no speech and no opening ceremony. When the door opened, The event started. People flocked into this huge warehouse to find the materials they were interested in. The lights in the warehouse were bright, and 2 rows of lights were specially added for this event. The items are placed on the shelves, with labels and prices affixed to each item, and there are salespeople from Colonel Beach around. You can ask them at any time if you want to know which items. Most of the businessmen who come here have their own areas of expertise. Some specialize in viewing weapons, so they don't go to the equipment area, and some specialize in viewing equipment, so they don't look at weapons. 2 businessmen were looking at the uniforms. Wool blanket. This is not bad, but the color is a bit ugly. But at a price of $3.5, someone should be willing to buy it. After all, a real wool blanket costs $12. Humanity. The person next to him thought for a while. In fact, it doesn't matter. We can get a quilt cover. If you put the blanket in, you won't see the original color. The quilt cover is not expensive. Yes, that's the truth. We want a batch of woolen blankets. As he said, he wrote down the number in his notebook. Someone is looking through the clothes. Navy winter sweaters, winter sweatshirts, socks, military boots, collars, leather gloves, field shoes, military trousers. They wondered how they should sell them back. Cheap is cheap, but the color is all green. If you are not a soldier, no one wants to wear it. A guy suddenly said, "We can buy a part, contact the factory, and use it as a worker's work clothes. This is a good idea, let's try it in a batch." The companion echoed. Someone was looking through the Air Force leather jackets, and they have to say that these leather jackets are really beautiful. Someone ordered a batch of them and prepared to take them back and sell them for a try. The firearms area is the most lively. Half of the merchants who come after these weapons. In the United States, weapons are out of date at all times. Old weapons are still liked by some people. There are still many people who collect them. Hardy sells weapons at low prices. As long as these merchants take them back and tidy them up, they can sell them at a good price. It is not a problem to make a backhand several times. Revolvers, rifles, carbines, submachine guns, automatic pistols, machine guns, and more than one variety. There were even captured Japanese and German weapons, which was very messy, but these people liked it very much. Various cars are also popular. The Jeeps have been sold out, but there are a large number of other vehicles, armored combat vehicles, tractors, trailers, and so on. Someone asked the salesperson next to him, "Why is there no truck?" "The trucks are all sold out." The salesman said, "Trucks are versatile and are the most practical thing." Hardy took all the trucks early and got them at the lowest price. Where there is a lively place, there is a deserted place, and there is an area with mosquito nets. Many people walked directly over to kayaking and some people stopped, and the salesperson immediately stepped forward to sell them enthusiastically. "Does this gentleman want a tent and a mosquito net?" Kayaking is very good. It is especially suitable for families to go out. The family is camping by the river. These equipments are very suitable. The businessman shook his head. It is estimated that few people are willing to live outside and feed mosquitoes. Field prospecting, scientific investigation, animal observation, etc. can also be used. The salesman continued. "This sales volume is not much. It's okay, we don't limit the number here. Dozens of sets and hundreds of sets can be ordered." The salesman smiled. Other salesmen are also pushing hard. The explosives produced by DuPont Explosives Company are of very good quality and can be used for mining gravel. "We have tens of thousands of tons, as much as you want." Fighter sales are on sale. A Mustang fighter is only $6,200. A P-47 Thunderbolt is only $8,800. And an F-4F Wildcat is only more than $4,000. You can definitely make a lot of money if you buy it back and get a flying club. Gas masks are completely used in special factories. Steel helmets can be used as safety helmets on construction sites. Typewriters, ice cream machines, ovens can be used for household purposes, and they can be placed in bar grocery stores. They have a wide range of uses. Does anyone want a first aid kit? First aid kits are cheap. Canned luncheon meat, canned beef, canned fish, all kinds of canned. Some merchants choose the goods, then place an order and sign a contract with the sales company, which makes it clear how much it takes. As for transportation, Hardy does not provide free shipping. You can go to a nearby warehouse to pick up the goods yourself, or you can ask the sales company to deliver them to you. Of course, the army will drive you directly to your home after the logistics costs are calculated. In the evening, Colonel Beach rushed to report to Hardy with a summary of sales. Mr. Hardy, the sales data are coming out today. The chief engineer sold $23.5 million worth of goods. I haven't sold as many products in one day in half a year. The post-war material sales expo you created is really amazing. Hardy was not as excited as Colonel Beach. Looking at the data, it seems that guns and bullets are the most sought-after items, which account for half of the total sales. The United States cannot help but guns. Guns are a necessity for the public and are easy to save. There are countless gun shops in the whole meter, so there is insufficient sales data. Surprising. The remaining half are very mixed, including almost everything, but the quantity is not large, thousands of tens of thousands. And even some have only dozens of sets. Hardy shook his head helplessly. Mr. Hardy, you don't seem to be very satisfied with today's sales? Colonel Beach asked cautiously. Beach, you have done a good job. Today, I can sell more than $20 million. I am naturally happy, but you have thought about it. What we need to deal with is also worth more than $3 billion according to the minimum price given by the military. Even if it sells $20 million this time, how long will it take to sell? You have to know that today is the first day. The number of orders is definitely the most, and there will not be so many people tomorrow, and people choose the best sellers. All the hard-to-sell ones are kept. In the future, more and more customers will be ordered. The less you come, the sales will plummet. In thinking about how to deal with the remaining billions of materials, the excitement of Beach is just now disappeared. It was indeed the case. Today, what people like to ask for is picked away, and there are fewer and fewer people who are left and willing to ask for it. Hardy picked up the order and looked carefully. One thing he discovered was that the sales of those cans were far below his expectations. Originally, he thought he could sell millions of dollars, but only a few $100,000. Oh shit, he only costs 4 cents for a can of canned luncheon meat, 8 cents for a can of canned beef, and a few cents for other cans, but at this price, no one wants it. No way. Americans are living too extravagantly now. They all like to eat fresh, and don't want bread overnight, let alone food that has been several years apart. The merchants were afraid that they would not be able to sell them, so very few people wanted them. As for the field meal sets, no one bought them. They contained a complete set of things. When the merchants bought them back, they needed to unpack and classify the items in the same way. It was too much trouble, so the field meal sets only sold more than 2,000 in total. However, Hardy had 2 items sold in quantity that exceeded his expectations, namely, medical kits and medical equipment. 100,000 sets of medical kits were sold, which is not a small number. Medical equipment including glass syringes, infusion hoses, infusion bottles, lancets, surgical scalpels, arterial clamps, hemostatic forceps, suture needles, disinfectant cotton, and measuring stretchers are also sold in large quantities. And these things were bought by the same company. This made Hardy a little puzzled. Who would buy so many medical devices at once? Could it be related to Asia? Indeed, as Hardy had expected, the number of merchants in the next day dropped sharply, with only 300 or 400 people, and sales staff provided almost inefficient services. Today, only more than 4 million worth of supplies were sold, and even less on the third day. Although Hardy was dissatisfied with the result, Major General Williams was very happy. In just 1 month, He sold more than 30 million supplies. He was already very satisfied. He even called Hardy to celebrate. Hanging up the phone, Hardy thought about it and said to Beechcraft, although some supplies can be sold every day. McLenovel.com, I think it's still too slow. I plan to open up overseas markets. Overseas market, where? Cuba, Brazil, Argentina, Colombia, Chile, and Asia. Hardy said. Hardy had just returned to Los Angeles and suddenly received a call from Bill. Boss, San Francisco has found something. What's the situation? Don't we have smuggling channels? My subordinates recently discovered that someone was transporting a large number of military supplies on board. I sent someone to secretly investigate. There are a large number of firearms, some medical supplies, and a large number of medical kits. It suddenly occurred to Hardy that someone had bought a large number of medical kits from him a few days ago. Do you know whose goods it is? It's from the Tang People's Gang. 7017K. Chapter 234. Hearing Bill said it was from the Gang of Tang Dynasty, Hardy had some speculations in his heart, but when he thought about it, he thought that the Gang of Tang Dynasty might be able to use it. Bill, how are you in contact with the Tang Dynasty gang? Hardy asked. Not bad. Not long after Los Angeles entered San Francisco, Liu Jinqing, deputy leader of the Tang Dynasty, invited me to dinner. We met in Chinatown and talked about cooperation. Originally, I wanted to visit their leader. Liu Jinqing said that their leader Situ Lao, the husband, is not in the United States, and Liu Jinqing is now fully responsible for matters in the United States. Bill said. Old Mr. Situ Hadi knew who it was. Han Yezen's grandfather. Bill, if you help me contact Liu Jinqing, you said there is a big deal to talk to them. Hardy said. Big business. How big? Bill asked curiously. Hundreds of millions of dollars is always the. Bill was surprised. Although he was the boss of the Los Angeles gang, the business he could contact was only a million level. Hundreds of millions of dollars in business. He couldn't even think about it. Boss, don't forget Los Angeles if you have a profitable business. This is also your own property. Bill said like a young wife. Don't worry, there is a copy of Los Angeles here. Hardy said angrily. Okay, I will contact Liu Jinqing now. Hanging up the phone, Hardy called Andy again. Andy, start the truck sales plan tomorrow. Let the Global Times and ABC advertise. Good boss. Also, register a shipping company. Hardy said. Shipping company? Are you planning to do shipping business again? Andy was surprised. Hardy smiled. Now the US military has more than 507,000 Liberty vessels and more than 115,000 Victory vessels. These freighters are now rusting in the port. Isn't that a violent thing? I plan to take over all of them. Even if I don't use them myself, I can make a fortune by reselling them. The cost of the Freedom Wheel was $1.6 million and the Victory Wheel was $3.3 million. Why is it so cheap? Because welding is used instead of tenon and tenon joints. The design life of these freighters is only 5 years, which is to cope with the German Wolves bombing operations. But Hardy knows that some of these freighters in later generations have been used for more than 20 years, and the quality is still very good. The base price given by the military is very cheap, 180,000 free ships, 350,000 Victory ships. This price is only higher than the price of scrap iron. Hardy's idea is very simple. These freighters are so cheap and they are all bought under the name of the shipping company. However, he can't use up so many freighters himself. In the future, he can sell the ships while shipping the goods, and make money at both ends. When you slowly dispose of these freighters and buy new ships with the money you earn, won't you have a large shipping company in your hands? However, even if it is so cheap that it is only 180,000 for Freedom and 350,000 for Victory, the number is too much. Hardy calculated that it would cost $170 million to win it all. Fortunately, he has an innate advantage, that is, he can owe debts. The sales contract he signed with the military stated that some buyers have no money and can only owe them first. As for the age limit, it can be delayed up to 10 years. In less than 10 years, it is estimated that Hardy would have sold these freighters and even made more money. Andy took notes and set out to do these two things. The next day, the ABC TV station released an advertisement, and the Hardy Trading Sales Company was going to sell a batch of second-hand trucks, and truck images appeared in the lens. Low price, Dodge WC62 truck, down payment $200, loan 10 installments of monthly repayment of $50, GMC 2.5-ton military truck, down payment $300, loan 10 monthly repayments of $50, white 6666 truck, down payment $500. The monthly repayment of the loan is $50 for 10 installments. Ensure that the performance of the car is intact. At the same time, it comes with original vulnerable parts. Owning a truck may be the cornerstone of your business. In addition, in order to encourage veterans to start their own businesses, the Hardy Group announced that all soldiers can waive the first 2 months of loans by virtue of their veteran certificate. Freight is still very profitable in this era. In fact, American truck drivers in later generations are also very profitable, but it is difficult for many people to buy a truck at once. The cheaper one is more than $2,000, which is equivalent to an ordinary person for a year salary. Expensive ones like quite $6,666. The price of a new car is more than $5,000, which is really not affordable for ordinary people. Now there is an opportunity to buy a truck for only 1/10 of the price. Many people are immediately tempted. They don't have much money for $2,000 at once, but it is achievable for $200 to find a way. As for the loan repayment, as long as you have a truck, it is not difficult to repay $50 a month. As long as 10 months, the car will be completely yours in the future. The advertisement finally said, if you want to buy a truck, please go to the local Wells Fargo Bank for loan business. After the procedures are complete, pick up the truck at the nearest armory. This time only 20,000 vehicles are sold. This advertisement was also published in the Global Times newspaper at the same time, and the content was similar to the TV advertisement. Not everyone has a TV these days, and newspapers are still the most popular and widely used media method. White is 26 years old this year. He became a stevedore after he was discharged from the Second World War. His dream is to own a truck of his own, because he knows that freight is very profitable. He has been working hard to save money in the past few years after he retired from the army, but he still has it now, only more than $600. After all, he has a wife and children, and wants to raise a family. It may take several years to buy a truck. When he saw the advertisement of Hardy Company selling trucks, he was immediately excited. He felt that he could realize his dream soon. What does it have to do with second-hand cars? He drove cars in the army and would repair them a little bit. He knew that the performance of these cars was very good. He ran home in a hurry, and his wife was surprised how he came back at this time. Is there no job today? White hugged his wife and kissed him hard. Ha, we will have our own truck soon. I will pick up the truck now, and we can live a good life in the future. He said that he rushed into the house and opened the piggy bank, which contained 6 of his hard-to-save more than $100 and some documents. When I came to the bank to go through the formalities, I quickly got the formalities for picking up the car. White served as a soldier and was able to waive the interest for the first 2 months. This is equivalent to saving $100. White is very grateful for this. In fact, Hardy Company, there has always been a preferential treatment policy for military personnel. It used to be a TV, and now it is a truck. The Hardy Group is well known among the veterans. White found a friend and asked him to take him on a motorcycle for more than 100 kilometers to the nearest armory, where many people have gathered. White bought a white 6666. He drove this kind of car in the army. He knew that this guy was very pitiful and pulled a lot, not to mention 6 tons or 16 tons. After showing the procedures for picking up the car, the soldier on duty let him go in and pick the car by himself. and he could drive which one he fancied. This gave White a bit of surprise, and he could choose by himself. Rows of cars were parked there, and many people were already choosing. White was familiar with this kind of car, and quickly picked the one that felt best. He got on the car and drove away smoothly. He showed the procedures for picking up the car at the door. The car drove out smoothly. "Wow!" White exclaimed in excitement. He finally has a car of his own, and the performance of this car is very good. It is estimated that there is a backing new car, and it is estimated that it will not be broken after driving for another 10 years. Putting the motorcycle on the bucket with friends, the two drove the truck and sang songs all the way home. Hardy Group has registered another shipping company, and everyone should be able to guess its name. Hardy Shipping Company. This is wholly owned subsidiary, and Hardy owns 100% of the shares. On the second day of the company's establishment, the company signed a purchase and sale contract with an amount of up to 168 million yuan and purchased 662 abandoned freighters from the military. Among them, there are 535 free ships and 127 victory ships. The repayment date cannot exceed March 1958 at the latest. The US military at this time is really rich and powerful. If it is in other countries, these assets will be put to good use, but these things are a burden for them, whether it is the military or the government. The only idea is how to use it as soon as possible. They dispose of it. For example, pushing a large number of tanks into the sea, throwing 14,000 tons of bombs into the Gulf of Mexico, conducting explosive experiments to destroy explosives, and piercing a warship and sinking into the sea. What? Dismantling and selling scrap iron. Dismantling still requires a fee, and the scrap is worthless, so it's better to lose it and save trouble. If you don't consume materials, how can those arms dealers make money? Bill contacted Liu Jinqing, the current deputy head of the Tang People's Gang. Liu Jinqing was a little surprised when he heard that Hardy was about to see himself. Could it be because the other party knew about the weapons and medical supplies in the gang, and asked for trouble? Not right. This should be a matter of the US government. Besides, the Los Angeles Gang is Hardy's property. The Tang Gang and the Los Angeles Gang have had a good relationship since Los Angeles. They said hello before they came to San Francisco. It stands to reason that the Hardy boss shouldn't bother himself. No matter what, since the other party wants to see him, he should see him first. Liu Jinqing promised Bill, "I also want to see Mr. Hardy too. I don't know where to meet." The boss said that we will meet in San Francisco. What does Mr. Liu like? Bill said. Good. 2 days later, Hardy's plane landed at San Francisco Airport. Bill brought his men over to pick up Hardy. Hardy got in the car and went to the manor that Bill bought in San Francisco. A car drove into the manor an hour later. Liu Jinqing walked into the living room with the secretary. Hardy smiled and stood up. Liu Jinqing stretched out his hand. "Hello, Mr. Hardy." "Hello, Mr. Liu." The two shook hands. "I don't know what happened to Mr. Hardy this time?" Liu Jinqing asked. Hardy smiled slightly. "I want to do a business with you. I wonder if Hongman is interested?" Liu Jinqing was slightly startled. Because Hardy was talking about Hongman, the scope of Hongman was much broader. "I don't know what business it is." "Selling military supplies. I know that Hongman has power in more than 30 countries, especially in Asia. Our Hardy Group has undertaken the post-war material sales business of the US military. I think there is a vast market in Asia. But we are not very familiar with Asia, so we want to find organizations that are familiar with the situation in Asia and have a certain degree of strength." "I don't know if Hongman is willing?" Hardy asked. Liu Jinqing was shocked when he heard Hardy's words. He didn't expect Hardy to ask himself to help sell the supplies of the US military, and to go to Asia. If this is the case, then he spent so much money before and tried to smuggle things over. It can be blatantly transported now. "I don't know how Mr. Hardy is going to cooperate?" Liu Jinqing asked tentatively. MTLnovel.com I am responsible for transporting things, and you are responsible for contacting sales. Thailand, Myanmar, Philippines, Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Malaysia come to Asia, Indonesia. Hadi said a bunch of names. Does it include weapons? Luo Jinqing asked. Except for heavy weapons. Does that include China? Hadi smiled. Now the United States has a weapon ban on that side, so it can't be shipped out loudly. I can sell it to other countries and places, but if someone smuggles it into China, I can't help it. Mr. Hadi, don't know how much profit we can get? Luo Jinqing asked. 10%. Hadi smiled. 7,017k. Chapter 235. The latest website, Mr. Hadi. This is a big matter, I need to go back and discuss it. Luo Jinqing said. Such a big matter involves the entire Hong sect. Luo Jinqing needs to discuss with other gang officials. Although the leader said when he left, he now has the full power to decide on gang affairs, but he still wants to ask the opinion of Situ. No problem, I'll wait for your reply, Hadi said. After Luo Jinqing went back, he immediately convened the senior gang to discuss. After talking about the exchange with Hadi, Luo Jinqing said, the Hadi group wants to use the Hongmen channel to sell the remaining military supplies. To be honest, I am very optimistic. This business, a lot of things Americans look down on, but as long as these things are shipped to those poor areas, they will immediately become good things, and they will certainly not worry about selling them. A hall master nodded. Those things should be sold without worries. Those canned food and rations are tired of American soldiers. But in many places, there is a shortage of food. There are definitely a lot of people who want to transport them. There are also those clothes and those who serve in the army. The quality of the clothes is absolutely nothing. As for the size and color, it's a big deal to change it and dye it again. Another hall host said, now Malaya and Indonesia are still in chaos, and the competition is fierce. Some people have already expressed their emotions towards us Chinese. The hall here feels that the Chinese should build their own armed forces. If being able to get more weapons in the past will definitely support them. Government comes from the barrel of a gun. As long as they have a gun, the Chinese can still have the right to speak. This is a good opportunity. Humanity said. There is also humanity. The leader has been raising funds and materials for the country. I think this is a rare good opportunity. Nothing is more suitable for the country than these materials. Although Mr. Hadi said that the United States has an embargo on the country, you can look at him. It means that we don't exclude shipping things to the country. We can't change our hands and ship things to Southeast Asian countries, then to Macau, and then smuggle them to the country. It's a pity. He doesn't sell those heavy weapons, only logistical supplies and light weapons. Someone sighed. No way, people are doing business. It is impossible to take risks against the American ban, someone said. However, some people also mentioned, is the 10% they give a little bit less? Luo Jinqing shook his head and said, this business is very big, and it may reach several $100 million. If you calculate, 10% is tens of millions of dollars. The most important thing is that there is an urgent need for these things. Even if we don't make money, we have to get it, let alone make money, and we can also make another money. Hadi's company is only wholesale, and shipped that to let us be responsible for sales. We can add a little bit more, then the profit will come out. The others couldn't help but nod their heads. No one here is opposed to this business. Seeing the unanimous agreement of all the hall masters, Luo Jinqing sent a telegram to Hong Kong when Mr. Situ was in Hong Kong at this time. The Hadi Group intends to cooperate with our company to sell post-war surplus materials, most of which are transferable civilian materials. What is your opinion? A few hours later, Luo Jinqing received a reply. Be sure to do this business well. San Francisco Manor. After Luo Jinqing left, Bill looked at Hadi. Boss, you said that this deal is for me. You are indispensable. Don't Los Angeles own a shipping company? I plan to sell 50 freighters to this shipping company at a low price. Hadi said. This shipping company is robbing the original mafia family's industry. There were originally 5 freighters, mainly to South American countries such as Brazil and Cuba, and they transported a wide variety of goods. This shipping company is a regular company, and the things it transports have legal procedures. The so-called smuggling is only to carry private goods under the premise of legal transportation. For example, this time the transportation is sugar, which contains hundreds of tons of coffee that has not been taxed, beans, hundreds of boxes of Havana cigars, and even more profitable drugs. 50 ships. Bill's eyes widened in surprise. How much does it cost? Now shipping companies can't afford so many ships. Cheap. Hardy smiled. How cheap can it be? Bill asked. A Liberty ship, $360,000, 80% new. This price cannot even buy a fishing boat in other places. A Victory ship, $600,000. This is a large freighter of 15,000 tons. This price you can't find it with the Lantern. Hardy said. It is said that Los Angeles is Hardy's property. Why did Hardy sell ships to Los Angeles Shipping? Isn't this left-handed and right-handed? It's really not like that. The first is to support this shipping company, hoping that it will become stronger in the future and become one of the shipping giants. Of course, the smuggling business will become bigger and bigger. Another reason is to bring the money from Los Angeles. Although Hardy and Los Angeles have a governing relationship, they are not directly related economically. Selling the boat to them is equivalent to taking Los Angeles money into his own hands reasonably and legally. And this reversed money is legal. A lot more. Los Angeles paid Hardy only 30% of the income and profits. And for development, Hardy hadn't taken any money from them for a long time. As for selling freighters to them, Hardy Shipping is 100% owned by Hardy, and you will know that Hardy has made a lot of money from this transaction. Of course, Los Angeles is not at a loss. He got a freighter, 43 ships, 10 Victory ships, with a total price of $20.4 million. As for the money, you can know it first and use the ship. This is the benefit given by the boss. Isn't I going to do this business with Hongman? I believe they will agree. Even if they don't agree, it doesn't matter. We can still find others. At that time, a large number of materials will be shipped to all parts of the world. You can expand your business while shipping. Hardy said. Bill feels that this is indeed possible. The boss is great, and the arrangement of the future development route is clear. The next day, Luo Jinqing came to Bill Manor again. Mr. Hardy, we agree to do this business with you. The cooperation is pleasant. Hardy smiled and stretched out his hand. Luo Jinqing also stretched out his hand. Next comes the details. Hardy said, Mr. Luo, you can contact other Hongman local associations. I have a list of supplies here. All items that can be sold are marked on it. You can ask them to study what you feel. If you sell it, I will deliver the freight they want. Hongmen in different places know more about the local situation and know how big their appetite is, so they let them place their own orders according to the situation. Luo Jinqing received a thick pile of materials with the names and quantities of various materials. Luo Jinqing was greedy for many things. I used to get some things by myself, and it took a lot of hard work to get everything together. Now that I work with Hardy, my previous things are simply not worth mentioning. I will go back and contact them. Luo Jinqing said. As for transportation, I am going to entrust the Los Angeles Shipping Company, and they will be responsible for delivering the goods to various places. Hardy said. Okay. Hongman powers are not limited to Asia, Europe, America, and even Africa, including France, Britain, Germany, Mexico, Cuba, Peru, Brazil, Panama, Jamaica, New Zealand, Australia, the Netherlands, South Africa. There are 3 in total. More than 10 countries. Wherever there is a Chinatown, there is a trace of Hongman. Now that World War II has just ended, many countries have not recovered from the trauma. Even the 2 victorious countries, Britain and France, have a very difficult life, not to mention Germany. Asian countries have been poisoned by Japan, and the people have a lot of food and clothing. Problem. It can be said that the only good country in the world is the United States. After Luo Jinqing went back, he immediately contacted the Hongman organizations of various countries and sent them the list of materials so that they could study what products could be sold there. When many people saw the materials on the catalog, their saliva would flow out. Canned luncheon meat, canned beef, canned chicken, canned fish, etc. American soldiers are tired of eating, but for some people, it is a luxury product. Some locals also sell such products, but the price is higher than Hardee's batch. The price of the goods is several times more expensive. For example, a can of luncheon meat has an ex-factory price of 12 cents, and the normal selling price is 20 cents a can, while Hardee's wholesale price is only 4 cents. In fact, Hardee has doubled, and the military's reserve price is 2 cents a can. These things are in their hands, and it is estimated that a lot of people will want them for 10 cents. Of course, freight is required for shipping in the past, and these freight will also be paid out of this batch of goods. But even if there is freight, there is still a profit. A large bucket of egg powder for 10 kilograms costs only $3, and a box of Field Army rations is only $5. You must know that this box provides a day's food for 10 soldiers, and contains cigarettes, candies, powdered beverages and other things. Medical kits, medical equipment, sterilized cotton, medical bandages. You have as many as you want. Tents and mosquito nets that no one wants are good things in Southeast Asian countries. If you have such a set, you can live in the family directly. The Americans disliked military telephones as ugly, but some people value their sturdy and durable quality. There are hundreds of thousands of these telephones. There is also a telephone line, which is 300,000 kilometers long. No one wants discarded tires in the US, but some people in other countries want them. Although some are said to be discarded, they are completely usable. Even if it can't be used in the car, it can be used for other purposes. If it is not, it can be disassembled to make rubber slippers. There are many types of military uniforms. There are dozens of uniforms for a single soldier. How many uniforms have been eliminated by so many American soldiers? Now there are many places where people don't even have to wear clothes. It's good to change the uniforms. Clothing. The quality of military boots is completely absent, and many people like them very much. The eiderdown is thick and warm. The blanket is made of pure wool. What? The color of the quilt is not good looking, and people who don't even have a quilt will dislike the color not good looking. The belt uses a pure cowhide brass buckle. A military belt in this era is comparable to the luxury goods of later generations. And the most important weapon. Only light weapons. All kinds of firearms and bullets are included in this batch of catalogs. Not even grenades and mortars. The main reason is to try the water for the first time. Moreover, this business has a very advantageous condition, that is, you can get the goods first and then give the money. This is a great temptation for many businessmen to get them to spend millions of dollars to buy goods. Most people can't get them out, but they must make their efforts to sell the goods. These people are all unambiguous. The Chinese are very hardworking and are not afraid of exerting themselves at all. Many parties place orders one after another. 7017K. Chapter 236. Chapter 237. Goods arrived in Hong Kong smoothly. In a few days, Liu Jinqing brought 2 people to Bill's Manor again, and he brought a huge order here. Hardee picked it up and looked through it. At first glance, I saw the amount of orders from various places. South Africa 2.63 million, Brazil 1.98 million, Malaya 3.42 million, Thailand 1.65 million, and Vietnam. The final total reached $75 million. Of course, this price is Hardee's base price of the military. After the price increase, he at least doubled these materials, and the maximum was tripled. It was not that he deliberately increased the price of Tang People's Help. This was the price at the fair. There are also a lot of guns and ammunition in this batch of orders. Some countries obviously ban guns, but these Hardees don't care. That is a problem that Hongman needs to consider. Anyway, the military's sales requirements did not prohibit the sale of weapons to these countries. As for China, it is not on the list. But Hardee sees that Hong Kong's demand for goods is worth more than $4 million. These goods cannot be digested by Hong Kong. It is self-evident where they will go. Okay, I will let the military start stocking and deliver it directly to the dock, Hardy said. Luo Jinqing heard that Hardy agreed that YY was a little excited, and this big deal was about to begin. He believed that as long as these things were shipped, they could definitely make money. Back in Los Angeles, Hardy met Colonel Beach and gave him the order: prepare the materials according to this catalog, send them to the port of San Francisco, and then ship them directly. Colonel Beach saw this list of catalogs, and he became excited. Mr. Hardy, you are so amazing that you have sold another $75 million. You haven't got the money yet. You can only get the money back if you sell it. Hardy said, hee, just sell it. Are you afraid they won't pay? Colonel Beach said with a smile. Beach, we still need to track this batch of goods. You send 5 staff members from each place to be responsible for sales, statistics and feedback. Before they are sold, the ownership of this batch of goods belongs to us. Hardy wrote. Okay, Mr. Hardy, I will arrange manpower. Beach responded. Beach prepares supplies and keeps delivering goods to the port. Los Angeles Shipping Company received 50 freighters and urgently recruited captains and seafarers. Originally, there were corresponding captains and seamen on these Liberty ships and Victory ships. Later, the fleet was disbanded and these people were all retired and returned home. However, these people are registered in the military department. Hardy asked them to find their files, call them one by one, and ask them if they would like to come back to work and give them a high salary. Nowadays, although the United States is experiencing post-war prosperity, jobs are hard to find. After the military orders have dropped, many factories have laid off workers, and nearly tens of millions of soldiers have been discharged. It is difficult to find a good job. After receiving a call from Hardy's company, many people choose to return to work on freighters. After all, the salary is high, and now it's much safer than before. In the past, you should always pay attention to being attacked and sunk by the German wolves. Now it's just normal shipping. The danger has been reduced countless times, and the wages are 2 or 3 times the wages of ordinary workers, which naturally attracts large numbers of manpower. The first group of people was first ranged at the Los Angeles Shipping Company. The 50 captains and crew members were quickly ready. These people have just left the freighter for only 2 or 3 years. A ship, you can start working without training at all. The goods were shipped on board in batches. During Hardy's inspection, Bill and the president of the Los Angeles Shipping Company and the captain of the ship accompanied him. Standing on the ship, he suddenly remembered something. I heard that there are pirates in many places now, right? The president of the shipping company nodded. According to the latest information, there are pirates in West African waters, the Gulf of Guinea, the Strait of Malacca, and the waters of Southeast Asia. The most serious situation is the waters of Southeast Asia. Half of our ships sail in Southeast Asian waters. I still have some worries in my heart. I pray that nothing happens, said the president of the shipping company. Hardy said in his heart, praying as an ass. You believe in God, but those pirates don't believe in it. It is better to rely on God than on yourself. He thought about it. Each ship is equipped with 10 M2 heavy machine guns, with enough ammunition. Each crew member must be equipped with a submachine gun, and each ship should carry 100 bazookas. If there are pirates who dare to approach our ships, tell those captains don't hesitate to fire directly. I will be responsible if something goes wrong. I'll let Beach deliver the weapon when I turn back. You have to organize the crew for a training, Hardy said. The president of the shipping company swallowed, and said, Boss, you are going to turn our freighter into an armed merchant ship. Hardy said lightly, if it were not for time constraints, I would also like to equip these freighters with near defense guns. Pirates, you don't have to keep your hands when you see it, and it's easiest to kill them directly. Good boss. I will arrange training for them when the weapons come. These captains and crews used to be soldiers, and the training is also very simple, the shipping company president said. 2 weeks later, all the materials are loaded on the ship, all the weapons are on the ship, and the freighters set sail and leave the port for their destination. The crew recruited by Hardy still has surplus. The remaining people are enough to expand 50 ships. The Hardy Group also has a shipping company. After recruiting the president and management, the shipping company began to operate. It doesn't matter whether it receives shipping business or leases it to other shipping companies. In short, it took less than a month for these ships to have a destination. The freighter sailed to various ports in the wind and waves. Los Angeles was very close to Cuba. A cargo was quickly delivered to the port. This cargo had the export documents of the US military and was quickly unloaded. There is no war in Brazil, so there are no weapons in this cargo. Doctors for the cans, candy, clothes, boots, these things. Brazilian officials don't care at all. After the things are moved to the warehouse, Hongman organizes to contact them and use the bill of lading to take some of the materials and sell them. These organizations have their own channels in the local area, especially the local Chinese almost have contacts. The Chinese are very hardworking and smart. Many local businesses such as grocery stores, clothing stores and small factories have opened small shopping malls. The canned food is placed in the most conspicuous part of the shop, with the slogan, "Canned luncheon meat special for the US military, only 0.5 reais per can, canned pure beef, only 1 reais per can, and 0.6 reais for canned chicken." Many people came to watch. At this time of World War II victory, the United States is the beacon of people all over the world. No matter which country it is, the United States is very yearning, and their things are naturally popular. The price of these cans is much lower than the price of normal cans. Someone immediately paid for a few cans, ready to go back to taste the authentic American canned food. People who participated in World War II said that American canned food tastes very delicious. Hang American military uniforms, field jackets, green military uniforms, camouflage uniforms, linings, vests, woolen coats, trousers, striped pants, etc. in the clothing store. The price of these clothes is generally not high, and the store can also help to change the size. Of course, some modification fees will be charged. The shoe store releases a variety of American military boots. These military boots are very strong and suitable for ordinary workers. Many people like them very much. So as soon as these goods arrived here, many people began to buy them, and gradually people formed a trend, feeling that wearing a US military uniform on the streets is very popular, and the sales are getting better and better. A cargo ship sailed to Malaya. The cargo ship did not enter the regular port. Instead, following the guidance of the local Hongman gang, it berthed in a remote sea area, and then someone drove a small boat to take part of the cargo away. Captain was very puzzled, and asked Hongman supervisor, "We have the formalities opened by the US military. Isn't it a smuggling activity?" The middle-aged steward was helpless. "The government will not allow firearms and bullets to be taken off the shore. When we take away the firearms, you can stop at the port and unload the goods normally. There will be no problem." Dozens of large packages of guns and bullets were finally unloaded. The freighter drove to the port to unload the cargo, and followed normal procedures to store them in the local port warehouse waiting for sale. In another place, when some people saw this large number of weapons, they clenched their fists excitedly, and a young man with a separate head said, "Those Malays bully us and suppress us. We Chinese account for an fifth in Malaya. The population must have its own status. Government comes out of the barrel of a gun. As long as we organize and keep armed, those Malays dare to be so blatant." Others also echoed. "There are 5,000 rifles, 2,000 submachine guns, and hundreds of thousands of bullets. You can organize a real team." Another 2 cargo ships sailed to Hong Kong together. This time Hong Kong requested the most cargo. The 2 ships were a Liberty vessel and a Victory vessel. The order Hardy gave them was to stop broadcasting in the port without rushing back after the past. He has another purpose. The Freewheel is in the front and the Victory is in the back. The 2 ships are about 50 nautical miles from the front and back. They are driving on the endless sea. The weather is good today. The sea is very calm. The idle crew gathered on the deck to smoke, chat and sunbathe. Suddenly someone shouted, "Look over there, there are two boats approaching us." People looked in the direction he was pointing. It was discovered that there were indeed two ships coming straight in this direction. The tonnage of these two ships was not large, that is, the 50-ton fishing boat, but the speed was much faster than their ocean-going freighter. "Will it be a pirate?" someone said. Before they came, they also specially conducted anti-piracy training, so the first thought of pirates. The first officer reacted and shouted, "Quickly, we must be on guard whether it is or not. You go and inform the captain, you go and summon other people to come quickly, and the remaining people take out the weapons." Yes, these people responded together and acted immediately. After all, they have been soldiers. Although they don't need to fight face-to-face on the battlefield like infantrymen, they are still trained soldiers. They have participated in real wars, and their psychological qualities are much stronger than ordinary people. The two boats got closer and closer. At first glance, the visitor was not good. The captain already knew the situation and brought over 20 other crew members together. Even the repairmen got on the deck. The two fishing boats relied on their fast speed and shuttled on both sides of the freighter. Someone was standing on the deck, holding a submachine gun at the freighter. 100% pirates are undoubtedly. At this moment, the two fishing boats quickly double-teamed over and prepared to attach the freighter. Many pirates were already standing on the deck of the fishing boat, holding rope barbs in their hands, and took the opportunity to climb up as soon as they were attached to the freighter. The people holding guns below will be responsible for guarding and protecting those climbing. As long as the crew dares to appear, they will shoot. They have been so successful in the past, and they have tried repeatedly. But they didn't know. This time they encountered hard stubble. Just when the two fishing boats were about to be attached, a few black barrels suddenly appeared on both sides of the boat gang. Huang Chengqing's bullet, "Go to your mother" fire. The tearing sound rang into one piece, and huge bullets shot frantically at the two fishing boats. Some of the people standing on the deck of the fishing boat were shot through their bodies, some were blown to their heads, and the rest were terrified. They have never encountered such a cruel fleet. Novel.com. A few lucky enough to hurriedly hid in the cabin. Do you think you can hide it like this? A few people took out the bazooka rocket launcher. Woo woo woo. Boom boom boom. Some rockets hit the splint, some hit the cabin, and some went directly into the cockpit. The explosion sounded into one piece, and finally the whole ship burned violently. The fishing boat on the other side was more miserable than his companions. After 2 rounds of shelling, he was hit in the fuel tank and exploded and burned. The thick smoke could be seen from dozens of miles away. The victory round later sent a telegram asking what happened. "Do you need support?" "It's okay, the 2 pirate ships, all killed." Free cycle telepathed. The captain on the victory wheel was a little annoyed after watching it. "Why didn't we run into it? Then we can have a good time. The sea is really boring." 2 days later, the 2 freighters successfully arrived at Victoria Harbour in Hong Kong. End of this chapter. Chapter 237. Chapter 238. Vigorously expand Xiangjiang's business. The Liberty ship and the Victory ship entered the port. Some people have been paying attention to these 2 tall freighters. 5 members of the military disembarked, and someone came to greet them. "It's Mr. Victor, right?" one of the officers asked. "It's been hard all the way." Victor smiled and shook hands with several people. Before he came, Hardy had someone contact Victor and asked him to help deal with the matter here. Victor received the news that the freighter had arrived and immediately brought people over. Go through customs procedures. The catalog is full of materials such as cloth, cotton, medical equipment, rubber shoes, cans, machine tool production lines, etc. This is the site of the British, and weapons cannot be brought over blatantly. Ordinary materials are completely fine. Victor had already greeted the customs chief in advance. The procedures were smooth. The freighter docked at the dock and started unloading. Victor rented several large warehouses near the dock in advance to store these materials. Moreover, in this batch of materials, There are not only the things ordered by Hong Kong Hongman, but also the goods ordered by Victor. Victor has been in Hong Kong for nearly half a year, and he has gradually understood the situation here. He also opened a trading company and knew what to sell, so Hardy had also given Victor a list in advance, and it was not limited to the military. Party eliminated materials. What is missing in Hong Kong? In other words, what is missing in the surrounding countries? In Victor's view, there is almost nothing, and everything is waiting to be done. After reading the list of military supplies, he didn't ask for cans, clothes, and shoes like others, but took a fancy to the US military's production line equipment. Production line equipment for nails, screws, rubber shoes, leather shoes, wires, telephone lines, zippers, raincoats, rain boots, umbrellas, etc. In addition, Victor also ordered a large amount of cotton. Since the liberation of Hong Kong, the original industrial capacity has gradually recovered. The original spinning mills have begun to work, and many large spinning mills and textile mills originally from the mainland have moved to Hong Kong. At a time, the number of spinning mills and textile mills here has reached 300, multiple. But then the problem came again, insufficient cotton. Currently, cotton is only enough for 70% of the consumption, and the gap is very large. Therefore, the price of cotton has risen a lot recently. As long as the cotton is shipped, there is no need to worry about selling it. The people who came to meet were not only Victor, but also Triad people. Two middle-aged people came to meet. Victor reported himself to his home. The two are local snakes. Naturally, I have heard of Victor, who has gained fame in Hong Kong recently. Mr. Do, only one who can get a sufficient amount of penicillin will impress everyone. It turned out to be Mr. Victor, my fellow Li Chunshan, who is in charge of the Triad Society, and I would like to ask Mr. Victor to take care of my business in the future. Li Chunshan said, we are partners, we make money together. Victor smiled. The two parties exchanged a few words and talked about the goods. This time, Victor asked them to give each other a list. The goods are here. You can pick up the goods at any time. There is only one thing, that is, the first batch of goods can be owed, but the payment for the first batch of goods must be blocked for the second batch. It should be so. Li Chunshan said. Hong Kong Island. A large house. Two middle-aged people happily walked into the mansion, came to the front of the main hall, and asked the guard at the door, "Can you rest, old man?" "No rest. Coming." A very angry voice came from the room. The two laughed and hurried into the house. Old man Situ sat in the recliner and fell asleep. The two opened their eyes when they opened the door and entered the house. "You are old and lack energy. Seeing how excited you are, is there something good?" One of them humanely, "Master, the American freighter has arrived, and the cargo is disembarking. This is the list. What do you think of it?" Li Chunshan passed the list as he said. Mr. Situ took the list and it looked like telephones, telephone lines, radio equipment, medical kits, medicines, glass syringes, sterilized cotton, infusion tubes, medical equipment, gas masks, steel helmets, engineer shovel, gloves, iron wire, military boots, cloth, sugar, sleeping bags, wool blankets, eider-down duvets, various cans, field rations. The old man nodded. Very good. Some of these supplies are sold, and some are quietly transported away through other channels, together with weapons from other places, to be transported there. The list was returned to Li Chunshan, and Mr. Situ picked up another thick list on the table. This list was sent to Hongman by Hardy. There were far more types of materials than this purchase list. Mr. Situ sighed and picked up the booklet and looked at it. I want a lot of things, but after all, the funds are limited. This time I only raised part of it. Fortunately, the other party made us owe the debt, otherwise we would not dare to order these. What? Li Chunshan quickly said. Some materials can be sold here, we can make a profit, and the money earned can be used to get new materials. A drop in the bucket. If I have money, I really want to buy all the things on the list. Mr. Situ said. Hey, our country is too poor poor and weak. If there were so many supplies back then, how could the devils poison us for so many years? I am also too weak. I have only raised more than 10 million US dollars in so many years. If I have more money, I can support more materials and contribute more to the country. Master, you have done enough, Li Chunshan said. The old gentleman shook his head. It's not enough. Okay, let's go and work. It is estimated that some of you will be busy during this time. Li Chunshan bid farewell and left. Li Chunshan led people to pick up the goods and began to sell them in Hong Kong. Picking up goods in batches, he can only get more goods if he makes money. The first thing to mention is all kinds of cans and field ration boxes. This is a Chinese site. Hongmen has tens of thousands of people. If you count the tens of thousands in the periphery, you don't need to advertise. Everyone here is a salesman. Second aunt, the US Army rations, canned beef, they are all large pieces of beef, it tastes so good. A can is only 2 yuan. A street man promotes canned food to his neighbor. 2 yuan is so expensive. The woman said, are the 2 yuan expensive? This is from the United States. Did you see the 2 large freighters 2 days ago? They came down from there. Can it be cheaper? Here, this canned luncheon meat is cheap. Only $1. The woman finally gritted her teeth and bought a can of luncheon meat to taste. The ration box contains a complete set of food. The people in Hongmen did not sell it directly after getting it, but unpacked them all and sorted them. There are American famous brand cigarettes such as Camel, Hakai, Marlboro in the jar. The prices of these imported cigarettes on the market are not low, and they are very easy to sell. Only these cigarettes can recover a third of the price. There are a lot of people wanting the rest, such as instant coffee, instant beverage powder, matches, soap, towel, chewing gum, chocolate, hard candy and so on. These can also be sold at a good price. There are also a large number of milk powder and egg powder. Few people here buy a large bag. Small vendors have a way to sell it for half a catty after unpacking. At this time, Hong Kong has a population of 1.5 million people, all crowded in a small place, and consumes a lot of materials every day. The things they took out were digested within a few days, and then they took them. Money came to Victor to pick up the second shipment. Victor was not idle during this time, but Hardy gave him a task. In the past 6 months, Victor has known many local people in Xiangjiang. This time he took the initiative to send out invitations to invite many Chinese businessmen over. Why are Chinese merchants? Small business. Big firms may not be attractive. Moreover, most of the British firms are also doing this business, and there is a certain degree of competition between the two parties. Hong Kong Chinese businessmen received an invitation from Victor and were puzzled. It said there was a business to cooperate with everyone, but did not say what kind of business. But for this famous person in Hong Kong recently, these people decided to go there. On the day, more than 100 people came. Victor did not invite these people to the hotel, but directly set up at the dock warehouse. Victor looked at these people and said with a smile, everyone, you may have also heard that a batch of American goods have arrived in Hong Kong recently, and the American canned food and field rations sold on the street are that batch of goods. These people naturally know that no one in the streets and alleys is unaware of this matter, and some of them even buy some early adopters. This business is done by our Hardy Group. These materials are not only shipped to Hong Kong, but to more than 30 countries around the world. Victor smiled. These businessmen were shocked, and they had a better understanding of the Hardy Group. The things that came this time, not only the cans, but also better things. Right here, he said, and ordered the people to open the warehouse door. All these businessmen looked at the warehouse with curiosity. Everyone walked into the warehouse and found that there were batches of machines, as well as machine tools. Victor said, the Hardy Company intends to cooperate with everyone. This is all equipment dismantled by the US military factory, and it is a complete set. Some have only used 3 or 4 years. MTLnovel.com. The equipment has very good performance, including nail production line, screw production line, rubber shoe production line, and wire production line. Victor said more than a dozen names in one breath. each of which represented a factory. All qualified businessmen here immediately realized the business opportunities. When Victor finished speaking, a businessman surnamed Zheng immediately asked, "Excuse me, Mr. Victor, are you planning to sell these equipment and at what price?" Victor waved his hand. "Not to sell, but to find a partner. Our Hardy company's plan is to find someone to build a factory together to sell production materials. These equipment are included in the investment. As for the management, the two companies will work together." Now people understand, but many people are more interested in this model, because it has a bigger advantage, which is to rely on the big ship of the Hardy Group. Victor continued, "Next, I am going to talk to Governor Grantham, in an industrial zone in Xiangjiang Lane, dedicated to developing factories. There are more than a dozen production lines here, and there will be more in the future. The Hardy Group is involved. Hundreds of industries can be moved here as long as they are suitable." Someone in the crowd immediately shouted, Li Xiao, "I am willing to cooperate with Hardy to open a nail and screw production company." End of this chapter. Chapter 238. Chapter 239. Trade Tycoon Victor. Victor looked at the person in the crowd. He was in his 40s this year. He was wearing a suit with small eyes but very energetic. Victor knew that he was a family member of Hong Kong Li. "No problem," Victor nodded. Others saw that there were too fewer production lines, and someone immediately shouted, "Mr. Victor, my next friend, Hook Sin Rong, is willing to cooperate with Hardy Group to open a rubber shoe factory." "My fellow Hisong, I am willing to cooperate to open a zipper factory." "My dear." People here signed up one after another, which made Victor unable to hear clearly. He was not in a hurry. He pressed his hand against the crowd and said, "Everyone, there are still many details about cooperation. Look at the equipment, and wait for the details to come back to our company for a while to discuss. I just said that Hardy Group involves a lot of industry categories, and more than these. If you have anything you want to cooperate with us, you can take the initiative to raise it, and then we will discuss the cooperation matters in detail." When everyone heard Victor say this, they stopped fighting. After all, this is not a small business. Maybe a factory requires hundreds of thousands of millions of investment, so you can't be too blind and impulsive. Maybe there are other better businesses. You can take a closer look. After watching the machine, these people came to the Hardy auction house together, and so many people swarmed in, making the originally spacious company suddenly seem a bit crowded. Victor sent a list to each person, indicating the content of the machinery and equipment, the available models, the annual output, and so on. Below is the investment amount and cooperation details. For example, the iron nail production line, including 2 polishing machines, 2 wire drawing machines, and 30 nail making machines, can produce 6 models with an annual output of 4,000 tons. Such a set of production equipment requires $120,000, which is 900,000 Hong Kong dollars. Certainly, this is the normal price of second-hand machines. I get the goods from Hardy's warehouse in the US, which is probably only higher than the price of scrap iron, so the cost will not be mentioned. Building a factory also requires land, workshops, workers, importing raw materials, etc. These also require capital, and the total investment is about $170,000. If you want to cooperate, the other party can decide the amount of investment on its own. The Hardy Group does not need to be a major shareholder, but at least 40% of the shares must be retained. One of the things that fascinates many businessmen, that is, they are responsible for the operation of these industries. That is to say, Hardy is only responsible for investment and has the power to supervise the factory, but is not responsible for operation and management. It's right to think about it. A group company as big as someone else's, how could it be exhausted for these small investments? So naturally looking for someone to cooperate is to find someone to contribute. Actually, they didn't know that Hardy was planning to use a batch of machines that were of no value in other places to raise nests of golden pill chickens here. Everyone, the reserve price has been reported to you, and you can consider whether to cooperate when you go back. If you have the intention of cooperation, you can come to me again. What if there are multiple people who are interested in the same industry? Someone asked. Come first, then come later. Victor replied very simply. These people took the list and went back to discuss it. However, some people were afraid that the knight would have many dreams, so they offered to cooperate on the spot. Victor also simply signed the contract directly. Whatever it is here, Victor visits Governor Grantham. Grantham is a veteran gentleman with white hair and very cultivated. Later generations have a high evaluation of him. After Victor came to Hong Kong, he kept moving and naturally entered the eyes of the Hong Kong housekeeper. He also specially found someone. Get to know the Hardy Group. Knowing that the Hardy Group is a very powerful company that has only recently emerged, this Victor was sent here specifically for the purpose of opening up the Hong Kong market. Hong Kong is now full of waste. During the Japanese occupation, it caused great damage to Hong Kong. Then a large number of domestic people flooded into Hong Kong, which put Hong Kong under great pressure. Regarding the original development of Hong Kong in an American company, Jiang Hong is supportive. Victor replied to visit him, and Grantham immediately agreed. Victor gave a respectful handshake and saluted the two of them sitting down, and Grantham looked at Victor. What do you want me to do? Victor smiled. We, Hardy Group, want to build an industrial zone and hope to get the support of Governor Grantham. Industrial area. This time we brought more than a dozen sets of factory production lines, including nails, rubber shoes, telephone lines, zippers, umbrellas, etc. And we are ready to cooperate with local businessmen to open factories. After these factories are opened, they can solve the employment of thousands of people. It can also help Hong Kong's economic development and increase taxation. More than that, our Hardy Group also wants to build more factories in Hong Kong, making Hong Kong one of the manufacturing bases in the East, and selling products to Southeast Asia, China, Japan, North Korea and other countries. The total investment may reach more than $50 million. Definitely not so much, but it does not prevent Victor from bragging. Anyway, this is a long-term plan, and no one can tell at once. He originally wanted to say $100 million. I was afraid that the other party would not believe it too much, so I collected it. However, this amount of $50 million still shocked Jiang Hong. You must know that the annual output value of Hong Kong is only tens of millions of pounds. Do you really plan to invest 50 million yuan? Jiang Hong asked. Perhaps more. The group headquarters is still optimistic about Hong Kong, but this requires government support. Victor said. What kind of support do you need? We want land. The Hardy Group's plan is to build dozens of hundreds of factories. We need a large piece of land to take on these factories, as well as the construction of technical facilities, such as roads, water and electricity, etc. Victor Road. How much land is needed? Jiang Hong asked. Each factory is different in size, and there are supporting workshops and warehouses, and auxiliary facilities to be built. I let people figure it out. About 500 acres of land are needed, Victor said. Before, Hardy told Victor to buy as much land as possible in Hong Kong, and buy as much as he could. Now that he finally has a chance, Victor speaks directly. Moreover, the land is used to build factories. The land is not sold. A real estate management company will be set up and the land will be leased to factories. When Victor said that he wanted 500 acres of land, Grantham was surprised. 500 acres? How could you use so much land? Victor said, we must not only build factories, but also workers' dormitories. The most important thing is that if an industrial cluster is formed, other auxiliary factories will be attracted to join. And there must be no land available at that time. I don't know if you understand the history of Ford. When Ford built a new factory in 1914, it bought 2,000 acres of land. However, the industry became bigger and bigger. The 2,000 acres of land were not enough. Bought 1,000 acres of land. Victor takes Ford as an example. It's actually a rogue, especially the United States over there, which is vast and sparsely populated and has abundant land reserves. This is Hong Kong. The total is just that big, and many of them are mountainous. Naturally, it is not comparable. Where do you want to get the land? Jiang Hong asked Kowloon. I think there is a lot of open space over there, suitable for centralized construction, Victor said. Glendon asked. He was slightly relieved, but fortunately, this guy didn't want Hong Kong Island. He really couldn't get 500 acres of land for him on Hong Kong Island. Grant Hong asked the person in charge of the land planning department to call, and a few people worked together. It is now 1948, and land sales are not so powerful. Most of them are in the hands of the government. Hong Kong Island is a city and Kowloon is a country. There are large tracts of farmland. But even so, there was no way to find a whole piece of 500 acres of land. And finally 3 plots for Victor, one near the Lion Rock, one near the Kowloon Tong, and finally another plot on the seashore. Victor can be built into a wharf warehouse area to facilitate the transportation of goods. As for the price, the current land price is really cheap, and in order to attract investment from Hardy Group, the Hong Kong government half sold and half delivered. The 500 acres of land only cost more than $1 million. Moreover, the government has to invest more than $1 million. After all, it is necessary to build a 3-connection and an leveling project for hydropower, electricity, and highways. Victor has his own team, with people brought from the United States and locals hired in Hong Kong. The land contract is signed. As for the acquisition of the land, it is left to his subordinates to follow up, and Victor is intensively working on the second item. Matter. Dozens of large-scale spinning mills in Hong Kong received an invitation from Victor, inviting them to discuss cotton procurement matters, saying that they have a large supply of cotton in their hands. These mill owners worry about cotton every day, and now they hear that some people have cotton in their hands. They immediately swarm over. A tea house in Hong Kong. Each table sits with 4 guests. There are no tea or snacks in front of these guests, but a pile of cotton. If you want to come, no one wants to drink tea. They are all looking at the cotton in their hands. Everyone, this is long stipple cotton produced in California. The cotton is grown in California for climate matters. The average length is long, the strength is high, the fineness is 4.2. And the uniformity is higher than 82%. The quality of cotton is the best in the world. Finally, Victor gave a price that was 2 cents per pound higher than the current market price. However, if it was the market price, many people's cotton was not enough. Some people were already smuggling imported cotton. The price was definitely higher than that of Victor's. And the cotton here is indeed better than cotton in other places. The quality of the cotton thread produced should also be better, the yield is high, and the benefits will naturally come up. Okay, our Daffa spinning mill needs 1,000 tons. Someone stood up and said, our Nanfing spinning mill requires 600 tons. Another shouted. Victor waved people to stop. Everyone, this is not a one-shot deal. The Hardy Group can supply cotton for a long time, and it is all American cotton. You can place orders as needed. I send the fleet here every month. Everyone felt that this method was good and saved the backlog, and some people thought that Victor's cotton was good and wanted to use it all directly. Everyone placed orders. After the summary, Victor took a look and found that it needs about 17,000 tons per month, which is much more than he expected. This business has nothing to do with the military, mainly because there is a shipping company. Hardy asked if there is a shipping business here. Victor found that there was a shortage of cotton and thought of this business. He shipped cotton from the United States to Hong Kong, excluding costs and transportation fees, with a profit of about 35%. This business is worth doing for a long time. A few more days passed. Victor sent out an invitation again. This time, he invited some powerful large firms in Hong Kong, including British firms. These days Victor moves repeatedly, causing many people to pay attention. I don't know what business Victor is going to talk about this time. The weather was fine that day. Hundreds of people gathered in Victoria Harbour. There were the presidents and managers of the 4 major foreign firms, Jardine, Taikoo, Hutchison, and Wheelock, as well as people such as the Kidari family and the Ho Tung family. There are some other big Chinese firms. They didn't know what happened to Victor asking them to come to the pier. Victor smiled at everyone and said loudly, "Everyone, have you seen the two freighters parked in the harbor? I wonder if you are interested." Everyone was surprised. "Does Mr. Victor intend to sell cargo ships?" someone asked in surprise. "Yes. Our Hardy Group is going to sell this kind of large sea freighter. The smaller one is called Liberty, with a load of 7,000 tons, and the larger one is called Victory with a load of 15,000 tons. These ships were all transport ships of the US military during World War II. The longest is only 7 years, and the shortest is only 3 years. Freedom is $1.6 million US, and Victory is $2.8 million US. Now these ships are sold at ultra-low prices. Freedom is 800,000 and Victory is 1.5 million. I don't know if you are interested. Many people were shocked and cut off half the price. The 4 ocean banks have shipping businesses, each with a dozen or even dozens of ships, and they are very interested in these Liberty and Victory ships. In addition to the purchase of the whole ship, our Hardy Group also has a leasing business. At the same time, it is equipped with a captain and sailor. It can also fly the American flag to facilitate everyone's delivery. More people are tempted now. Some firms are not as rich as the Big Four. It's really difficult to get so much money at once, especially when these people want to get more boats. Chartering is a good choice, and they can also hang the rice flag. The crew and sailors are all available. It saves them a lot of things. Families that did not want to participate in shipping have also thought about it. At this time, a small boat drove over, and Victor smiled and greeted everyone on the boat. "Go on, I will take everyone to the Victory wheel, which is more intuitive." Everyone boarded the ship and sent it to the Victory vessel in a short time. Everyone visited the ship together. The captain received the notice early and came out to accompany the visitors. Someone pointed to a pedestal and asked, "What is this?" "Oh, this is the place where the anti-aircraft artillery was used before. At that time, it was necessary to prevent German sneak attacks every day. After the war, the military department turned these ships into civilian use and the heavy weapons were removed," the captain said with a smile. At this time, someone said, "Pirates are also rampant outside now. If you keep these weapons on board, it would be nice to deal with pirates." The captain laughed. Metalnovel.com Haha, we did meet pirates when we came, but the explosion that was hit by them all sank to the bottom of the sea to feed the fish. Everyone was surprised. "How did you fight the pirates?" The captain asked him to open the velvet next to it, revealing a heavy machine gun inside, and a wooden box next to it. Inside the box were bazooka rockets, and in another box there were dozens of submachine guns. The captain smiled and said, "Our company is equipped with these weapons. The boss has ordered that you are welcome when encountering pirates and sink directly. The people on our ship are all veterans. We drove these ships back then. We used to deal with Germans. Pirates can't frighten us." Some people are more tempted. If you hire a bunch of people here, you won't be afraid of encountering pirates. You have to know that there are 2 biggest enemies of freighters. One is the wind and the other is the pirate. Someone looked at Victor. "Mr. Victor, if you rent your company's boat, do you also bring these weapons?" Victor smiled lightly. "Of course, equipped with a full set of weapons. The last thing we lack is weapons. If possible, the boss said that he wants to equip these ships with near-defense guns." End of this chapter. Chapter 239. Chapter 240 Freighter Changing Land. The price of Freewheel and Victory Wheel is only half of the fake ones. Although they are second-hand ships, they are still very attractive. The Four Oceans Bank not only has business in Hong Kong, but also has operations in the UK, India, and Europe. They also have shipping business themselves, especially Jardine Matheson. There were several routes in mainland China that year, and 8 freighters transported goods to and from mainland China. The same is true for other foreign companies, even they have their own piers in Hong Kong. After the visit, the presidents and managers of the foreign banks went back to the meeting and discussed. In the end, Jardine Matheson decided to order 4 ships, 2 free ships and 2 Victory ships, but I hope Victor will keep the price down. Victor thought for a while, and said to the manager who came to negotiate, "The price of the freighter can be negotiated, but we also have a condition." "What conditions?" the manager asked. "I heard that you have a piece of land on the South Bay side. The Hardy Group is developing in Hong Kong. There is a shortage of land. I hope that Jardine Matheson will transfer it to us," Victor said. The so-called South Bay refers to later generations of Repulse Bay and Deepwater Bay, but the area is larger. The manager was a little embarrassed. "Mr. Victor, this is not something I can decide. I need to go back and ask for instructions." "No problem." After the manager went back, he reported to the president. The president and the directors communicated that they were very optimistic about the place in Nanwan and planned to develop real estate there in the future, but that may be a plan in 10 or even decades. South Bay is now very remote, mainly because it is far away from the city. It takes more than 3 hours by car to travel around the mountains. There is only one resort built by Jardine Matheson, a few buildings and dozens of villas. Fu came here for his vacation. "How much land do they want to acquire?" a director of Jardine Matheson asked. "I didn't say. I just said that the more the better. With the appetite of the Hardy Group, I would not like it if it is too small," the manager said. At this time, another director said, "I think it's okay. The land is exchanged for freighters. Their freighters are very cheap. I think this condition can be agreed. If they want more, I suggest giving them all the land." "And how many ships can be exchanged for them?" The president frowned slightly and said, "Mr. Davis, if that piece of land is left for a period of time, it will definitely increase in value. It's a pity to change it now." Director Davis shook his head and said solemnly, "Are you concerned about the domestic battle situation in China? Now Chiang's army feels unsustainable. This makes me very worried about the future of Hong Kong." "You mean the Communist Party will win?" "It's not impossible. War, any result can happen. Didn't you read the newspaper?" The analysis in the Global Times is very clear. Because Chiang was disobedient, the United States imposed sanctions on him and banned the export of weapons. And the Communist Party has Soviet Union support, so it is very difficult for Chiang now. "I'm worried that if the Communist Party wins, it will take back Hong Kong. By then, all of our investments here will be in vain. Now the land for shipping business is just bidding, and we won't lose out. And once the things we worry about happen, these freighters can be driven back to the UK, but the land cannot be taken away." Another director nodded. "I think Davis' analysis is good. We need to consider long term. The company's land on Hong Kong Island is enough for us to use. It is just investment over there. I think it can be traded." In the end, most people voted in favor. Jardine Matheson agreed to sell the land and formed a team to contact Victor. "Mr. Victor, how much land do you want?" the president asked. "We need as much as you sell," Victor said. The president took out the map. The land marked in red was the company's land, and the area in South Bay was the largest. The land of South Bay, including the beach and the mountains behind, totals 3,561 acres. There is also a resort village on it. We also opened a highway for that side, and the investment amount reached $3.36 million. If you take this piece of land as a whole, our price will be $10.7 million. Victor looked at the figures, calculated it in his heart, and frowned. The land price is about $2,000 an acre, which is almost catching up with the land price in New York and Los Angeles. "No, it's too expensive." "I mean $1,000 an acre." The president of Yai International Co. Limited immediately shook his head. He did not accept the price, and the two sides began to discuss it. Victor wants land, and Jardine Matheson wants freighters. "If you don't sell it to me, then I won't sell you freighters." Both sides have handles and advantages, and the rest is to grind their lips. After 2 days of negotiation, the transaction was finally sold for $8.6 million, including the entire Nanwan land and above-ground buildings owned by Jardine Matheson. On the Hardy Group's side, There are 4 Victory vessels and 4 Freedom vessels. The price of a Liberty vessel is 80, 4 are 3.2 million, the Victory vessel is 1.5 million, and 4 are 6 million, for a total of 9.2 million. Victor gave the other party some discounts. Each freighter was 20,000 cheaper, and finally there was a difference of $440,000. Jardine Matheson provided the Hardy Group with cash, sold 8 boats at once. Victor was so excited, you know, he has a commission on selling the boats, and he can make $46,000 in this transaction. Hadi is not a stingy person. He should be given a lot of bonus points, as long as you do things. The money promised to you is absolutely in place. Swire Pacific also found Victor and prepared to buy 2 freighters. Victor offered to buy land, and Swire Pacific took out a piece of land in Shatin and asked Victor if he wanted it. Shatin. Now it's a small wilderness fishing village. The surrounding area is wasteland and roads are not accessible. If you want to go in the past, you need to take a boat to go around half of Hong Kong. However, the area of this land is not small. There are more than 2,000 acres of wilderness, mountains and farmland, and the price is naturally much cheaper than Nanwan. The last piece of land was valued at 560,000, and the remaining money was made up in cash. Hutchison and Wheelock both have docks and docks, but they did not buy boats, but were very interested in leasing. Hutchison and Wheelock rented 6 boats at once, and Wheelock also rented 4 boats. More than them, some Chinese families are also very interested in this business. Some people were originally involved in shipping business, such as the current Hong Kong shipping tycoon Xu Zhu, who is the grandfather of Xu Jianhing and the founder of the Hong Kong Xu family. Xu's family has been shipping for more than 20 years. There are routes in China, Southeast Asia, Japan, North Korea, and even Australia, the United Kingdom and France. There are more than 40 freighters. They are now the veritable king of Chinese ships in Hong Kong. He knew very well the price of the freighter, and the price Victor offered, which could not be bought anywhere else. Xu planned to buy a batch. A family manager said, "Master, we have checked the information. Because of the tight time, the United States used welding technology instead of tenon and Tennant to make these ships. This is the first time this technology has been used to build a sea vessel, so the design and use given are the number of years is 5 years, and many of them are over the years now." Xu thought for a while and said, "Usually, a 10,000 freighter costs more than $5 million, while the Victory ship only costs 3.3 million. Now the second-hand one only costs 1.5 million. There is a reason why it is cheap. Matter everything, as long as you think it is appropriate, then do it. If it is inappropriate, do not do it. Normally, a freighter needs 5 years to pay back its costs, but this ship only needs more than a year to pay back its costs. So how do you count it? Both have advantages. Let the company find a bank loan, Xu ordered. How much does the master want to borrow? How much can be loaned out? Which bank to look for? Look all, said that Xu paused, including the newly opened Wells Fargo Bank. I heard that Wells Fargo Bank is the property of the owner of the Hardy Group. Just say that we plan to buy a ship and see how much they can lend to us. Good Lord. Hong Kong Dong's family. Dong Haeon also participated in Victor's freighter sales meeting. After returning, he thought a lot. He felt that this was a rare good opportunity. Dong Haeon has been in shipping business since 41. At that time, Japanese invaders were raging in Asia. He opened a company in Hong Kong, flying the British and Panamanian flags. The business was fairly smooth, but soon after Hong Kong was occupied by Japan, the company was also taken over by the Japanese. After Japan surrendered, he resumed his previous business and established companies in Hong Kong and Shanghai. In the past few years, he owned 13 freighters. This time Victor publicly sold Liberty Wheels and Victory Wheels. Dong Haeon was very eye-catching. He really wanted to eat them all at once and quickly form a world-class transportation company. Unfortunately, he did not have that great strength. He only ordered 2 new ships last year, both of which are 10,000 ton freighters, and now there are more than $8 million in bank loans. Now he is thinking of ways to raise money. Maybe he can buy 2 or 3 freighters, but Dong Hae-on is very reconciled, and he will not come when the so-called opportunity cannot be missed. If this opportunity is missed, it may take him several years or even 10 years to catch up. How to do? After thinking hard, he is going to talk to Victor. Called about Victor, the two met at the Hardy auction, and the campaigner's younger sister left after serving tea. Mr. Dong.mtlnovel.com You said on the phone that you plan to do freighter business with me. I don't know how to cooperate, Victor asked. Mr. Victor, let's tell you, I'm very interested in the freighters your company sells. Unfortunately, I don't have that much money now. I have an idea. I don't know if your company is willing to take a stake in Global Shipping. Dong Hae-on said. Global Shipping is the name of Dong Hae-on Shipping Company. Victor was a little surprised when he heard it. Let us take a stake in your company. We didn't really think about this before. Please tell us your thoughts carefully. My idea is very simple. My Global Shipping now has 13 ships. The smallest is more than 3,000 tons. The largest is more than 14,000 tons. And now there are 2 10,000 ton freighters under construction, totaling 15 ships. The tonnage exceeds 100,000. I am willing to accept Hardy Group's shareholding, either to invest in ships, or to invest in capital. I will manage and expand the company. I am very optimistic about the development of the shipping industry, and there is a lot to do in the future. I can't decide on investment matters. I need to ask the head office for instructions. How much investment is allowed by Mr. Dong and what is the share of shares? Victor said, the bigger the investment of Hardy Group, the better. But I hope to account for more than 30% of the shares. Dong Hae-on said. End of this chapter. Chapter 240. Chapter 241 and cents. Investment in shipping company cooperative operation. Hadi was also slightly surprised when he saw Victor's telegram. After he saw the name Dong Hae-on, he searched his memory. After rebirth, his brain was very useful, and everything he had seen in his previous life was engraved in his mind. Dong Hae-on, one of the future 7 big ship kings in the world. Later his shipping company has 150 ships with a total shipping volume of more than 10 million tons. Cooperate. Hardy thinks it's totally okay. The total number of Liberty vessels and Victory vessels in his hands exceeds 500. The most important thing now is to be operated by someone. Only when they are put into shipping, these abandoned ships docked in the harbor will exert their greatest value. Hadi called back immediately. Hadi Shipping Company is willing to invest 300,000 tons of carrying capacity. In cooperation with Dongjia Global Shipping, Hadi Group holds 70% of the shares. In the future, both parties can enjoy each other's resources, including ports, wharves, routes, freight information, etc. It can even change the nature of the cargo ship and fly the appropriate national flag. Victor received the call from Hardy and said that Dong Hae-on was really lucky. The boss's investment was completely supportive. Dong Hae-on's shipping company could be one of the world's largest shipping companies. Dong Hae-on received the notice that the Hardy Group had already replied and rushed over immediately, feeling nervous on the way. In the past few days, he has been considering whether the other party will agree. Victor smiled and looked at Dong Hae-on. Mr. Dong, congratulations, our boss, Mr. John Hardy, is willing to cooperate with you this time. It's great. Dong Hae-on was a pleasant surprise. Our boss replied that your company has a carrying capacity of 100,000 tons, and we are willing to invest 300,000 tons of carrying capacity, accounting for 70% of the shares. Victor said. Dong Hae-on knew from a simple calculation that he had already used an extra 50,000 tons of carrying capacity, which was balancing his own management rights. I agree. I don't know when I can sign the contract. Dong Hae-on asked. I will send accountants and lawyers to your company to conduct accounting on your company's situation, and you can sign a contract at any time after the situation is true. Victor said. Well, I will definitely cooperate. Dong Hae-on quickly agreed. By the way, this 300,000 ton capacity, I don't know what kind of ship you want. Is it a 15,000 ton Victory or a 7,000 ton Freewheel? Victor asked. Well, can I go back and count them together? The offshore 7,000 tons is more suitable, and the Farsi Victory is more suitable. I have to see which places are suitable for development, so that I can figure out what kind of freighter I want. Dong Hae-on said. No problem, it takes time to calculate the accounts anyway. A few days later, everything was clear. Dong Hae-on's global shipping operations were in good condition. Hardy agreed to inject capital. Dong Hae-on ordered 10 Victory vessels and 21 Freedom vessels. With these vessels joining, his total carrying capacity suddenly increased to 40 million tons. And John Hardy also became the major shareholder of Hong Kong Global Shipping. Some people from the outside world gradually learned about this situation. Many people envied Dong Hae-on's good mind, and won 31 ships without spending a penny, especially a young man in his 20s who admires Dong Hae-on. He also has a boat himself, but it is just a small barge. The barge is to unload the cargo from the big ship and put it directly on the small boat, and then these small boats will be go to various piers. The workers are unloading cargo. He is standing on the deck, looking up at the big ship overhead. This ship is the Victory ship. It would be great if I could have one of these ships. I can do shipping directly, and I can earn a second ship in less than a year or two. Boss Dong is really good at playing this game. You can get 31 boats by flicking. If you owe King Dong has his family, I will definitely get more boats than him. King Dong, the goods are loaded, let's go. This batch of goods are medicines, glass syringes, sterilized cotton, and medical equipment. The price is very expensive. Be very careful when you leave the ship. Don't get into trouble. If something really happens, even if you go to the end of the world, the Hall Master will find you. A middle-aged man exhorted. Don't worry, brother, there must be no mistakes. Time enters April. Los Angeles has a pleasant climate. Hades' various careers are very tight and very smooth, and all transactions are making money. The ABC TV Super Idol audition show. The audition is completely over, and a total of 236 promotion players have been selected. After reading the information, Hardy has to say that many people in this era have real talents, handsome-looking young men who can sing well, and beautiful-looking girls who can sing well. They have a lot of them, and they are all pure and natural. It's like later generations. All that are pulled out are crooked melons and jujubes, and singing is not good enough. The draft is really a garbage show. After the audition is finished, it is a promotion competition. This needs to be held 2 weeks later. The promotion competition is much stricter and crueler than the audition. This time everyone prepares at least 3 songs and competes in the studio. The promotion competition is divided into 3 wheel. At this time, the instructor should play. The first round is to reduce the number of candidates to 120 in the C election, the second round to 60, and the third round to 24. Finally, these 24 people entered the finals. Marilyn Monroe has signed a contract, but she still hopes to move forward. She has the innate conditions for singing, but she has professional teacher training from the company, which has an advantage over most people. During this period, the ratings of ABC TV have been rising steadily, not to mention that the advertising fees have been earned a lot, and the sales of TV sets driven by it have been much higher. On this day, Hardy received another letter from Victor. The content of this letter was thicker than last time. Victor reports to Hardy, by a large amount of land, totaling more than 1,400 acres. This lot of land is definitely not a small number in Hong Kong. The Hong Kong government has agreed to build an industrial zone. All the land in the industrial zone will be owned by the real estate company of the Hardy Group. The government will implement the 3-link and an N-level policy for the industrial zone. Now there are more than a dozen factories that have signed cooperation contracts. which are run by those Chinese. Victor has also set up a business investment company. If someone wants to do business, they can consult Hardy for negotiation and cooperation. In fact, it is somewhat similar to a Limelight company. Hardy Group will provide some help and try to support these enterprises. There are really many people who came to work together. One of them was Lee, who came over and said that he wanted to do a plastic flower business and asked if Hardy Group was willing to invest. I also want to cooperate in the construction of garment factories, electrical appliances factories, clock and watch factories, toy factories, glasses companies, plastic pipe factories, buttons, and dozens of them. Then I talked about the situation of the post-war supplies shipped. Some things were sold well, while others were not. Hongmen, Hong Kong, took 4 batches of goods back and forth, and paid a total of 2.31 million yuan, and about half of the goods. I didn't mention it, but it was obviously slower. Victor gave a speculation, suspecting that they had no money and were trying to raise money. Then he talked about the situation of penicillin. Every month, 100,000 sticks were shipped. As soon as they arrived, they would all be robbed. There was no need to worry about selling this. The pharmaceutical factory cooperating with Mersey Pharmaceuticals is under construction, and engineers estimate that it will take at least half a year to start production. The last item Victor said about the acquisition of antiques. Boss, I received a total of 18 car antiques from that Mr. Kong during this period, totaling more than 6,800 pieces, with a value of $1.28 million US, all of which are from Huaki Bank. Check. A large number of antiques are now piled up in underground vaults. I don't know if they will be shipped to the United States or will they continue to be kept. Hardy flicked the letter paper. 18 car antiques in 2 months. These guys reselling antiques faster and faster. Victor asked him what to do with these antiques. Shipped to the United States. Hardy thinks this is not a good idea. If these antiques get to the United States, they will become American property. Now it is easy to get them in, but after decades, if Hardy wants to get this batch of antiques away, it will not be so easy. If you want to get away, no. This is US property and requires taxation. And the tax rate is very high. Hardy thinks it is better to put it in Hong Kong. As a free trade port and offshore financial center, Hong Kong will have no transaction restrictions and transaction taxes. In the future, whether it is to sell suitable donations, it will be countless times more convenient. But this way, Hong Kong needs a place to store antiques. Hardy picked up the phone and called Han Yezhen. Hey, Yejin, I have something to do with you. Are you busy this afternoon? Han Yezhen asked. What's wrong? There is an art appreciation meeting in the afternoon. I plan to attend to see what good things are. I don't know if you have time, so I didn't call you. If you have time to go with me? Han Yezhen asked. Okay, I'll accompany you, Hardy said. Hardy came to pick her up at Han Yezhen's residence. When Han Yezhen walked out, Hardy felt her eyes bright. She was wearing a pearl pink cheongsam with many embroidered patterns on the branches of the same color. It was luxurious and high-end. The shawl was made into a half-sleeved shirt. The taste of Western shawl. I wears a necklace around her neck, the one that Hardy gave her at Christmas. The hair is slightly wavy, cleverly draped over the shoulders. The face is soft and skinny, and the woman reveals the beauty of elegance, dignity and beauty everywhere. It's so beautiful. Hardy complimented, lowered her head and kissed the woman's lips. The woman raised her head slightly, her eyes closed unconsciously. Get in the car. Hadlu opens the door. Han Yezhen smiled and got into the car. The car quickly arrived in front of an art exhibition hall in Los Angeles. The two got off the car. Han Yezhen took out the invitation card from her bag. This time the specifications are relatively high. Only invited people can come in. Most of the artworks displayed today are somewhat famous. Certainly, the main purpose is to find buyers for them. The function of the invitation card is to screen out the poor and invite those who can afford to come over. Han Yezhen walked through the hall holding Hardy's hand. Some people were surprised when they recognized Hardy, and secretly said to their companions, "Look, That young man is John Hardy. He is now the biggest rich man in Los Angeles. I didn't expect to come to this art exhibition. It is said that his net worth has now exceeded $1 billion US. My God, 1 billion. A blonde woman covered her mouth in surprise, then looked at Hardy, and then at the woman next to Hardy. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a beard came over with a young his arm. The middle-aged man saw Hardy for a moment, and immediately led his companion to step forward. Mr. Hardy, I didn't expect to see you here. The middle-aged man greeted with a smile. Ah, it's Mr. Nruzi. I will accompany my friend to take a look. Then he glanced at Han Yezin. The man looked at Han Yezin and greeted him with a smile and introduced himself. Only then did Han Yezin know that this middle-aged man was the general manager of the Los Angeles branch of Bank of America. After the greeting was over, the beard took his female companion and left. The two of them strolled around the exhibition hall and chatted about a few paintings. Then Han Yezin heard that Hardy was looking for herself for something. By the way, you said there is something to find me. What on earth? What's the matter? Victor wrote to say that more than 6,000 antiques have been collected in Hong Kong and asked if I had shipped them. I thought about it and thought it was a bit wrong. I have an idea. We might as well get a museum in Hong Kong. The large-scale kind. The external exhibition is not important. It is mainly used as a treasure house. What do you think? Hardy asked. Han Yezin blinked after listening, with a slight excitement on her face. Hardy, how about this museum? Let me build it. You know, I study architecture and design, and my biggest hobby is antique art. When I was studying, my biggest wish was to build a large museum. For this reason, I also inspected many museums and even my graduation works. It's all about building a museum. Hardy smiled. Of course, no problem. If you want to, you will be in charge. Who would call you the owner of the auction company? Speaking of building a museum, Han Yezin's interest in seeing art is gone. Go, I will show you my graduation project. After talking about pulling Hardy, they left. Metalnovel.com. The two came to Han Yezin's house, a small Tostri villa, with a room upstairs, where she placed the things she learned from the shelf. Moved down a model and found another roll of drawings. The two went to the bedroom and put things on the bed to look like. Han Yezin explained to Hardy the design concept of the museum, exhibits display area, security situation, underground treasure house, outdoor modeling, lighting layout, etc. Han Yezin became more excited as she spoke. I didn't expect that one day I would really be able to fulfill my dream. Follow me, everything is possible. Hardy smiled. Han Yezin looked at Hardy, got close to him and gave him a light peck. Reward you. This is not enough. Hardy grabbed the girl, hugged her head and kissed fiercely. After accidentally failing to grasp the center of gravity, the two fell on the bed, pressing on the drawing. Woo, wait a minute, my drawing. Han Yezin struggled hard, but she struggled over Hardy's strong arms. End of this chapter. Chapter 241. Chapter 242. Miss Han arrives in Hong Kong. The drawing was not crushed, and the model was not crushed. After a while, Hardy let go of Han Yezin. Han Yezin glanced at Hardy shyly, and the two continued to study the construction of the museum. Do you have any thoughts about the museum? Han Yezin asked. You are responsible for the architectural shape of the ground. I only have one requirement, that is, the vault of this museum must be constructed in accordance with the highest global standards. At that time, there will definitely be a large number of antiques and cultural relics in the vault, which is of great value. If it is stolen, the loss will be great. Han Yezin nodded. We can refer to the top museums in the world, as well as bank vaults. I know there are several top security companies, and I can ask them to help with the construction. The two talked about the details, feeling that the more they talked, the more content. In the evening, Han Yezin started to cook and made a light Chinese meal. Hardy ate with relish. After the meal, the two of them nestled on the sofa to continue their research. Unknowingly, it was already more than 10 o'clock in the evening. It's already so late. Han Yezin yelled in surprise when she reacted. Hardy, shall we study it tomorrow? Han Yezin said. Hardy looked at the woman and said softly, tonight? I don't want to leave. Ah, how can you not leave? I want to stay, Hardy said and dragged Han Yezin into his arms. Han Yezin looked a little timidly at the man. The man lowered his head and bit at the woman's slender, white and delicate neck. Ah, tonight is the first time for the two. Before, the two of them just hugged each other and never broke through the last level. Tonight is also the first time for Han Yezin. The first time in life is always so beautiful. Han Yezin enjoys the process of becoming a woman from a girl. Educated in the East, she once thought of staying in the bridal chamber for the first time that night. But she was influenced by Western thoughts and felt that she should give it to the person she loves the most. Wake up the next day, Han Yezin finds herself lying in the arms of the man, recalling everything from last night. Her face becomes hot. This may be the boldest thing she has ever done in her life, but she does not regret it. As soon as the woman moved, Hardy woke up, opened his eyes to look at the woman in his arms, and smiled and sent a kiss. You go take a shower, the man said. How about you? Of course I will go too. You, after washing. Hardy didn't let Han Yezin move. It wasn't the so-called not being able to get out of bed. It would be too exaggerated. It was nothing more than enjoying the pampering. After breakfast, Hardy goes to work. Han Yezin stayed at home to draw drawings. Hardy will come again in the evening, eat the marrow and know the taste, and the two of them will naturally inevitably taste the beauty again. A few days later, Han Yezin specially formed a design team. After half a month, the drawings were officially released. After seeing it, Hardy was very satisfied. Hardy, I plan to take the team to Hong Kong now. Han Yezin said. Okay. Take my private jet over there. Hardy said. I bought the B-29 bomber because of its strong endurance. It only needs one refueling to fly to Hong Kong. Hardy ordered the crew to be ready, and at the same time contacted Victor to take care of it in Hong Kong. What Han Yezin thought before departure, she also sent a telegram to Hong Kong. Los Angeles Auction Company has a complete management team. Don't worry about Han Yezin. This time she may have to stay for a long time in the past. The night before departure, the two are lingering. Afterwards, Han Yezin lay on Hardy's chest and said reluctantly, I will pass this time. It may take a year or two to come back. Hardy touched the woman's greasy back. Don't worry, I will visit you when I have time. Keep your word. Certainly. Although Hardy is scumbag, he has an advantage. That is, what he says is what he says. The next day, Han Yezin took two design and construction engineers, as well as personnel from the Museum Security and Defense Company, to Hong Kong by Hardy's private jet. A few people looked at the decorations on the plane. Someone envied them. It's the boss of Hardy. It looks like a mobile hotel room. It's really luxurious. Even the seats of the entourage are so comfortable. When you have money, you can do the same. Someone next to him teased. Good guy. There are a few people who can achieve the wealth of Boss Hardy. This person screamed. Victor received a telegram from Hardy and knew that Han Yezin was coming, so he immediately prepared. He quickly booked a luxurious room in the Peninsula Hotel, the best hotel in Hong Kong. It is the boss's money anyway. If the boss's wife is not satisfied, the guilt will fall on him, so he is not stupid. There is also a car, and a special car must be prepared for Miss Han. He took people to the car dealership, took around and finally chose a Lincoln Continental. This car sold for more than $8,000. It has always been a luxury car in the upper class. He should be enough. Driving out of the car, Victor felt that he was not insured yet. The boss said in the telegram that Miss Han may have to live here for about a year or two. She can't stay in the hotel all the time. Besides, the boss may also come to Hong Kong for a visit in the future. It is better to buy a manor now. Where is the best manor in Hong Kong now? It is naturally a mansion in Victoria Peak. The mid-levels of Victoria Peak is close to the business districts of Sheung Wan, Central and Admiralty, with convenient transportation. On the other hand, the mid-levels is surrounded by mountain resources, rich in vegetation, fresh air, and overlooks the entire Victoria Harbour. Hong Kong's current gentry and wealthy people live here, and there is security from the foot of the mountain. Most people can't get in at all, so it's the safest place. Victor now has a very wide range of people. He immediately called to find out if there were any Pingshan luxury homes for sale. After a round of inquiries, he really made him find out about one family, which was originally the house of a wealthy British businessman. Later, after the Japanese occupied Hong Kong, the British businessman after the evacuation, the stockade here was empty. After the Japanese left, the wealthy businessman did not come back to continue his business, and the house became vacant. Victor contacted immediately and finally bought it at a fairly fair price. It is located in the middle of the mountain, with a total of more than 2,000 square meters, and the price is £920,000. After getting the house, Victor immediately asked someone to repair it. In this way, after 2 busy days, Victor was informed that Han Yizhen was taking Hardy's private jet and was on his way to Hong Kong. An hour in advance, he took people to the airport and waited. At this moment, there was another wave of people who came to meet Han Yizhen. Li Chunshan received a call from his father, saying that his granddaughter was coming to Hong Kong. In fact, the father meant that Li Chunshan would find someone to pick him up, but Li Chunshan came in person. Han Yizhen's father came from Hong Kong to the United States. At that time, Li Chunshan met Han Yizhen's father and worshipped his son. Han Yizhen's father later met Situ's daughter, and finally became the Situ family's son-in-law. Chenglong, the United States, became a university professor and architect. Li Chunshan has become famous here in Hong Kong. Of course, there is naturally a love for the Situ family in it. A few years ago, Li Chunshan went to the US to participate in a marriage ceremony. He also had a meeting with Han Yizhen's father. Han Yizhen was still young, 12 or 13 years old. Because Li Chunshan was the third among their brothers, Han Yizhen called him the third uncle. It's still early. Li Chunshan led people into the VIP lounge and waited. He suddenly saw an acquaintance, and he hurried over to bow his hands. "I didn't see Mr. Victor here." "Oh, it's Mr. Li. Are you planning to go out by plane?" Victor smiled and stood up and said hello. "No, I'll pick someone up. Where is Mr. Victor?" "He. I also came to pick up people." The two sat down and chatted. The others sat in the distance. Victor looked at Li Chunshan and said, "Mr. Li, when do you plan to pick up the following goods? Is the last batch of goods not selling well?" They had agreed to sell one batch, and with the money to carry the second batch. The delivery speed of Hongmen in Hong Kong is getting slower and slower, so it was mentioned in Victor's letter to Hardy that it might be here. Sales have stagnated. Li Chunshan said that it was not that the sales were bad, but that it was directly given away. Now that the funds in his hand are not enough, he is trying to raise money. "We are organizing sales. You also know that this business requires a certain turnaround time. It is estimated that the next batch of goods will take some time." After Li Chunshan finished speaking, he paused to look at Victor and said, "Mr. Victor, I happened to meet him today. Originally, I wanted to talk to you. Can you give us a batch of goods first? The sales of different goods are different. Maybe the payment for this batch of goods will be faster." Victor shook his head. "That won't work. This will break the rules. You can ask other Hongmen branches, they are all sold under this model." Li Chunshan felt helpless. Other Hongmen gangs, that is really selling money, and they are really giving away. The Hongmen organization is relatively loose, and the various countries operate independently and do not have direct jurisdiction. Although Situ is elected as the chairman of the Wazi Hongmen Prosecution Conference, he is only a liaison person with a high status, but he does not have the right to order others. This business was contacted by the American church, so the local churches agreed to pay a fee. But there is always a turnover period for this money, and now Hong Kong is stuck here. Li Chunshan wanted to take credit, but Victor did not agree. He could only give up. Then he said, "Mr. Victor, you announced that you are planning to build an industrial zone. There are already many companies that have cooperated. Can Hongmen also cooperate?" Of course, no problem. What do you want to do? Victor nodded. We have also considered this issue. We are not very good at operating factories. I wonder if we can do agency business. I think Hardy Group has a red wine business. Can you give us the red wine sales in Hong Kong? Lichun Mountain Road. Victor thought for a while, and thought that this business might really be more suitable for triads. There are many nightclubs in Hong Kong now, and the consumption of red wine is not small. The Hardy Group has two wineries, one is the French Red Leaf Winery, and the other is the San Francisco Napa Valley Spada Winery. Although these two wineries are well known in the local area, they are French wine and American wine after all. From Hong Kong, just bragging can raise prices. I think this business is really more suitable for you. McLenovel.com. Victor Dao. Mr. Na. Victor agrees, Li Chunshan said happily. I think it can. We will discuss the details again, Victor said. Okay, thank you Mr. Victor. Li Chunshan quickly thanked him. At this moment, a B-29 bomber was parked at Hong Kong's Kai Tak Airport. Han Yezhen took a few two construction designers and two personnel from the museum's security and defense company to get off the plane. There were also two HD security guards next to him. These two guards were specially equipped by Hardy for Han Yezhen. Victor and Li Chunshan stepped forward together. Miss Han, I'm here to greet you, Victor said respectfully, leading someone over. Yejin, you are here. Li Chunshan smiled. The two spoke together. Both of them were taken aback. They only now know that it was the same person who had picked up. Han Yezhen saw Victor smiled. Mr. Victor. Then he turned to look at Li Chunshan. Uncle San. Victor looked at Li Chunshan in surprise, and asked whether they were relatives! End of this chapter. Chapter 242. Chapter 243. 3 wives and 4 concubines are common. Uncle San, I didn't expect you to come over. I just notify Grandpa, and I won't surprise him by visiting him then. Han Yezhen smiled. Li Chunshan laughed. When you come to Hong Kong, how can your third uncle not come to pick you up? The old man also specially arranged a room for you and asked me to pick you up, but I didn't expect that Mr. Victor would also come to pick you up. Li Chunshan finished speaking and looked at Victor. Victor respectfully said to Han Yezhen, Ms. Han, I received a telegram from Mr. Hardy in advance. I have prepared a place and a vehicle for you. I opened a room for you at the Peninsula Hotel and bought a villa in mid-levels. Because of the rush of time, it takes a week to renovate. If you don't like to live in a hotel, there are resorts on the South Bay. If you like to stay clean, you can live there. Li Chunshan looked at Victor in a daze. This attitude is too respectful. How does it feel like a subordinate sees a boss? You know, Victor is definitely a top man in Hong Kong. He eats with the governor, talks and laughs with officials. Many big businessmen have to give face, and many people have to rely on him to do things. Even if they have a triad, now it all depends on Victor's face. But in front of my niece, how did he become like this? He suddenly thought of a name. Victor just said, Mr. Hardy. Is it Mr. Hardy from the Hardy Group? My niece is related to that Mr. Hardy? Thank you, Victor. Han Yezhen smiled and nodded to Victor. This is what I should do, Victor said quickly. Han Yezhen finished speaking, turned to look at Li Chunshan. Sanzu, I will arrange it here, and then I will go to see Grandpa with you. Wait a moment. Don't worry, Li Chunshan hurriedly said. Han Yezhen called Victor next to him, and said, I brought the construction team members. Mr. Victor can help arrange it. No problem, Miss Han. Also, there is a batch of goods on the plane. You should arrange for someone to look after it, and look back for a safe place to store it. Han Yezhen said. The reason why I called Victor next to him was because of this batch of goods. Can I ask what it is, Miss Han? Victor asked. It is an antique collected by Hardy. He said that since he wants to build an antique museum here in Hong Kong, he should transport the things in advance, find a suitable place to store them, and store them here when the museum is completed. Han Yezhen said. This time Han Yezhen came over and brought a large number of antiques, including the French antiques from World War II. Those things are temporarily out of sight. The vault here is the most suitable, but after a few decades, just find a reason and say yes. What can others do if you buy it? The antiques robbed by the Allied forces of the 8 nations. Don't Westerners sell them now? The reason is that they didn't rob them. They bought them from other people. This is because of the leverage. This trip brought a total of 6 tons. Is also the long-distance load limit of the B-29 bomber. Victor heard that he was an antique of the boss, and he paid more attention to it. But he knew how much the boss liked these antiques. According to Victor, his boss, Mr. Hardy, may like antique art the most. He is not good at gambling. The boss runs the casino by himself, and he hasn't played a few games at all. Bad women. There are only 4 or 5 women around now that can be said. If you are a young man of his worth, you can't change one every day. There are no bad habits either. There is no abnormal mind and behavior. It's hardly like a super rich man. Antiques may be the boss's favorite thing. If this thing goes wrong, he can imagine his fate. Don't worry, Ms. Han, I will send someone over and come and take it away at the right time. Victor hurriedly responded. Li Chunshan stood far away and couldn't hear what the two of them said, but he saw Victor standing in front of his niece, his body slightly bent over. Every time his niece said a word, Victor kept nodding his head, which made Li Chunshan. There is an inexplicable feeling in my heart. After the explanation, Han Yezhen came to Li Chunshan and said, Uncle San, take me to see Grandpa. I haven't seen his old man for several years. I really miss him. Okay, let's go now. Everyone went out together. Victor asked several architects to take to the hotel, and ordered HD security personnel to bring people over to protect the boss's plane. And he asked Han Yezhen to get on the Lincoln Continental that was equipped for her. Miss Han, this is a new car specially bought for you. During this period in Hong Kong, it will be your exclusive car, Victor said. Li Chunshan looked at Victor and said that he was really careful. Thank you, Victor. Han Yezhen got into the Lincoln car, Li Chunshan got into his car. Victor led people to follow, all the way to the house where the old man Situ lived in Shangwon. After arriving at the place, Victor originally didn't want to go in and waited outside. But Li Chunshan felt that this was inappropriate. A big man like Victor asked him to wait outside for what it was like, and he strongly invited Victor to go in with him. Mr. Victor, you can meet Grandpa with me, Han Yezhen said. Good, Miss Han. Victor agreed immediately. Li Chunshan, I can't do it for a long time, my niece can do it in 1 sentence. Walking into the house, someone has already informed Mr. Situ that the old man has poor legs and feet, but he is already standing at the door and looking outside. Grandpa. Han Yezhen saw Grandpa's figure, and ran forward and hugged old Situ. Grandpa, I miss you so much. I haven't seen you for several years. Old Mr. Situ smiled and patted his granddaughter on the shoulder. Didn't you see it? Zenzan still loves to act like a baby. She has grown up. Han Yezhen let go of her grandfather and took her hand to walk in. Father Situ saw Victor standing with Li Chunshan at a glance, and asked politely, Yejin, is this with you? Victor hurried forward, bowed slightly and said, Hello, Mr. Situ, my name is Victor. Hello, Mr. Victor, it's been hard to come all the way from Los Angeles. The old man smiled and nodded in greeting. Next to Li Chunshan saw that the old man might have recognized the wrong person, and immediately introduced, Master, this Mr. Victor is Mr. Victor who is doing business with us. Master Situ was taken aback for a moment, and then he realized, oh, I didn't expect Mr. Victor to visit. It's really rude. Victor immediately respectfully said, No, you misunderstood. I am not here to visit, I am here with Miss Han. Oh, with Yejin? The old man looked at his granddaughter. Grandpa, Victor is the representative of the Hardy Group in Hong Kong. I am also working for the Hardy Group. Victor will pick me up at the airport. I said to see Grandpa first and Mr. Victor will follow. Han Yezhen explained. Oh, it turns out that it's like this. It's a guest here, Mr. Victor. Please, Yezhen, let's go in and chat. Old Situ smiled. The old man is a person who has really seen the world. Now both sides in the country treat him with courtesy, and he is very fancy. In the United States, President Roosevelt used to be his lawyer. The two have a strong relationship. In fact, Jiang regards Mr. Situ. It's also because of Roosevelt. Sit down in the room, and the servant offered tea. Han Yezin sat next to the old man, holding his grandfather's hand. The old man Situ looked at his granddaughter and said with a smile, "I haven't seen you in a few years. I really grew up. You should have graduated from college." Graduated last year. Then what do you do now? You didn't make it clear in your telegram. Why would you come to Hong Kong? The old man asked. It is Hardy Group who wants to build a museum here. I am the president of Hardy Group Auction Company. You also know that I am a student of architectural design. The biggest ideal is to build a truly large museum. Leave it to me. Han Yizhen said. Museum? The old man murmured, but said nothing. So, you graduated from university and did not engage in construction, but went to work for an auction company? The old man asked. Yes, in fact, before I graduated from college, I had already worked in an auction company. I also knew Mr. Victor since then. Han Yizhen said and glanced at Victor. Victor smiled and nodded. He didn't have a trace of embarrassment about being caught by cheating money before, and he was even a little proud. If it weren't for that time, he might still be a liar. And now, he is very popular in Hong Kong. Hong Kong upper-class figures. Who does not regard Victor as a guest of honor? Old Mr. Situ looked at Victor, and said with a smile, Mr. Victor, I would like to thank you for this. The Triad will cooperate with you so that they can have a good business. Victor hurriedly smiled and said, no, it's all the boss' credit. I'm just doing things on orders. The old man said this, his face was a little serious, and said, I heard Chunshan and they said that the payment has been slower recently. Please also Mr. Victor Heihan. We will raise funds and return the payment as soon as possible. Han Yezhen listened to her grandpa, which meant she was short of money. She knew what his grandpa was doing. From an early age, Grandpa did not know how much to donate in order to support the domestic war of resistance, and she had to raise funds everywhere. Affected by her father, Han Yezhen's parents often donate money. For this reason, Han Yezhen's living expenses are so low, because her parents donate it. She thought for a while and said, Grandpa, I have also made a little money in the past 2 years. I will donate it to you to contribute to your career. Old City looked at Han Yezhen with a kind smile on his face, and reached out to touch his granddaughter's head. Yezhen is really grown up and has already made money. Okay, Grandpa, thank you. I can probably put out $500,000, hoping to relieve Grandpa's urgent need. Han Yezhen said. 500,000. Why do you have so much money? Old Situ was a little surprised. She had saved so much money after only 2 years of working. I am the president of Hardy Auction Company. I have a high salary. There are bonuses and dividends at the end of the year. I usually don't spend much, so I saved so much. Han Yizhen smiled. Grandpa, with these 500,000, how much difference is there? Han Yezhen asked. Okay, you donated a lot. Old Situ said kindly. Just tell me, Grandpa. It's a big deal. I will pay a few years in advance. Han Yizhen shook the arm of Situ and begged Grandpa to tell him. I don't know the details. Han Yezhen looked at Li Chunshan. Uncle San, what's the difference? Li Chunshan looked at the old man. The total payment for the remaining batch of goods is 2.63 million, but we have raised more than 100,000, plus Yezhen, your 500,000, which is about $2 million US. There is still a 2 million difference. Then I will send a telegram to Hardy to see if I can advance the salary for a few years. Han Yizhen said. After finishing speaking, he looked at Victor. Mr. Victor, would you let me send a telegram for me? Okay, Miss Han, he'll help you contact the boss. Victor stood up as he said, nodded at Mr. Situ and Li Chunshan, and walked out of the living room. Old Situ and Li Chunshan watch Victor leave. In fact, there are 4 people present, except for Han Yezhen. The other 3 have always had a weird feeling. Victor's boss is Hardy, and the goods in his hand are also Hardy's. The triad has no money to pick up the goods. Han Yizhen donated money and also asked Hardy to advance his salary, and then use the money to buy Hardy's goods. It's all going in circles. Of course, there is a key figure here, and that is Hardy. Without him, this cycle would not work. Why didn't Victor stand up and speak? For example, since Miss Han has spoken, the shipment will be given to you temporarily. Because he knows his identity very well. He is an executor and has no right to make claims without authorization. Miss Han asks the boss for money. It is the boss' business whether to give it or not. When Miss Han gets the money, the favor falls to the boss. Victor came to the telegraph office in person, sent a long telegram, recounted Miss Han's request, and finally sent what he saw to the boss. Hardy got the telegram and laughed after reading it. Han Yezhen asked him to advance his salary and buy the things he was going to take out. He thought for a while and let people restore Victor, agree to advance wages of 2 million yuan. Hardy can give Han Yezhen 2 million, because she is her own woman, and can even give those supplies to Hongman. But he knows a truth. Sheng Mian fight meet you. Things that are easily obtained will not be cherished. Some people may still use this relationship to obtain more materials. At that time, Han Yezhen would have a hard time doing it. Victor received the telegram. After reading it, he took back the house where Mr. City lived. Han Yezhen looked at Victor. Victor, what did Hardy say? Victor handed the telegram reply to Han Yezhen. The boss agreed. Han Yezhen took the telegram and looked at it, then smiled and said to Old Man Situ, Grandpa, now that you have money, you can get supplies. Han Yezhen stayed at the place of Mr. Situ and had a chat with her grandfather. Victor and Li Chunshan left the house. Victor smiled and said, Mr. Li, you can come to pick up the goods at any time. Oh, don't you need to wait for the money to arrive? Li Chunshan said, hee. It's all the boss' money. As long as Mr. Hardy and Miss Han agree, nothing else is a problem. Victor smiled. Li Chunshan thinks about it, and it is all Mr. Hardy's money. Li Chunshan immediately took people to the warehouse to pick up the goods. This time he wanted to be able to pick up all the remaining goods. Victor was also very busy. He sent people to the airport overnight to transport the antiques on the plane back to the auction company and put them underground vault. At this moment, half of the huge underground vault is full of antiques. Old Man Situ, the grandfather and grandson sat in the courtyard after dinner and chatted. Yejin, how did you know that Mr. Hardy? Han Yezhen tells the story of how he was Roid.mtlnovel.com Hardy rescued. I heard that he did a big business. When I first met him, he was not so rich yet. He is probably a multimillionaire. In the past 2 years, he has developed rapidly. Now he is a billionaire and has a lot of control over many industries. Han Yizhen said, how is he? The old man asked. He is a good person and treats his subordinates very well. They are not stingy. Many people are devoted to him. Han Yezhen said, how are you doing? A shyness flashed across Han Yezhen's face. For me, it's good for me. Looking at the granddaughter's happy face, the old man knew that the granddaughter must like that man very much. Happiness is good. Nothing else matters. 3 wives and 4 concubines are very common. Which of the older generations is not like this? End of this chapter. Chapter 243. Chapter 244 Planning a New Industry. From the next day, Han Yezhen led the design team to inspect the plots. Victor now has 5 plots in his hand, and Han Yezhen can choose whatever he wants. If she likes other plots, Victor will find a way to buy them. The beach is not good. Han Yezhen thinks it is too humid. Shatin is not good, and it is too remote. In the end, it mainly depends on the land under Julongtang and Lion Rock. Dragging his exhaustion back to the house of the old man Situ, the old man asked the servants to bring the stew soup. How is it? Have you found a suitable place? Han Yizhen took a sip of soup and said, the land under both Julongtang and Lion Rock is suitable. But the Julongtang side has already been determined to be an industrial area. If a large area of factories is built, it would be nonsense to include a museum. It is true. Master Situ nodded. Can't you go under the Lion Rock? Yes, if the land under the Lion Rock is determined, In order to protect the safety of the museum, it will occupy a large area. The current map is very crude. We are surveying the terrain to see which place is suitable. Han Yizhen said. Master Situ thought for a while. I know a good master. Do you need to show him Feng Shui? The old man said. Master Feng Shui. Han Yizhen's father is also an architect. In addition to studying Western architecture, Han's father has also studied some Chinese architecture. Since he wants to study Chinese architecture, he naturally has to be exposed to Feng Shui. So there are also some books on Feng Shui at home. After Han Yezhen studied architecture by herself, she also read books on Feng Shui more or less. She once asked her father how to view Feng Shui. Father Han thought about Feng Shui and said to her daughter, I believe in the existence of Feng Shui in architecture, but I am not superstitious in Feng Shui in architecture. But don't be too persistent. At this time, the food was on the table. The grandparents and grandchildren were eating. While the old man Situ told Han Yezhen about the matter of Mistu. The master in talking about his Ki Lianfang. His father Ki Zubai once served as the Qintanjian in the Qing dynasty. Later, when the Qing dynasty fell, Ki Zuidai took his son Ki Lianfang and wandered around. At that time, the land of China was full of flames and the warlords were separatist, and finally settled in Hong Kong. Ki Lian imitated his family, inherited his father's business, studied Zhui and geomancy deeply, and gradually became a well-known geomancy master on Hong Kong Island. You also know that Hong Kong's 3 religions are 9 class. And Ki's family will inevitably come across unreasonable ones. Once he asked me, I helped him solve the trouble. As long as I am in Hong Kong, Ki Lianfang will visit once or twice a year. He has a son named Ki Bli, who also inherited the Feng Shui knowledge of the Ki family. Although he is only 26 or 27 years old this year, he is already well known in Hong Kong. If you need it, I will call someone to inform them tomorrow, and let them look at it for you. Maybe some help. Old Situ said. Han Yezhen knows that Grandpa is kind. After all, people here in Hong Kong believe in Feng Shui. Han Yezhen smiled and said, Grandpa taught me to listen and be clear. Maybe it's really helpful. Then please give me a call. The old man smiled. Eat more. Come here from the United States. Are you accustomed to eating Chinese food every day? Hee. My appetite is a combination of Chinese and Western. Han Yizhen said with a smile. The next day, Han Yezhen's team has 2 more people, a middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing a grey cloth gown, and a young man in his 20s, wearing a suit. These 2 people are the master Ki Lianfang and his son Ki Bli. Everyone turned around a few more places, and finally came to the land under the Lion Rock. 2 foreign designers kept reading the map. Ki Lianfang and his son Ki Bli turned around, holding a compass for positioning, and chatting from time to time. Han Yezhen looked at the 2 and asked, Master Ki, what do you think of the environment here and is it suitable for building a museum? Ki Lianfang handed the compass to his son and said, Ms. Han, to be honest, building a museum here is actually a waste. Han Yizhen is slightly surprised. Why do you say that? Ki Lian imitated, museums are mainly collections. As long as you avoid fire and water, it's basically no problem, and this piece of land is obviously a treasure. Hong Kong's dragon power. You need to watch the dragon without observing the situation. The dragon is powerful and you need to trace its traces. The coastal areas are looking for dragons. The water is scattered, and the water is flooded, so it is expensive to find the dragon. Look, Miss Han. Ki Lian pointed to Lion Rock. The lion of Lion Rock has its head, body and tail. The head of the lion faces the west of Kowloon, and the body and tail of the lion are lying on the mountain. The land of Kowloon is within its guard range. This Lion Rock comes from the grassy hills and the Doi mountain range. After crossing the gorge, it raises its head and forms the Lion Rock, and a small portion of it crouched down to the Wong Tai Sin area. It's not big, but it's backed by the mountains and the sea, nestled in the dragon's veins, and the terrain resembles a bat carrying a basket. It is excellent Feng Shui. Whether it is building a house or a business, It is guarded by the Lion Mountain. There are no taboos. Kai Lian Fang said a big deal. To be honest, Han Yezhen only understood 3 points, but she understood a few points. This place is very good, and everything is suitable. But Kai Lian's words are not over yet, and continue. But there is only one thing to be cautious. What? Han Yezhen asked. Feng Shui pays attention to topography and topography. The topography of Lion Rock has been established and cannot be destroyed. Once it is destroyed, the Feng Shui here may change, and it will be difficult to say whether it is good or bad at the time. The survey is over and everyone goes back. Such a large project cannot be decided in a day or two. Han Yezhen returned to Mr. Situ's house. The old man just put down the phone and said with a smile when his granddaughter came back, "Just now Kai Lian Fang called me and told me about the situation, saying that the land under the Lion Rock is very good, and even said it is a pity to build a museum. If a house is built, it will increase the fortune of the master's fortune." Han Yezhen smiled. "I can make it into a museum, and I can make Hades' fortune." Old Situ smiled and shook his head. Although Han Yezhen already felt that the terrain under the Lion Rock was good and suitable for building a museum, he still sent a telegram to Hades. After receiving the telegram, Hardy read it carefully and thought about it and replied, "The museum is set under the Lion Rock. All the 180 acres of land are allocated to the museum. In addition, Victor will buy the land around the Lion Rock to guarantee the Lion Rock. The future will not be destroyed." 180 acres of land, which is almost 720,000 square meters. If there is no concept, the area of the Forbidden City is almost 720,000 square meters. As for the Lion Rock, although no one can move the Lion Rock now, decades later, Hardy never underestimated the destructive power of human beings. Hades is white-skinned and yellow-hearted. He would rather believe in this set. When his company opened, he read the almanac by himself. "Isn't it just a little money? If you buy it, you can even convert it into a park in the future. It will not be easy to find such a Feng Shui place in the future. Since it is a Feng Shui place, then keep him." Hades added another sentence at the end of the telegram. "You can hire the Kai family and his son to be the Queen Feng Shui master of the Hong Kong branch of the Hardy Group." Received Hardy's reply, Han Yezhen was finally determined and asked the construction team to start formally discussing the construction. As for the acquisition of the land, it was naturally handed over to Victor. Victor received the order from the boss and immediately found the Government Land Management Office for inquiries. Luckily, the land still belongs to the government, but the government has no idea of taking out the mountains, because there is a reservoir further up, which is one of the reservoirs for the residents of Kowloon to draft water. In order to protect the surrounding environment in water and soil resources, the planning office has set this area as an indestructible area. After we buy, we will not destroy it, but want to build a park so that it will not destroy the landform. The person in charge of the planning department is also difficult to decide. I need to ask Your Excellency the Governor. Finally, he found Governor Grantham. Victor told him clearly that the Hardy Group bought this land not for development, but precisely to protect the landform. Some Feng Shui masters said that if the Lion Mountain landform is destroyed, the land under their feet will be destroyed, Feng Shui of the land will be destroyed, so the Lion Rock will be bought. Jelinghong thought for a while, and finally agreed to sell, but he asked to sign an agreement that would not cause extensive damage to the Lion Rock landform. Victor agreed to sign. More than 300 acres of mountains around Lion Rock, all sold to Hardy Group for a total price of £550,000. The barren mountains in Hong Kong are really cheap now. In the future, all mountains around Lion Rock, including the reservoir, will be owned by Hardy Group. The museum has entered the formal construction stage. During this period, Hardy has been working on supermarket chains and logistics companies. These two companies were planned by Hardy long ago and included in the company's 3-year plan. Some time ago, Hardy Group issued a job advertisement, recruiting 2 presidents, and asked them to form a team. The teams of these two companies conducted business inspections separately to make future construction plans and plans for Hardy. President of the supermarket chain Sam Wharton. Sam Wharton is 33 years old. He ran a supermarket at home before he became a soldier. After World War II, he worked as a soldier for several years. After the war, he went home and continued to open a supermarket. A few years later, he developed into a medium-sized supermarket. Has relatively rich operating experience. Unfortunately, a fire last year turned his supermarket to ashes, and for this he also carried a lot of debt. After Hardy Group released the information about the president of the recruitment, Sam Wharton came to apply. His philosophy is very similar to Hardy. He knows how to satisfy customers and is good at sales. So Hardy hired him as the president of the supermarket chain. Salary is an annual salary plus dividend model, and Sam Wharton is very satisfied with the salary given by the boss. As for the logistics company, it recruited a former vice president of United Parcel Service of America, called Hunter. And Hardy's salary was also an annual salary plus dividend model. Although there are already supermarkets in the US, there are no large-scale supermarket chains covering the entire United States. It is very difficult to manage such a large-scale supermarket. It is not difficult to build a supermarket, but it can be very difficult to operate. A large supermarket may involve 20,000 to 30,000 companies and more than 100,000 kinds of products. This requires a strong management team. And how to attract customers? What are your advantages? Hardy's strategy is high quality and low price. This is not to talk about, but really needs to be done. Only when the price is cheaper than others can it be really attracted to the customer. This is even more difficult. Hardy means to find a merchant to sign a contract. The supermarket does not invest in the purchase of goods, but is equivalent to consignment sales here. The supermarket charges a certain percentage of fees or deducts points. The planning team is not sure about this. After all, no one has played like this before. There is also logistics. So many products need to be operated, and a very powerful logistics system is needed, and this logistics system must be very professional. According to their calculations, 2025 large logistics warehouses may be built in the United States. Novel. Hardy thought for a while. First build a few to try the water. We also need to train the team and suppliers. Logistics companies also need to run in Los Angeles and San Francisco. Do you think it is more appropriate to open 3 in Los Angeles and 2 in San Francisco? We have inspected the locations before, someone said, and took out the map. Hardy looked and found that they were all located in the suburbs, but they were all beside the main traffic roads. Before, Hardy told the team not to build in the central area of the city. One island, that the land in the central area is expensive, and the available area is small. There is also a more important reason. In the future, the more the city center, the more poor people will be. In the Chinese concept, the city center represents prosperity, wealth, convenience and safety, and the suburbs represent remoteness, poverty, inconvenience and insecurity. But in the United States, the opposite is true. Relief agencies are in the center of the city, and relief houses are also in the city. Later, the city center became a paradise for the poor. It's okay now, but it is getting worse in the later period. In order to avoid trouble, Hardy intends to build in the suburbs from the beginning. Of course, these places are also carefully selected. These areas will have good development in the future. Even if the land is sold at that time, it will be able to make a lot of money. End of this chapter. Chapter 244. Chapter 245. President Johnson asks for a visit. The main building of each supermarket is not less than 5,000 square meters. The parking lot must be larger, at least 3 times the size of the main building, and all parking lots are free. For fruits, vegetables and agricultural products, you can find Crocker Agriculture Group. Their products almost include all kinds of vegetables and fruits, rice, noodles, grains, nuts, meat, seafood, and even flowers. In addition, The products also include food, daily necessities, clothing, toys, various daily necessities, household appliances, cosmetics, firearms, and ammunition. As for these merchants, Hardy's idea is to implement a contract to join and provide goods mode. Tens of thousands of suppliers must suppress profits and make customers feel cheap. This is definitely not a small project. Hardy looked at the two presidents. Hunt, the logistics company, has invested $5 million. The 10,000 trucks belong to you. The staff are all veterans who have retired from the army. The construction of the logistics company is left to you. If there is something that cannot be solved in the middle, find me again. Good boss. Hunter agreed. Sam Walton, the supermarket chain, will first build 5 supermarkets. 3 in Los Angeles and 2 in San Francisco. I hope to build them in 1.5 years. The staff are also veterans. As for the female cashiers, you hire yourself. I understand, the boss. As things go on, Hardy waits to see the results. If these people do not do well, change a group of people to continue. He knows that these two industries will have great development in the future. Doing well is only a human factor, and these two industries are more than just making money. Chain supermarkets are cash cows, which can provide a large amount of cash. Generally, they can squeeze the funds of merchants for 1 to 3 months. After repeated cycles, the effect of this money will be very huge. And he signed contracts with tens of thousands of merchants. He can control an extremely large industrial chain, which is also very important. The last point is that his employees and customers are his resources, and even those politicians must treat him respectfully with an industry that occupies such a huge resource. The same goes for the logistics industry. Major General Williams is at work. The phone on the desk rang. He picked it up to answer. A male voice came from inside. Major General Williams, this is the White House office. Mr. President wants to talk to you on the phone. Williams is just a moment. The president is looking for himself. Unconsciously sitting upright a bit, Williams met President Johnson. The president is nominally the supreme commander of the military. When he held a logistics meeting to study how to deal with the discarded materials, the president also participated in the meeting, and Major General Williams was one of them. The final meeting decided that Major General Williams would be responsible for handling the supplies, or President Johnson himself made the decision. Major General Williams. President Johnson's voice came over the phone. Hello, Mr. President, this is Williams. I read the report you submitted. The report says that you have sold a total of more than $400 million worth of goods in the first half of the year. This result surprised me. Major General Williams, you did a very good job. President Johnson praised Rode. Thank you for your compliment, Your Excellency. This is what I should have done. Williams said modestly. Can you tell me what you did? The president asked casually. In fact, he didn't want to know how his subordinates did it, but he just couldn't make a phone call back to Mr. President. Strictly speaking, we have to thank a company for this matter. In order to expand sales, we cooperated with a company and outsourced sales tasks to them. They have been helping us with sales during this period of time. Major General C said simply. The president is not surprised at outsourcing business. This is the tradition of the United States. All the weapons of the U.S. military are bought from weapon contractors, and it is reasonable to sell waste materials to sellers. Which company is it? It is the Hardy Group. Johnson has naturally heard of the Hardy Group. In the past 2 years, the Hardy Group has suddenly risen, becoming a large group with assets exceeding $1 billion in a short period of time. What people know most is not how much of their assets, but ABC TV station. ABC TV station has been officially launched to the present, but in just 1 year, it has overwhelmed the other 2 major broadcasters and has become the United States with the highest ratings TV station. Together with the Global Times and their magazines, Hardy Group has now become the top media company in the United States. Are you familiar with that, Hardy? President Johnson asked. This is a bit difficult to answer. Williams thought about it twice. Yes, and their boss John Hardy has a good relationship. In fact, The outsourcing sales of waste materials was also his idea. He said that he was professional. Things must be done by professional people. The logistics department is not a sales department, so it is better to outsource it. After a meeting with people in the department, I felt that what he said was right. This task may involve a lot of energy. It is better to find a professional company and then give the business to the Hardy Group. With them, it really saves us. It's a lot of trouble, and it's more appropriate than the price we sell ourselves. President Johnson encouraged Major General Williams a few more words, and then hung up. President Johnson stood up and walked to the window, looked at the lawn of the front yard of the White House with his backhand, and meditated. Would you like to find him to try? Will he agree? He is a Californian, and his political camp is probably from the Republican Party. Now Dewey is much stronger than him. Will he choose to support himself? Franklin Roosevelt, the only four-term president in history, died of illness on the 82nd day after he was elected president for the fourth time. According to the law, Johnson took over directly as the vice president and became the president of the United States. This year, in 1948, there will be a new round of presidential election. Johnson's rival is Republican Thomas Dewey. It can be said that everyone feels that Dewey will definitely win this time, and Johnson will undoubtedly lose. In the last poll, only 32% supported Johnson. In the newspapers, people preached that Dewey would easily defeat Johnson, and even the slogan read "Welcome Dewey, our next president." Whether it is a campaign expert or a member of Congress, or even within the White House, even within the Democratic Party, most people feel that there is not much hope for Johnson's re-election this time. Dewey was funded by a consortium to give speeches everywhere, and tens of thousands of people would be gathered wherever he went. But Johnson's supporters were few, and his campaign funding was very tight, preventing him from holding large-scale events. More newspaper comments: "This is the least suspenseful campaign in history." But how could Johnson be reconciled? He wants to seek re-election. He has been working hard, putting forward his own ideas, and increasing the exposure as much as possible. He has no money to fly on the train, and even gives small-scale speeches in stations and squares. A few days ago, Dewey accepted an exclusive interview with NBC and talked about it on TV. Later, according to investigations, hundreds of thousands of families watched the show. Johnson knows that the power of the new media, television, has faintly surpassed newspapers, because it allows you to express your own speech more freely, and makes people see you more intuitively, just like going to other places to give speeches, rather than the dry campaign lines and political policies in the newspapers. When Major General Williams talked to him about the Hardy Group, Johnson felt like a flash of lightning flashed through his mind. In fact, he only listened to what Williams said. At that time, he had only one thought left in his mind. The Hardy Group is the owner of ABC. If he could do an interview on ABC TV, the effect would be far better than Dewey accepting NBC interview, because he knows that the ratings of ABC TV are now deservedly #1 in the United States, even surpassing the combined ratings of the other two major TV stations. Several of their major programs have long occupied the top 5 of the audience's favorite programs, and now they have created a super idol talent show. It is said that when this program came out, other programs lost their ratings, which scared the other two major TV stations to ABC. When the program time of Super Idol is shown, it is changed to junk programs to avoid its brilliance. But what he worries about is, will Hardy help himself? This is not just a commercial act, because it involves a campaign. Many people will list him as a political act. If Hardy agrees to appear on the ABC TV station, it is equivalent to supporting him. As a successful businessman, Hardy will be very cautious. As a member of the California Consortium, he is naturally close to the Republican Party, and the probability that he will become his supporter is very low. This is where Johnson struggles most. Suddenly, the streetlights in the courtyard of the White House are on. Illuminate the front yard of the White House. President Johnson reacted in surprise. It was already dark and he had been standing here for a long time. Johnson looked at the light and suddenly made up his mind. What about failure? I contacted the other party, and how to choose is the other party's problem. He returned to the president's desk and sat down at the resolute table, picked up the phone and called the White House office. "Call me back to Major General Williams of the Logistics Department." Major General Williams saw that it was too late and was about to go back for dinner, but when he was about to stand up, the phone on his desk rang, and he picked it up to answer. "Hey, who?" "Hello, Major General Williams, this is the White House office. The president is looking for you. Please answer the call." Williams was very surprised. Didn't he make a call 2 hours ago? Why did he call again? Didn't I just boast enough? I was going to boast myself again. The call was connected, and President Johnson's voice came from the microphone again. "Major General Williams, you just said that you are very familiar with Mr. Hardy of the Hardy Group, right?" "Yes, Mr. President," Williams said. Xin said, "Do you think it's inappropriate to find Hardy for business?" "Williams, I have something to talk to Mr. Hardy. Can you please contact me?" President Johnson said. Of course, I just don't know. What is the matter with Mr. President looking for Mr. Hardy?" Williams asked. "I hope ABC TV can arrange an interview for me." "I don't know if Hardy's side is convenient," President Johnson said. Major General Williams is also considered a long-standing officialdom, and he naturally knows what the president's words mean. "Mr. President, I will help you contact Hardy." "That's troublesome. I'll wait for your reply." Hung up the phone. Major General Williams had a lot of thoughts in his mind. He naturally knew that the president's recent form was not good and his approval rate was very low, and he was looking for supporters everywhere. But will Hardy support President Johnson? He has no idea what Hardy's political views are, but he has to make this call. He is just a contact person. As for how to choose, it depends on Hardy's own decision. Hardy received a call from Major General Williams. At first he thought he was going to ask about the recent sales of waste materials. He smiled and said, "Reassure General, the sales are good, and the second wave of materials has been shipped out." "Hardy, I am not asking this," Major General Williams said. "Oh, what do you want to ask?" "It's President Johnson. President Johnson called me and asked me to help contact you. He wants to do an interview on ABC TV and ask if you can arrange it for him." Major General Williams said. President Johnson. Hardy was surprised when he heard Williams' words. He didn't expect President Johnson to take the initiative to find himself. Hardy is thinking. Major General Williams did not urge, because Williams knew that this kind of political investment is very important to a businessman, and it may be related to the future development and even the survival of the company. Both were silent for a while. Hardy's mind is thinking fast. He naturally knew about the President Johnson, except that his name is different from that of the later Master Do. Other deeds can be said to be similar. Even his competitor is still called Dewey. Now Johnson's approval rate is very low. As for the reasons, there are international and domestic. In short, almost no one is optimistic about Johnson's re-election. Dewey's voice is very high. Until the last survey in history, Master Do's approval rate is still far below the opponent. But the last miracle happened. Just in the voting, there was a big reversal today, and Master Do unexpectedly won. Break through the glasses of countless people. There are also many people who pay because of their own investment. Filuri.mtlnovel.com, including a bald head. President Johnson in this world, although the situation is the same as Master Do, can he also come back? No one can pack the ticket. Hardy supports him, which can be said to be a very risky investment. Hardy is a member of the California Consortium. California is naturally a Republican camp. He now supports Johnson in turn. If Johnson fails, Hardy's life will become very sad. It is normal to be squeezed out by Republican politicians and even kicked out of the California Consortium. It's all possible. Hardy thought about it for 10 minutes. Major General Williams accompanied Hardy in silence for 10 minutes. Finally, Hardy spoke. "General Williams, I hope I can arrange for me to meet with the president and have a serious conversation with him." Hardy said, "Okay, I will help you contact the president. President Johnson received a phone call from Williams and heard that Hardy was going to talk to him. Johnson felt that there was an opportunity. I want to talk to him too. You tell Hardy, tomorrow I will ask him to play at a private golf course in Washington. End of this chapter. Chapter 245. Chapter 246. Now that you have shot, you should go all out. The next day, Washington suburbs. A high-end private golf course. Hardy met President Johnson. Johnson has silver white hair and a pair of glasses, making people feel more like a financier than a politician. Hello Hardy. President Johnson stretched out his hand. Hello, Mr. President. Hardy smiled and stretched out his hand, and the two of them held hands together. The weather today is very good, the blue sky and white clouds. The temperature is neither high nor low, and there are no outsiders in the entire private golf course. Hardy and Johnson walked slowly on the lawn with clubs. Hardy, I didn't expect you to be so young at the beginning. You are only 27 years old this year. It took less than 3 years to develop your career so much, President Johnson said. To be honest, when Johnson got Hardy's information, he was also surprised by Hardy's family history. It took only 3 years for the other party to grow from nothing. Joined in the Marine Corps of World War II. After returning to China after being wounded and discharged from the army, he began to rise rapidly. Security companies, film companies, and then entered business, and made a lot of money from Playboy magazines and Barbie toys. Immediately after the industry began to explode, the TV Factory, Hardy Hotel, ABC TV, Global Times, and finally, with the help of Bank of America, acquired Wells Fargo in one fell swoop and established the Hardy Group. Of course, as the president, he also has some other intelligence. Los Angeles' largest gang, the LA Gang, is likely to be inextricably linked to Hardy. There is also Las Vegas casino business. Both of the two casinos under construction have invested hundreds of millions of dollars. These two investments are big investments even in the eyes of President Johnson. The most important thing is that one of the casino's shareholders is a dozen or so mafia family members, and the other casino is a member of the California Consortium. Through these two casinos, Hardy was able to win over a very strong force. The HD Security Company in his hands now has more than 5,000 veterans and has become the largest security company in the United States. It has also signed contracts with the Los Angeles and San Francisco police departments to become a supplementary force for urban security. HD Security Company is also a strong force. At least it can guarantee that no one dares to move Hardy at will. Of course, on the surface, Hardy is a very clean businessman. Hearing President Johnson's compliment, Hardy smiled. I can only say that I have caught up with the good times. The United States is a country that can realize our dreams. Only with leaders like President Johnson can we have development. Space. Hardy has never been unambiguous in the practice of flattering and complimenting people. How will the Hardy Group develop next? Do you have any plans? President Johnson asked again. I have formulated a 3-year plan. The Hardy Group will develop in the media, gaming, security, retail, luxury goods and other industries. Of course, it will also open up overseas markets. Recently, we have made a lot of investment in Hong Kong. Hardy said. Hong Kong? Why do you value it? Johnson asked in surprise. In his opinion, the situation in the East is very unstable, especially in China. No one can predict where it will go. Investing in Hong Kong is now a bit risky. Hong Kong's location is very good. It can radiate to Japan, North Korea, Southeast Asia, more than a dozen countries, and China. Although the market there is far inferior to Europe, but there is a large population and a large market with a high degree of gaps in the market. A good time to enter the market. Hardy said. Are you not afraid of the war over there that will affect Hong Kong's status? President Johnson asked. Hardy thought for a while, and chuckled lightly. I have indeed been worried. And this is also the concern of many people about Hong Kong, but my analysis and judgment is that Hong Kong may maintain its current state. Why do you judge this way? Because no matter who wins, He needs to seek the recognition of Western society and also needs development. Hong Kong is an excellent buffer zone. Johnson nodded slightly. Hardy's analysis is not unreasonable. Certainly. This is just an analysis. The matter is not at the end, and no one knows which direction it will be heading. After all, no matter how powerful the analysis is, it is only a judgment based on various data. No one can really predict the future. If the forecast is wrong, then Hardy's investment in Hong Kong may be in vain, and if the forecast is correct, he will get rich returns. Then what is your judgment on the future of the United States? Johnson asked with a smile. Hady smiled. Of course it is to become the most powerful country in the world, because we already have this strength and unique conditions. There is no doubt about this. President Johnson also smiled. Mr. President, I really want to ask, how are you going to lead the country to move forward? Hardy asked back. In fact, this sentence is to ask Johnson's policy strategy. What he depends on to attract voters. This is very important. Originally, the two hit a shot and were walking forward. Hearing Hardy's question, President Johnson stopped and Hardy also stopped. Johnson thought about it for a while and said, some of my campaign plans have been announced to the public, and some have not yet been revealed. On the economic front, I will continue to implement the Marshall Plan to support Europe. However, in this process, the United States will also gain a lot of benefits. There are a lot of business and political resources that can be exchanged with them. Although the US economy began to develop rapidly after World War II, some industries have undergone major adjustments, indicating that the employment rate has dropped a lot. I will launch a series of employment policies and implement affordable housing policies. The Labor Relations Act of 1947 introduced by Congress last year restricted workers' rights to join trade unions. After the bill was passed, there was a strong wave of protests in the country. I have always felt that this bill is not good, and I hope to promote the lifting of this bill during my term of office. I think the United States needs to have more progressive thinking if it wants to develop. I oppose lynching, oppose the apartheid policy, and raise the minimum wage. I will continue to promote the rapid development of the U.S. economy, protect the welfare of the people, and continue to promote the national medical insurance system. The supporters of the Democratic Party are mainly composed of three groups: urban workers, Southern conservatives and Western progressives. These policies of Johnson mainly want to stabilize the fundamentals. Hardy listened quietly to Johnson's campaign policy. For him, no matter who came to power, they would only consider the interests of their own country. This is normal for Hardy. As for him, all he can do now is for himself. Fight for benefits. Other thinking too much is useless. Johnson said a lot, but there are some more private things Hardy knew he did not say, such as supporting Jews and Israel. Perhaps this is also one of the important factors for Johnson's final comeback, but Johnson will certainly not tell Hardy about these private transactions, even if Johnson has a few cards. But for him now, he is still at an absolute disadvantage, so he needs to ask for more help. Johnson and Hardy have been chatting for 4 or 5 hours. At the end of the preparation, Hardy said, Mr. President, you know that ABC TV is mine. If you need help with propaganda, I am willing to help. Listening to Hardy's words, Johnson knew that Hardy was ready to support himself. A smile on his face. Thank you, Hardy. I just need help in this regard. Johnson said. Since he has chosen to support, Hardy is ready to make things perfect. Mr. President, I am going to arrange an exclusive interview with you first. You should have watched the Elaine Tonight Show. You can have an exclusive interview with you first. This program is more intimate to the people. If you plan to conduct a large-scale speech event in the future, ABC TV can broadcast it live. I have another idea. I would like to make a few documentaries about you. Starting from your coming on stage, you will tell about your contribution to this country, such as ordering nuclear bombing of Japan and ending the German war of aggression. If you have a policy plan, you can publish it in the Global Times. The Global Times now covers the entire United States. I believe it can better let the public understand your thoughts on the future. Johnson was a little excited after hearing Hardy's words. He didn't expect Hardy to arrange such a complete arrangement. Elaine's Tonight Show. This show can show his closeness to the people. The speech is broadcast live. If it can be broadcast live, it is equivalent to giving a speech in front of the people of the United States. It is definitely more effective than a single speech. Global Times publicity, especially the documentary, which surprised Johnson even more. He hadn't thought of this before. After Hardy raised it, he suddenly felt that this is definitely a very good propaganda point. This is also one of his better than Dewey. Dewey is just a politician, the governor of New York State, but he has been president for more than 3 years. World War II is indeed his most commendable political achievement. Hady, you are really thoughtful. Thank you for supporting Hardy. Johnson thanked him sincerely. This year's election, Johnson is indeed very difficult. His opponents are very powerful. Dewey has the support of the Republican Party, and the popular support rate is also very high. The campaign funds are abundant and he gives speeches everywhere. Now Dewey has become the best candidate for the next president in the eyes of the people of the United States. And what about him? The degree of support within the party is not high, the support rate of the people is low, and the campaign funding is even scarce, and even a large-scale lecture cannot be held. Party members lost their confidence in him. Party chairman Robert Hannigan even persuaded Johnson to say, "Don't show up at elections, so as not to damage morale." This made Johnson helpless, so he had to stay in the White House every day. Now Hardy has clearly expressed his support for him, and with such a great effort, Johnson naturally feels pleasantly surprised. This is the aspect of propaganda. Hardy said. Johnson was taken aback. Is there any other help? Hady continued. I am going to put out $2 million and put it into your campaign fund account to support your campaign. Johnson was pleasantly surprised. He is too short of money now, because there is no money. Many activities cannot be held at all. Until now, he has not been able to hold a decent campaign speech event. Ice on the cake is not as good as giving away charcoal in the snow. Unlike ordinary election candidates' sponsorship, it is an exchange of interests. Hardy lends a helping hand when he is most in distress. www.mentalnovel.com really makes Johnson truly grateful. Hady continues. You know that I have an airline. During this time, you will definitely need to go to all parts of the country to give speeches. HD Airlines can arrange the itinerary for you at any time, and I will be responsible for all expenses. Hady, I sincerely thank you. Johnson held Hardy's hand very hard. Hardy could feel his inner excitement. Your Excellency, in terms of propaganda, if you need help, I can provide some help. Hardy said again. You know that I am the chairman of the Actors Guild. If you need it, I can ask some Hollywood stars to cheer for you on the platform. Hady's idea is very simple. He is also a gamble this time, so since he shot, then go all out. Johnson knows how powerful the stars are. If he wants to organize a speech event with thousands of people, he may need to organize for a long time, but if a star arrives somewhere and says he wants to meet the fans, he will have a few minutes. In a few minutes, thousands or even tens of thousands of people poured into the venue. This is the power of idols. End of this chapter. Chapter 246. Chapter 247 Rebuke. Johnson received Hardy's support. It can be said that he has supported him the most since he announced his candidacy. Of course, he knew that Hardy had a purpose in supporting himself. If he can be re-elected, he must support Hardy's career. Johnson did not reject this at all. Even said that this is something that every US president must do, and at the upper level, it has become a customary rule. If someone wants to break this rule, he will definitely be punished. Hady bid farewell and returned to Los Angeles by private jet overnight. Johnson received such strong support from Hardy, which was a great boost to him, and his confidence increased a bit. After he returned, He began to make plans, instructed the White House office to prepare materials for him to participate in the Elaine Tonight Show on ABC TV. After participating in the show, he will give a large-scale national speech tour. During the speech, he will ask Hardy to send some stars to help out. Certainly. Before the lecture tour, he also planned to hold a White House reception, inviting all supporters to participate, and conduct a fundraising event. After Hardy returned to Los Angeles, he immediately summoned ABC TV director William Fox and Irina. William, let the documentary production department produce a documentary about President Johnson, starting from several aspects such as military warfare, people's livelihood, diplomacy, and economy. As for the content, the White House General Office will provide the text, and the film and television materials can be retrieved from the National Archives. The White House has already coordinated. William Fox is also a savvy man. This documentary is obviously to praise President Johnson. Is the boss ready to support President Johnson? Hardy looked at Irina again. Elaine, President Johnson will participate in your Tonight Show in a few days, and the White House will communicate with the TV station about the content of the interview. You are solely responsible for this matter. The president is going to participate in the show, Elaine said with some surprise. Irina is a woman after all, and she does not have such a strong political sense. She is simply excited about the president's participation in her show. That is the president, the most famous person she has invited since the show started. Don't worry about the boss. I will do it well, Elaine replied happily. Received an order from the boss, the TV station quickly formed a documentary team of dozens of people. Once the text provided by the White House office was obtained, it was immediately ready to be produced. After being appointed as president, Johnson did a lot of deeds during his tenure. After he took office, Germany surrendered. The atomic bombing of Japan surrendered. Britain and France rebuilt, stabilized the world situation, various political administration, economic construction, and so on. I want to make a documentary with very substantial content, and because he is the president, there are a lot of video materials, so it is not difficult to make. At the end of the documentary, Johnson also made a special appearance. He took a video in the presidential office of the White House, sitting behind the president's desk, and made a summary of his work over the past few years, made plans for the next step, and finally looked forward to the United States' glorious future. The production of the documentary was completed. It was divided into 3 episodes: the upper, the middle, and the lower. It took more than 4 hours. President Johnson took the time to watch the documentary in the White House broadcasting room from start to finish, and finally expressed his satisfaction. You should know that it took only 5 days from the project to the completion of the production. It is very rare to be able to achieve this level. 2 days later, Wednesday, ABC TV broadcast the latest documentary during prime time, The Upper Part of Glory and Dreams. President Johnson 1945 inches. Play the middle and lower parts on Thursday and Friday. Many people watched the documentary and got a new understanding of President Johnson. During this period of time, opponents deliberately discredited Johnson in the newspapers, propagating that Johnson was a lucky man when he came to power. He has limited abilities and did not make any achievements during his tenure. He did not do well in all aspects and listed many bad things. Place. No president is perfect. You can find faults. If there is no fault, you can become faulty. You just need to change the angle of view. This ability is not a patent of the BBC. This documentary made many Americans see a lot of things they didn't understand, knowing that Johnson has been working hard for this country and doing very well. Then ABC TV broadcasted an advertisement. 2 days later, the president will participate in the Elaine Tonight Show. At that time, all viewers can call the president to ask questions. Perhaps your question will be seen by the president and answered. Today, Elaine wore a slightly more formal all-women's clothing. There is a touch of dignity in the beauty. The studio can accommodate more than 100 viewers, and the more than 100 viewers are all carefully selected by the TV station. There are men and women, there are elderly and children. There are people in military uniforms, And there are Asians and Africans. Today is the guest we invited. His status is very noble, but he is very close to the people. Every one of us knows him, but we rarely get in touch with him. I think everyone already knows who it is. Mr. President Johnson. Johnson walked out with a smile, with a gentle smile on his face, which immediately drew warm applause from the audience. President Johnson waved his hand and said with a smile, "I have attended many meetings and many speeches, but this event I participated in today is very special. To be honest, I have always liked the show tonight, and I have always hoped to participate in it. The show today is a dream come true." The audience chuckled. Elaine asked President Johnson to sit down and officially started the show. Elaine asked a few questions, all of which were prepared in advance. Johnson answered decently, with a bit of humor in the decent way, which made the audience watching the show. Yes, the president's stereotype has been greatly changed. It turns out that the president is also very humorous. Many people feel a little more close to Johnson. Next is the audience's question. An old man stood up and talked about seeing President Johnson make the reform of pension insurance. He felt very pleased and felt that he was protected. Johnson briefly explained the old age insurance system, which is only a pilot and will continue to be implemented better. A soldier in military uniform stood up and identified himself. He is a retired soldier from World War II. He came here today in military uniform to express his gratitude to President Johnson. He participated in the battle in Asia. When fighting against the Japanese, many of his comrades died. He felt that Johnson's decision to bomb Japan with an atomic bomb was very wise. Otherwise, more American soldiers would die. Some people criticized Johnson for giving the bombing order, but it was the biggest one for the Americans' maintenance, so thank him. As soon as the soldier finished speaking, many people applauded. Among them, there are soldiers and their families. Johnson's decision has indeed protected the soldiers of his country. Then this decision is the most correct. Followed by the off-site audience calling questions. Today, the TV station's calls were blown up, and the 10 calls did not stop for a moment, and people kept calling in to ask questions. Elaine picked a few questions. Of course, these questions were also prepared in advance. It is simply too easy to deal with these little tricks. Johnson also answered the question perfectly. This show was very successful. Tens of millions of people across the United States watched tonight's Elaine show. President Johnson was either wise or humorous, which made many people's perception of Johnson once again improved. Although there are only 2 waves of publicity, it has received excellent results. Not only ordinary people, but even some lawmakers, politicians and even members of the party have a new understanding of Johnson. After the Tonight Show program, Johnson himself also had some feelings. He told the campaign team, "I think the previous way of straightforward reading of the manuscript was not liked by the public. You have also seen the effect of today's show, and people like it better. A president who speaks humorously, this will make them feel that I am closer to them. When I give a speech in the future, I decide to give a speech off the draft. You only need to write down the topic, and I will add some humor." The campaign team also agreed with Johnson's decision. Immediately afterwards, President Johnson held a fundraising dinner at the White House. The dinner invited all his supporters, including Hardie of course. At the dinner, under the introduction of President Johnson, Hardie met President Roosevelt's wife. Although Roosevelt is dead, the Roosevelt family still has a lot of influence. After Roosevelt's death, Johnson came to power and continued to implement Roosevelt's New Deal. The Roosevelt family and Johnson became natural allies. In the recent elections, the Roosevelt family has always supported Johnson. Hardie also met other people, businessmen and politicians. At this dinner, Johnson raised a total of more than $6 million in campaign funds, and the largest sum of funds came from Hardie. $2 million accounted for a third of the total payment. Many people looked at Hardie. Hardie said that he is an upstart in the upper class, young, handsome, rich, powerful, and in control of the media. In fact, many people are very curious about him, why he made so much money in a short time and owns so many industries. Now, With the help of ABC TV, President Johnson's situation has changed significantly. You must know that there was no major media to support him before. Hardy's Media Group's support for Johnson is simply too important. Having $6 million campaign funds in his hands, Johnson was very happy. He made a decision www.mentalnovel.com to conduct an election expedition, preparing to speak all the way from the East Coast to the West Coast. And all the cities he passed through were to promote. What happened in the White House can be said to be hidden from anyone. As soon as the dinner is over, the situation and list of the night will soon be put on the tables of major consortia, big forces, and political groups. Hadi's high-profile support for President Johnson surprised many people. Even within the Democratic Party, many people were not optimistic about Johnson. At the time, some people in the party proposed to let others participate in this election. Hardy's performance this time is regarded by many as a very immature performance. A newly rich man who has made some money with some means and brains, but in the eyes of the real upper class, Hardy is a nouveau riche. Destined to lose this time is miserable, and even broke the blood. On the night Hardy returned to Los Angeles after attending the dinner, he received a call from Ahmad Giannini, the chairman of the California Consortium and the chairman of Bank of America. Hadi, you are a bit reckless this time. You did not discuss with anyone and publicly support Johnson. You must know that the strategy formulated by the California Consortium is to support Dewey. If Dewey comes to power, it will be of great benefit to the development of the California Consortium. Giannini said angrily. End of this chapter. Chapter 247. The latest website. Hadi, you are too reckless. The California Consortium's support for this election is Dewey. We belong to the Republican camp, but you ran to support Johnson. Many people in the consortium called me and said you were destroying the consortium. The future. Giannini said angrily. You should know how high Dewey's approval rate is. In the last poll, his approval rate reached 68%. While Johnson was only 32%. Johnson lacks charisma and his character is too stubborn. Even if his colleagues in the Democratic Party do not approve of him, it's really hard for me to understand why you should support him. Now there is a voice in the consortium to let you leave the consortium. Hardy, give me a reason, otherwise I will reconsider our cooperation. Giannini said solemnly. In the face of Giannini's cross-examination, Hardy was not in a hurry, because he thought that he would face these problems from the beginning. Political investment is never a trifling matter, but a life and death struggle. Actually, I am looking for you to talk about Mr. Giannini. Some things are not convenient to say on the phone. Tomorrow I will go to San Francisco and we will meet to talk about this in detail. Hardy said. Okay, I'll wait for you. I hope you give me a suitable reason. Giannini finished speaking and hung up the phone. Hardy opened the cigar box, took a cigar out of it, trimmed it with scissors, lit the cigar and took a sip. In the green smoke, Hardy looked ahead. He was thinking about meeting with Giannini tomorrow. It is not difficult to persuade Giannini, because he has already found the reason. He is thinking about how to benefit from this incident. Encounter a crisis. Some people feel worried and afraid. But Hardy felt that at any time and in any situation, he could find the point that he could use, and what he had to do was to guide him to the direction he wanted to develop. The sound of a hairdryer rang from another room. Elaine is blowing her hair after taking a shower. Wind. VCs. In fact, his investment in Johnson is a kind of venture capital, with high risks, but once successful, the benefits will be even greater. Dewey is now in the limelight, very proud, and there are many people who support him. Countless people believe that he is the future president. Investing in him now is just icing on the cake. Even if the California Consortium supports Dewey, the final benefits are extremely limited because they are waiting to be divided. There are too many people who benefit from this cake. But Johnson's side is different. Hardy's investment is nothing compared to those large consortia's investments in Dewey, but it's very eye-catching. Why is it like this? Because no one is optimistic about Johnson. Hardy's most difficult thing is for him. Choose to support each other at the time and become a dazzling investment leader. Chicken heads and phoenix tails are countless times worse in the minds of investors. The sound of the hairdryer continued. Hardy put the cigar in the ashtray, put on slippers and walked to the next room. Elaine had just taken a shower, wearing a silk pajamas, which could cover the upright part, and her lower body showed two long, slender, round legs. The long hair is spreading out, and the hair is being blown with a hair dryer. Hardy walked behind the woman, and Elaine saw the man in the mirror with a smile. Did it bother you? No. Hardy bends down slightly, touches the woman's neck, and slowly slides down from the collar of the neck. The next day, morning, Hardy took a private jet to San Francisco. San Francisco Security Company picked him up at the airport. Hardy came to Giannini Manor to meet the California Consortium boss. Giannini's expression towards Hardy is still very serious, because Hardy's behavior is indeed very bad for the California Consortium. The California Consortium has always supported the Republican Party. This is their established political investment direction. Most of the lawmakers they support are also Republicans. This time Dewey's election is an excellent opportunity. Dewey is a Republican and their natural investment target. Nowadays, they are extremely popular. The chance of winning this year can be said to be the least suspenseful in all previous presidential elections. The California Consortium is a newly emerging consortium that has not yet cultivated its own political family. This time we chose to support Dewey in the hope that it will gain some benefits after Dewey takes office and bring the California Consortium to a higher level. The major consortia will work hard to cultivate their own political power and then push them to the forefront to fight for the interests of the consortium. For example, the cloth shoe family is born in the Texas Consortium, one of the top 10 consortia, and the Kennedy family is born in the Boston Consortium. There are also some senior government officials, such as the Secretary of State, the Secretary of the Treasury, the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of Energy, etc., all of whom are members of major families or cultivated doormen. Although Dewey does not belong to the California Consortium, this time he is the investee of the California Consortium. When Dewey comes to power, the California Consortium will naturally gain certain resources and benefits. Only Hardy and Giannini are in the study. The old man looked at Hardy and asked seriously, "Hardy, why am I waiting for you?" Hardy spread his hands lightly and did not answer Giannini. Instead, he asked a question. "Mr. Giannini, if we invest in Dewey and Dewey wins, what benefits will the California Consortium gain?" Part of the investment channel, some of the weapons orders from the Department of Defense, some policies that are conducive to the California Consortium. Giannini said, "Of course, it is only a very limited part, and Giannini is very clear about this." "How many investors does Dewey have?" Giannini paused. "A lot of. Do we get as much revenue as other consortia?" Giannini did not speak. This problem is self-evident. The California Consortium will probably be the one with the least profit in this cake-sharing game. He couldn't even arrange himself to Dewey's political team and key government departments. Giannini frowned and said, "The investment in Dewey is the most stable investment. The chance of Dewey winning this time is very high. It can be said to be 9 out of 10. If you openly invest in Johnson now, Dewey will think that the California Consortium has betrayed him. There will be benefits, and he will be retaliated against. In the next few years, we will not get any benefits until the next new president takes office. 4 years. We will waste 4 years of development time, and other consortia will take this opportunity to surpass us." Hardy shook his head. "No, Mr. Giannini, this matter is not that simple. I have some news from hidden channels that Johnson has received the support of a big power." Giannini's expression was taken aback. "Some big power? Who is it?" "Jew, founding a nation. Hardy uttered a few words. Janie narrowed his eyes. Explain in detail what you know. I got news that the Jews will declare Israel's independence next month. This is already a certainty. This is not the point. The point is whether those Arab League member states will agree to it. I analyze that war will break out again, Hadi said. In fact, this is not analysis, but history. On the second day of Israel's announcement of the founding of the nation, the armies of the Arab League member states of Egypt, Iraq, Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan marched into Palestine one after another, declaring a state of war against Israel. The Second Middle East War broke out. Hearing what Hardy said, Janie and I suddenly thought of many questions. If the war really breaks out, the Jews who have not established their roots will seek greater support from the United States. As the current president, Johnson is the first person they need to woo. It is now in April, and there will be more than half a year before the next transfer. In the past half a year, who knows how much will happen. Maybe the newly established country will be broken up in a few days. They pay more attention to the current problems, so they will definitely choose Johnson. Inviting the United States to send troops, the United States to exert pressure, the United States to mediate, and the United States to support weapons. In short, there is too much room for the president. Johnson has always supported the Jews to establish a nation. At this time, in order to avoid other changes, the Jews are definitely unwilling to change to a new president, so as to avoid uncontrollable changes. In case the new president does not support Israel, so those financiers who master Wall Street, I am afraid they will do everything possible to support Johnson's re-election. Giannini figured this out and suddenly felt a bit cold in his back. No one, including the top 10 consortia, no one dares to ignore the Jewish power in the United States. Giannini looked at Hardy. Are you sure, Hardy? 60% or more. In fact, he is more than 90% sure. Giannini looked at Hardy. His eyes completely changed. Before he called Hardy, in fact, in Giannini's heart, he already had the idea of kicking Hardy out of the California Consortium. This is also the voice of most people in the consortium. Hardy acted arbitrarily, which made Giannini think Hardy was a disobedient child and he could not control him. He kicked him out and let Hardy learn his lesson. After a while, Hardy will come back and beg for mercy. Better control of Hardy. Unexpectedly, Hardy brought such a news. It is no longer a question of him kicking Hardy out of the consortium, but Hardy choosing in advance to invest in the people who should invest most. How he will win Hardy. Johnson is now the most isolated and helpless time when he needs help. Hardy reached out in time. If Johnson is re-elected, his feedback to Hardy will be countless times that of Dewey. As an old banker, he calculated this very clearly. Giannini is now considering how to make the Bank of America and the California Consortium obtain greater benefits in this incident. Hadi, what are you going to do? Giannini asked. Hardy said, Mr. Giannini, I have a way to maximize the benefits of the California Consortium. Would you like to hear it? Of course. Giannini unconsciously sat up straight. You continue to invest in Dewey, but don't pay too much, just keep it at the current level. After all, these are just my speculations. If Dewey wins, the California Consortium can still maintain the benefits it deserves. And I will continue to invest in Johnson. If Johnson is re-elected successfully, I believe I will get more benefits than Dewey's coming to power. I hope to reach an agreement with Mr. Giannini. No matter who wins in the future, both of us must support each other to tide over the difficulties, rather than making trouble. Hardy finished speaking and looked at Giannini. To put it bluntly, it is a sub-investment. Giannini understands this very well. The private agreement that Hardy proposed to support each other is to ensure that the company can survive smoothly. Giannini thought for a while. Okay, I agree to this agreement. Hardy smiled softly, continued. Mr. Giannini.mtlnovel.com. This agreement is a private agreement between the two of us. It does not need to be announced to the public, or even to other companies in the consortium. My idea is that the Bank of America announced to the public, and the Hardy Group disagrees on opinions, and the two sides have a very unhappy relationship. Perhaps the Hardy Group may leave the California Consortium. This will reassure members of the consortium. But don't announce the results. Do not post them. Wait for a few months, and wait until the results of the general elections come out. Then we will discuss how to proceed. Jane and I looked at Hardy in surprise. Is this a young man in his 20s? This tactical ability is simply better than the old fox who has been immersed in the market for decades. In fact, Hardy wants to say that this is nothing at all. There is a chance to look at the Three Kingdoms. There are more tactics in it than his methods, and it is enough to take out some here. 7017K. Chapter 248. Latest URL. A few days later, Jane and I participated in a local social event and a reporter asked a question. Mr. Jane and I. The California Consortium chose to support Dewey, while the Hardy Group, a member of the California Consortium, chose to support President Johnson. Can you tell us about this? Jane Nenai, who was originally smiling, turned serious and said solemnly, Hardy chose to support President Johnson's re-election. We have never communicated this before. Here I want to make one point that our California Consortium will continue to support Governor Dewey. Does that mean that the California Consortium broke with the Hardy Group? The reporter asked. Giannini's face became darker, frowning. The consortium as a whole, to come together for common development. Now that there are differences, we are now considering whether the Hardy Group needs to stay in the consortium. This requires a big deal. The majority of the members decide. The reporter wanted to ask what else, but Jane and I left with a heavy face. The next day, in the New York Times, a report was published. The California Consortium is split, and the Hardy Group may be kicked out of the consortium. The content of the report wrote the whole story. The California Consortium supports Dewey, while the Hardy Group, a member of the consortium, ran to support Dewey's opponent Johnson. Seriously, this is a betrayal. The consortium as a whole. If the members of the consortium are like the Hardy Group, regardless of the collective interests of the consortium, acting privately, the consortium really did not have the need to keep him. After this report was published, many newspapers reprinted it, and all the people in the United States knew about it for a while. As an old opponent of ABC TV station, seeing his owner, Hardy Group, has a problem, he will naturally fall into trouble. NBC TV and Columbia TV have reported this matter in news programs. Not only that, they are still in the talk show, inviting guests to analyze and ridicule this matter. The guests all expressed their opinions, but there is only one center, that is, this time Hardy made a trick. This investment meeting let Hardy Group suffer heavy losses. ABC TV recently produced a documentary about President Johnson, praising President Johnson, advocating the merits, and inviting the president to participate in the Elaine Tonight Show, which can be said to have worked very hard. But what I want to say is that the Hardy boss is too young. Young people like to take risks, but he doesn't understand politics. Now that Dewey's approval rate is so high, Johnson has no chance of a comeback. His investment this time is doomed to fail. Other guests also ridiculed and showed schadenfreude to the fullest. Some people say that Hardy is a nouveau riche, and some of them can't recognize himself. And some people have criticized that Hardy Group will fall apart in the near future. With various reports, it has also had a certain impact on the stocks of companies under the Hardy Group. Several listed companies of the Hardy Group have seen their stocks decline to a certain extent. Even within the group, there have been some voices, believing that Boss Hardy's investment this time was wrong, and the group may suffer great losses. President Johnson naturally heard these voices and understood the hardship of the Hardy Group. He called Hardy. After receiving the call, Hardy smiled. "Don't worry, Mr. President, I will support you as always. I believe you will win." Thank you, Hardy. Johnson is grateful for Hardy's sincere support. A few days later, President Johnson's Grand Tour speech activity officially began. The first stop was New York. Dewey was the governor of New York State. This can be said to be Dewey's nest. Johnson also showed the courage of knowing that there are tigers in the mountains. The team organized the number of people participating in the speech and found that the final number may be only more than 2,000 people, which is indeed a bit shabby for New York, which has millions of people. Johnson immediately contacted Hardie, hoping to get Hardie's help and start the Star Help plan. Hardie was also unambiguous and sent Johnny Fontaine to New York. Johnny Fontaine is a well-known singer in the country with countless fans. He has developed in New York before and is very popular in New York. During this time, as the Super Idol promotion game is broadcast, Johnny Fontaine is one of the 4 guests. First, the appearance rate is very high, and the popularity has also increased a lot. The Global Times was published the next day, and Johnny Fontaine would sing to help out at President Johnson's speech. As soon as the news came out, countless New Yorkers immediately planned to see Johnny Fontaine's performance. Hardie sent the New York branch of ABC TV station to prepare a live broadcast of Johnson's speech. In order to ensure that people across the United States can simultaneously see the live speech, the TV station pulled the TV signal line from the TV station to Times Square in New York, and set up 4 cameras at the same time. This is the first stop and it must be an instant success. To this end, Hardie flew to New York to visit the Old Godfather. The Godfather Manor. The Old Godfather, Hardie and Mike sat in the study, smoking and chatting. "Hardie, I have always believed in your vision. Can you tell me why you chose Johnson this time? Because almost no one in the United States believes that he can win. Only you are so determined and worked so hard." The Old Godfather asked. Mike was also curious about this and looked at Hardie and waited for his answer. Hardie told the Old Godfather what he had said to Giannini. The Old Godfather and Mike looked surprised after hearing this. If the Jews who control Wall Street make full use of their efforts, Johnson does have the possibility of a comeback. The Old Godfather was silent for a while, looking at Hardie. "Okay, I will mobilize my strength to support President Johnson's re-election." At this point, the Old Godfather glanced at his younger son Mike. Turning his head to look at Hardie, "Hardie, Mike is also in the Democratic camp. I think Mike needs more experience." Hardie nodded. "I will recommend Mike to President Johnson." A few days later, Mike joined President Johnson's campaign team. Mike was a New York City councilor, but the councilors only participated in politics, not work. Joining President Johnson's campaign team was work. In the future, it is possible to enter the White House and become a member of the White House office. It is important to know that there are dozens of staff who have positions around the president. If Mike can enter the White House, it will be an excellent opportunity to enter the political arena in the future. Hardie never thought about going into politics, but Mike is a worthy object of training. Who knows if he will become a political leader in order to become a political leader. Speech Day. New Work Time. This is one of the most famous places in New York, also known as the crossroads of the world. Today, a high platform was erected on the square, and more than 10,000 people gathered here, waiting for President Johnson's speech. There are so many people here today. There are reasons for President Johnson, Johnny Fontaine, and the Old Godfather. Don't doubt the ability of the American Mafia. It's not difficult to greet tens of thousands of people in your city. No matter what the reason, these people came to the scene to make the scene look very grand. The scene was really full of gongs and drums, firecrackers, red flags, and crowds. Oh yeah. Several cameras were set up around, shooting from different angles. 10 o'clock in the morning. When Johnny Fontaine came on stage, there was a burst of cheers, and Johnny sang several songs. President Johnson was escorted down to Times Square. As soon as he showed up, there was a tsunami of cheers in the square. Even if the public support rate is low, he is still the president, unlike ordinary candidates. Today, Johnson did not read the manuscript, stood on stage and talked freely, expounding his campaign platform and governance philosophy. People unexpectedly discovered that the president, who was accused by the media as bad words and drowsy in his speech, was not that at all. Look like. Sometimes a humorous sentence or two will cause the people in the audience to laugh. In fact, they didn't know that since the last time he participated in the Elaine Tonight Show, Johnson seemed to have gotten to the point and had a tendency to develop in the direction of jokesmanship. The speech was broadcast live to all people in the country. This is the first time that the U.S. presidential campaign speech has been broadcast live. ABC is also a precedent in the broadcasting industry. The four shots are constantly switching. There is a passionate speech by the president, and there is cheers from the people. This kind of atmosphere is unmatched by a studio live broadcast, and it is extremely agitating. Even the audience in front of the TV was full of enthusiasm. For example, the scene of the Red Devils and the scene of the Japanese Olympic Games must feel completely different. One is passionate and the other is dead. After Johnson finished his speech, he received rounds of applause. This speech can be said to be very successful. Johnson's confidence has increased a bit, and he started to move on to the next city non-stop. Since I came to New York, Hardy thought he might as well go to France. Why go to France? Because the castle set for the filming of Beauty and the Beast is the most magnificent castle in France since ancient times, Chambord Castle. And the town where the heroine Belle lives is the small town of Alsace in France. Before Taylor set off to film, Hardy promised to see her when he had time. After a few months, the chick would be angry if he didn't go. The biggest advantage of the B-29 is the long range, 6,000 kilometers from New York to France, without refueling in between. Oh, there is no place to refuel at sea. After a day's time, Hardy finally came to Chambord Castle, just in time for the sunset, and in the red light, an old castle stood there, surrounded by neatly constructed manor greens, which really felt like a fairy tale castle. The crew is filming. Elizabeth Taylor, wearing a retro dress, ran briskly on the lawn in front of the castle, smiling and looking behind him from time to time. Hardy didn't know which scene was the scene, but the girl running in the sunset looked really nice. Suddenly, Taylor seemed to have discovered something, and looked at a group of people standing not far away. The man standing in the middle was clearly the one he was thinking about day and night. Blinked vigorously. She found that she was not mistaken, and Hardy was standing there smiling at herself. "Ah!" Taylor screamed and ran towards Hardy. Regardless of the surrounding crew, screamed and threw himself into Hardy's arms. Face this scene. Everyone in the crew, including the director, chose to ignore it and began to pack things silently. Hardy told a guard around him a few words, and the guard came to the crew. Boss Hardy said that everyone has worked hard in filming recently. Tonight, everyone can find a bar and have a good party. The boss will pay all the expenses. Don't be afraid of getting drunk. There will be a day off tomorrow, and the expenses will be counted as the boss. Wow! Everyone cheered. The boss is the atmosphere, and the rich is the atmosphere. Everyone is happy now. Hardy took Tyler's hand and left. The retro dress reveals round shoulders and white chest. Although Taylor is only 16 years old and not tall, he is naturally plump and has snowy skin. Tyler took Hardy's arm and looked up at Hardy with a smirk. His eyes were reluctant to leave for a moment. This little girl is now more and more attached to Hardy. "What shot were you shooting?" Hardy asked. "Playing with Little Teapot. You know Belle is lonely. Little Teapot is one of the few people who bring him happiness." Taylor smiled. For this Beauty and the Beast, Hardy finally decided to make a movie combining real people and animation. At the beginning, someone proposed to replace the alarm clock minister, teapot mother, piano teacher and candlestick butler in the movie with Dummy, as well as the cute little teapot baby. But Hardy always feels almost meaningless, but now he doesn't have 3D technology. Finally, he thought of Disney's film co-produced with two-dimensional animated characters. He thought it was good, so he asked the team to make it according to it. This movie can be said to be the first Hollywood movie with real people and anime characters, and it is a color movie. I believe it will cause a sensation then. The two return to the hotel. This is a suburb. There are no tall hotels, but there are hotels with unique styles. Now it has entered May, and many flowers are blooming, making the hotels look like a fairy tale. The two went up to the second floor. As soon as they entered the house, Taylor hugged Hardy and raised his toes. Hardy squatted slightly, holding Taylor's buttocks with both hands and lifting her up to the level of his own. The lips touched together. Tyler's legs entangled Hardy unconsciously. After a while, Tyler snuggled into Hardy's arms and chatted, talking about what happened during the filming. Hardy asked a few words from time to time, and kept talking until midnight. Finally Tyler was tired and hugged Hardy into a deep sleep. I didn't take off my clothes. Hardy is playing in France, but some people are losing their temper with anger. The latest public opinion survey between President Johnson and Dewey was released. What surprised many people is that President Johnson's approval rating has risen by a large margin, reaching 41%, compared with 32% before, an increase of 9 percentage points. This is a huge surge. Affected by this, Dewey's approval rate has dropped a lot, now only 59%, although it is still far ahead, but Dewey feels threatened. In the office of the governor of New York State, Dewey with a mustache, after reading the latest poll, threw it on the table angrily. John Hardy. He knows that Johnson's approval rate has increased so much, and it is inseparable from that John Hardy. He made Johnson's exclusive documentary, Newspaper Propaganda, participated in the Elaine Tonight Show, donated money to Johnson, provided planes, sent stars to help, and lectures. Live streaming. This allowed Johnson's approval rating to increase by a big margin, and now Johnson is still conducting a national speech tour. I am afraid that the support rate will increase in the future. Dewey felt that something must be done, and the key points of this matter were all concentrated on John Hardy, and he immediately called a few henchmen to study how to deal with this matter. Someone came up with an idea. John Hardy is a businessman. He has so many properties, and there will definitely be problems in it. From this aspect, if you can find evidence, send him to prison and give that John Hardy a cruel hard lesson. Dewey was born as a prosecutor, and of course he knew how to use the power of a prosecutor. Well, look for his information to www.mtnovel.com. No problem to check you. It makes you scared. Check you if there is a problem, and make your family ruined. And he knew that few big businessmen were clean, and the capital was always bloody, and clean people couldn't make so much money. After a short while, the men came back and brought Hardy some more detailed information. After Dewey saw it, his eyes lit up because he found a place to clean up Hardy. Even if you can't be sent to prison, you will lose tens of millions of dollars. Dewey finished speaking to his subordinates. Let the New York State Attorney's Office file a case to investigate the case of the Hardy Hotel illegally operating lottery, and collect New York State participation in lottery betting. When there is evidence, file a lawsuit in the federal Supreme Court. Need a secret investigation? The subordinate asked. No, I'm open to investigate, I just want everyone to know, Dewey said with a sneer. 7017K. Chapter 249. Latest website. Hardy stayed with Taylor for 2 days in France and returned to Los Angeles by plane. He now has a lot of things to do. The movie Across the World starring Ava Gardner and Gary Grant, and the movie Song in the Rain starring Judy Garland and Johnny Fontaine. Both movies have been produced and can be released at any time. Hardy decided to start on Across the World. He was going to make a grand premiere before the movie was released. For supermarket chains and logistics companies, he needs to decide on some things himself. The supermarket chain's site selection report in New York came up. Hardy and the person in charge, Sam Wharton, conducted an on-site inspection and felt that the several places he chose were more suitable for him. Requirements. The logistics company has recruited a large number of drivers and has begun to take on transportation tasks. At the same time, it has built several large storage bases in various parts of California. The location of these storage bases is much simpler than that of supermarkets. and the main reason is that the transportation is convenient. Daily life is simple and busy. President Johnson is carrying out his big speech tour. Hardy also saw the latest investigation report. Johnson's data has improved a lot. Everything is moving in a good direction. But he didn't know that someone was calculating him in private. Dewey's assistant led people to investigate the issue of lottery betting. This matter is not difficult to investigate. There are too many people playing TV lottery in the United States. After grabbing a large number, it only took a few days to collect a lot of evidence. Dewey got the case file and read it carefully, then frowned and said, "Is that the situation?" "Yes, that's all," the assistant said. Las Vegas casino lottery draws, live TV broadcasts, players call money to the proxy investment company, and the proxy investment company helps to place bets. This Hardy picked himself up really clean. Even if the proxy investment company is found, it will not affect it. To Hardy himself, "We also checked the law. It is obvious that they played a side ball. If this form is deemed to be a casino betting, it cannot be dealt with as a violation of the lottery ban. The only thing similar to a lottery is that he does not need to go directly to the casino. Instead, let people place bets on their behalf. This situation has never happened before, and there is no regulation in law, so it is very difficult to seize the handle of the casino. Perhaps it can be said that the court can be called to stop this form of sideball. As for the conviction, I'm afraid it will be difficult." Dewey threw the information to his assistant. "That guy is too cunning. It's really hard to have any influence on that Hardy." But Dewey thought for a while. Let the New York State Attorney's Office submit it to the federal Supreme Court to sue the Hardy Hotel for violating the lottery ban. If the case is won, the Supreme Court will issue an injunction, which will also have a significant impact on his business, causing him to lose tens of millions of dollars every year. Even if it's a lesson to him, even if you can't move Hardy, you still have to trouble him. Dewey said. The federal Supreme Court received the California lawsuit and issued a leaflet to notify the Hardy Group to respond. After receiving the lawsuit, the Hardy Group immediately notified Hardy. He was prosecuted by the New York State prosecutor on charges of violating the lottery ban to conduct lottery activities in disguise, which is a TV lottery draw in a casino. New York State prosecutors. Hardy's first thought was Dewey. Before Dewey became governor, he worked in the New York prosecutor's office, where he had a strong network. He supported Johnson and moved his cake. Dewey naturally hated himself, which made people trouble him. But Hardy was not too worried. He thought of this when he started the TV lottery draw. So he created a proxy investment company. The owner of the proxy investment company is a member of the Los Angeles gang and one of Hardy's men. By the way, this guy has been undergoing psychiatric treatment these days, and he has the treatment materials and prescription certificates prescribed by the doctor. As for me, I am definitely not sick. Although it is impossible for the other party to seize Hardy's handle, this business is the most profitable business in the casino, with more than 30 million yuan per year. If the federal Supreme Court orders it to be shut down, it will naturally cause great losses to his business. Hardy immediately notified Ross Baker and John McKenzie of the law firm to come over. As soon as they sat down, Hardy gave them the flyer and explained the details of the matter, including the operation of the casino, the model and the situation of the agency investment company. You cannot hide from your own lawyers. If they cannot fully understand the situation, it will be very detrimental to the subsequent litigation. If the other party presents a few pieces of evidence and the lawyer does not know the situation, then they will be very passive. So it is best for lawyers to find the person they trust the most. After the two listened to Hardy's narration, Rosbeck said, "Boss, based on your narration, it is now certain that this matter will definitely not be held accountable to Hardy Hotel and you. You can rest assured of this. As for the proxy investment company, you also made plans in advance. I admire your foresight. Now what we are most concerned about is that the court will deny that this kind of behavior is a lottery act." John McKenzie said, "Boss, I thought about the terms of the lottery ban. and now it can be determined that it is completely outside the scope of the ban. It is mainly the casino proxy model, which has never happened before, and gambling has occurred. In casinos, proxy investment companies only help guests place bets and do not violate Nevada's open gambling regulations. The only place the other party can catch now is that the customer is in another state and people use the phone to help betting. Whether this method can be used to determine that the gambling occurred in another state is a point of dispute. Strictly speaking, the TV lottery model is similar to later generations of online gambling. It is naturally not there. He had already thought that someone might use this to attack the casino, so he set up a proxy investment company to physically isolate the trouble. The other party will hold on to this point, because this is the only handle they can grasp. Boss, you know, this kind of litigation may last a long time, and it may be possible for a year or two. After hearing this, Hardy smiled. I don't care for 1 or 2 years. Just play with them. You can also earn a little more legal fees. But in the end, I hope to win, because this involves tens of millions of business in the casino every year. One more thing, the court cannot order the suspension of this business during the litigation period, otherwise it will cause us losses. Hardy made his request. The boss, rest assured, we will use all our strength to deal with this lawsuit, Rosbeck and John Mackenzie said together. After the two left, Hardy picked up the office phone and called the old godfather first. The Corleone family is also a major shareholder of the casino and should have known all about this. After hearing this, the old godfather said, I guess Dewey's hand moved. I think so too. After all, I stand on his opponent's side and have become his enemy. Hardy said. What are you going to do to Hardy next? The old godfather asked. Responding to the lawsuit, I let the lawyers form a strong team of lawyers. It is naturally best to win the lawsuit. If there is a problem, I will delay it for a year or two. Hardy said. The old godfather admired Hardy's heavy response in his heart. Well, you have no impulse. This is good, Hardy. This is also my business. I have some connections in the judiciary. I will use them to help solve this matter. The old godfather said. The old godfather has been in business for decades, and he has certain contacts in the political and judicial circles. This is also the main reason why other mafia families persecuted him. That's a little more sure of victory, Hardy said with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Hardy called Giannini again. Bank of America is the second largest shareholder of Hardy Hotel, with 30% of the shares, second only to Hardy's 41% and 1 percentage point more than the Corleone family. After listening to Hardy's narration, Giannini frowned. Hardy, do you know who is going to attack us? I guess it's Dewey, Hardy said. Hardy supports Johnson, and now the other party's revenge has come so quickly. In fact, Giannini was a little angry about Hardy's advocacy and affected the business. But he can't say anything now. He is waiting for the result. Hardy said that there will be war in the Middle East. If this war really breaks out, perhaps Johnson really has a chance. Certainly, if Johnson loses, he will kick the Hardy group out of the consortium without hesitation. As for the private agreement between the two before, that's a joke. Hardy, I have some friendship with a judge of the Federal Supreme Court. I will call him. Giannini said. Hang up the phone. Hardy smiled. The old godfather is a big gangster and has a wide network of connections. Giannini is a big group of consortiums, and he is still well connected. The official has enough to find 2 people. However, Hardy was very upset about Dewey's start of this matter. He thought about it and wanted to call Henry. Henry came quickly. After 2 years of development, HD Security has made great progress. Now various departments have been refined. Hardy's original gang of brothers are also growing, and Henry has become a qualified head of the intelligence department. Hardy told Henry about the prosecution and said to Henry, the first investigation is who instigated this matter, who is responsible for the New York State prosecutor, who is the judge who took this case, and the temperament of the judge to provide intelligence support for the team of lawyers. Secondly, I started investigating all the useful information of Dewey. I never believed that a person is perfect. Since I choose to take action against me, I must be prepared for retaliation. The third investigation of the intelligence of Dewey's close people. It is best to have empirical criminal evidence. www.mentalnovel.com. Maybe such a person will be able to play a significant role at that time. I understand the boss. Henry led out. The Hardy Group was sued by the New York State Attorney's Office. The Supreme Court of the Federal Supreme Court issued a lawsuit against it. Naturally, it was impossible to hide the fact that the major newspapers published articles in a timely manner. New York Times. New York State prosecutors sued Hardy Group for illegally engaged in lottery business. Hardy Group received a subpoena from the Federal Supreme Court. Los Angeles Times. Will the boss of the Hardy Group face jail time? Global Times. The Hardy Group received a subpoena, and President Andy said he was not worried about it. 7017K. Chapter 250. The latest website. Ring-ling-ling. The phone on the desk rang. Hardy picked it up to answer, and Ava's worried voice came from the other end of the phone. "Heidi, how are you?" "Of course, why do you ask?" Hardy smiled. "I read the newspapers and the Supreme Court subpoenaed your company. Some newspapers said you might face jail," Ava said with concern. "Ha ha ha, those newspapers scribbled in order to gain eyeballs. It is just a trivial matter. It doesn't involve me at all. Don't worry." "How is the promotion going?" Hardy asked. "The movie Across the World is about to start broadcasting. Ava recently went out with the crew to make a publicity, but she was not in Los Angeles. The promotion activities are going very well. Since it's okay, I can rest assured. I just wanted to fly back to accompany you," Ava said. "Don't worry, after finishing the promotion, I am waiting for the movie to hit a good box office," Hardy said. As soon as I hung up the phone rang again. This time it was Heidi Lama. "Heidi, I read the newspaper. There will be no problems, right?" "No problem." "Then tonight, do you want to relax with a drink?" Heidi said. Oh well. Immediately after Hardy received several calls, he dealt with them one by one, and finally he received a call from President Johnson. Johnson was a little angry. "I can guess who it is. It's too despicable to do this. I have asked someone to ask. It will not affect you in any way, but it may affect your business." Dewey's deal with Hardy was obviously to combat Johnson's supporters. "You can rest assured, Your Excellency, I can handle these." "You continue your big speech tour. I have seen that the approval rate is much higher than before," Hardy said. Hearing Hardy mentioned the support rate, Johnson became happy. "The recent increase in support rate is largely due to your publicity, Hardy. I have to thank you solemnly because of your media promotion. The result of now my confidence has increased a lot, and I will never give up until the last minute," Johnson said. Arrange things. Hardy drove to Heidi Rama's studio, where the cleaning was more welcoming than before. Heidi Rama was cooking steak in the kitchen. Hardy opened a bottle of wine, and the two had a sumptuous dinner. A few days later, Ava came back from the field, and Across the World was about to be released. HD Pictures held a grand premiere and asked all the guests and stars to be present, which made it very grand. As the boss of the company, Hardy also participated in the event. During the interview, a reporter did not ask about the film, but asked Hardy, "Excuse me, Mr. Hardy, do you have anything to say about the subpoena issued by the Federal Supreme Court against the Hardy Group?" The scene became extremely quiet. Hardy knew someone would ask this for a long time, and even when he participated in the show tonight, he showed up deliberately, and he had already prepared the answer to this question in his heart. Hardy smiled and took the microphone. "First of all, I want to make one point. It is not the Hardy Group that received the subpoena, but a company under the Hardy Group. The Hardy Group has more than a dozen companies, and the one who actually received the subpoena is the Heidi Hotel. In this matter, I have notified the company in the legal department to actively respond. As myself, I resolutely uphold the federal law. If there is a problem with the company, I am willing to accept punishment and even appear in court for questioning. New York State prosecutors sued Hardy Hotel for violating the lottery ban. First of all, we must declare that we did not conduct lottery activities. Las Vegas gambling is legal. Some people place bets in the casino. That's it. On the show, some foreign players ask someone to help with betting. This is not a lottery at all. Here, I want to talk about the lottery separately. Lottery is a popular entertainment method. Now the United States has entered a new era. The public needs more entertainment methods. I think it's time to open up the lottery industry. It will play a positive role in promoting the advancement of American society. So I have ordered the company to propose to the Nevada State Assembly in the name of the group, hoping to release the lottery ban. I believe that this popular game method will eventually return to the people. Of course, I hope that other states will also release it. Lottery ban. Hardy turned the Supreme Court's subpoena incident against the company into a speech promoting the liberation of the lottery ban. The Supreme Court's reason for invoking the Hardy Group was to violate the lottery ban. If the lottery ban is released, is there still a question of legality? Gambling is now open in Nevada. Is it necessary to ban lottery games, a form of game that is much more minor than gambling, including other states? Hardy also felt that it should be let go. The film Across the World officially opened. Ava Gardner and Gary Grant were both judges on the Super Idol audition show during this period. The two had extremely high exposure and increased popularity. They were originally top stars, but now they are even hotter. Coupled with the intensive publicity before the broadcast, the venue was full after the film began, and even the midnight venue was full of audiences. Have to say, the filming level of Across the World is also very high, and the plot is very attractive, especially the scenes of stealing treasures and running away. Let the audience watch heartily. And the film critics also praised this film. Give a high evaluation. Due to various factors, after a full week of full attendance, there was still an attendance rate of 80%. The publisher of MGM's Boss Meyer excitedly called Hardy, "Hardy, this movie is very likely to exceed $30 million US. The second most popular film was Gone with the Wind. $30 million. It is definitely an ecstatic number. But to say that compared with Gone with the Wind, it is far worse. With the box office of Gone with the Wind and the rescreening a few years later, the global box office reached $390 million US. Which is a figure that makes everyone crazy. At the time of the movie's hit, the Hardy Group received a subpoena from the federal Supreme Court again, and prepared to open a court 3 days later to formally hear the case. Hardy was also among those being questioned. 3 days later, Hardy brought a team of lawyers and all Hardy Group employees who were asked to question them to Washington, the Supreme Court of the United States on East Congress Avenue. Hardy was here for the first time. The Supreme Court is a creamy white building, like a Roman temple. There are exquisite stone sculptures on both sides of the entrance stone steps. The left side represents the thought of justice, and the right side represents the power of law. On the triangular lintel of the East Court gate of the main building of the Supreme Court, 16 figures are carved, each with its own meaning, with Moses, Confucius, and Solon as the center. Moses in the center represents the will or divine will, Confucius on the left represents morality, and Rousseau on the right represents politics. Hardy stood under the steps and glanced at the statue. Is it fair? Is it just? Is it moral? Is it kind? Maybe only God knows. Hardy didn't believe it anyway. In the court, the judge questioned Hardy and related personnel. Hardy answered concisely. All casino operations are legal. Casino lottery activities face every guest who enters the casino. As for live TV, it is an entertainment program of Las Vegas TV. Hardy picked himself clean. No matter what the final result, this matter will not involve Hardy now. The person in charge of the agency investment company is a manager of the Los Angeles gang and one of Hardy's hardcore men. He fully admitted to betting on behalf of customers and submitted the operating procedures. They received the calls from customers to place bets. and then go to the casino to bet. The whole operation has nothing to do with the casino. The only focus now is that customers call in other states to ask the investment company to help betting. Does this kind of behavior count as a lottery behavior, and is it against the law? At this time, it was Hardy's lawyer team's turn to play. The entire lawyer team had 16 lawyers in total, and the laws and evidence they produced were as high as one person. Hardy said in his heart, "This case doesn't look complicated. Is it necessary to get so many things?" But Hardy believes they are professional, and he doesn't care how they make Hardy, he only wants the result. Faced with such a luxurious team of lawyers in the Hardy group, the three prosecutors appear to be so lonely. Both sides presented evidence and opinions. The prosecutor's view is that Hardy Casino's behavior is a disguised lottery. The act of rubbing the side ball should be stopped immediately and a penalty should be imposed. From then on, this activity should not be engaged in. Hardy's defense team is more professional than them. Rosbeck took the lead to stand up and state, "Your Excellency, the prosecution is very absurd to us. U.S. laws never use unwarranted guess subjective inferences. Such evidence come to convict someone or an act." Guests called and asked the proxy investment company to help place bets. Is there any illegal behavior? No. Gambling in Las Vegas is legal. There is no doubt that the proxy investment company helps bets. Is this process illegal? It's not illegal. But why did these two things become illegal in the prosecutor's mouth? The information on the table is the legal provisions of 51 states in the United States that prohibit lottery activities. In these legal provisions, none of these laws indicate that such behavior by proxy investment companies is a lottery behavior. Next, Rosbeck talked freely for more than an hour, without any drool in the middle. Hardy really admired this guy. Hardy has seen this kind of scene countless times in movies on TV. This is the first time he has personally experienced it. It feels quite interesting. Lawyer, on this occasion, you can really turn things around with your 3-inch tongue. Law. You also need to be rich. How can you hire a good lawyer if you don't have money? You can't win a lawsuit without a good lawyer. So the real fairness is that you have a lot of money. Afternoon. The court session is over. Today is just the beginning. In the future, there will still be time to grind. But Hardy will not use it in the future. The rest will be left to the lawyers. What the lawyer team has to do is how to keep the business. If the Supreme Court finds that the act of calling on behalf of the lottery is a lottery act, then Hardy will lose a lot of money and a big business. If it is determined that it is not illegal, then Hardy's business will become a legal one from now on. How the court will decide. Some people say it will be based on the principles of fairness and justice. If so, how could the old godfather have a group of friends in the judicial circle? In fact, the Hardy Casino case is not a big deal, but people know that it involves Hardy, and the cause is President Johnson and New York Governor Dewey, and the US election is involved. So it has attracted much attention. Time flickered to mid-May. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. At this time, a sensational thing happened in the world. On May 14, 1948, the day before the end of the British trusteeship period, the State of Israel formally announced its establishment. In the early morning of May 15, 1948, Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon simultaneously declared war on Israel and sent troops to attack Israel. The First Middle East War broke out. Jane and I got the news just after 3 o'clock in the morning and received a call from his subordinates. He was shocked to hear that a war had officially broken out in the Middle East. It really made Hardy right. In this way, Hardy may bet on the right. If Johnson is re-elected, he will reconsider Hardy's status in the consortium in the future. 7017K